decoding the principle of spatial folding for high-speed movement with knowledge from past lives, demonstrating the evolution of fluid mechanics using Kingler in practical classes. Dr. Oki caught on. The modifications you made to the Pokemon database are even more detailed than mine. When the Champion League presumed a mere bookworm had arrived, Yiu's tactical notebook was already circulating among the Elite Four. In this era, one must possess at least a Nobel Prize-level research background to claim the title of a traveler. Chapter 1. Yiu. Pokemon are unique and extraordinary creatures. They are cherished by the heavens and serve as humanity's finest companions. However, Pokemon often struggle to unlock their potential and require the guidance of humans. This is where we, the trainers, come in. Different Pokemon necessitate tailored training regimens based on their attributes, traits, personalities, physiology, and specialties. Take Pidgey, for instance. With a gentle disposition and keen sense of direction, it forms close bonds with humans. In its final evolution, Pidgeot boasts a staggering flight speed of 2 Mach, making it a Pokemon of immense potential. Therefore, training should focus on enhancing its speed. Nestled between Hualan City and Kuray City lies a splendid Pokemon Academy. Here, one finds the most advanced training facilities, abundant resources, and even retired elite members imparting their wisdom. Renowned throughout Kanto, students graduating from this institution can directly participate in the Kanto Courts Conference without the need to collect 8 gym badges, signifying the league's utmost recognition. Furthermore, exceptionally accomplished students are highly likely to be recommended as gym trainers or league members. This Pokemon Academy is revered as the cradle of the league, leading many affluent families in Kanto to exert great efforts to enroll their children, while the students themselves diligently study, fearful of expulsion. Yet, there are always exceptions. During one lecture, a boy with short black hair leaned against the window, idly gazing at the scenery outside. Yiu, the embodiment of the ethereal. He had no fear of expulsion, for the Academy's largest stakeholder was his uncle. It was said that even if he skipped classes for 10 days or engaged in outrageous acts such as striking a teacher, no one dared to expel him. Moreover, his academic performance was unparalleled. Teachers favored him while others faced reprimands for daydreaming. His distractions were seen as a genius's contemplations. The cheerful school bell chimed, signaling the end of class, and the teacher gathered his belongings to depart. Yiu stretched and rose from his seat. Yiu, duel me with Pokemon. A girl, adorned like a regal princess, approached him with an air of pride, her chin held high like a boastful peacock. Yudo Matoi, the most beautiful girl in the junior class of the Pokemon Academy and a former top student. Since Yiyu's arrival, she had fallen to second place. Not interested, Yiyu replied without hesitation, turning to leave. The same old tactics repeated, ad nauseamously defeating the same weak adversary held no thrill for him. Stop him, Matoi commanded, and several male students, eager to impress their goddess, stepped forward to block Yiyu's path. As the revered figure of the junior class, nearly every boy was a devoted admirer of Matoi, eager for a moment of glory before her. However, the instant they attempted to obstruct him, an icy aura emanated from Yiyu, causing the boys to tremble, as though something had vanished from within them. A wave of inexplicable fear washed over them, and when they gazed upon Yiyu, he appeared less like a boy and more like a devil, rendering them pale and motionless, helplessly watching as he passed through them, his shadow seemingly harboring a malevolent smile. Matoi, infuriated, could do nothing against Yiyu. Upon exiting the classroom, a wisp of ghostly purple gas emerged from Yiyu's shadow, cackling ominously in his ear. Unfazed, he continued on his way. This was Gastly, a dual-type ghost and poison Pokemon, capable of seamlessly lurking in human shadows and possessing remarkable supernatural abilities. Its favorite pastime was conjuring illusions to frighten and amuse. The boys had been terrified by Gastly's tricks. Looking up at the bright sun and the picturesque surroundings, Yiyu smiled contentedly. The ample free time and charming scenery, coupled with the meticulously planned environment devoid of dangerous wild Pokemon, made this place a veritable paradise for learning. The headmaster's reluctance to confront him only added to its allure. Yiu sighed lightly and whistled. Soon, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and a small, snow-white pony with a fluffy, fiery mane sprinted towards him, affectionately licking his face. Easy now. I know you adore me. There's no need for such fervent affection, Yiyu said, smiling indulgently as he stroked the little fire horse. In the Pokemon world, children under the age of 10 are not permitted to own their own Pokemon. However, upon entering a Pokemon Academy, They are allowed to temporarily rent Pokémon from the school. This is one of the primary purposes of the Academy, enable children fond of Pokémon to engage with them early on, fostering a solid foundation for their future aspirations of becoming Pokémon trainers. The Fire Horse was Yi Yu's designated learning companion at the Academy. If he successfully completed his assessments and graduated, he would be able to take this Pokémon with him. With a swift motion, he mounted the Fire Horse and galloped toward the nearby woods, reveling in the exhilaration of speed. After tiring, he lay down by a familiar lake to rest, while the Fire Horse happily grazed on the grass. Gazing up at the azure sky and the fluffy white clouds, with the occasional Pidgey flying overhead, Yi Yu felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been a decade since he arrived in this world. A traveler, more accurately, a reborn soul with memories of a past life. Yi Yu's concealed identity was that of a rather lowly traveler, one without even a golden opportunity or special power. He had no idea why he had been reborn as an infant in the Pokemon world, but when he saw Chansey assisting with his delivery, he had cried out in fear. Gradually, he adapted to his new life, especially after discovering his family had some impressive connections. His great-aunt is Kuki, one of the Elite Four. Indeed, the very same Kuki who dons a ghostly guise, yet wields poison-type prowess. She is the oldest elite in all of Kanto and the League, a record-breaking individual. In contrast, his parents were relatively unremarkable, merely a high-ranking League official and a wealthy businessperson. Born into such a family, Yi Yu could be said to have come into the world with a golden key. Yet, this very privilege led to his downfall. A typical person arriving in the Pokemon world would undoubtedly challenge gyms, participate in the League, and aspire to become a Pokemon master. However, he vehemently rejected such paths. Why endure hardship and peril while trekking through the wilderness when the comforts of modern urban life awaited him? Though the physical fitness of humans in this world far surpassed that of his past life, fatalities among travelers in the depths of mountains and forests were not uncommon each year for various reasons. Children ought to embody the essence of youth. A 10-year-old should not be wandering about aimlessly. Tourism was out of the question. Yi Yu held firm in his convictions, and his parents did not impose their will upon him, allowing him to attend school. Once he graduated, they planned to leverage connections to secure him a position within the League, where he could bide his time for decades, ultimately becoming a politician and achieving high office. Harmony.Yi Yu was quite fond of this arrangement. After all, this world is far from the safety portrayed in animations. Not all members of Team Rocket possess the caliber of Musashi and his companions. The villainous organizations in this realm are brazen, and attempting to suppress them is perilous. For instance, Yi Yu's grandfather, whom he had never met, perished heroically during the Sinnoh Interregional Coalition operation. Thus, before his grandfather's portrait, Yi Yu vowed to never step onto the front lines. He preferred to blend in with the masses, living as an ordinary person with a fortune of billions. The glorious mission of becoming a Pokemon master and protecting legendary creatures should be entrusted to Ash, the protagonist who seems impervious to danger. He yearned to close his eyes and savor the tranquility of nature, enjoying a life of ease. Until one day, a boy with a spiky hairstyle, driving a sports car and accompanied by 6 beautiful cheerleaders, arrived. Yi Yu, let's duel. Chapter 2. Shigeru. Reluctantly, Yi Yu opened his eyes, gazing at the spiky-haired boy, and irritably retorted, "What's with this Pokemon duel? I have no interest, leave me be." What was happening today? Why was everyone insisting on challenging him to Pokemon battles? He couldn't even catch a moment's rest. "Don't be ridiculous, I've already caught Pokemon and obtained a gym badge. Aunt Kaijin mentioned you were here, so I came specifically to find you," the spiky-haired boy insisted. Shigeru, so awesome. Shigeru, the greatest." At that moment, the 6 cheerleaders in the sports car shouted in unison. Listening to the cheers and observing the spiky-haired boy, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. They were both from similar backgrounds, and Yi Yu had the upper hand in many aspects, yet when it came to girlfriends, he wished he could knock Shigeru down a peg. The spiky-haired boy was Shigeru Okido, the first rival of the protagonist, Ash Ketchum, in the original animation, and the grandson of the esteemed Professor Okido from Kanto. As for why Yi Yu recognized Shigeru, it traced back to some unspoken past involving Professor Okido and his great-aunt, Kyoko, during their youth. Although for various reasons they never ended up together, Kyoko was quite displeased with Professor Okido's decision to abandon training in favor of research, leading her to frequently visit the Okido laboratory to confront him in the early years, ultimately resulting in a near-total severance of their relationship. Every year, during the alliance meetings, she would still make a point to mock him. However, the connection between their families remained intact. During Yi Yu's grandfather's lifetime, he was close friends with Professor Okido. Furthermore, the timeline of Professor Okido's transition from trainer to researcher coincided with the time of Yi Yu's grandfather's sacrifice. This led Yi Yu to speculate whether the professor's career shift was influenced by such a tragic precedent. In his youth, Yi Yu often visited Masera town and became quite familiar with both Shigeru and the original protagonist, Ash. With the mindset of an adult, it was all too easy to toy with the two youngsters, leading to some minor mischief. Ash, though not wealthy, was blissfully naive and oblivious to it all. Shigeru, on the other hand, held grudges and was always seeking revenge. And now, he finally found his opportunity. I'm not interested, just focus on your own journey. Work hard to become a Pokemon master like Professor Okido, and leave me alone, Yi Yu said. That won't do. I intend to settle the score. If you refuse to battle me, they'll keep pestering you, Shigeru declared. Is that so? You truly wish to compete? Yi Yu sighed. Indeed, Shigeru affirmed. Then let's agree on a single match. Regardless of the outcome, you must not bother me again. Yi Yu insisted, eager to dispatch him quickly lest his precious slumber be further diminished. No problem, Shigeru replied, confident of his victory. He was on a quest to become the world's strongest Pokemon trainer, having swiftly defeated 2 gym leaders. This time, he would deliver a resounding lesson to Yi Yu. All right, Onion, just the 2 of us, there's no need for an official referee, Yi Yu proposed. No, ITLLB 6-on-6, Shigeru countered. 6-on-6? Yi Yu exclaimed in surprise. Had it really been barely a month since he set off? And he already possessed 6 Pokemon? It was no wonder he was the character who boasted over 200 Pokemon in the original story. After a moment of reflection, Yi replied, I only have 2, so let's limit it to Tuntuo. You only have 2? How pathetic, Shigeru remarked disdainfully. Yi Yu's expression darkened. Did the number of his Pokemon determine his skill level? Fine, I'll concede to you, let's make it Tuntuo, Shigeru said, producing a Pokeball. A bright red light flashed, and a goofy blue turtle Pokemon appeared, its shiny bald head devoid of a single hair, coupled with a pair of innocent purple eyes, giving it an almost harmless appearance. Squirtle, you blurted out, wait, wrong name, it's a Blastoise. What did you say? Shigeru's already unappealing expression darkened even further, as if Squirtle's innocent gaze had turned piercing. Oh, my apologies, it's Squirtle. Yu chuckled, offering a half-hearted apology. Squirtle, one of the 3 starter Pokemon a new trainer in Kanto receives, is the original mascot of the Goofy category. Together with Charmander and Bulbasaur, they comprise the renowned Kanto starters. Squirtle was Shigeru's first Pokemon, destined to evolve into a Blastoise. Yi Yu's insincere apology evidently did not satisfy Shigeru and Squirtle, both glaring at Yi Yu with synchronized intensity. Yi Yu shrugged innocently, while his own Pokemon, Gastly, emerged from the shadows, wearing an equally mischievous grin. The 2 trainers and their Pokemon shared an oddly harmonious expression. He'll attack first. Squirtle, use Water Gun, Shigeru commanded, breaking the stalemate. Squirtle opened its mouth wide, unleashing a robust jet of water aimed at Gastly. Dodge, Yi Yu ordered, and Gastly floated effortlessly aside, evading Squirtle's assault with ease. Squirtle, don't let up, use Water Gun again, Shigeru urged, his face serious as Squirtle unleashed a series of powerful water jets towards Gastly. Impressive. Your Squirtle has likely achieved the strength of an advanced Pokemon, Yi Yu commented. Pokemon strength is classified into 7 tiers: Novice, Intermediate, Advanced, Elite, Quasi Champion, Champion, and Master. Generally, starter Pokemon received by new trainers are at the Novice level, but with training, they can quickly progress to Intermediate. Shigeru's Squirtle reaching advanced strength without evolving indicated his exceptional training. Are you distracted during battle? Do you look down on me? Shigeru retorted angrily. It's inevitable your Squirtle can't hit Gastly, Yi Yu replied nonchalantly. As one of the lightest Pokemon, Gastly weighs merely 0.1 kilograms, possesses the ability to float, and boasts high speed stats, making it inherently adept at evasion. Moreover, Yi Yu's Gastly was no ordinary one, it was a descendant of his great aunt's Gengar, which was rumored to be a champion. With superior genetics and a mischievous trainer who favored evasive tactics, despite only being at the advanced level, its speed was already approaching elite standards. Nonsense. Squirtle, show him what you're made of. Use Water Gun continuously, Shigeru insisted. Squirtle, with its big eyes wide open, looked serious as it unleashed a rapid barrage of water guns, its frequency increasing and seemingly closing in on Gastly. Shigeru's face lit up with excitement. As the grandson of the renowned Pokémon researcher, Professor Okido, he possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge. While Gastly excelled in speed and attack, it was notoriously weak in defense and stamina. If he could land 2 consecutive hits, Gastly would likely be rendered unable to continue fighting. Yi remained unfazed, observing Squirtle, which appeared somewhat fatigued, and smiled slightly as he instructed, "Gastly, use Curse." It was time to conclude this battle. Gastly suddenly transformed, its eyes gleaming with a strange light. Little Mao's expression changed dramatically as he quickly summoned every ounce of his mental fortitude. Earth movement technique? What extraordinary skill is this? A newly discovered ability, perhaps? With a name linked to the Earth, it must pertain to ground attributes. Yet, isn't Gengar's a ghost and poison type? While it can learn moves outside of its primary types, such feats are notoriously challenging. Moreover, a creature like Gengar should be incapable of mastering ground-type moves. Could it be a recent revelation from the esteemed King Jeezy? With unwavering focus, Little Mao prepared himself, his emotions resonating with Squirtle, both proceeding with utmost caution. Suddenly, Gengar transformed into a shadow, burrowing into the ground. Little Mao was taken aback. What? Is this the Earth movement technique? Isn't this simply a ghostly Pokémon gliding along the ground like a shadow? Can this truly be deemed a remarkable move? Hypnosis. Seizing the moment while Little Mao was momentarily distracted, Yu swiftly issued a genuine attack command. Instantly, Gengar unleashed a potent wave of hypnosis towards Squirtle. Having just expended considerable energy spraying water, Squirtle, now fatigued, succumbed to the hypnotic wave, retreating into its shell with a resounding thud, falling asleep. "You tricked me," Little Mao finally realized, glaring at Yu in anger. "My apologies, but I have a prearranged code with my Pokémon, which is perfectly reasonable and legitimate. The League acknowledges it, and as long as I refrain from insulting my opponent, I am free to say whatever I wish during the match," Yu replied with a nonchalant shrug. True Pokémon battles diverge significantly from the turn-based skirmishes depicted in games. Beyond the considerations of Pokémon types, abilities, move attributes, and levels that can be quantified, there are practical environmental factors, the personalities of the Pokémon, their physiological traits, and the temperament of the trainers, all of which define numerical representation. Deception is, of course, permissible. Moreover, Yu had no intention of deceiving, he merely aimed to present himself with a semblance of sophistication. Little did he know, he had indeed managed to hoodwink him. At this tender age, Little Mao was exceedingly naive. One wonders how the previous 2 gym trainers lost their badges. Were they truly that inept? Yu silently scoffed at this notion, but then recalled the earlier 2 gym trainers, leading him to a moment of clarity. At the Nibby gym, Brock, at that time, was also rather inexperienced. Meowth could easily topple his powerhouse Onix with a mere bucket of water. As for the second gym in Hualan, it is well known and perhaps best left unmentioned. Chapter 3. Absolute Victory Come Back, Squirtle. Xiao Mao recalled his Squirtle, although sleep would not disqualify it from battle. Facing a Dream Eater like Gastly while asleep was essentially a death sentence. Why subject his Pokémon to further suffering when defeat was inevitable? "What Pokémon will you send out for the second match?" Xiao Mao inquired solemnly, his previous defeat prompting him to regard Yu with newfound respect. Though this individual appeared lethargic and somewhat unscrupulous, he was not engaging in any illegal activities, necessitating a more prudent approach to secure victory. "Come here, Ponyta. It's time to battle." Yu beckoned to his Ponyta, which immediately trotted over, brimming with energy. A fire-type Pokémon, it was decided. "Come forth, Houndour." Xiao Mao hurled his Pokeball, and a flash of red light revealed a small, orange-yellow dog on the battlefield. While undeniably adorable, the first impression it imparted was one of formidable strength. With keen, bright eyes and powerful limbs adorned with distinct black markings, Houndour was the exclusive police dog of Miss Junsha. It was also among the few Pokémon that were particularly close to humans. However, as Houndour emerged, Ponyta exhibited a hint of trepidation. Yu understood it was due to Houndour's ability, intimidate, and gently reassured Ponyta to bolster its courage for the match. The atmosphere shifted, as he recognized that Houndour possessed superior genetics and had been raised on a specialized high-quality diet, while Ponyta had merely received adequate nourishment at school, lacking the advantage in comparison. "Ponyta, use Quick Attack." Yu commanded without hesitation, seizing the initiative. Ponyta raced forward, moving with such speed that it almost left an afterimage in its wake. "We shall also utilize Quick Attack, Houndour," Xiao Mao replied. Houndour's eyes gleamed sharply as it transformed into a streak of light, dashing toward Ponyta amidst a whirlwind of dust. The two figures accelerated, continuously testing each other within the arena. Yu's focus remained laser-sharp as he monitored the two swiftly moving Pokémon, observing their trajectories. In terms of speed, Ponyta held a slight edge. Despite Houndour's evolution into the Swift Houndoom, known for mastering the move extreme speed, Ponyta, even in its pre-evolved state, slightly outpaced Houndour in both speed and base stats. With heightened concentration, Yu seized an opportune moment, decisively instructing, to the left, unleash Flamethrower. As they passed each other, Ponyta swiftly steadied itself and unleashed a torrent of searing flames, striking Houndour, which had been a fraction too slow to react. Though Houndour was a fire-type Pokémon and thus possessed some resistance to flames, it was still propelled backward by the fiery assault. Fire Wheel. Yu commanded immediately. Ponyta charged forward, engulfed in a fierce blaze, transforming into a revolving fire wheel that collided with Houndour. Don't be afraid, Houndour. Use Fire Wheel as well, Xiaomao instructed. Houndour let out a low growl, undeterred by the flames. As a fire type, it was not significantly harmed. It spun rapidly, executing its own fire wheel with considerably greater speed, charging at Ponyta with an impressive force. Yet, upon hearing this command, Yu's expression turned peculiar. The two flaming entities clashed fiercely, but contrary to expectations. It was not a titanic confrontation. Instead, Ponyta appeared unscathed, its flames intensifying in vigor, swelling to 1.5 times the size of Houndour's fire wheel. The overwhelming inferno then mercilessly crushed Houndour's attack, sending the petite Pokémon soaring like a disconnected kite. Ponyta, strike. Ponyta leaped high and crashed into Houndour's abdomen, sending it tumbling over 10 meters to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Houndour, how are you? Xiaomao asked anxiously as Houndour, despite its injuries, resolutely stood up, its gaze fixed with determination to continue battling. All right, Houndour, use Bite. Xiaomao issued a new command. Gathering dark energy in its mouth, Houndour prepared to lunge at Ponyta. However, before it could act, a gust of hot wind swept through. Ponyta had already positioned itself in front of Houndour, striking down with its foreleg, delivering a crushing blow that rendered Houndour unconscious, its eyes spiraling. Houndour is unable to battle, Yu declared, transitioning from participant to referee as he approached Ponyta, affectionately patting its head. You've done well. Ponyta joyfully licked Yu's face in response. On the other side, Xiaomao appeared dejected, unable to fathom how he had lost to Yu, a seemingly unambitious individual too timid to even travel. With a heavy expression, he recalled Houndour into its Pokeball and turned to Yu. Why did Houndour's fire will suddenly increase in strength during the collision? Although Houndour had faltered initially, the decisive moment was the clash of their fire wheels, after which Yu had entirely seized control of the match, with Houndour enduring consecutive assaults from Flamethrower, Tackle, and Stomp. Are you truly Professor Okido's grandson? Do you not know that Ponyta's ability is Flame Body? When struck by fire-type moves, it absorbs the flames, enhancing its own fire-type attacks, Yu retorted. He had deduced Houndour's ability as Intimidate, which emboldened him to have Ponyta use a fire-type move against it, and thus found humor in Xiaomao's decision to retaliate with flames. Ability? Xiaomao frowned, questioning, isn't Ponyta's ability Flame Body? Touching it will result in burns. Typically, Pokémon of the same species may possess several abilities, varying according to their individual traits. Both Flame Body and Flash Fire were possibilities, just as Houndour could have Intimidate, Flash Fire, or Justified. Do you understand? Yu explained. Once I complete my journey, I will know even more than you. I will return to challenge you to a 6-on-6 battle and defeat you. Xiaomao vowed with a hint of bitterness before departing in his car, accompanied by a beautiful companion. Observing Xiaomao drive away, Yu raised an eyebrow, pondering how those unaware of the circumstances might assume Xiaomao had emerged victorious. Nevertheless, Xiaomao's arrival meant that Ash would not be far behind. Although Ash may not be particularly impressive, his presence would surely summon Pikachu. At that moment, a certain electric mouse still present at the Hualon Gym suddenly shivered. Chapter 4. Midterm Mock Exam. With only 2 weeks remaining until the midterm examination, it is imperative that we strive relentlessly during this period to attain commendable results that reflect well upon ourselves and our parents. To motivate everyone, the school has organized a special incentive. The top 3 students in the year will be awarded a free trip to the Sinnoh region, where they will have the invaluable opportunity to explore ancient relics alongside the renowned Dr. Cresselia, a leading figure in Pokémon Archaeology. In the junior class, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Haping, donned large black-framed glasses, his enthusiasm palpable. A group of students gazed up at him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Dr. Cresselia, the foremost expert in Pokémon Archaeology, would be an extraordinary mentor, significantly aiding their future development. More importantly, she has a granddaughter named Cynthia, yes, the very champion of the Sinnoh region. Although she has not yet been crowned the regional champion, She has already claimed victory in several regional league tournaments, becoming an idol to countless trainers. Indeed, the admiration extends beyond just the Sinnoh region, given that most elite trainers are male. The number of formidable female trainers is notably scarce, making a powerful and attractive female trainer a national treasure. Take for instance the Dragon Master, Lance. His prowess is indisputable. Yet when he faces off against the Ice-type Master, Glacia, the audience often hopes for his defeat. In contrast, the junior class's Belle, Sayaka yet, pales in comparison to Cynthia, rendering any comparison futile. Even Sayaka herself sparkled with excitement at the mention of her idol. Surprisingly, even Yiyu, a student with whom she had never been particularly close, lifted his head, intrigued by the prospect of a trip to Sinnoh. A large group expedition seemed quite safe. Mr. Haping adjusted his glasses, evidently pleased with the students' reactions, and continued leisurely. Moreover, it is said that last year's Kanto Conference champion, Miss Cynthia, will also be present for this adventure. Upon this revelation, the classroom erupted in a frenzy. What was once a mere possibility was now a tangible reality, an encounter with a goddess. Mr. Haping allowed the students to revel in their excitement for a moment before abruptly adopting a serious demeanor. However, this is a reward reserved for victors. Those who fail to meet the standards will be excluded. Students who do not pass this exam will be placed on a watch list. And those who fail 3 consecutive times will face expulsion. His words fell like a bucket of cold water, causing most students to tense up, anxiety etched across their faces. The prospect of being expelled was daunting, not only for themselves, but also for their families. Now, it is time for a quiz, Mr. Haping announced, his expression unreadable. As he began distributing the test papers, Yiyu's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he picked up his pen and commenced answering the questions. The Pokémon school examinations consisted of 3 segments, a written test accounting for 30%, a computer simulation mirroring a game Yiyu had played in his past life, also accounting for 30%, and finally, practical assessments comprising 40%. The written portion included 300 multiple-choice questions and 2 essay questions. 1. Attached image. Which of the following Pokémon does not possess the dragon type? A. Charizard. B. Trapinch. C. Garchomp. D. Druddigon. Without hesitation, Yiyu selected A. This question required no contemplation. In his youth, he had naively believed both Charizard and Gyarados to be dragons. Yet, observing the 4 images, he couldn't suppress the urge to critique. The dragonfly, shark, and seahorse were all dragon-like, yet the one most resembling a dragon was not classified as such. Was this a joke? 2. How many evolutionary forms does EV have? A. 3B. For C. 5D. 6. Yiyu furrowed his brow. This question was perplexing. There were 8 forms in total, all incorrect. However, information was still limited. C, perhaps. He quickly scanned the questions. 31. How much damage does a Tyranitar take from a fire punch? A. 1-2B. 1C. 2D. For without a moment's thought, Yiyu chose A. Tyranitar, with its ground rock dual type, suffers significant damage from ground moves against fire-type Pokémon, but is not resistant to fire, while rock type does provide some resistance, leading to half damage. After completing 100 questions in quick succession, Yiyu took a moment to breathe, his gaze growing increasingly focused. The multiple choice and essay questions were on separate sheets, necessitating the completion of the former before tackling the latter. With only 60 minutes allocated for 300 multiple choice questions, this meant an average of 1 minute to answer 5 questions, 12 seconds per question. For those with slower reflexes, merely reading a question in 12 seconds was a feat, let alone contemplating the move types and Pokémon attributes involved. Speed was paramount, often overshadowing accuracy. This was, after all, the essence of Pokémon education. In battles, events unfold in a flash, relying on instinct and reflexes. Thus, this onslaught of questions ensured every student grasped the fundamentals. However, even with such rigorous training, it was no easy task. Yiyu, as the top student in the grade, had never fully completed the exam. The last few questions were often a mix of long and short answers, or he would simplistically select C for all. An hour slipped by swiftly, leaving the students slumped in their chairs as if returning from battle. Yet, there was little time for respite, as the essay portion was soon handed out. Yiyu lifted his gaze to the prompt. 1. How can a Rockruff learn the following moves? Choose one to elaborate upon. Agility, Iron Tail, Flame Wheel, Sleep Talk. He swiftly checked agility and began his exposition. Generally, different moves yield varying points for elaboration. Moves of the same type typically earn the least, as they are easier to master, while moves of different types are more challenging. Thus, Yiyu chose to describe the different type agility. As for Iron Tail and Sleep Talk, he felt less confident. Typically, as long as Rockruff isn't impaired, both agility and Flame Wheel could be learned, even without a trainer, albeit over a longer period. However, Iron Tail and Sleep Talk were different. Reality was not a game. In games, if one possesses a TM, Pokémon can learn moves. Yet in reality, to master a move, a Pokémon must either be born with it, evolve, or undergo significant training. After completing one essay, he proceeded to finish the subsequent ones. Only when the class bell rang did he finally feel a sense of relief, allowing himself a moment to stretch. The school valued the cultivation of individual talents, providing ample free time for students to bond with their Pokémon. Typically, Yu used this time to catch up on sleep or train his Pokémon. However, he always gravitated to the same location, the lake. He rode his Ponyta there, which also served as a training exercise to enhance Ponyta's speed and endurance. This was not merely due to laziness. He simply preferred not to walk. Chapter 5. Charged Flame Assault Little Fire Horse, move at high speed, and unleash Flame Wheel. The stern voice of Yu echoed by the lakeside. The little fire horse dashed forward with incredible velocity, leaving a trail of afterimages and swirling dust along the lake's edge. For Yu, training Gastly was rather straightforward, as his family possessed a systematic training methodology. The Phantom Xiaojin family, renowned across the Kanto region and even the world, stands as a paragon among ghost-type Pokémon families, much like the esteemed Dragon family in the realm of Dragon-type Pokémon. Naturally, they have developed a comprehensive training system for ghost-type Pokémon, thus Yu need not strain his imagination. He doubts that the training methods devised by a novice trainer such as himself could surpass the wisdom accumulated by his family over generations. This is also why, despite the current fair and transparent selection process, most of the Elite Four members hail from prominent families. Individuals from distinguished lineages not only possess inherently superior Pokémon, but also provide them with top-tier nourishment and training facilities. More importantly, they inherit a wealth of experience from their predecessors, understanding how to train their Pokémon in ways that promote their well-being without causing undue strain, thus facilitating the discovery of new moves. In contrast, those from humble backgrounds, lacking powerful initial Pokémon and rich nutritional resources, are often at a disadvantage, particularly when it comes to understanding the intricacies of move training. In such circumstances, the few who manage to excel must possess talent several times greater than that of their privileged counterparts and exert significantly more effort. Consequently, when training Gastly, Yu merely adheres to his family's methods, making minor adjustments to suit Gastly's unique circumstances. The training of the little fire horse, however, necessitates extensive research through books, online resources, and self-discovery. It is time for the flame wheel, he declared. Suddenly, the little fire horse erupted in flames, transforming into a blazing wheel that glided across the lake's surface, leaving scorched marks on the ground. Yu timed the duration it took for the little fire horse to run from the school to this spot, maintaining a consistent speed over 3 kilometers. The time registered was 3 minutes and 53.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds. The speed from the school remained unchanged, as expected, after all. Enhancing running speed requires considerable time. However, the duration of its high-speed movement had improved slightly, indicating better mastery. Yet the time taken to execute the flame wheel, 2.5 seconds, was somewhat prolonged and susceptible to interruption. The combination of high-speed movement and flame wheel also proved to be lengthy, making it less convenient in battle. After a moment of contemplation, Yu snapped his fingers and looked at the little fire horse. How fast can you combine high-speed movement and flame wheel? The little fire horse tilted its head, confusion evident in its large eyes. You are timing it, not me. Why ask me? Yu continued, let us explore a different move. Instead of using high-speed movement followed by flame wheel, let us focus on the sensation of using flame wheel at the peak of high-speed movement or accelerating dramatically after executing flame wheel. If both moves prove too taxing, why not merge them into one? Fortuitously, such a move exists, Charged Flame Assault. This technique allows one to unleash a fiery attack while simultaneously enhancing one's speed. Although theoretically, its power is less than that of flame wheel and its speed boost slightly inferior to high-speed movement, it excels in its comprehensive nature, particularly in real battles. The power of techniques found in textbooks often serves as mere reference. In games, a move with a power rating of 90, such as Flamethrower, can match and even surpass one rated at 110, like Hydro Pump. Unbelievable, isn't it? In actual combat, a concept known as proficiency plays a significant role. The little fire horse nodded, understanding the instruction, and took off, kicking up a whirlwind of dust. It switched between high-speed movement and flame wheel, striving to embody the essence of both techniques simultaneously. The combination of high-speed movement and flame wheel formed a simplified version of Charged Flame Assault, which could potentially evolve into a powerful fire-type move, Explosive Flame Strike. Yu elaborated, Explosive Flame Strike, officially known as Flashing Flame Charge, boasts immense power, comparable to Pikachu's Volt Tackle. However, it comes with the drawback of recoil damage. Yet, it is well known that by shouting, "Hold on, I believe in you, speed up," one can mitigate the effects of that recoil. Yi Yu had faith that his little fire horse possessed the spirit of a true champion. "Little fire horse, give it your all. You are the best," he cheered, striking a pose of encouragement. The little fire horse felt an influx of strength, racing forward. "I will become the fastest horse in the world." With hooves like the wind and eyes like lightning, it charged forth, flames erupting from its body. Numerous small Pokémon in the surrounding forest were startled by the blazing red light, causing a commotion. Gongxi watched the fervent little fire horse with a look of disdain, thinking, "This foolish horse is so naive, training so eagerly without even discussing conditions. Shouldn't we have some fun in Yi Yu's dreams? At the very least, I deserve some delicious food," Gongxi lamented. "How can I negotiate with Yi Yu under these circumstances? Listen, Gongxi, train diligently. When we head to Sinnoh, I plan to capture some Pokémon from that region. And I will need your assistance. If your performance is subpar, I will have my great aunt send her Gengar over, or I might just send you there," Yi Yu remarked. Directing a serious gaze at Gongxi, Gongxi's expression shifted abruptly to one of terror. "You would stoop so low as to involve parents? Are you serious?" Yi Yu chuckled mischievously, having grown up alongside Gongxi. While he couldn't comprehend the Pokémon's words, he accurately grasped the intent behind them. Moreover, training alongside a champion-level Gengar would undoubtedly enhance Gongxi's abilities. Seeing the playful exchange, Gongxi chose to relent, concentrating its ghostly energy. A small energy orb formed and was launched forcefully towards the water's surface. "Shadow Ball," it declared, demonstrating a high-level ghost-type move. Generally, this technique is reserved for advanced Gongxi, but due to Gongxi's exceptional genes, it was an anomaly. Though its level was insufficient for significant power, and coupled with its inherent laziness, it had never been utilized until now, under the duress of Yi Yu's parental threat. Observing the performance of his two Pokémon, Yi Yu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Perfect. Chapter 6. In the early morning, a dense mist enveloped the school, rendering visibility nearly non-existent within a 3-meter radius. A group of students began their training with Pokémon, utilizing advanced technology to simulate various environments for battle practice. Ghost-type Pokémon, particularly Gengar, thrived in this foggy atmosphere, as it concealed their movements and enhanced their psychic abilities. Gengar, with its tongue hanging out like a defeated creature, exerted itself tirelessly, determined to avoid being dragged back home by its overbearing mother. "How can Pidgey evolve?" A stern voice echoed outside, causing Yi Yu to furrow his brow. He donned a pair of glasses, piercing through the thick mist to observe several classmates surrounding a boy on a treadmill, firing questions at him. With each unanswered query, the treadmill's speed increased, much to Yi Yu's chagrin. This was part of the elite training program, led by the domineering Xingdai, ostensibly aimed at helping underperforming students. In reality, it was a thinly veiled excuse for showcasing superiority and bullying those with lesser grades. The boy on the treadmill, Xiaochun, was the bottom of the class, and the so-called training was merely a source of amusement for the others. Yi Yu chose not to intervene. After all, he could only offer temporary assistance, unless he formed his own group to engage in battles, which he had no intention of doing. He felt that the students with the worst grades would be better off transferring. Although the school boasted annual success stories in the Pokémon League, the odds were dismal, with only a fraction of students achieving such feats. Most merely endured a torturous experience for their tuition fees. Just then, a voice of justice rang out, and 3 familiar figures emerged from the mist. One wore a cap and carried a perpetually cheerful Pikachu on his shoulder, while another had dark skin, appearing as if he had come from a desert, and the last had bright orange hair and fair skin, reminiscent of someone who frequently interacted with water. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu felt a moment of surprise, followed by a slight smile. His childhood trio had finally arrived. Without hesitation, the 3 youths, brimming with righteousness, confronted those who were merely seeking entertainment. Yi Yu tilted his head, exchanged a knowing glance with Gengar, and approached. "Xiaoji, long time no see." "Yi Yu, is that you?" Xiaoji exclaimed, excitement lighting up his eyes. "Of course, I'm here for school," Yi Yu replied nonchalantly. "Then let's have a Pokémon battle." Xiaoji's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, his innate desire to duel ignited upon seeing a familiar face. "A battle?" Yi Yu's expression was non-committal. While he didn't consider himself particularly skilled, he could easily best Xiaoji at this stage, rendering the duel meaningless. Calmly, he retrieved a bottle of ketchup from his pocket and opened it. Pikachu, who had been observing the surroundings with a composed demeanor, suddenly perked up, its little nose twitching as it focused on the ketchup. Yi Yu grinned mischievously, producing a handful of fries from another pocket, dipping them in ketchup, and offering them to Pikachu. "Would you like some?" Pikachu extended its adorable little tongue, licking the fries with delight, emitting a joyful pika. As Yi Yu's rapport with Pikachu grew, he embraced the creature, rubbing his cheek against Pikachu's soft fur, relishing the comforting sensation. Initially resistant, Pikachu's resolve weakened upon spotting the ketchup, and its electric energy diminished from a formidable thunderbolt to a mere spark. The mild electric current invigorated Yu, enhancing his mood as he gently massaged Pikachu's red cheeks. Meanwhile, Xiaoji, eager for a grand battle, stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Aren't I your trainer? How can my Pokémon betray me before the fight even begins? Is there any Pokémon master who can enlighten me? Yu, do you know them? One of the training group members pointed at Yu. Yes, what's it to you? Yu shot back, slightly annoyed. Can't you see I'm cultivating Pikachu's affection? Does that mean you're dissatisfied with our training? The boy retorted. Are you challenging us? I've dealt with your leader, Sheng Dai, several times. You tell me if that's a challenge or not. As for your training, well, it leaves much to be desired, much like your abilities, Yu replied. You're the one lacking. The boy fumed, pulling a Pokeball from his waist. With a flash, a Drowsy emerged. Let us battle. Not interested, Yu stated flatly. I don't care. If you're not a coward, face me in a fair duel, the boy demanded. Yu tilted his head, reluctant to engage. Yet unable to ignore the annoyance, he turned to Xiaoji with a smile. Xiaoji, why don't you take him on? If you win, I'll battle you next. Okay. Xiaoji nodded and faced the challenger. You think you have what it takes to fight me? Do you even have the qualifications to battle me? The boy boasted arrogantly. Don't underestimate me. I've already earned 2 gym badges. Xiaoji proudly revealed his inner jacket, showcasing 2 badges. 2 badges? You're barely above the class's lowest. The boy scoffed. What do you mean? Do you think earning 2 badges is easy? Xiaoji countered. Of course it's easy. The Nibby gym and the Hanada gym? I could beat them with my eyes closed. They're nothing. The boy bragged. What did you say? Hanada gym is nothing. Xiaoxia, furious, glared at the boy. How dare he disrespect the Hanada gym? Even the usually calm Xiaojiang was irate. Insulting a gym in front of its former trainers was beyond reproach. What makes it so bad? The boy retorted. Let us battle. Xiaoxia challenged. Fine, I'll show you a lesson. The boy replied smugly. Thus, the 3 members of the training group and Xiaoxi's trio engaged in a Pokémon battle without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yu quietly leaned against a tree, stroking Pikachu's smooth belly. How adorable, he mused. Perhaps I should call home tonight and request a Pikachu. They're both cute and obedient. While their combat prowess may not be exceptional, Pokémon are not merely tools for battle. Beauty is justice. Moreover, they are plentiful, like stray dogs on the street. Chapter 7. The Nature of Humanity. Pikachu, come here. Let us go together. Ash suddenly exclaimed. Pikachu, gazing at the ketchup in its paws, turned its head towards Ash, displaying a pitiful expression. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, it mustered the courage to leap from Yu's arms and approached Ash. Although this creature did not appear particularly intelligent, it was still its trainer, leaving it with no other choice. Yu, feeling reluctant, shot a discontented glare at Ash. Can't you use another Pokémon? Charmander, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, any of them could easily defeat them. As she contemplated this, she suddenly noticed that Ash only had 3 Pokeballs at his waist, and it dawned on her that he had just set out on his journey. Not only was his command of Pokémon lacking, but he also had an insufficient number of them. Besides Pikachu, he possessed only Pidgey and Butterfree. Without Pikachu, his battle capability was indeed concerning. Haha. Gastly floated over, seeking attention. It seemed to assert that Yu also had Pokémon. However, Yu merely glanced at Gastly and decisively turned away. There was no comparison, and thus, no harm in ignoring it. Initially, she hadn't thought much of it. But after witnessing Pikachu's prowess, looking at Gastly felt utterly unappealing. Gastly possessed an innate ability to sense human emotions and could absorb feelings of fear as sustenance. At that moment, it acutely sensed Yu's disdain, its white eyes widening in disbelief as if to question, am I not adorable? Didn't we promise to love each other forever? Yu held up a mirror. Look at yourself. Don't you have any self-awareness? You terrorize me in my dreams every night, and you dare claim you are cute. Gastly gazed into the mirror, observing its purple form, dark body, blood-red eyes, and sharp fangs. Ah, how adorably charming I am. This must be a divine masterpiece. Seeing Gastly's self-absorbed expression, Yu leaned against the side of her fire horse, resigned. Pikachu, don't give up. Hold on. Just then, Ash let out a furious roar, radiating an aura of fiery passion. Yu, who had been lazily leaning against the fire horse, suddenly perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Finally, she witnessed the legendary ultimate move, the revival roar. This skill, once unleashed, disregarded the Pokémon's condition, propelling it into a frenzy mode, granting a bloodlocking buff, and turning it into a relentless force. In the arena, Pikachu, once lying feebly on the ground, responded to Ash's heartfelt call as if infused with divine power. It leapt up and charged towards the opposing Coloradola, transforming into a streak of lightning that swiftly circled around to its back, biting down on its tail and delivering a critical blow. Seizing the moment of Collarola's pain, Pikachu unleashed a flurry of punches to its face, finishing with a flying kick that knocked Collarola out. Yu's expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions indeed. Ash's signature ultimate move was nothing short of impressive. Though it lacked the dazzling flair of a traditional skill, it was undeniably a concoction of biting, frenzied scratching, and a flying knee strike. Defeated, Pikachu triumphed with a non-electric move. Yu's expression was rich with amusement, while the Pokémon Academy students, witnessing this spectacle for the first time, felt their worldview shatter. Especially Sandai, who had already stepped into the fray. Yes, she had come out to battle. The first 3 challengers had already been defeated, and to find an opportunity to battle Yu, Sandai directly confronted Ash, effortlessly defeating Misty with her Onyx, and then using her Magneton to overcome Geodude. Ash was now her final opponent, and to her astonishment, he lost. Is it possible to win with knowledge beyond the textbooks? How can this be? The textbooks never mentioned Pikachu could battle like this. Sandai pondered, questioning her understanding of the game. If everything followed textbook methods, you wouldn't have been defeated by me thrice. Think critically and explore. A Pokémon trainer relies on daily training, and the strength of their Pokémon is paramount. The skilled can conquer many with sheer force, while the clever rely on cunning tactics. Yu summarized with her hands in her pockets. Yu. Sandai looked at her, a contemplative expression crossing her face. Yu, let us battle. I am the last victor. Ash exclaimed excitedly. Are you sure Pikachu still has strength left? Yu inquired. Of course. With determination, one can overcome anything, Ash declared enthusiastically, while Pikachu chimed in with spirited cries. Yu wore a subtle expression. One of the mysteries of Pokémon remained. Just how much stamina did Pikachu possess? Was it 1 or 100? However, battling Ash at this moment felt like a waste of time. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a French fry dipped in ketchup from her pocket and looked at Pikachu. You're exhausted. You have no strength left. Pikachu tilted its head adorably, wide-eyed. I still feel like I have energy. No, you don't. Yu shook the fry. With a dramatic thud, Pikachu gracefully collapsed to the ground. Indeed, I have no strength left. All right, do you still wish to fight? Yu asked Ash. Ash stood there, speechless. Fight? How can I? Pidgey and Butterfree have both lost their fighting abilities, and Pikachu is just play-acting. What am I to do? Just then, a net suddenly descended from the sky, ensnaring Pikachu and whisking it away. Who is it? Ash shouted anxiously. In the sky, a familiar yet foreign introduction echoed. Since you have sincerely inquired, we shall generously reveal ourselves. To prevent the world from destruction, to protect the peace of the world, to enact love and truth. We are the charming yet villainous Team Rocket, Jesse, James, and Meowth. We are traversing the galaxy, and a bright tomorrow awaits us. A group of onlookers gazed upwards, spotting a hot air balloon floating above, where a man, a woman, and Meowth looked down triumphantly at Ash and his companions. Not you again, Team Rocket. Ash fumed, ready to send out his trusty Pidgey, but then remembered that it had already lost. He could only fume in frustration. Don't think you can escape. Sandai and her companions, though a touch arrogant and superior, were essentially good at heart. They released a swarm of Pidgeys, Spearows, and Beedrills, aiming to pop the balloon. Brother, long time no see. Yu called up to James. Indeed, cousin. James was taken aback to see Yu, nearly losing his balance in the hot air balloon. Others were equally astonished, unable to comprehend the connection between Yu and the Team Rocket lieutenant. I'm here for school, cousin. Please. Do me the favor of releasing Pikachu. Yu smiled. In truth, she was not concerned that James would actually take Pikachu, considering the numerous Pokémon present. Even if they were alone, Team Rocket would never succeed in capturing Pikachu. Regarding the talents of his cousin, Yu held an unwavering belief. If one were to claim that he had blown up the headquarters of the Alliance one day, she would not be the least bit surprised. However, the idea of him abducting Pikachu and gifting it to Sakaki was a different matter altogether. Yu would rather broadcast her training of the Sunflower Sutra. Yet, despite their familial ties and a generally amicable relationship, he had previously taken the blame for her misdeeds during their childhood, and she wished to spare him the consequences of an impending beating. After all, debts must be repaid. Why must it always result in punishment? Little Kojiro appeared conflicted. Were it solely his decision, he might indeed agree, but clearly, this was not a matter determined by him alone. No way, Kojiro. Even if he is your cousin. There is no room for negotiation. This is to be reported to the boss. It presents the perfect opportunity for us to ascend to leadership positions. Musashi decisively countered. Yet, Kojiro remained hesitant. You fool, stop pondering and let us go. Meowth exclaimed, launching into a wild frenzy to jolt Kojiro back to reality. We are the villains. How could we possibly return our spoils? My apologies, Yu. Until next time, Kojiro mumbled while covering his face, enduring the pain. Yu sighed and declared, Genghis, break. Instantly comprehending, Genghis accelerated, swiftly traversing the hot air balloon, unleashing a shadow ball that resulted in a thunderous explosion, sending both the two trainers and their Pokémon crashing to the ground. Yu shook her head. It was common knowledge that Meowth's hot air balloon, aside from its electric resistance, had negligible defensive capabilities. Furthermore, they were still in Kanto, where electric defenses likely commenced only after Johto. Shortling, Genghis untied Pikachu, floating proudly to Yu's side, as if to proclaim, this is the essence of true strength. Casting a glance in acknowledgement, Yu approached the remnants of the hot air balloon and inquired, how does it feel to fall from such heights? You chose to ignore my advice and ended up being knocked down. Such folly. Chapter 8. The Ruthless Trio. Dear cousin, we did not intend for this to happen. The fallen Kojiro said with a pleading expression. It was imperative that he ingratiate himself, for they were but 3 against the formidable 5, including a Bash Snake and the Gas Bomb, facing an adversary of 20 to 30, not to mention the Pokémon involved. Not intentional? Then it must be deliberate. Yu remarked with a smile. Let us discuss how to deliver you to Rumika. I never intended to capture you, after all. A bounty of several million is hardly a substantial sum to me. However, since you insist on this path, I have no choice. Even the smallest morsel is still flesh. And several million is still money. Rumika. Kojiro's eyes widened in terror, every pore emanating fear. Several million bounty. Musashi and Meowth seemed to have unlocked a new realm of understanding, turning to Kojiro in disbelief. He is worth several million? Their gaze is locked. Sell him? Is that viable? Indeed. Meowth chimed in, his eyes gleaming like coins. Dear sir, do you wish to exchange Kojiro for the bounty? If needed, I can assist. Yes, sir, whatever you require. We shall accommodate. Musashi added. Kojiro twisted his neck, bewildered. What are you doing? Is our friendship truly worth so little? Just a mere few million? Yu observed Musashi and Meowth, lost in thought. This trio was uncooperative, primarily Musashi and Meowth, while Kojiro was merely a pawn. Yet, now it seemed as though they were rewarding these two miscreants. The script was amiss. A rewrite was necessary to ensure proper torment was administered. But how to punish them? The combined worth of all their possessions barely surpassed a strand of his hair. A single biscuit required division among the 3. Seeking compensation from them seemed futile. Enough of such troublesome thoughts. Little Firehorse, propel Musashi and Meowth into the heavens. Yu commanded. Encountering such a band of brigands was disheartening. He felt no urge to retaliate, yet could not simply eliminate them. Life was indeed challenging. To be a villain and yet remain so impoverished was a sign of failure. Wait. First, tell us where Kojiro's home is. Musashi and Meowth protested, struggling, only to hear a neigh, followed by their ascent into the sky, transforming into 2 shooting stars. There, amidst the clouds, they conversed. Is Kojiro truly worth several million? We would gladly sell him, but we lack knowledge of his whereabouts. Fear not. Through rigorous interrogation, we shall uncover it. Yes, selling Kojiro will lead us to wealth, elevating us to the ranks of the affluent. Meowth's face radiated bliss. Yu furrowed his brow. If he did not mishear, the sounds carried on the wind appeared to be those of joy. These 2, one possessing a physique stronger than 10 men beneath a woman's facade, and the other, a being not of this world, were indeed peculiar. Their thought processes deviated from the norm, yet this was expected. Now, my dear cousin, you have 3 minutes to contemplate what might sway me. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Yu stated. Kojiro gazed at Yu, pondering for 3 seconds, drew a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Then, in a dramatic gesture of surrender, he knelt at Yu's feet, clutching his leg. Cousin, no, master, I am quite pitiable. I do not wish to marry. I do not long for the life of the elite. Spare me the formalities. I yearn for freedom, to live unrestrained each day. Have compassion for me. I am truly wretched. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, rendering even the normally indifferent Xiao a rare expression of sympathy. Yu looked down, feeling no sympathy, but rather amusement. After all, he was well aware of the circumstances that led to this predicament. It was entirely Kojiro's own folly. In his youth, at a banquet, he had been captivated by Rumika's beauty, falling in love at first sight. He lusted after her form without truly knowing her, hastily contemplating marriage. Upon closer contact, he discovered her true nature, a lady's exterior concealing a queen's heart, often wielding a whip, which made him falter and flee. Was this not the result of his own desires? How base. Yet, witnessing his sorrowful weeping brought Yu a certain delight. Thus, considering the joy derived from his tears, he decided to spare Kojiro's life for the time being. Yu pondered, reaching into his pocket to extract a substantial sum, which he tossed to Kojiro. Consider this my sponsorship. Depart swiftly. Delay further, and you may find it impossible to leave. Money. Kojiro's eyes sparkled as he seized the cash, ecstatic. Cousin, I love you. You shall be my benefactor. With that, Kojiro dashed away, exuberance radiating from every pore. Yu shook his head, bemused by the carefree spirit of his cousin. Is Kojiro's family wealthy? Ash questioned, puzzled. If he can command a bounty of several million, surely they must be affluent. Yet, why then do they seek to rob his Pikachu? Isn't that akin to a stray dog? Yu inquired. Ash turned, surveying the grand, European-style architecture of the school, and nodded in affirmation. It is indeed vast. His doghouse is of such size. Yu replied nonchalantly. What? Ash, Xia, and Brock's expressions faltered, their composure slipping. Collectively, their homes could not rival even a fraction of the school's grandeur, yet Kojiro's doghouse was comparably immense. Do not envy, nor be astonished. Such is fate, Yu remarked. The trio sighed deeply, suddenly recalling that the individual beside them was Kojiro's cousin, also from a wealthy family. In that moment, the significance of their own circumstances seemed to evaporate, and they quietly gathered their belongings, departing under the setting sun. Such fragile spirits, Yu mused, then turned. Preparing to resume training as midterms approached, it was essential to exert effort and prepare for a visit to the Sinnoh region. The court's conference was also on the horizon. Striving for graduation and participation seemed imperative. Perhaps he could also request a Pikachu or an EV from home. How charming, if it evolved into a Flareon. It could provide warmth during camping trips, sparing him from the chill of the night. Pokémon, as extraordinary beings in this world, served a purpose beyond mere combat. They were companions in life. For instance, when Gengars lurked in human shadows, they instinctively siphoned warmth from their hosts. Thus, even in the sweltering heat of summer, Yu felt a refreshing coolness, unburdened by concerns of overusing air conditioning and falling ill, for Gengar would regulate the temperature. Meanwhile, Shengdai remained lost in contemplation, pondering whether victory in Pokémon battles stemmed from knowledge gleaned from textbooks, or if the true essence of Pokémon dueling lay in Pikachu employing fighting techniques. Was his understanding of Pokémon insufficient? How does one command Pokémon? Chapter 9. The midterm examination approaches. Silence enveloped the room as students diligently tackled their papers. With no whispering aloud, the distribution of test papers commenced. In the examination hall of the Pokémon Academy, the proctor began handing out the sheets. Yilong gracefully inscribed his name before picking up his pen to answer the questions. 1. How many heads does a Weezing have? A. 1B, 2C, 3D. 2 or 3. He was momentarily taken aback. What an explosive question to start with. At first glance, this seemed straightforward. Even those unfamiliar with Weezing would likely deduce that Weezing implies duality. If it weren't 2, why would it be called Weezing? Those who had encountered a Weezing would also lean towards 2 heads. Yet, the truth is, some Weezing, which feed on toxic gases, can indeed have 3 heads. Although this occurrence is exceedingly rare. Compared to that, shiny variants are almost commonplace. If it weren't for his great aunt being a master of the poison type, Yi would have surely erred on this question. Thus, he confidently selected D. Continuing through the exam, he slipped into a state of focus akin to a battle god, answering each question with fervor. As seconds ticked away, the other students wrestled with their queries, some pulling at their hair and stamping their feet in frustration. But to no avail. After what felt like an eternity, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. Yu and his peers slumped exhaustedly into their chairs. Those who typically performed well wore expressions of sorrow, lamenting their perceived poor performance, while others who usually scraped by were exuberant. Confident they would pass with a score of at least 60, any extra points deemed wasteful. Those at the bottom, however, resembled the top achievers, despondent as if mourning a loss. Yu stretched his limbs, not voicing any concerns about his performance. His real trouble lay in having offended the headstrong Shaddai, leaving him isolated in the academy with no one to engage in conversation. A missed opportunity for bravado. He made his way to the communication room for a video call home. Before long, a poised matron appeared on the screen, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Yu. Little Yu, what a surprise to hear from you today, she exclaimed. Today marks the end of the midterm exams. While the results aren't in yet, I believe I am among the top 3. So I will likely be heading to Sinnoh to join Professor Rowan on an archaeological expedition. Please let Mom know, Yu replied. To Sinnoh? The matron's expression shifted to concern. Yu's grandfather had perished in a relic there, rendering it a place of ill omen for the Yi family. Yes, it's a rare opportunity to learn from Professor Rowan, and it feels quite appealing. Moreover, it's a chance for inter-regional travel. A little adventure in Sinnoh sounds splendid. Yu reassured her. Just be cautious, the matron advised after a moment's thought. While she harbored reservations, she acknowledged her son was going to learn. Not to guard as his grandfather had. I trust you will be safe. Rest assured, I am quite adept at preserving my life, Yi replied. By the way, Mom, have you managed to procure a Pikachu for me? Not yet. I'm still selecting the right one, which requires some time, she explained. Does it truly take that long? Aren't there plenty of Pikachu around? Yu inquired, puzzled. There are many, but few possess good potential. As the representative of our lineage, the Pokémon you choose must be exceptional. Even with the Pikachu, we must evaluate its lineage and the prowess of its parents across 3 generations. Without a champion in the family tree, what right does it have to be your Pokémon? She asserted matter-of-factly. Mom, I just want a companion for fun. It doesn't need to be so serious, Yu protested. If the standards are so stringent, the suitable Pikachu would be exceedingly rare. Fear not. I will take my time to select the best for you, and I will also scout for Pokémon with champion bloodlines. While our family is known for ghost types, we cannot solely rely on them. Otherwise, it would be challenging to find a girlfriend. I count on you to carry on our legacy, she responded nonchalantly. Mom, I'm just a little over 10, Yu retorted. 13 is the age for marriage. You have just 3 years left. Besides, being born in February. You are no different from those who are 11. Keep at it, she encouraged. Mom, I have things to attend to. I'm hanging up now, Yu said, opting to end the conversation rather than navigate the awkward topic further. Each time we touch on this subject, you hang up. Look at Professor Oak's grandson, Shigeru. He has 6 girlfriends. The matron exclaimed, exasperated. Mom, women only hinder my ability to command Pokémon, Yu stated earnestly. Isn't that a strong stance for a single guy? If you're truly capable, venture beyond the academy, she challenged. Are you implying that the academy isn't good enough? Isn't this your establishment? Yu pointed out. Enough of that. You've been here long enough to understand this situation. What can you cultivate in a sheltered environment? Today's Elite Four are all seasoned adventurers, continually seeking challenges. Every Pokémon master is, at heart, a brave and fearless explorer. The official routes traveled by Alliance trainers were forged by their endeavors. How can you justify the claims of the Pokémon Victory Academy? How do so many still believe in it? Yu inquired, genuinely intrigued. When the school was established, the intent was to enrich students' knowledge of Pokémon and prepare them adequately before entering the league. After all, there are many leagues to challenge post-graduation. Initially, the results were remarkable, with half of the top 8 in competitions being our students. However, as affluent families began to pull strings, the nature of the institution shifted. A particularly harrowing incident where a student was nearly killed by a bear tick led to a near closure of the school. Since then, it has devolved into mere theoretical learning, with simulations as a supplementary practice, she recounted. Such a backstory, Yu exclaimed, genuinely taken aback by this revelation. Few are aware of this now, and you naturally wouldn't know either. The current state of the school resembles a kindergarten, where students are pushed to become high-level trainers based solely on methodologies, masquerading as elite trainers to inflate numbers for the court's conference. How else would they attract new students? The marketing slogans are merely for show, she explained. Then why did you send me here? Yu queried, baffled. You know the circumstances of our family. In the previous generation, only your great-aunt was left. And in this generation, it's just your father and aunt. Your aunt shows no inclination to marry, likely following in your great-aunt's footsteps. You are the sole hope for the next generation. Your uncle's family is only your older cousin. If he doesn't return, your uncle is counting on you to provide an heir. What happens if you were to encounter misfortune? Your primary duty is to survive and carry on our lineage. I do not demand you to struggle. Everything is prepared for you. All roads lead to Rome, and your birthright has already paved your path. Once you've ensured 10 or 8 grandchildren, you can indulge in your whims, she stated. Mom, I'm not even a burden yet. And you're already planning for the next generation. Yu complained. If you're so eager, why not have another child yourself? Had it not been for the exhaustion you caused me, I would have considered it long ago. Thus, it's on you to strive, learn from Shigeru, and find several girlfriends. After all, our family can support you. Someone like Shigdai from your academy would be a fine choice. Hurry and secure her. If it comes to it, bigamy isn't a crime. You could serve a few years in prison, but no worries, our family has connections to ensure you a VIP cell. She concluded. Mom, you must be joking. Shigdai, who stumbles over her words and is already a tea ceremony master at such a young age. Spare me, Yu replied. Speaking of which, I brought you here with the intention of allowing you to engage with society. While we don't need to cling to anyone, it's essential to cultivate necessary relationships. However, after your departure, you truly accomplished nothing, and you had no friends at all. They came to provoke me. It is not my fault. Moreover, you mentioned that I was born in Rome. Why exert oneself so? Yu remarked. Fine, suit yourself. But I have a friend who intends to enroll her daughter in a Pokémon school. This coincides with your return from your travels. So I expect you to take good care of her and ensure she is not bullied. Mother, you solemnly instructed. I shall do my utmost. Whoever dares to bully her, I shall confront, Yu replied. However, mother, your friend is either wealthy or noble, so the likelihood of her being bullied is rather low, isn't it? Yu added. Generally, yes, but this is an exception. She is rather shy and fearful of interacting with Pokémon. Ah? Afraid of interacting with Pokémon, yet attending a Pokémon school? Mother, do not jest with me. Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide. I have read extensively. Do not deceive me. Yet she adores Pokémon, mother, you said with a resigned expression, acknowledging her inability to change the situation. To love Pokémon yet fear touching them. What a peculiar affliction. Who could be so overly sensitive? Mother, shall we not give her a good thrashing? Such sentimentality can be resolved with a proper beating, Yu suggested. She is a young lady. Do not act disrespectfully, or I shall certainly punish you, the noblewoman retorted. A young lady, you say? Is she beautiful? Yu inquired. Indeed, she is, mother, you affirmed with a nod. Then it is quite adorable to love Pokémon yet refrain from contact. Yu mused. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman shot him a look. Had he not been her own flesh and blood, she would have reprimanded him vehemently. With countless words left unspoken, she could only distill her thoughts into a single phrase. Remember, take good care of her. No problem. By the way, what is her name? Yu asked. Lily AI. The noblewoman replied. Oh, Lily AI? Yu nodded, ending the call. He then stood up, suddenly realizing that a girl who loves Pokémon yet is afraid to touch them. A cute girl named Lily AI. Was not this the heroine from Alola? What brought her to Kanto? Chapter 10. Cynthia students. Welcome to the Sinnoh region, a land brimming with a plethora of Pokémon distinct from those in our Kanto region, announced the lead instructor, Sato, addressing the 9 students as they arrived at Sinnoh Airport. Accompanying them were 12 teachers and 24 teaching assistants, alongside the top 3 students from each of the beginner, intermediate, and advanced classes. When will we get to meet Dr. Cresselia? Shinda inquired eagerly. The examination results were consistent with previous years, with the top 3 positions remaining largely unchanged. Yu took first place, followed by Shinda and Takagawa. They will be here shortly. As per our arrangement, they will greet us at the airport, Sato responded, revealing that the archaeological site they were visiting was situated on the grounds of the Sasaki family, thus requiring a collaborative effort between the League and the family to develop the findings. Is it the Yufu Pokémon Academy? At that moment, a sweet voice chimed in, and a stunning blonde woman clad in black approached them. It's Cynthia. The students from the Pokémon Academy exclaimed joyfully, their eyes sparkling with excitement as if they were meeting an idol. Observing their reaction, Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of disbelief. While he too was eager to meet Cynthia, the enthusiasm seemed excessive. Indeed, you must be Miss Cynthia. I am Sato, the head of this delegation from the Yufu Pokémon Academy, he said as he instinctively adjusted his attire and approached her with a warm smile, extending his hand. Hello. Cynthia greeted, shaking Sato's hand. I was captivated by your elegance in photographs, but meeting you in person is truly enchanting, Sato remarked sincerely. Yu turned away, contemplating how different Sato appeared compared to his usual demeanor at school, where he often wore a stern expression. If this were recorded and shared online, I wonder how many views it would garner, he mused. Cynthia smiled gently, engaging in light conversation with Sato as they made their way to the exit. Upon spotting a few ice cream vendors, her eyes lit up momentarily. However, she chose to suppress her desire and continued onward, mindful of the group. Sato, perceptive to her fleeting interest, remarked, Miss Cynthia, do you enjoy ice cream? If you wish, we can pause for a moment. It's no trouble at all. Is that really appropriate? We should move swiftly to the ruins, Cynthia hesitated. It's merely a brief delay. Take your time to select the most delightful flavor. Sato encouraged with a gentlemanly smile. Thank you, Mr. Sato, Cynthia replied with a cheerful grin as she dashed toward the ice cream stand. How beautiful, Sato sighed, suddenly realizing he might be smitten. How foolish, Yu echoed, sharing Sato's sentiment. What do you mean, Yu? Sato asked, glancing down. Have you never researched Cynthia? You should check the Pokémon League's beauty website. It contains detailed profiles of exceptional single female trainers from the last decade, including their interests and backgrounds. Before attempting to woo someone, it's wise to gather some information, Yu advised. Letting Cynthia, who struggles with decision-making, choose ice cream? Don't expect her to be done in a few hours. How did I not know about this site? Sato exclaimed, astonished. You didn't know? Oh, I forgot. It's a members-only site, and you're lacking in funds, Yu teased. Sato turned, his expression darkening as he glared at Yu. Repeat that. And don't think I want to confront you just because you're the nephew of a shareholder. I'm practically your distant uncle. All right. I'll share the information with you, though your chances may be slim. After all, Cynthia hails from a powerful family. She is incredibly talented, younger, and more attractive than you, with a lineage far superior. Yu patted Sato on the shoulder. Let us skip this topic and focus on Cynthia. What is wrong with her buying ice cream? As Yeyu spoke, Sato's face twitched with each word, and after a moment, he replied, "How about a wager? If Cynthia returns within 20 minutes, I won't bother you for 3 months and we'll share some exclusive information. If she doesn't return in that time, you 1 medal with me or report to my mother." Deal, Sato agreed after a brief hesitation, convinced that buying ice cream couldn't possibly take 20 minutes. Cynthia, having won multiple championships, would never be that indecisive. Yeyu smirked triumphantly. "You're bound to lose." 20 minutes later, Cynthia had not returned. Yeyu looked at Sato with a gleeful grin, while Sato hung his head, defeated. Yeyu approached the ice cream stand and found Cynthia still deliberating over 3 flavors. Her eyes darting back and forth as she muttered to herself, "Strawberry sounds delicious, vanilla is good too, chocolate is also tempting. Which one should I choose?" Rolling his eyes, Yeyu thought, had anyone told him this was the future champion of the Sinnoh region, he would have never believed it. With a sigh, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to the vendor, declaring, "I'll take all your ice cream." "Sold. Thank you," the vendor exclaimed, ecstatic at the unexpected windfall, and hurried off. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Cynthia protested, surprised that he intended to buy everything. "If you struggle that much with choices, just take it all. Whether you can finish it or not is trivial. Besides, you have plenty of company," Yeyu replied. "That makes sense," Cynthia exclaimed, her eyes brightening. "What's your name?" "Yeyu. Are you the nephew of the Jukiko champion?" she asked, intrigued. "Indeed," Yeyu shrugged, feeling the weight of his famous shadow. "How skilled are your Pokémon? Would you care for a battle?" Cynthia asked. "I just received mine this year. I'm quite inexperienced," Yeyu replied without a second thought. He had grown up in a premier household, receiving elite training, and while his command skills were nearly at an elite level, his Pokémon were only of intermediate strength. Cynthia, if he wasn't mistaken, was on track to become the champion by year's end, making her a top-tier trainer. Given the vast disparity in their abilities, was it even a match? It would be more akin to a slaughter. "Oh," Cynthia nodded, realizing her oversight regarding his experience. "If you're that inexperienced, there's no point in battling. I have no interest in defeating underskilled opponents." Chapter 11. Absol. Upon leaving the airport, Yeyu and his companions boarded a bus, embarking towards their destination. Zhua Cheng lavished attention upon Sharona, yet regrettably, she paid him no heed, contentedly relishing the delightful taste of her ice cream. Meanwhile, a group of students began reviewing the materials related to their expedition, although they had already perused them during the flight. They felt compelled to revisit the information to avoid any embarrassment. Feeling somewhat bored, Yeyu also glanced through the materials. The ruins they were investigating had been unexpectedly revealed by a minor earthquake. Preliminary assessments indicated that the structure was at least 3,000 years old, possibly even older. Furthermore, the documentation suggested a connection to the creation myths of Sinnoh, leading to the involvement of Dr. Giselin and Sharona, both experts in mythology and historical archaeology. Yeyu pondered deeply. If the ruins were indeed related to mythical creatures, perhaps they could shed light on a long-held question of the combat prowess of these legendary beings. Pokémon with a base stat total exceeding 580, typically not requiring 3 stages of evolution, are generally referred to as mythical creatures, residing at the pinnacle of the Pokémon hierarchy. In various fanfictions, they are depicted as all-powerful entities capable of cataclysmic destruction, allowing protagonists to confront even the mightiest foes with merely a couple of these creatures. However, fanfiction serves only as a loose reference. The games, animations, and comics carry greater authority. Yet, within these mediums, the strength of mythical Pokémon varies dramatically. In games, levels and strategies dictate outcomes, and even a legendary Pokémon can be defeated by a well-prepared team. Furthermore, one cannot assume that a Pokémon incapable of flight can be struck by a ground-based attack. In comics, even a small creature like a Swinub can confront a Ho-Oh. The animations present even greater fluctuations. In a canonical series, the formidable primal Groudon and Kyogre nearly obliterated the Hoenn region, leading to the dissolution of the Aqua and Magma teams, while in a less serious context, an individual on the Orange Islands managed to capture 3 legendary birds and severely injure a Lugia, with Giratina almost falling to a single trainer. Each animated series and film typically revolves around villains capturing first-tier legendary Pokémon, prompting the protagonist to rescue them, revealing that such beings do not hold as much prestige as one might assume. Yeyu inquired of Giozzi, but she merely suggested he discover the truth for himself, hinting that this might be an opportunity. As he contemplated, the vehicle screeched to a halt, nearly causing Yeyu to collide with the seat in front of him. Irritated, he exclaimed, "What happened?" "Someone suddenly ran out in front," the driver explained, looking innocent. Yeyu rose and gazed ahead, spotting a group of individuals sprinting, wielding hoes and shovels, in pursuit of a pure white Pokémon that was effortlessly fleeing. Absol, Yu declared, recognizing the pursued creature. The legendary disaster Pokémon, enveloped in a curse of misfortune, is said to bring calamity upon its appearance, leading people to drive it deep into the mountains, making it a rare sight. Shang Dai also stood to observe the Absol outside, recalling what he had learned in school. A curse of misfortune? That's just superstitious nonsense. Do you really believe in that? Yu retorted. Absol is naturally endowed with the ability to sense impending disasters and, out of kindness, warns nearby residents of the approaching peril. Thus, whenever one sees an Absol, disaster follows. However, it is crucial to clarify that it is not the presence of Absol that causes disaster. The relationship between the two must be understood. Pokémon possess unique abilities. For instance, some Gengars can inflict curses, while the Dark-type Pokémon can communicate with the spirit world, and Darkrai can induce nightmares in those who approach it. Ghost and Dark types are inherently peculiar. Shengdai countered. Research into Pokémon has been an eternal topic since their inception, particularly concerning the Psychic, Ghost, and Dark types, which wield extraordinary abilities unavailable to ordinary Pokémon, leaving no one bold enough to claim complete understanding. Centuries ago, whenever someone was on the verge of death, a flock of Murkrows would appear, leading people to view Murkrow as harbingers of death and develop an instinctual aversion to them. However, 15 years prior, Professor Oak published a paper clarifying that Murkrows appeared merely due to the decaying scent emitted by dying individuals, thus establishing that human death bore no connection to Murkrow. Yi chose not to argue with Shang Dai but calmly stated, "You mean to suggest that disasters summon Absol, rather than Absol bringing disasters?" "Precisely," Sharona affirmed, wiping ice cream from her mouth with a napkin. Yi nodded, about to speak further when he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy. A fierce vacuum wave was directed at Absol. "Gengar, use Shadow Ball," Yu commanded instinctively. Although Absol was cloaked in white, it was a Dark-type Pokémon, and a Fighting-type vacuum wave would cause significant damage. He could not abide the notion of a well-intentioned warning being met with hostility, especially when it involved a Pokémon. A sinister laughter echoed as a specter erupted from Yu's shadow, soaring through the window to confront Absol, neutralizing the vacuum wave with a Shadow Ball. Absol leaped onto a hillside, regarding the suddenly appearing Gengar with a hint of curiosity before swiftly vanishing from sight. "Where did you come from?" an irate voice demanded, revealing a furious boy with yellow hair, commanding a Machoke, glaring indignantly at Gengar. Ignoring him, Gengar merely returned to the bus. The boy, displeased, shouted towards the vehicle, "Whoever's Gengar that is, come down. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? We exerted tremendous effort to capture Absol. Not my concern. I only know you nearly flipped our bus, and without even an apology, your manners are truly appalling. Besides, since when has the League permitted a mob to chase down Pokémon with weapons?" Yi replied, "What do you know? We're capturing it, not just catching it. Absol is a disaster Pokémon and needs to be driven away," the boy insisted. "Unjustly capturing a Pokémon that poses no threat to humans is an illegal act. As a Pokémon trainer, you find yourself engaging in criminal behavior. How utterly ridiculous." Yi scoffed. "What did you say?" The boy, now enraged, prepared to command Machoke to attack. "Nilo, do not be rude. This is a guest of my grandmother," Sharona interjected, recognizing the boy. "Cousin, what are you doing here? Are they the ones from that Pokémon school?" Nilo inquired, bewildered. "Indeed, Yu is the grandson of the Ghost-type champion Gyozi from Kanto," Sharona introduced, though she found it somewhat absurd that her younger cousin was running amok, ruining her ice cream experience. Nevertheless, he was family, and there was little to be done. The champion's grandson. No wonder he's so arrogant. But what does that matter? It's still their fault for letting Absol escape. Do you understand the trouble this could cause? That is a disaster Pokémon, and if it isn't dealt with, there will be dire consequences for us, jeopardizing our research," Nilo exclaimed. Although aware of Yu's esteemed lineage, he remained unconcerned. Being young, he lacked the foresight of adults, and his own background was also impressive, albeit in a different region. He felt little need to tread carefully. Yes, that's a disaster Pokémon. If it gets away, it could lead to even greater danger. What are we to do? We cannot allow that disaster Pokémon to escape. Upon the completion of Nilo's words, a collective outcry arose from the crowd behind him, consisting of villagers residing in the vicinity. Life had once been tranquil, yet with the arrival of Absol, calamities began to unfold, leading them to believe that Absol was the source of their woes. "Silence. You incessantly chant about calamities. Do you truly comprehend the nature of Absol?" Yi retorted, exasperated. "Who led you to claim that all these misfortunes are Absol's fault?" A villager interjected, "This has been the narrative throughout history. How could it possibly be erroneous?" Yi countered, Is history always correct? Throughout time, merchants have remained lowly. If you possess the audacity, confront the wealthy and declare their status as inferior. The villager, taken aback by Yiyu's incisive remark, felt a flush of embarrassment and remained speechless. Chapter 12, Confrontation with Nilo. Is the ruin not far from here? Yiyu inquired of Sharona. Indeed, Sharona replied. Otherwise, Nilo and his companions would not have come. The presence of Absol nearby could potentially disturb the ruins, which is why these events have transpired. Then it stands to reason that the ruins might also be affected, Yiyu murmured. It's only natural for there to be a bit of danger since the ruins emerged due to the earthquake. He took out his phone and dialed a number. After a brief moment, the call connected. Uncle Lou, you're responsible for the ruins, right? Yes. Are you on your way? I'm quite busy today and unable to pick you up, so please don't take offense. But having such a beautiful woman like Sharona to accompany you is certainly better than me, came a jovial voice from the other end. That's not why I'm calling. Since you're here, could you please check if there are any issues nearby? The arrival of Absol indicates that a disaster is imminent, Yiyu explained. Isn't it sufficient to just drive away, Absol? Dr. Jelly and others have already sent someone to handle it, the middle-aged man replied. Try searching online for when Absol was driven away, and you'll see that the disaster will resolve itself. The presence of Absol does not cause the disaster, rather. It is the disaster that draws Absol, Yiyu asserted. Are you sure about that? This isn't a joke. Dr. Folin said that driving away Absol would suffice. Uncle Lou remarked. That's what Dr. Oki and I discussed, Yiyu clarified. Dr. Oki said so? Very well, I will make arrangements immediately. Uncle Lou agreed without hesitation, preparing to take action. As for Dr. Folin, his authority pales in comparison to that of Dr. Oki. Feeling the stark contrast in treatment, Yiyu silently tucked his phone away. Indeed, the words of a mere character lacked weight. One must draw upon the authority of a tiger's skin. Apologies, Dr. Oki, for placing the burden on you. I shall send you 2 boxes of instant noodles as an apology. Placing his phone in his pocket, Yiyu addressed the crowd. Instead of idly chatting, it would be more prudent to investigate the nearby disasters before seeking solutions. Now, await the results. Teacher Xiaoqing, you handle this. With that, he turned and went back to sleep. Xiaoqing rolled his eyes. You little brat, who do you think you are? Just because you say so, I should take over? The villagers, momentarily stunned by Yiyu's unexpected authority, soon began to murmur, demanding an explanation. Sighing, Xiaoqing realized he had no choice but to intervene. For he was the leading teacher. He tossed out 2 Pokeballs, and in a flash of crimson light, a fearsome Ursaring and a robust Agron appeared, standing like imposing guardians. With his 2 Pokemon by his side, Xiaoqing addressed the crowd. We are students and faculty from the Kanto Pokemon School, here to conduct a ruin investigation and assist those in need. It is our duty, so please remain calm. We will investigate the situation and help you. The villagers exchanged glances, contemplating the presence of the 2 formidable Pokemon, uncertain if dissent would lead to dire consequences. Eventually, they turned to Nilo, seeking his decision. Initially, they had not perceived any issues until Nilo claimed there was a problem with Absol, citing numerous examples that swayed their belief. Now, with the situation halted, they looked to him for direction. Cousin, do you truly trust that little brat? Dr. Folin has stated that there is an issue with Absol, Nilo declared without hesitation. I shall refrain from commenting on unverified matters, but if it is Dr. Oki's words, I believe them to be true, regardless of whether Absol is the cause. Its presence signifies a problem that must be addressed, Sharona interjected. Although she hailed from Sinnoh, she was well aware of Dr. Oki's esteemed reputation in Pokémon research. In the current academic landscape, if he were to be considered the foremost authority, any debate on that would be inevitable. However, if he were ranked second, no one could rightfully claim the top spot. Dr. Fonlin, being a scholar of Sinnoh mythology, was in a completely different league compared to Dr. Oki in the realm of Pokémon. However, if the disaster is indeed caused by Absol, the situation will not be resolved without addressing it. That merely treats the symptoms, not the root cause, Nilo insisted. Why not have a duel with Yiyu? Whoever wins will have the final say, Sharona suggested. Fine, I challenge you, Yiyu. We shall battle, and the victor will determine what happens, Nilo shouted, stepping aside to prepare for combat. Yiyu rolled his eyes and turned to Sharona. I didn't intend to fight. Yet, without a duel, Nilo would not relent. If one wished to protect Absol, it was imperative to earn Nilo's respect, whether through genuine admiration or mere obedience. Moreover, Sharona approached Yiyu, suddenly leaning in close and whispering in his ear, help me teach him a lesson. He ruined my ice cream and dirted my face, and he dares to show himself before me. Yiyu momentarily froze, his gaze fixating on her. Sharona wore loose clothing, and given his slightly shorter stature, this angle allowed him to catch a glimpse of a beautiful vista. Truly, the scenery was breathtaking. Realizing for the first time how his smaller frame could be advantageous, he reflected on Sharona's age. She was merely 18, yet had developed splendidly. Are you worried about not being able to win? Fear not. I am well aware of Nilo's strength. As long as you utilize that Gastly effectively, victory is assured. Sharona reassured him. In lower-tier battles, ghost and psychic types typically excel against their peers. But he is your cousin. Blood is thicker than water. Yu pondered, still hesitant. That is irrelevant, Sharona countered. Very well, Yu acquiesced. Although the view was delightful, lingering too long might lead to unwanted consequences. It was prudent to engage in battle. Given Sharona's keen judgment, he had faith in her assessment. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, Nilo's chest bore the emblem of the prestigious Starry Pokémon School from the Sinnoh region. Generally, students from Pokémon schools were not of elite caliber, as those of such skill would have graduated directly. Nilo appeared to be roughly the same age, implying he had not held on to his Pokémon for long. A confrontation would be fitting. Though he was not fond of risks, his love for Pokémon compelled him to protect them from unnecessary harm, especially from those who, despite good intentions, might inadvertently bring calamity. The villagers were manageable. They could hardly capture Absol. Resolving the issue with Nilo would suffice. Come now, Yu. Showcase the prowess of the top student in the junior class. Yaoqing stepped aside to act as referee, as he supported anything the goddess endorsed. Yu dismounted from the vehicle and stood opposite Nilo. Come forth, my beloved Torterra? With a flourish, Nilo threw his Pokeball, and a colossal tortoise materialized in the arena. Yu's gaze swept over the creature, instinctively recalling its data, the second evolution of the grass-type starter from the Sinnoh region. Similar to Kanto's Ivysaur. However, in contrast to Ivysaur, which possessed dual grass and poison attributes and exhibited agility for various strategies, Torterra's capabilities were rather limited due to its slow speed and lack of disruptive control moves. He believed he could easily handle the situation. All right, Gastly. It's your turn to shine, Yu announced. With a mischievous giggle, Gastly emerged from behind Yu. Let the battle between Yu and Nilo commence. Each side may only utilize one Pokémon, and substitutions are not permitted. The match concludes when one Pokémon is rendered unable to battle. Nilo shall take the first move. Zuocheng stood in the central path. Yu cast a glance, exclaiming, Have you lost your way? Which school's principal are you, anyway? Moreover, you completely disregard the feelings of the goddess, assuming you're her cousin and trying to curry favor. How naive. No wonder you're single. Forest Tortoise, unleash Leaf Blade. Nilo commanded decisively. The forest tortoise crouched on the ground, countless leaves swirling around it, transforming into sharp blades that soared toward Gengsi. Dodge, and harbor your resentment. Yi remarked nonchalantly. Gengsi swiftly moved, exhibiting what it truly meant to be elusive, effortlessly evading all the leaf blades. With piercing eyes, it fixed its gaze upon Forest Tortoise, a dark violet aura descending upon it. Suddenly, the Forest Tortoise felt an inexplicable weight upon its body. Resentment consumes the opponent's Pokémon stamina, thereby preventing them from executing their abilities. Forest Tortoise, do not panic. Use photosynthesis, Nilo instructed. The Forest Tortoise trembled, as the large leaves on its shell radiated a brilliant light. Sunlight cascaded down, enveloping the creature in a golden glow, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan tortoise. We can replenish our stamina directly from sunlight, thanks to our plant-type affinity, Nilo declared proudly, casting a glance at Yu. However, Yu paid him no mind. Swiftly issuing another command. Toxic. Gengsi darted forward in a flash, approaching the Forest Tortoise, who was engaged in photosynthesis and unable to make sudden movements. The purple aura infiltrated the Forest Tortoise, and it immediately succumbed, its face turning a shade of violet. Forest Tortoise, use bite. Upon witnessing the tortoise's poisoning, Nilo panicked. While photosynthesis could restore stamina, it could not negate abnormal statuses. Hearing this, the Forest Tortoise revealed a fierce expression, leaping into action like a mighty tiger, exuding dark energy as it aimed to bite Gengsi fiercely. Earthquake, Yu's voice remained unwavering. Gengsi transformed into a shadow, landing gracefully on the ground, drifting away with ease. The Forest Tortoise landed with a mighty thud, causing cracks to form in the earth, an impressive display, yet inflicting zero damage. All right, Gengsi. Unleash your full potential Shadow Clone and Shadow Ball. Stay away. Don't be reckless. Yu commanded. We've almost done it. The Forest Tortoise is poisoned. All we need to do is buy some time, and it will eventually succumb, unless the Forest Tortoise can strike Gengsi before it completely exhausts its stamina. However, given the Forest Tortoise's painfully slow speed, catching up to Gengsi would take an eternity. Gengsi displayed an odd grin, producing 10 or so clones through Shadow Clone, subsequently taunting and harassing the Forest Tortoise in various ways. The Forest Tortoise exhaled 2 puffs of white steam from its nostrils. emitting an enraged roar as it unleashed a series of powerful attacks, further depleting its stamina. How dare you avoid a fair fight with me? Always hiding. What kind of man are you? Nilo exclaimed in frustration. Yi rolled his eyes, completely ignoring him. Or have I not fought fairly? Or must one engage in a head-on confrontation to be considered honorable? If that were the case, what would I do with my ghost-type Pokémon? With a pure heart and no malice, why would I resort to ghostly tactics? Facing a ghost-type trainer without this level of AC is unacceptable. On a nearby hillside, a peculiar Pokémon observed the battle, pondering whether these two were fighting because of it. Chapter 13. The clear disaster. The forest turtle could no longer withstand the immense drain on its stamina, collapsing onto the ground and revealing its large, circular eyes. The forest turtle, having lost its combat capability, conceded victory to Yu. Zhucheng rendered his judgment. Reluctantly, Nilo reclaimed the forest turtle, glaring fiercely at Yu and declaring, "One day, I shall defeat you and your despicable tactics." With that, Nilo departed without uttering another word. The villagers followed suit. "A sore loser," Yi remarked, shaking his head. "It appears you aren't much older than Nilo, perhaps even younger," Sharona interjected, her expression betraying her amusement. Despite Yi's triumph, her words seemed rather inconsistent with the situation. "But I am mature," Yi retorted. Sharona peered at him, skeptical. "Mature? I fail to see it." Yi rolled his eyes and reclined in the vehicle as the driver continued onward. Soon, they arrived at the site of the archaeological expedition. Yi beheld the ancient ruins, predictably dilapidated and old. Venturing further was impossible, as the main structure lay underground, obscured from view for now. The primary overseer, Dr. Mustard Seed, had not come to greet them. In her eyes, a group of students merely following in pursuit of knowledge held little significance. After dinner, Dr. Mustard Seed finally arrived, a kindly elderly woman whose face was etched with the marks of time. "Students of the Yutong Pokémon Academy, on behalf of the research team, I warmly welcome your arrival." Yu listened attentively to her formalities, nodding in acknowledgement, though his mind had already drifted elsewhere. Such formalities were merely for show. To take them to heart would be naively foolish. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Dr. Mustard Seed abruptly shifted to the crux of the matter. "It brings me joy to see your passion for Pokémon history. But I must emphasize that archaeological work involving Pokémon is a sacred endeavor. Excavating ruins requires utmost caution, as the artifacts you may encounter are likely one-of-a-kind and irreplaceable. Therefore, you must approach this task with reverence. Additionally, these ruins may not always be safe. You must prioritize your own safety. Do you understand?" "Yes." The students chorused in unison. "Excellent," Dr. Mustard Seed continued. "Tomorrow, we will commence your week-long excavation study. You will be divided into 3 groups according to your grade levels, each assigned to a research team. Your specific mentors will be announced tomorrow. Remember, throughout this week, you must adhere strictly to the guidance of your team leader." The students reiterated their commitment to diligent study before dispersing to their respective rooms. Upon returning to his chamber, Yu had barely settled in when the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he was greeted by a meticulously dressed middle-aged man. "Uncle Le, you've arrived. How goes the investigation?" Yu welcomed him inside. "Our preliminary investigation indicates no significant signs of hazardous disasters within a 100-mile radius of the ruins," Uncle Le replied. "There's no need to dwell on the preliminary findings. What about the results from the in-depth study?" Yu inquired. "Ah, Xiaoyu, you've always been rather unappealing since childhood, unlike young Master Zulong, who, despite his rebellious nature in adulthood, was quite charming as a child, easily persuaded." Uncle Le sighed deeply. Yu shot him a sidelong glance, adopting a casual demeanor that suggested he was merely indulging in banter. "All right, enough jesting. Let us get to the matter at hand. After receiving the preliminary results, I intended to report back to you and leave it at that, considering the extensive funding required for a deeper investigation. However, I knew you would not let me off that easily, so I conducted a more thorough investigation." Uncle Lu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "We discovered that the soil in the vicinity is unstable. Following the recent earthquake, the geological structure here has been compromised. Should inclement weather arise, landslides could occur. According to the Weather Bureau, heavy rainfall is forecasted in 3 days. Will this affect the nearby villages and the ruins?" Yu asked. "Certainly. If a disaster were to strike, both the villages and the ruins would be within the danger zone. Without any preparations, casualties could exceed our worst fears," Uncle Lu cautioned. "Then, why are you still sitting here? Hurry and notify Dr. Mustard Seed and the others to prepare. They must disperse those rain clouds and summon some grass-type Pokémon to stabilize the soil and rocks. If all else fails, we could bring in a few bombardier to obliterate the surrounding hills," Yu urged. "Failing to foresee a disaster is one thing. Foreseeing it, with the capabilities of our technology, is quite manageable. I wanted you to announce this news, Uncle Lu replied. Do I need to take the spotlight? No, Uncle Lu. I am not in want of opportunities to showcase myself, Yi retorted. This is an opportunity for you to fully exhibit your talents, not merely to show off. In this generation, you and young Master Zilong are the only ones capable, yet neither of you is easy to manage, Uncle Lu lamented. I'm quite content with my situation, and strictly speaking, I am an outsider. The responsibility primarily lies with my cousin, Yi replied, acknowledging that he did not share the surname Sasaki. If you had more children and allowed one of them to change their surname, inheriting the family business would be feasible, Uncle Lu suggested. That presents a problem for me. Money beyond a certain threshold becomes indistinguishable from mere numbers. The centuries-old wealth of the Qiao Jin family is more than enough for me. The riches of the Sasaki family would be welcome, but I remain indifferent, Yi shrugged. Furthermore, the disputes over inheritance among wealthy families seem like an interminable hassle. Why should I involve myself, especially when my opponents appear to be far less reliable? Very well. Both you and young Master Zilong are individuals of strong opinion. You have always been resolute, so my words hold little weight. If you choose not to speak, then let me take the lead. Nevertheless, once this begins, your excavation of the ruins is likely to be delayed, Uncle Lu remarked. That's fine. Consider it a vacation. I'll take the opportunity to observe the Pokémon of the Sinnoh region. If luck permits, perhaps I might capture a few, Yi mused. Capture Pokémon? Xiaoyu, were you attempting to capture the Absol during your duel with Nilo? If so, I can gather information on that particular Absol for you, and have a general outline ready by noon tomorrow, Uncle Lu offered. There's no need. I simply wish to ensure that Absol does not suffer. Whatever happens, happens, Yi replied nonchalantly. To him, apart from demigods and legendary Pokémon, he was content to leave matters to fate. Even for demigods, to some extent, he could be flexible, as demigod offspring could be purchased. However, the usual channels for acquiring them were the black market, and the origins of those demigod offspring were all too clear. Without trade, there can be no harm. Yi was not capable of eradicating evil. He feared for his life, but he could choose not to partake. Chapter 14. The Injured Absol, What is going on? After such a long journey, we cannot begin our research immediately, complained Shindai as she sat in the hall. Indeed, I wish to learn from Dr. Mustard in depth. Takagawa echoed with disdain as he gazed at the book in his hands. Why must we read when we are in Sinnoh? Would it be permissible for me to study alongside my grandmother instead? At that moment, a voice resonated, prompting Shindai and Takagawa to rise in unison and gaze outside, their faces lighting up with joy. Miss Cynthia, what brings you here? Yayo, who had not yet joined the discussion group and was busy nurturing a bond with her Ponyta, also expressed her curiosity. Because I am the teacher originally intended to guide you in archaeology. An unforeseen circumstance has arisen, preventing our expedition for now. However, I can impart some foundational knowledge to prepare you for the upcoming archaeological adventure, Cynthia explained. Miss Cynthia, you are also an archaeologist? Shindai exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, since childhood, I have accompanied my grandmother, cultivating a keen interest in the myths and histories of Pokémon. Had it not been for the Champion League at the end of this year, I would have pursued a doctoral degree, Cynthia replied. That's incredible, Miss Cynthia, Takagawa said, his admiration evident. But won't that distract you? Shouldn't a Pokémon master be entirely focused, without any distractions? Shindai questioned. Not at all. This is merely one of my interests, and enhancing one's abilities is not limited to training Pokémon skills and honing strategies. Gaining knowledge in other areas can deepen your understanding of your Pokémon, such as learning history to comprehend their origins, Cynthia elucidated. Does knowing their origins contribute to battles? Takagawa inquired. For me, it certainly does. As for you, I cannot say. However, acquiring knowledge is never a disadvantage. A multitude of skills never hinders, Cynthia remarked. I see. I had thought one should be wholly dedicated to their tasks. Takagawa pondered. Cynthia nodded, then noticed Yayo, who had remained silent, and curiously asked, Everyone has questions. But you seem entirely unconcerned? Why should I be curious? Isn't it natural for a top trainer to have a side profession? Yayo replied, regarding the group with a quizzical expression. Is that so? Don't spout nonsense. Shindai retorted, asserting, being a trainer is a challenging path. One's energy is barely sufficient, let alone having a side gig. Yayo smiled subtly, and had he been wearing glasses, he would have adjusted them to reflect a gleam of wisdom. Nonetheless, he began to speak nonchalantly. The Kanto Elite Four, like the Dragon-type Master Lance, doubles as a prosecutor, combating crime across various regions. Fighting-type Master Shiba, known as the Karate King, oversees numerous dojos teaching Real combat. Ice-type Master Kanda moonlights as a Pokémon school lecturer, investing in the hot springs business on the Orange Islands, owning shares in most of the hot springs there. And my great aunt, the Ghost-type Master Kyuko, enjoys researching herbal magic, and plans to retire to become a gym leader. Shindai and Takagawa were left speechless, realizing for the first time how multifaceted the champions of their region truly were. Still, the ambitious Shindai maintained her stance. Even so, this may simply be an exception in the Kanto region. Is that so? In the Hoenn region, Champion Steven, a Steel-type Pokémon master, mines as a side profession, while Water-type Master May is the foremost coordinator, and Dragon-type Master Jins is a captain and ocean traveler, a bane to pirates. In the Unova region, Champion Alder is a travel blogger, known as the Living Unova Travel Encyclopedia. Ghost-type Master Drayden is a novelist. Dark-type Master In is the owner of the largest casino in Unova, and Fighting-type Master Lin is just like Shiba. In the Kalos region, Champion Diantha is a renowned film star, while Water-type Master Korona owns a restaurant, and Fire-type Master Pyra is a famous radio host. Yayo observed Shindai's growing astonishment and stated, "Do you really think anyone without a noteworthy side profession would dare to mingle in the circles of champions? You seem quite knowledgeable," Cynthia remarked, astonished at Yayo's awareness of such fascinating details. These are merely foundational facts, public knowledge really. They never intended to conceal it, after all. Champions are human too, and can have side professions. If one is willing to invest, this information is readily available. You simply haven't been paying attention, Yayo explained. As for the Kanto Elite Four, I know them all well. The only issue is that I often feel out of place among them due to my lack of flamboyance. Well then, let's speak of this later. For now, let us commence our studies, Cynthia declared. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the value of learning from Cynthia. And if an opportunity arose to acquire some battle techniques, it would be even better. At that moment, a white shadow darted past the door, accompanied by a sound that bore a hint of sorrow. Yayo furrowed her brow, wondering why it sounded so much like a dog-esque bark. Had someone nearby been mistreating a dog? Glancing outside, she saw an Absol trembling as it entered, gazing up at her with a glimmer of hope in its eyes before collapsing. Absol. Yayo's expression changed, and she rushed outside, kneeling beside the injured creature. The pristine white fur was marred by purple wounds, revealing the severity of its injuries. Severe wounds and poisoning. Without hesitation, Yayo scooped up Absol and dashed toward the Pokémon Center. "Miss Joy, hurry," she called as she entered. How could this poor creature sustain such grievous injuries? Miss Joy gasped upon seeing Absol's condition, promptly taking it from Yayo's arms and rushing it into the surgical room. Only then did Yayo exhale in relief, sitting down in a nearby chair, feeling exhausted from the journey. "Yayo, how is Absol?" Cynthia and the others caught up to her. "It's been taken into surgery. I do not yet know its fate. However, with Miss Joy attending, it should be all right," Yayo replied. "That's good to hear. Those villagers have gone too far, inflicting such harm on Absol." Takagawa expressed his discontent, though he was uncertain of the truth in Yayo's claims. As a Pokémon enthusiast, he could not bear to witness such cruelty. "It wasn't them," Yayo shook her head. "The wounds on Absol primarily stem from two Pokémon. One was a poison type, hence the toxic wounds, while the other, marked by slender claw marks, appears to be a feline Pokémon. The villagers do not possess such creatures. Neither does Nilo have poison type or feline Pokémon," Cynthia noted. "Could it have been a battle with wild Pokémon? How brutal," Takagawa remarked. "Perhaps," Yayo mused, glancing toward the surgical room. She recalled having seen the distribution map of Pokémon in the Sinnoh region, noting that this area was unsuitable for poison-type Pokémon, suggesting they should not be present. Nearby Yayo's residence, several individuals donned in uniforms resembling space suits appeared. In their negligence, they allowed that Absol to escape here. Let it be. It has fled to this location, and if we act now, we may draw too much attention. There is no need to risk jeopardizing Lord Chiri's affairs. Indeed, it was merely a fleeting one to hope to utilize its disaster-detecting abilities to ensure our future explorations of ruins are safer. Yet now that it has escaped, so be it. I hope this endeavor will not be in vain. Dialga and Palutena. Chapter 15. The hesitation of Absol as the surgical lights transition from red to green. Yu swiftly rose and dashed toward Nurse Joy and her Chansey. "Nurse Joy, how's Absol? How could you, as a trainer, allow it to sustain such severe injuries? It nearly perished." Nurse Joy reprimanded sternly, while Chansey waved its small arms in apparent disapproval of Yu. "Nurse Joy, I am not the trainer of this Pokémon. I have only met it twice. This is the second time," Yu replied innocently. "Oh, my apologies. Seeing how close it was to you, I assumed you were its trainer," Nurse Joy said, her expression turning awkward. "But what happened to that Absol? It has suffered grave wounds. Judging by the injuries, they were inflicted by a Toxicroak and a Persian. There are no such Pokémon nearby, so it must have been the trainer's doing. I thought perhaps you commanded it in battle, which led to this." Toxicroak, Persian. Yi raised an eyebrow, realizing her assumptions were correct. "What is its condition now?" "It has mostly passed the critical phase. With some further rest, it should recover. You may go see it now, Nurse Joy informed her. All right. Yu entered the surgical room and smiled at the Absol lying on the bed. How are you holding up, Absol? Absol lifted its head to gaze at Yu, a hint of curiosity glimmering in its eyes. This human truly brought it here for treatment. It was so different from the humans it had encountered previously. What is the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? You appear quite spirited, so it seems you are not gravely injured. Just make sure to rest well. No one else or any Pokémon will harm you again, Yu reassured. Absol stared at Yu for a while before laying its head back down to rest. But why did you come looking for me? Do you like me? Would you consider making me your Pokémon? Yu pondered aloud. Despite being a Dark-type Pokémon and somewhat larger than average, Absol possessed an undeniable charm, with striking looks and an aloof demeanor. It also had the innate ability to sense disasters, making it an ideal companion for any Pokémon trainer. After all, on a journey, one could encounter all manner of calamities. Each year, a certain number of trainers, emboldened by their daring spirit, ventured into perilous situations, only to be claimed by various disasters, leaving no survivors. Having an Absol by one's side could significantly mitigate the risks posed by earthquakes and landslides. Though Yu did not travel, keeping such a companion close was always beneficial. Additionally, Absol's combat capabilities were formidable, with an average physical attack stat of 130. What does that signify? Charizard, the Fire-type starter, possesses a physical attack stat of only 130 in its Mega X form, while the renowned Dragonite has a mere 134. Furthermore, unlike Charizard and Dragonite, which undergo multiple evolutionary stages, Absol is born in its final form. Absol cast a sidelong glance at Yu before closing its eyes once more. It had sought out Yu not out of affection, but from a lack of options. Feeling as though it were on the brink of death, it had instinctively turned to the only human it recognized, the one who had fought for it just days prior. And indeed, that human had come to its aid. However, it had not contemplated following Yu so readily. Seeking help was not synonymous with surrendering oneself. It had not fully considered its choice, but there was no rush. Tom was on their side. Yu vowed to win its affection. With a smile, she stepped out to arrange for its nutritional meals. Absol's scythe-like gray-blue horn shimmered as it sensed Yu's departure, and it stealthily opened its eyes, observing her, although it had not intended to follow Yu. The feeling of being cradled in her arms during its moment of vulnerability was unexpectedly comforting. In times of darkness and utter helplessness, even a glimmer of dawn can shine with unparalleled warmth and brilliance. This was why Nurse Joy observed that Absol was drawn to Yu when it had been cradled. It instinctively sought warmth in her embrace. Should it accompany this man? Absol found itself in a state of indecision. Was it destined to fail in being captured? After all, Absol was not a Pokémon that could be easily tamed. They generally exhibited aloof and solitary natures, avoiding human interaction. Hashida watched Yu emerge alone with a smug expression. High and mighty. That is merely because they have yet to encounter the right person. There remains ample time before Absol is discharged. I have plenty of opportunities, Yu responded confidently. Huh? A Pokémon with a base stat total of only 465? Even if you manage to capture it, what of it? Hashida scoffed. There are no weak Pokémon, only weak trainers, Yu countered. In this world, the number of Pokémon is matched by the number of trainers, and with each trainer comes a myriad of possibilities. There is nothing that cannot be achieved if one is willing to strive. Have you ever seen a Machoke with a base stat of merely 505 shatter a mountain with 4 punches, or a Gengar with a base stat of 500 trounce a pseudo-legendary like Tyranitar? You had witnessed such feats. That's just a fallacy perpetuated by textbooks, Hashida remarked skeptically. Are you the one who believes in textbooks the most? Surely you must realize they can deceive, Yu replied, as if she had unearthed a new revelation. Unable to defeat you, the textbooks are becoming increasingly irrelevant, Hashida retorted. Studying just to surpass me? Your aspirations are rather modest. It is best to have some ambition in life. Even if that dream remains forever out of reach, it occupies no space. But to lack any dreams at all is truly the end, Yu quipped before heading off to order nutritional meals for Absol. Hashida stamped his foot in frustration. Unable to devise any retort against Yu, Cynthia observed the exchange with interest. There are no weak Pokémon, only weak trainers. This statement held some truth. In this vast world, remarkable trainers often emerged, forging paths with ordinary Pokémon like Pikachu, Beedrill, and Swinub. Yet the odds of such occurrences were incredibly low. Did this young man possess the potential for greatness? Regrettably, at present, he only had 2 Pokémon. Even if he captured Absol, that would only bring his total to 3, far from the 6 required to qualify for the regional league tournament. With less than a year until the tournament, the chances of this young man participating and even achieving victory seemed exceedingly slim. Otherwise, they could have participated in the Champions League together to gauge his true potential. Chapter 16. The dying leaf you eat more. These are specially ordered for you, providing the utmost nutritional value and exquisite flavor. Leafew cradled her face in her hands, observing Absol as he enjoyed his meal. Previously, she had been perplexed by the fascination some held for watching others eat during live streams, even showering them with rockets. Now, however, she found herself grasping the allure. Absol's eating habits were undeniably charming. Feeling a sudden urge, Leafew reached out to snag some Pokémon food from Absol's container. But just as her hand extended, Absol swiftly swatted it away, gazing at her with his blood-red eyes, radiating a kind yet firm demeanor. Mine. Am I really that stingy? Leafew retracted her hand, exclaiming. Absol nodded resolutely. Mine. They locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, with Absol remaining steadfast. Ultimately, Leafew relented. Fine. It's all yours. I won't snatch it. Satisfied, Absol lowered his head to continue eating. Meanwhile, Gastly floated nearby, gleefully circling Absol. It had been a while since it witnessed someone so thoroughly vexing Leafew, and it delighted in the moment. Leafew shot a glare at Gastly, but felt powerless against it, instead focusing on the latest information and reports. Just then, a call from Uncle Lou interrupted her thoughts. Uncle Lou, what is the matter? Has the issue nearby been resolved? Leafew inquired. Yes, the rain clouds in the vicinity have dissipated, ensuring that heavy rain will not occur shortly. Additionally, with the assistance of several Turtwig, the soil has been improved, effectively eliminating the risk of mudslides. We anticipate that archaeological research will resume the day after tomorrow. Good. I should start my studies then, Leafew replied. There's one more thing. Mr. Cheery, a prominent businessman from Sinnoh, will be visiting the day after tomorrow. Will you be coming? Uncle Lou continued. You mean Mr. Cheery will be here the day after tomorrow? Leafew raised an eyebrow. Indeed. He has always been keen on relics related to mythology and history, claiming he is here to assist Dr. Giselin, and we have a solid rapport with him. Right, Mr. Cheery is arriving the day after tomorrow, Leafew acknowledged. Very well, we'll leave it at that. After hanging up, her expression shifted to one of grave concern. Cheery, what a coincidence. The leader of the largest underground organization in Sinnoh, Team Galaxy, concealed behind the facade of a philanthropic businessman, harbored ambitions to control Dialga and Palkia to obliterate the world and forge a new one. A complete megalomaniac, exactly the type of person Leafew dreaded encountering. Even facing the notorious leader of Kanto's underground organization, Sakaki, seemed preferable. Though Sakaki was no saint, his actions were often driven by self-interest. And unless Leafew threatened Team Rocket's core interests, they would not dare to act against her. They might even offer assistance. But Cheery was different. A man bent on world destruction had nothing to fear, did he? Was he merely here to examine ancient relics? Why did she have to run into a villainous leader? Was that a skill reserved for protagonists, where trouble seemed to follow them everywhere? While there existed a slim chance that Cheery merely intended to observe, the likelihood was far too low. It was far more probable that he was interested in the relics pertaining to Dialga and Palkia, and if Team Galaxy had their sights set on it, they would inevitably resort to force, leading to conflict. Leafew contemplated her current strength, 2 Pokémon of merely advanced abilities, and sighed deeply. I'm utterly inadequate. Absol, who had been enjoying his meal, looked up at Leafew, sensing her despondence. After a moment of hesitation, he sliced the Pokémon food in half with his scythe-like horn and extended it towards her. Leafew hesitated, surprised by Absol's willingness to share now. Absol remained silent, gazing down. A faint smile graced Leafew's lips, and her gloomy mood lightened significantly. Why dwell on such thoughts? When obstacles arise, we shall confront them. Cheery isn't that formidable. In the end, he won't destroy the world. Besides, I'm not his primary target, so why harbor such paranoid delusions? I'm not averse to trouble, nor do I fear it. With my impressive lineage, I shouldn't cower like this. Yet, as she looked at Absol, a thought struck her. With a heavy sigh, she said, Absol, your wounds are healing quickly. In a day or two, you'll be able to run free again. And then, we may never meet again. Absol lifted his head, bewildered by the notion of never seeing her again. You've never agreed to be my Pokémon. But perhaps it's for the best. I sense that dangerous events may soon unfold, and it might be better for you not to accompany me, lest you encounter peril. Leafew gently patted Absol's head, her tone somber, as if she were bequeathing her final wishes. Dangerous? Absol stood up, calling out to her, uncertain of what he wished to convey. Everything will be fine. I probably want to visit you tomorrow, but I've already settled the surgery and hospital fees, so you can rest well. With that, Leafew stood and left without looking back. Upon exiting the Pokémon Center, Leafew intentionally took a longer route. But no Pokémon followed her. She felt a twinge of disappointment. Had she misjudged Absol's feelings? Was her affection insufficient? Was she just pretending to be a hero? only to end up looking foolish? She sighed, reflecting on her actions, and began to strategize her next steps. In a few days, she would stage a performance. Claiming her crisis had passed, then attempt to battle Absol to capture him as her Pokémon. Gastly should be able to win. With these thoughts, she returned to her residence to rest and prepare. After a while, as the moon reached its zenith, she took a shower and prepared for bed. However, midway through her bath, she was startled by the sound of shattering glass, followed by a cacophony of noise. Furrowing her brow, she wondered, what on earth? Is it hailing? Or are mischievous children vandalizing my window in the middle of the night? Curious, she hastily wrapped a towel around herself and emerged in her bathrobe, only to find Absol standing there, looking quite sprightly. Overwhelmed with joy, she almost lunged at him but remembered her earlier actions and steadied herself. Absol, what brings you here? Absol glanced at the Pokeball set aside, then nudged it with his head. A flash of red light enveloped him as he entered the ball. Leafy stood there, dumbfounded, unaware that such actions were possible. Yet, her heart soon swelled with elation. I have captured Absol. Chapter 17. You are actually a mage, Absol. Unleash your most powerful move and strike that rock ahead of us. Let me witness your prowess. Do not worry. We are merely conducting a preliminary assessment, Yu instructed, pointing to a towering boulder before them. Capturing Absol necessitated a thorough evaluation of its capabilities. Absol gazed solemnly at the stone, a potent aura of destruction coalescing around it. A brilliant orange beam shot forth, crashing into the boulder with a thunderous explosion, shattering it into countless fragments. Debris scattered wildly, startling Yu, who narrowly avoided being struck. While Ghost, terrified, dove into the shadows cast by Yu. Absol, it called out, looking expectantly at Yu. Did I perform well? Yu was momentarily stunned before nodding in affirmation. My goodness, that was a devastating move. Truly a remarkable ultimate technique. This is Absol, or rather, the most formidable attack that the majority of Pokémon can learn. It is capable of assessing a Pokémon's strength, reserved for those at least of elite caliber. Furthermore, not every elite Pokémon can master this move. Thus, Absol is indeed an elite Pokémon. Yu was filled with astonishment. Fortunately, he followed an emotional path. Otherwise, if a battle ensued, Ghost, at a lower level and disadvantaged by type, would almost certainly fall short despite his guidance. Absol, it called again, urging Yu for a response. Excellent. Yu praised, giving a thumbs up. Absol, what other moves do you possess? Continue to demonstrate. Receiving Yu's commendation, Absol conjured a dark purple energy sphere, which it released with fervor, sending up a cloud of dust. Dark Pulse. Yu's brow furrowed, sensing a disquiet. Both the devastating beam and Dark Pulse were formidable energy attacks, solidifying Absol's status as an elite Pokémon. However, both moves were energy-based. While Absol's inherent aptitude was for physical attacks, Yu glanced down at Absol, pondering whether its aptitude points had been misallocated. Was it possible that every warrior secretly harbored a mage's heart? This seemed unlikely, as wild Pokémon typically favored physical combat. Do you have more? Yu inquired. Do not tell me they are all magical attacks. Absol nodded and swiftly dashed forward, a flash of light illuminating its form. It then pivoted, using its sickle-like horn to unleash a light blue energy slash that cleaved through the air. With a mix of emotions, Yu observed, noting that out of 4 moves, 3 were magical attacks, and only 1 was physical. This Absol's skill points are certainly misplaced. After showcasing its abilities, Absol eagerly awaited Yu's verdict. Yu suppressed his complex thoughts and decisively commended. Absol, you are remarkable. You are the strongest Absol I have ever encountered. Absol beamed with joy, nuzzling against Yu. Seeing Absol's delighted expression brought a smile to Yu's face. Pokémon exhibit a wide array of personalities, but generally, they resemble innocent children. Thus, being a Pokémon trainer often entails adopting a parental role. Encouragement and critique are both necessary, though encouragement typically takes precedence. This has always been Yu's approach. If the skill points were misallocated, so be it. It was not a matter of great concern. In the world of Pokémon, anything is possible. Misallocated points can still yield extraordinary results. Consider the numerous Charizards in the Charizard Valley, each a master of physical attacks, who disdain those who rely solely on fire attacks, asserting that true strength lies in physical combat. A Pokémon trainer must continually adapt to their Pokémon's strengths, for the Pokémon take precedence over the trainer. Perhaps Absol was indeed adept, it simply had yet to be discovered. A comprehensive assessment would be conducted upon returning. After spending several days with Absol, the archaeological survey finally commenced. An airship descended from the sky, and a seemingly affable middle-aged man disembarked. Chiri, you have arrived late this time. If it weren't for the nearby disaster we must address, you would have missed this opportunity, Professor Giselin remarked, addressing Chiri. It seems this ruin is destined for me. I am fortunate to participate in the final phase, Chi-Ri replied with a smile, greeting Professor Giselin and engaging amicably with those around him, all of whom were familiar faces. Professor Giselin also introduced Chi-Ri to the others, and Chi-Ri's pleasant demeanor created a refreshing atmosphere, drawing reverent admiration from a group of students. Only you had no intention of approaching, opting instead to sit aside, researching Absol's basic training methods and the necessary Pokémon food and training tools. As midday approached, Shiro-na suddenly sat across from him and asked, "Why are you hiding here and not meeting Mr. Chi-Ri? Don't you want to see him? If I don't want to meet him, then I won't. He is not a beauty anyway, so there is no need. If it were someone like Miss Shiro-na, I would definitely meet her, but he is not." Yi replied, "Miss Shiro-na, why are you looking for me?" He added, "Since the archaeological survey is ongoing, each mentor must guide their students in learning. Among the three I lead, you are the only one who hasn't arrived, so I had to find you myself," Shiro-na replied, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yi. "Is that so?" Yi's face flushed with embarrassment. "Was it that awkward?" Shiro-na nodded decisively before rising to leave. Yi, feeling sheepish, followed her, rejoining the others as they entered the ruins. The origins of this ruin remain unclear, but it spans a vast area. Thus far, we have only explored the front section. The rear areas remain untouched. Follow me as we survey the outer regions. After a while, I will take you to examine the unearthed artifacts nearby, Shiro-na instructed. Yu and his companions nodded in agreement, obediently entering the ruins. They gazed at the stone walls adorned with numerous carvings, seemingly chronicling events from centuries past. The images above depict relics from 3,000 years ago, possibly concealing invaluable data beyond imagination. Do not let your guard down. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time, Shiro-na smiled, observing the expressions of Yu and the others. "Yes, Miss Shiro-na, what is the creature depicted here? Is it also a Pokémon unique to Sinnoh?" Sheng Dai inquired, pausing before a mural. "I am not certain. It may be a Pokémon yet to be discovered. Or perhaps it is an extinct Pokémon like the fossil Pokémon," Shiro-na replied. Although she studies mythology, she does not possess all knowledge. "An extinct Pokémon? That is truly fascinating," Sheng Dai remarked, his curiosity piqued. "What do you think, Yi?" Shiro-na turned to him, noting his astonished expression upon seeing the mural, as if he recognized it. "No, it just seems peculiar. I've never seen anything like it," Yi chuckled. Seeing his reaction, Shiro-na chose not to comment further and continued her explanations, while Yi gazed at the mural, his expression enigmatic. Shiro-na mentioned that this site is related to the creation myths of Sinnoh, and, with Chi-Ri's arrival, she believed it must pertain to Dialga and Palkia. However, the creature depicted in the mural bore no resemblance to either. It is a Biskiri, an ultimate beast, a specialty of the Alola region, living in an alternate realm, yet frequently traversing through the ultimate portal to invade this world. How did they arrive here? Yi, suppressing her curiosity, diligently absorbed knowledge along the way. However, after an entire morning, she had scarcely finished exploring, primarily focusing on the explanations provided. Subsequently, she followed along to observe unearthed artifacts. It took several days for Yi to finally traverse the entire corridor. And then she beheld the magnificent Pokémon that ought to inhabit the Sinnoh region depicted in the murals. Yet, it was neither Dialga nor Palkia, but rather the concealed third entity, Giratina. Chapter 18. Midnight Terror. What connection does Giratina have with the Ultra Beasts? Yi sat before his computer, lost in contemplation, yet ultimately unable to grasp the link between them. One hailed from the Sinnoh region, while the other was a native of Alola. How could they possibly be intertwined? The only commonality was that both entities resided not in this world, but in another realm, both referred to as the Distortion World. However, this was merely a matter of nomenclature. In Giratina's Distortion World, it was the sole inhabitant, resembling more a mirrored reflection of this world, unable to transcend into the primary realm. Conversely, the world inhabited by the Ultra Beasts held an equal standing with this world. Yet, if there were no connection, they would not have appeared within the same ruins. He would have to consult the Ether Foundation. After all, his mother was acquainted with Luzaman, and surely she knew her mother, Rosamine. He amused that typically academic research concerning Pokémon was the forte of Pokémon professors, with each regional professor representing the pinnacle of local Pokémon studies. However, exceptions always existed. In the Alola region, there was no established league, and support for the league was limited. Thus, in the realm of Ultra Beasts, research was primarily conducted by the foremost corporation in Alola, the Ether Foundation. After a brief video call, his mother's image appeared on the computer screen. "Sweetheart, what brings you to contact me today?" "Mom, do you have Lizman's contact information?" Yu inquired. "Of course. Is there something you need from her?" His mother responded, puzzled. "Indeed, there's something important I wish to discuss with her," Yu replied. "All right. Just a moment, I'll set up a group video call, his mother said. After some swift maneuvering, Yi's screen split into two, one still showing his mother, and the other featuring a blonde woman he had never encountered before. Hello, young man. You must be Yiyu. You appear quite dashing. In a few days, our dear Lily will be attending school in Kanto, so you'll need to look after her, Lizman greeted with a smile. Hello, and Lizman. I'm Yiyu. I sought you out because I have a matter to discuss, he stated. What is it? I'll help as much as I can, Lizman offered. I'm currently investigating an ancient ruin in Sinnoh and have discovered some new Pokémon I've never seen before. I'd like your assistance in identifying them. Yiyu explained. Identifying Pokémon. That's not really my area of expertise. You should consult a regional professor for that, Lizman replied. However, I believe these Pokémon are exceptional and unlike the ordinary ones, Yiyu insisted, placing a rubbing of a Pokémon in front of the camera. Exceptional Pokémon? I'm not. Wait, is that a Buzzwole? Just as Lizman was about to say she didn't recognize it, her expression shifted instantly, and she stood up. Yiyu, where are you right now? In the vicinity of Piano Village in Sinnoh, Yiyu answered. Near Piano Village, you say? All right. Wait for me. I'll head over immediately and should arrive by tomorrow at the latest, Lizman declared, and with that, her image abruptly vanished from the screen. Mom, is Lizman really that eager? Yiyu asked. That's a question for you. I've known her for quite some time and have never seen her behave this way. Unless, of course, that Pokémon is an Ultra Beast. Lizman has always dreamed of encountering one, his mother remarked. Yiyu sighed heavily. I know it's an Ultra Beast, but I want to understand the connection between the Ultra Beast and Giratina. He ended the video call, thinking it best to wait for Lizman's arrival to discuss further. Traveling from Alola to Sinnoh by plane would likely have her arriving by the afternoon. Moreover, if the connection only pertained to Giratina and the Ultra Beasts, then perhaps Team Flare would not exhibit significant interest in this ruin, making his own endeavors considerably easier. With this thought, a sense of relief washed over Yiyu as he logged onto a website to peruse information about the League's charming trainers, seeking to lighten his mood. Meanwhile, in a private chamber belonging to a figure named Akari, a video conference was underway. The computer screen was divided into three sections, Wuxing, Zhenxing, and Suixing Lord Akari. As it stands, this ruin appears unrelated to Dialga and Palkia. Rather, it concerns Giratina and some Pokémon we have yet to encounter. Should we continue our operations? Wuxing inquired. Proceed. Giratina is also a legendary Pokémon, possessing an inexplicable connection with Dialga and Palkia. This ruin holds substantial research value, particularly as we have just uncovered a significant artifact today. We must secure it, Akari commanded. What artifact? Wuxing asked, puzzled. The Platinum Orb, Akari articulated clearly. The Platinum Orb? You mean the artifact derived from Giratina's power, on par with the adamant and lustrous orbs? Suixing exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, that one. The adamant orb is in the hands of the Badai City, and once our plan is set in motion, we shall seize it. However, we have yet to obtain the lustrous orb. If we acquire the Platinum Orb, it may lead us to some clues, for there exists a connection between Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina that remains unknown to us. While the Platinum Orb is not essential, we cannot allow this opportunity to slip away. We shall act at midnight, Akari concluded. Understood. Lord Akari, Wuxing, Suixing, and Zhenxing chorused in unison. Time passed quietly, the night enveloping the earth as all succumbed to sweet dreams. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, shaking the ground violently, causing Yiyu, who lay in bed, to nearly tumble off his mattress. Awoken from his slumber, Yiyu was initially bewildered, but another thunderous explosion jolted him back to reality. He quickly rose to his feet, witnessing the ruin collapse under the moonlight, reduced to a heap of rubble. Who would dare demolish an entire ruin? Yiyu gasped, contemplating the evolution of a world created by Pokémon, yet ultimately dominated by humanity. The remnants of the past held the key to understanding this transformation, and such destruction could be deemed a crime against humanity in a certain light. However, after his initial shock, Yiyu quickly deduced the identity of the perpetrators, Team Galactic, the most formidable underground organization in Sinnoh, and their leader was present. If they were not responsible, there was no other possibility. But why was Akari interested solely in Dialga and Palkia? Before Yiyu could piece together the rationale, a flash of red light erupted from a Pokeball, and Absol leaped forth, emitting anxious growls while baring its teeth in a specific direction. The Pokemon was agitated and, without Yiyu's consent, dashed through the door, heading towards an unknown destination. Absol, though Yiyu was uncertain of the circumstances, he hastily pursued after it. Chapter 19. The Platinum Soul Absol sprinted ahead, with Yiyu in relentless pursuit. After a frantic dash, they finally rounded a corner to find Absol halted in its tracks. However, rather than joy, An expression of grave concern marred its features. Before Absol stood several figures clad in uniforms resembling space suits, flanked by a horde of Zubat and a rather rotund Meowth. Yiyu's pupils constricted, and he instantly grasped the situation. The injuries Absol had sustained were not inflicted by the villagers nor by the wild Pokémon of this area, but rather by external trainers and their Pokémon. To his surprise, they were members of Team Galactic. "Ah, Absol, I let you slip away last time. And now you are offering yourself up again?" Huixing remarked with a smirk, casting a glance at Yiyu. "Have you grown bold since following a new master? What brings you here?" Yiyu furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Huixing and his cohort. In the dead of night, they had deliberately destroyed a relic, luring Cynthia and her companions away, only to converge here. Their elaborate scheme indicated that something of great importance lay within this place. Yet, Team Galactic was known to covet only the likes of the Platinum and Diamond Souls, as well as the Key of Guns, items that should not be here. These matters have nothing to do with you, child. Since you refuse to sleep quietly, I shall have to deal with you first. Meowth, unleash your Fury Swipe. Huixing ordered coldly. The plump Meowth sprang into action, its sharp claws aimed fiercely at Absol. "Absol, use Dark Pulse." Yiyu shouted in unison. With a thunderous roar, Absol unleashed a torrent of dark energy, surging towards Meowth. Meowth narrowly evaded the attack and continued its assault. "After it, Meowth," Huixing commanded relentlessly, despite its girth. Meowth maneuvered with surprising agility, charging at Absol. "Absol, use Quick Attack," Yiyu instructed. Understanding the command, Absol leapt forward in a flash of white light, evading Meowth's swipe and hurtling directly towards Huixing. This was not a Pokémon battle governed by rules, but a brutal reality where victory was paramount. A trained Pokémon, accustomed to human commands, often experienced a moment of confusion when left to its own devices. This brief lapse could grant Yiyu an invaluable opening. Huixing's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly threw a Pokeball. A metallic Pokémon emerged, resembling a shield, positioned protectively in front of Huixing. With a resounding crash, Absol collided with the metallic creature, producing a sharp sound as it was sent flying. The Pokémon was a Bronzer, boasting dual Psychic and Steel attributes, rendering Yiyu's earlier attack minimally effective. "Attack together. Bronzer, use Hypnosis. Meowth, keep attacking that trainer." Huixing barked, frustration evident in his tone. If he had been a moment slower, he would have been struck by Absol. Who was this child? Trainers of his age typically adhere strictly to the rules of Pokémon battles. The remaining members of Team Galactic ordered their Pokémon to attack, a swarm of Zubat flapping their wings menacingly towards Yiyu and Absol. Meanwhile, Bronzer glowed ominously as Meowth prepared to unleash another Fury Swipe, its claws sharp enough to slice through steel. "Absol, unleash your most powerful Dark Pulse. Do not concern yourself with me," Yiyu commanded without hesitation. Seemingly oblivious to Meowth's imminent attack, Absol, fueled by Yiyu's words, focused its energy and unleashed a formidable Dark Pulse, striking Bronzer before it could enact its hypnosis. Bronzer let out a pained cry and collapsed. Seizing the moment, Absol charged at Huixing, its side-like horn aimed to incapacitate him, tearing through his clothing and revealing a golden orb that rolled away from him. "The Platinum Soul," Yiyu gasped, astonished to see the legendary artifact capable of amplifying Giratina's power unearthed from this ruin. Without a second thought, he dove to seize the Platinum Soul, but as he did, a flurry of attacks descended upon him. Waves of air slashes from the Zubat rained down, leaving numerous gashes on his body. Meowth leapt through the air, aiming its claws at Yiyu's head, intent on leaving deep marks on his skull. At that critical moment, a shadow erupted from Yiyu's own shadow, intercepting the attack. The Fury Swipe struck through the shadowy figure, causing no harm. Gengar's eyes widened as it locked gazes with Meowth, unleashing a potent wave of dizziness. Meowth's eyes glazed over, succumbing to slumber, its momentum carrying it forward but devoid of any strength to attack. "Let's go?" Yiyu leapt onto Absol's back, patting its head to urge it to flee. In his haste, he had not brought his beloved Ponyta's Pokeball, and thus had to rely on Absol for escape. Though Absol longed to continue fighting, it recognized the urgency of the situation and turned to flee. Huixing, however, was not so easily subdued, though down by Absol. He quickly issued commands. The galactic uniforms were not mere fabric, they were highly protective gear. Absol's attack, while powerful, was insufficient to incapacitate Huixing completely. A throng of Team Galactic members surged towards Yiyu, determined to reclaim what had been taken from them. They were acutely aware that time was of the essence. Although the explosions had drawn Cynthia and her companions away, they were not foolish and would soon return. Yiyu fled with reckless abandon, blood seeping from his wounds and staining the Platinum Soul, yet his gaze remained calm. Despite the outward appearance of distress, he was not truly in peril. The Zubat were of only moderate strength, and the human body possessed a natural resilience. As he felt the distance between himself and his pursuers widen, a smile crept across Yiyu's face. If he could just hasten his escape from this place, he would be safe. Cynthia and her allies were not without their wits and would surely catch up. This debt could be settled later. Just as Yiyu reveled in his triumph, a colossal dual-legged frog Pokémon descended from the heavens, landing a crushing blow on Absol. Both Absol and Yiyu were sent hurtling against the smooth wall of the cave. Whooshing, your combat skills have truly deteriorated if you cannot even handle a mere child. A blue-haired youth remarked as he emerged, flanked by Team Galactic members. He was a senior operative of Team Galactic, known as Jinxing. Chapter 20. The Reverse World. Do not underestimate this child. He is not ordinary. Utilizing the unique characteristic that Ghost-type moves are ineffective against normal-type Pokémon. He allowed Gengar to suddenly appear and endure the assault from East Shermiao. Then, at close range, he executed Hypnosis. While it was indeed clever, it was merely a minor trick. However, the fact that he anticipated Gengar's action without issuing a command is truly frightening. To what extent does he trust his Pokémon? Had Gengar not acted at that moment, he would have perished, though it is said that Pokémon and trainers are the best of companions. How many trainers in this world dare to entrust their lives to their Pokémon? Moreover, did he calculate that he would withstand an onslaught from a swarm of Zubats? Is he truly unafraid of death? A 10-year-old child daring to be so ruthless towards himself. As long as he survives, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly be great. Do not make excuses for failure. If he possesses the ability, let him escape now. Jinxing sneered, commanding his Toxicroak to unleash Poison Jab without holding back. A purple light emanated from Toxicroak's right hand, mercilessly striking towards Yiyu. Although he disparaged Whooshing and Yiyu verbally, escaping from Whooshing's grasp was a feat in itself. Since they opposed Team Galactic, they ought to eliminate him. Absol and Gengar, witnessing this, roared in unison and charged at Toxicroak. Yet, compared to the elite-level Toxicroak, their strength appeared insignificant. A single punch, coupled with Shadow Ball and Dark Pulse, rendered them ineffective as they collided with Yiyu. Despair etched across Yiyu's face. He had contemplated his demise one day, but he never imagined it would occur in such a manner. Was it merely his misfortune, or was it fate that this place in Sinnoh spelled doom for his family? His grandfather, whom he had never met, perished here, and now he too would meet the same fate? Did Sharona and the others react so slowly? Blood surged, infusing the platinum orb, which suddenly radiated light. As Toxicroak's punch connected with the orb in Yiyu's hand, he was sent flying, crashing against a luminous wall. However, as he collided, the anticipated pain did not arrive. The bright wall transformed into a massive vortex, swallowing Yiyu, Gengar, Absol, and Toxicroak whole. Toxicroak. Jinxing's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward to grasp Toxicroak, but before he could pull it back, he too was drawn in, followed by Team Galactic, all being consumed by the vortex. Where are we? Whooshing and Jinxing tumbled in, bewildered, exchanging glances as they surveyed their surroundings, vibrant and beautiful, resembling the outside world yet oddly inverted, with buildings seemingly turned upside down. Legend has it that beyond the realm governed by Dialga and Palkia lies another world, overseen by Giratina, known as the Reverse World. Could this be it? Jinxing realized, confirming that this must be the only explanation for what lay before them. They had entered a completely new world, a world devoid of filth and corruption, an ideal realm where the ambitions of adults could finally be realized. Every underground organization harbors its unique aspirations. Team Rocket seeks to supplant the League. Team Magma aims to dominate the land over the sea, continuously forging new land, while Team Aqua desires the ocean to prevail over the land, perpetually creating seas. Team Galactic's objective, however, is far grander, to obliterate this entire filthy world and subsequently utilize Dialga and Palkia to forge a perfect new world. Yet now it seems such measures are unnecessary, for they have discovered a flawless new world ripe for conquest. Yiyu, having entered alongside them, bore an exceedingly peculiar expression, gazing at the group as if observing the dim-witted. Indeed, the minds of Team Galactic appear troubled. They are aware that this world is under Giratina's dominion, and yet fail to consider whether they might be annihilated by Giratina. Moreover, have they not contemplated how to escape? If they cannot find a way out, the Reverse World, though abundant in wonders, holds nothing living or edible aside from Giratina. They shall starve to death here. However, Yiyu had no time to caution them. The group remained oblivious in their joy, unaware of him. Once they realize, they will undoubtedly seek him out. He recalled Absol into its Pokeball and, taking Gengar, quietly slipped away. Indeed, before achieving their goal, they must first ascertain the means to navigate this world and eliminate unnecessary individuals. Whooshing composed himself, glancing towards the direction Yiyu had just been, but found nothing. Where is he? Quickly find him. Only we know of this world. We do not need anyone else. and the sole method to enter and exit this realm is through the Platinum Orb. If we cannot find him, we shall never escape. Zhenxing also recognized the gravity of the situation, shouting out. The members of Team Galactic began to panic, frantically pursuing Yiyu. Meanwhile, Yiyu and Gengar curled up, hiding in a small nook, silently observing the chaos around them, pondering their next course of action. Giratina's demeanor is not particularly benevolent. To be precise, none of the legendary Pokémon of Sinnoh are known for their amiable dispositions. They are all stubborn territorialists. Any intruder entering their domain will be met with relentless hostility. In the various Sinnoh movie adaptations, conflicts among the three legendary Pokémon are common, with Dialga and Palkia mistakenly believing each other to be invaders, leading to mutual attacks. Giratina perceives both as intruders and retaliates against Dialga. Not to mention the lack of sustenance here. They must devise a strategy to escape. But how? More accurately, how did I enter? Although this world mirrors his own, theoretically, one could traverse through any reflective medium, such as a mirror or a lake. The steel panels in the corridors of his residence reflect his image clearly, indicating a potential entry point. Yet, this is merely theory. If it were that simple, this world would have long been seized by the League. How to escape? Yiyu furrowed his brow, if memory served him correctly. There was a certain researcher who had studied the reverse world for years and should be present here now. If he could locate that individual, perhaps they could find a way out, but the reverse world is vast. Where could that researcher be? In his moment of confusion, Yiyu suddenly heard a furious roar, and the surrounding energy trembled as a fearsome beast with a menacing gaze emerged from seemingly nowhere, causing chaos to erupt all around. Wuxing and Zhenxing's expressions changed in unison. Before they could react, a massive shadow descended upon them, followed by a chorus of anguished screams. Dozens of Team Galactic members and a multitude of Pokémon, including Wuxing and Zhenxing, fell to the ground, silenced. Then, Giratina's figure reappeared. Fear washed over Yiyu. Just moments ago, those individuals had been pursuing him relentlessly. Yet now, in the presence of Giratina, they were vanquished in an instant. But that was not the most terrifying aspect. The most horrifying part was that, in the next moment, Giratina stood before him, its blood-red eyes fixed unblinkingly upon him. Chapter 21. A request must be made. Yiyu's throat tightened as he stiffly gazed at Giratina. He had long harbored curiosity about the strength of legendary Pokémon, a mystery that might remain unsolved for a lifetime. Yet, he was certain of one thing. Giratina was immensely stronger than he could ever hope to be, capable of extinguishing his life with a mere breath. His existence hung by a thread. Finally, Yiyu forced out a smile and said hello. In this awkward moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps a simple greeting would suffice. After all, it is said that one should not strike a smiling face, right? Hello, Giratina replied. Yiyu's expression turned to one of sheer terror. He had greeted Giratina out of sheer necessity for conversation, never expecting a response. Moreover, how was Giratina speaking at all? In the animated series, it had never done so. This was a genuine verbal exchange, not mere telepathy. Strange, isn't it? I have lived for countless millennia. Any language in this world, if I wish to learn it, I can, Giratina remarked, observing Yiyu. Yiyu suddenly understood, indeed, in the animation. Even the ghostly Pokémon, Gengar, could speak after merely a millennium. Why should Giratina be any different? Climb onto my back. I will take you to a certain place, Giratina said, turning its body and floating beside Yiyu. Ride on your back? I can ride a legendary Pokémon. Yiyu blinked in disbelief, elated. Though he couldn't fathom the reason, it appeared Giratina had no intention of harming him. Why worry? He leapt onto Giratina's back, thrilled at having achieved the feat of riding a legendary Pokémon. Unbeknownst to Giratina, had it known Yiyu's thoughts, it might have cast him off. Instead, they drifted through the distortion world until they arrived at a picturesque little mountain. Upon seeing the mountain, Yiyu's expression grew perplexed. This mountain, or rather the mountain in the real world, was the site of his family's grave. Giratina brought Yiyu here and then unceremoniously tossed him down, gazing at a gravestone. What is your relation to him? That is my grandfather, Yiyu replied, staring at the gravestone. He suddenly recalled the circumstances. His grandfather, whom he had never met, had perished in a cross-regional joint operation over 20 years ago. What that operation entailed remained a mystery to Yiyu, classified information within the Alliance. However, he could infer some connection to Giratina. Otherwise, Giratina would not hold this attitude towards him. Indeed, you share a close bloodline, which allows him to enter this world. As to you, Giratina explained. Our blood, Yiyu echoed, contemplating the significance of Giratina's words while gazing at his grandfather's photograph on the gravestone. He couldn't help but reflect on the unpredictability of life. 20 years prior, his grandfather had died here. 20 years later, it was because of him that Yiyu is now alive. Ah, young one, I harbor a deep disdain for humanity, But your grandfather was an exception. He perished for my sake, and now, by saving you, I have repaid a portion of that debt. If there is anything you require, I will provide it. Thus, settling the score, Giratina stated. I do not know what transpired back then, but the debt owed to my grandfather belongs to him alone. I have no right to demand anything on his behalf. In truth, today it is you who saved me, thus I owe you. And I am not in a position to ask for anything further. You firmly rejected. He genuinely did not wish for anything. He lacked for nothing and was not one to exploit favors, especially when he had not initiated the act of kindness. To request such a favor would feel inappropriate. Refuse? All of you humans seek to gain from me, yet you do not? Giratina's eyes widened, emanating a dangerous aura. You are mistaken. I owe you. And once I have repaid that debt, I may ask for something. But for now, it cannot be, Yu asserted, maintaining his principles. Moreover, Giratina, as a solitary entity, seemed to lack any tangible rewards to offer. If it were Ho-Oh, Yu might have been more shameless. Given that acquiring Ho-Oh's power could grant him a second chance at life, principles could be cast aside in such cases. A debt is a debt. What do you mean by not owing? Giratina retorted angrily. If you do not explain yourself, you shall not be leaving. Yu was taken aback. Indeed. The world held endless surprises. In all his years, he had never encountered someone making such a demand. I must make a request? Yu pondered before ultimately conceding. I wish for you to assist in enhancing Gengar's strength. Could it learn your previous move, Shadow Force? Shadow Force, the ultimate ghost-type move. Unparalleled in power aside from Z-moves and Dynamax moves, exclusive to Giratina, Giratina scoffed. What a jest. This is my unique technique. Your little Gengar could never learn it. Is that so? Yu replied. Beyond asking for your help in strengthening Gengar, I truly cannot think of anything else to request. Perhaps, would you let me go? Of course. Shadow Force is my exclusive technique, akin to how the legendary birds of the Kanto region, Ho-Oh's Sacred Fire and Lugia's Aeroblast, never teach their moves to other Pokémon. Giratina added, unyielding. You dare to make such a casual request? Do you wish to be incinerated? Actually, Ni can learn Sacred Fire, Yu timidly mentioned. Ni? Giratina's expression showed a hint of confusion. He had never heard of such a creature. Yet, judging by Yu's emotional fluctuations, it appeared that this young man had been deceived. How could you have never heard of Inti? Without Ho-Oh's power, it is impossible to learn Sacred Fire. That is not correct. Inti emerged hundreds of years ago when the people of Johto sought to control the guardian of Johto, Ho-Oh, leading to a catastrophic war with countless casualties. 3 Pokémon lost their lives innocently in the conflict, and Ho-Oh resurrected them. One of them was Inti. Originally, its identity was unknown, but upon revival, it was named Inti, becoming Ho-Oh's messenger. Being a fire type, it naturally learned Sacred Fire, Yu explained. Several hundred years ago. Giratina paused, lost in thought. I believe I was asleep during that time, and paid no attention. Ho-Oh had 3 messengers? I thought only Regigigas slept all day, fearing disturbances while resting, which is why he created 3 pillars. Observing Giratina's bewilderment, Yu mused that it seemed legendary Pokémon did not often convene, leading to such a lack of information. Yet, it was understandable. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, all created by Arceus, would likely bicker whenever they met. And any encounter with other legendary Pokémon could spell disaster for the world. As Yu's thoughts shifted, Giratina remained oblivious, merely watching him stand there, lost in contemplation. As if to say, so, not every legendary is as capable as Ho-Oh. Giratina, suddenly indignant, declared, very well. I shall teach your Gengar Shadow Force. It could not afford to lose face. After all, it could not allow itself to be outdone by a mere firebird. Chapter 22, Becoming My Messenger Indeed. It is quite a teachable moment, Yu exclaimed with delight as he gazed upon Giratina. He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Team Galactic, a memory that he would quietly hold onto for future reckoning. His strength must be enhanced, should he master Shadow Sneak, once Gengar fully matured. He would undoubtedly vanquish a multitude of foes. Very well, replied Giratina, puffing out its neck. Having boasted, it could neither back down nor appear weak. Thank you. How can I learn? Yu expressed his gratitude. Gengar emerged as well, its eyes fixated on Giratina. It had witnessed Giratina's earlier display of power, which was nothing short of spectacular. If it could learn such a skill, perhaps it would surpass its mother in strength. And the days of fearing parental reprimand would be over. There's no rush. First, tell me, are there many Pokémon with messengers now? Giratina inquired. Indeed, there are quite a few. Ho-Oh possesses 3 legendary beasts, Lugia has 3 legendary birds, Regigigas commands 3 legendary titans. And both Dialga and Palkia are accompanied by the 3 late guardians, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. Solgaleo and Lunala each have 4, Yu recounted slowly. So, Uxie's trio belongs to Dialga and Palkia? What about me? Giratina asked. While the others might be excusable, Dialga and Palkia, along with Giratina, were all creations of Arceus. And thus, Uxie's presence should have included them as well. Indeed, to find Dialga and Palkia, one must first seek the trio of Lake Guardians. It has little to do with you, Yu replied weakly. You are fundamentally in a different realm. Giratina's eyes betrayed its displeasure. Dialga and Palkia. Each with their own three, can they truly be divided among so few? One of mine has been unjustly appropriated. Alas, I too feel this is unfair to you. Consider this, Giratina, as a Pokémon that governs the distortion world and upholds the stability of our reality, your significance is paramount. While the loss of other legendary Pokémon may shake the world, your absence would spell doom for both realms. It is indeed unjust, Yi lamented on Giratina's behalf. He had begun to grasp a profound truth. The Sacred Fire was a signature move of Ho-Oh, passed on to NTI only after it became Ho-Oh's messenger. Thus, if Gengar could become Giratina's messenger, it would not merely learn a single move but ascend to a higher echelon, commonly referred to as a level 3 deity. Legendary Pokémon can indeed be created. The creation deity Arceus can forge level 1 subordinates, while level 1 deities can spawn level 3 subordinates. In this world, there was once neither Regigigas nor the current form of NEI, yet they exist now. Although classified as level 3, the lowest tier of legendary Pokémon, they remain legendary nonetheless. Furthermore, the classification of level 3 is merely a broad distinction of species. Actual combat prowess can vary greatly. Listening to Yi Yu's words, Giratina nodded repeatedly, its demeanor growing more amiable. You are correct. Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Regigigas each have 3 subordinates, while Dialga and Palkia collectively command 3. Why should I be left without? What makes them superior to me? Why must they roam freely in the outside world while I remain isolated, devoid of companions? Though such actions might incur significant losses, they were temporary, and reputation was everlasting. Young one, you possess remarkable insight, Giratina remarked. Indeed. Only the magnificent you could possess such discerning vision. The other Pokémon pale in comparison, Yu responded. Giratina nodded continually. Since its inception, it had been a solitary Pokémon, occasionally observing the outside world and encountering other legendaries, but most often, it found itself alone. It had never heard flattery delivered with such finesse. Yu, unabashed, sought to prove that through unwavering praise, everything could be attained. The two engaged in conversation for a full 5 hours, with Yu oblivious to his hunger. Giratina, in high spirits, remarked, Young one, your soul energy is quite extraordinary. Extraordinary? Yu feigned ignorance, well aware that perhaps due to his rebirth, his soul power was formidable. Ordinary hypnosis and illusions held no sway over him. Indeed. It is quite distinct. How would you feel about becoming my messenger? Giratina proposed. Your messenger? But I am human, not a Pokémon. Yu replied. That matters not. Humans and Pokémon are akin. Humanity itself is merely a form of Pokémon. My powers encompass ghost and dragon types, while you may not withstand the dragon aspect. The ghost aspect is within your grasp. If you accept, you could unlock a power akin to a psychic ability, much like Aura. Would you be willing? Giratina offered. Without hesitation, Yu declared resolutely. In that moment, were he to perish and find himself entombed, he would still break free and proclaim his willingness. Psychic abilities, he had long desired such powers. Observing the exploits of Nessa in Golden City, who wielded her abilities to turn others into mere puppets, immobilized at her whim, and could teleport effortlessly across the city, Yi was inspired. Were it not for the Champion League's restrictions against trainers participating directly, Nessa would have easily claimed a title. Moreover, in the wilderness, such abilities proved invaluable. When trainers could not intervene, it was vital to resolve matters with Pokémon. Your Gengar is quite commendable. Do you possess any other Pokémon? Ideally, one of Ghost or Dragon type, or better yet, both, 3 at once. Giratina inquired. None, Yi replied. Ghost and Dragon types were indeed rare. The only dual-type Pokémon of such nature, aside from Giratina, was Dragapult, which resided far in the Galar region and was scarce in number. Even amongst semi-legendary Pokémon, Dragonite and Tyranitar were abundant in comparison. Despite years of searching, no leads had been found. Very well, we shall proceed as is for now. Once you become my messenger, you will be tasked with maintaining the tranquility of the distortion world and exploring the outside realm on my behalf, Giratina instructed. Yu contemplated how those seeking to capture Ho-Oh would first target NEI's trio, while those aiming for Lugia would pursue Articuno's trio. With a messenger in place, any future endeavors would necessitate confronting this young one first. Let the humans be the ones to handle their own chaos. Yu and Gengar awaited eagerly, ready to embrace the bestowed power. Accept my power, Giratina commanded, its eyes glowing with an ethereal light as the energies of the distortion world surged forth. enveloping EU and Gengar in a radiant infusion of purple-black energy. Chapter 23. The wrath of Xiao remains elusive, and this could spell disaster. In the Research Institute, Uncle Le paces anxiously, consumed by worry for the only son of the Qiao family. What would happen if something were to go awry? Suddenly, the sky reverberates with the sound of aircraft engines. A multitude of individuals gaze upwards, witnessing hundreds of airships approaching from the eastern horizon, their presence formidable. Here they come. Lu Xiaomina exclaims, her gaze fixed on the airships. She feels unjustly caught in the turbulence, having traveled great distances only to find not the ultimate beast, but instead hearing of her friend's son going missing. As the airships descend, a significant number of uniformed personnel disembark, cordoning off the area within a several-kilometer radius. 4 individuals emerge from one of the airships. The first is a hunched, elderly woman who, despite her unassuming appearance, exudes an aura of chilling dread, instilling a sense of gravity among the trainers present. As the bond between Pokémon and trainers deepens, Pokémon increasingly resemble their trainers, while trainers, in turn, become influenced by their Pokémon. This spectral aura indicates that she is at least of Elite 4 caliber. Indeed, the eldest Elite 4 member from Kanto, the Ghost-type Master, Juzi, has truly arrived. The second figure is a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit and spectacles. His expression grave and devoid of any semblance of a Pokémon trainer. It is evident he is a high-ranking official. Xiao Jinyu, the director of the Alliance's finance department. The third is a regal woman, her eyes radiating a terrifying chill akin to that of a queen. Sasaki Wan, the former heiress of the Sasaki family, now a business magnate. The fourth individual, while younger than the previous 3, possesses an icy gaze and an aura of formidable strength. Xiao Jinyu, a high-ranking member of Interpol. All prominent figures from the Sasaki family have gathered. Uncle Lu approaches somewhat awkwardly, acutely aware that Xiao Yu's disappearance falls under his purview. You need not speak to me, but to Xiao Yu. She is in charge here. Yuma asserts, her anger palpable at the loss of her only son. Nonetheless, her years in the business world have taught her to manage her emotions and delegate matters to the professionals. Yes, Uncle Lu nods, glancing at Xiao Jinyu. Since Xiao Yu's disappearance, has anyone left this vicinity? Regarding the underground organizations involved in the attack, I cannot say. However, none of those who arrived earlier have departed, Uncle Lu answers. Very well. From this moment forth, no one is permitted to leave. A thorough inventory will be conducted, and everyone will undergo hypnosis, Xiao Jinyu declares, surveying the gathering. Expressions shift among the assembly. After all, who does not harbor a few secrets? Who would willingly submit to hypnosis? What if someone inadvertently divulged sensitive information? This is unreasonable. Lu Xiaomina stands to protest, feeling unjustly accused despite her innocence. Right now, I embody the law. Cooperation will ensure your safety. Non-compliance will not, Xiao Jinyu retorts resolutely. If anyone resists, they will face dire consequences. The Qiao family boasts hundreds of individuals, along with her trusted allies in Interpol, all highly skilled trainers, armed and ready. Those who oppose her will meet with lethal force. Such actions may breach protocol, and she may face repercussions afterward, potentially jeopardizing her hard-earned position. Yet, with the family's sole heir missing, such concerns pale in significance. If the family is lost, what else matters? Lu Xiaomina, I empathize with your predicament, but I implore you to cooperate. This is not about you. I will ensure compensation, Yuma implores. Hearing this, Lu Xiaomina can only begrudgingly acquiesce, sitting down in dissatisfaction. What is this? On what grounds do you justify hypnotizing us? We are not criminals. I shall inform Miss Junsha of your actions, Lu Xiaomina thinks, although she feels no guilt and refrains from outright rebellion. However, for Qi, who has a guilty conscience, the situation is different. With not only Xiao Yu missing but also Hua Xing, Zhen Xing, and Bai Jin Yuhan, he is as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. As a senior operative of the Galaxy team, he is painfully aware that losing even one member before a mission is completed is a grave loss. Not to mention the disappearance of Bai Jin Yuhan. Thus, he opts to remain, as leaving now would raise suspicions. Little did he expect that staying would lead to even greater trouble. Hypnosis. Who knows what could occur after such an event? Do you refuse? Xiao Jinyu inquires, directing her gaze at Qi. Indeed, I refuse. I am a legitimate businessman of the Alliance. This is unlawful imprisonment and interrogation. I will take you to court. And regardless of your status, you will not escape justice, Qi boldly asserts, unflinching. The illegal detention of so many individuals, even in Kanto, is a precarious situation for Xiao Jinyu to navigate, let alone in Sinnoh. Yet, her response is swift. A kick lands squarely in Qiri's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. I am the law. Survive this ordeal first, then consider any grievances you may have. With that, a white Gengar emerges from the shadows, whisking Qiri away. How tyrannical and unreasonable, Sharona observes, regarding Xiao Jinyu. The situation is understandable given the circumstances surrounding her only heir. After all, they have committed no wrongdoing. One need not fear the shadows if one stands in the light. Now is not the time for conflict, Dr. Giselin advises. Should a confrontation arise now, the Qiao family would show no mercy. The longest-serving Elite Four member in the alliance is not to be trifled with. The well-regarded Aju, recognized as possessing Elite Four strength, previously challenged Juzi during the last Champions League, only to be soundly defeated. There is no need. No one wishes to engage her in battle. For the outcome is all but guaranteed. Sharona nods in agreement, though she harbors a desire to challenge the Elite Four. Now is clearly not the time. The interrogations commence, and no one is spared. The results of the first interrogation astound everyone present. Chiri, the most renowned philanthropic businessman in Sinnoh, is revealed to be the clandestine leader of the Galaxy team, the orchestrator of the chaos. He masterminded the destruction of the ruins, inciting his subordinates, Huaxing and Jinxing, to take action. He is swiftly taken into custody and subjected to relentless questioning. During this time, the remaining Galaxy team leader, Sui Xing, attempts a rescue but is apprehended as well. The highest-ranking leaders of the Galaxy team have either been captured or have vanished, plunging the organization into unprecedented turmoil. Yet, Xiaoyu remains unfound. The Qiao family mobilizes, dispatching numerous personnel to conduct a thorough search. After 7 days, they have accounted for everyone in the vicinity, but have found not a single clue. All that can be confirmed is the disappearance of Xiaoyu, Huaxing, Jinxing, and Bai Jinyuhan. A pall of despair settles over the family. Juzi's hair has begun to turn gray, and both Yuba and Yuma have gone days without sleep. Just then, Xiaoyu suddenly emerges from the corridor, greeting everyone with a cheerful, "Long time no see." Chapter 24. The family meeting. What truly unfolded. After enduring a tumultuous experience, Yi was ultimately recognized by his mother, Yuma, as her biological son, leading to tears of joy. Following several twists and turns, Yi found himself subjected to an intense inquiry. The events transpired as follows. Among those he trusted most, Yi held nothing back, recounting every detail. Subsequently, Josie, Xiao Jinyue, and his parents were left utterly astounded. Indeed, his nephew, his son, had encountered the legendary Giratina. Moreover, he had become an envoy of Giratina. After some time, the group finally regained their composure, with Josie exclaiming, "I never imagined that the deeds of my elder brother would bestow such blessings upon little you." The Sinnoh region. Everyone's expressions reflected a sense of nostalgia. Realizing that events from 2 decades prior had somehow saved Yu in the present, Yuma was resolute in her intention to pay homage to her father-in-law. Truth be told, not only was Yu unfamiliar with his grandfather, but even she, as a daughter-in-law, had little knowledge of him. After all, Yu's grandfather had sacrificed himself over 20 years ago, while Yuma had only met Yuba 15 years ago, following a 5-year courtship and a decade of blissful marriage. "So, what level of power have you attained now?" Josie inquired. "You can feel it for yourselves." Yu extended his hand, and a formidable surge of energy erupted, enveloping Josie, Xiao Jinwei, and his parents, lifting them off the ground and rendering them immobile. After a moment, Yu gently lowered them back down. "That was merely the strength of a quasi-champion. Is that all you possess?" Josie remarked. "The gifts from Giratina should not be so modest. The core of my ability has been developed. The ceiling of my potential will need to be cultivated further by myself. A higher starting point leads to an even greater ceiling," Yu replied. "And what of Gengxi?" Josie asked. "It is Jinxidin now." Yu glanced at his shadow, and a dark figure emerged, Jinxidin floating forth, now possessing a pair of hands that were not connected to its body. After absorbing so much energy from Giratina, it would be absurd if it had not evolved. This was still Giratina's consideration for development, had it fully infused the energy. Evolving into Gengar would have been a trivial matter. Now that it has evolved, let us have some fun with Gengar. Josie retrieved a Pokeball, and a large Gengar appeared in the room. The ever-fearless Jinxitin turned pale upon seeing Josie's Gengar, realizing it was about to face its parental figure once again. Before it could react, Gengar seized Jinxitin's hand, and they exited to engage in battle. Despite Jinxitin having acquired Giratina's power before its mother, it remained utterly helpless. With no means of resistance, it was swiftly dragged away, and 3 minutes later, Jinxitin lay on the ground like a defeated dog. Gengar floated back nonchalantly, as if the creature sprawled on the floor was not her own offspring. Indeed, magic, speed, energy defense, and physical defense have all reached the elite level. Marking it as a standout among the elite, Josie assessed with satisfaction. In the realm of Pokémon, power is categorized from low to high, low level, mid-level, high level, elite, quasi-champion. Champion. The distribution of abilities encompasses energy attack, energy defense, physical attack, physical defense, stamina, and speed. However, it is not a requirement for all 6 categories to reach the same standard to be deemed successful. This is entirely unfeasible. Even a champion-level Torterra cannot outrun an elite-level Pidgey. Instead, achieving standards in a few categories suffices. For low, mid, and high levels, meeting 1 standard qualifies, while elite and quasi-champion standards require 2, and champion and above necessitate 3. After all, actual combat does not involve a one-on-one comparison of each category. Combat is about leveraging one's strongest attributes against the opponent's weakest points. A trainer's strategy lies in maximizing the Pokémon's strengths. Achieving standards in 4 categories indicates a solid foundation with significant potential for future growth. I can finally retire, no longer needing to cling to this position. Within a decade, Little Yu will likely inherit this role from me. He may even become the first champion of Kanto. Yu laughed. Giratina did not hastily elevate Jinxit in S abilities, but rather enhanced its genetic capabilities, increasing the likelihood of future potential. Once fully evolved, its base stats could rival those of the legendary birds, if not exceed them. Moreover, Gengar has the potential for Mega Evolution in the Kalos region. Who is not aware of the Mega Evolution stones? However, even in Kalos, they are challenging to procure, and due to the region's barriers, they remain temporarily out of reach. Yet, in a few years, they will surely be obtainable. If everlasting Mega Evolution could be achieved, that would be splendid. After all, a hypothesis within the theory of Mega Evolution posits that its form is the ultimate state of Pokémon, merely hindered by the passage of time. Thus, strive for excellence. I hope you emerge as the champion of this Pokémon League. Josie encouraged. That may prove challenging. The Pokémon League is fast approaching. And I currently possess only 3 Pokémon. I don't even have a full team of 6, Yu explained. What does that matter? When I faced Aji, did I ever rely on a 4th Pokémon? 3 against 6 is sufficient, Josie countered. Yu grimaced at Josie. Do you think everyone is like you? Who doesn't he know that the Elite Four of Kanto are formidable? Especially you, Shiba, and Aji, who have left you questioning your very existence. Persevere. Do not let this old woman down. Even at my age, I still wish to hold my position among the Elite Four, Josie said to Yu. Josie continues to serve as an Elite Four member not only because she feels her energy remains, but also because she desires to continuously challenge the younger generation in pursuit of greater strength. Additionally, her family lacks a suitable successor. Yuba possesses only average talent as a Pokémon trainer, and Xiao Jinwei is somewhat lacking, qualifying as a quasi-champion. But attaining an Elite Four position in Kanto is nearly impossible, and she has little interest in it. Hence, for the sake of her family, Josie has continued to bear the burden. Now that Yu has gained strength, everything will be more manageable. I will do my utmost, but Andy, you could retire at this moment. Even if I do not battle now, in a few years, I can still fight, Yu stated. In any case, strive for success. Because of you, I, an elderly woman, must still rush around. Now, you handle your affairs. I shall head to the Orange Archipelago for a relaxing soak. As the hot springs there are said to be beneficial for health and wrinkle prevention, Josie said, casting a glare at Yu before preparing to leave. Yu understood the reason for her departure. Remaining would serve no purpose. If anything arose, Yuba and Yuma could manage without her. It was best to return home and rest. As one ages, one should indeed sleep more. Indeed, I too should take my leave. Because of you, I have incurred a reprimand. However, I was fortunate to have unexpectedly captured the leader of Team Galactic, Chi-Ri. If I can eradicate Team Galactic entirely, perhaps I might even earn a promotion, Xiao Jinwei remarked. Chi-Ri was captured? Yu exclaimed, bewildered. What on earth transpired during my absence? Oh yes, you remain unaware. Xiao Jinwei recounted the events in detail. After listening, Yu reflected, Chi-Ri, so you have met your match. Considering this, Team Galactic's demise is inevitable. After all, Chi-Ri is the core of Team Galactic. With him under control, the remaining members will be easily dealt with. The Galaxy team differs significantly from the Rockets. The Rockets possess a convoluted industrial chain, entangled with various nefarious channels. One could assert that if any heinous incident were to transpire in the regions of Kanto, Chengdu, or the Orange Archipelago, attributing the blame to the Rockets would yield an 80% likelihood of accuracy. Their organization is indeed vast, spanning across the breadth of the nation. Even if Sakaki desired to extricate himself from this entanglement, the Rockets would remain relentless, and it is conceivable that a faction could usurp Sakaki's position, proclaiming themselves as the new leaders. Conversely, the Galaxy team adopts a strategy of being few in number, yet highly efficient. The majority of their funding stems from the business dealings of the Red Sun, with limited channels of operation. Much like in the original narrative, Where capturing the Lake Guardians necessitated collaboration with Hunter J, the current situation leads EU to ponder whether the Galaxy team might ultimately disband. Most individuals continue to harbor skepticism regarding the notion of world annihilation. Chapter 25, The Mischievous Gengar Absol, Unleashed Dark Pulse. In the backyard, Gengar floated effortlessly, embodying the essence of stealth and evasion. Absol leaped around with agility and power, its mouth emanating a flicker of purple light, radiating with destructive energy, aimed directly at Gengar. Gengar deftly sidestepped, dissipating like smoke, as a shadowy sphere the size of a basketball suddenly materialized, launching towards Absol. Dodge, Absol! With a flicker of green light in its eyes, Absol seemed to pierce through the veil of reality, shifting its body to the right just in time to evade Gengar's attack, as if it had anticipated this very moment during its offensive. Following this, Absol made a determined leap towards the airborne Gengar. Gengar's form shifted, evading the seemingly impossible with remarkable finesse, transforming into a swirling shadow. After a back-and-forth exchange lasting a good 10 minutes, EU clapped his hands to call for a halt. All right, that's enough. Let us take a break. The two Pokémon ceased their battle, and Absol lowered its head to munch on its Pokémon food. However, its side-like horn continued to glimmer, ever vigilant of its surroundings. Alas, its vigilance proved futile as a ghostly hand suddenly emerged, snatching some of Absol's food right before its eyes. Absol! Absol emitted a disgruntled cry, but Gengar paid no heed, swiftly vanishing from sight. Absol glared with wide eyes, puffing its cheeks, silently vowing to unleash its fury upon Gengar once it grew stronger. Meanwhile, Gengar chuckled triumphantly as it retreated, being of a different type. Its diet did not include Absol's food, and the theft was merely a playful act. Since evolving to possess hands, Gengar's mischievousness had significantly escalated, and it began to play pranks on various targets, not just EU. Observing the scene, EU merely smiled, understanding that despite Absol's apparent anger, the relationship between it and Gengar was quite amicable, with such antics only strengthening their bond. Continuing with data analysis, it became apparent that during their recent skirmish, Absol and Gengar had both acquired new skills. Absol had learned the move Pierce, a fighting technique that allowed it to discern the trajectory of an opponent's attack amid the chaos of battle, enabling it to evade the next strike. EU envisioned evolving this defensive skill into an offensive one, striking down opponents while predicting their actions, a manifestation of the mind's eye effect. However, this endeavor was met with failure. Yet, every beginning is fraught with difficulty. Failure is the mother of success. Countless champions have taught EU that without creativity and innovation, one cannot ascend to greatness. Gengar, on the other hand, had mastered Shadow Sneak. In the hands of Giratina, this move was apocalyptic, but in Gengar's possession, it served primarily as a means of escape. One could only wonder how Giratina would react upon witnessing Gengar's antics. From the data analysis, results were promising. If the current trajectory continued, by the time the Quartz Conference commenced, Gengar would undoubtedly evolve into Gengar, reaching the ranks of semi-champions, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even further. Absol lagged slightly behind, but was equally gifted. Although it favored long-range attacks like Hyper Beam, its close combat prowess was equally formidable. When the Quartz Conference began, while the prospects of reaching semi-champion status remained uncertain, ascending to the elite tier seemed a certainty. Should fortune favor them and Absol break through to the semi-champion level, EU could indeed field 3 Pokémon in the league. After all, the Quartz Conference was becoming progressively easier, and this year promised to be the most lenient of all. Even Ash's lineup managed to reach the top 16. If Charizard behaved, it might even make it to the top 8. The level of competition was evident. With 2 semi-champions and 1 elite Pokémon, the odds seemed favorable. If necessary, they could also incorporate Z-moves. While Megastones and evolutionary keys were hard to come by, Z-rings and Z-crystals were relatively accessible. With diligent training, the pinnacle of success was within reach. Feeling invigorated, EU switched gears, beginning to draft a report on his recent excursion. School, with its lack of empathy, had promised rewards, only to require a reflective report detailing the insights gained during the trip. As he prepared to type, suddenly, a tense cry for help pierced the air. EU's expression shifted to one of exasperation. It was Gengar's voice. Since becoming Giratina's envoy, Gengar had acquired the ability to speak. Glancing in the direction of the commotion, he saw Gengar racing towards him, panic etched across its features. Hot on its heels was a deep blue Pokémon resembling a shark, soaring through the air at an extraordinary speed, its blade-like wings radiating a vivid green light. Poised to strike at Gengar. In a desperate attempt to escape, Gengar transformed into a cloud of smoke to utilize Shadow Sneak, but was still struck, landing clumsily beside EU. Looking up at the approaching Pokémon, illuminated by the moonlight, EU's gaze hardened, It emanated an aura of strength. Even the typically bold Absol instinctively recoiled, sensing a profound threat to its existence. What did Gengar do? I will take responsibility. Please, do not be angry. Despite his reluctance, Yu stepped forward, knowing he had to defend his Pokémon. Moreover, he held no fear of the opposing Mega Sharpedo. After all, there was only one Mega Sharpedo in the research facility, and it belonged to Cynthia, the formidable champion. There was no need for concern. It was unlikely to pose a threat. It's nothing serious. Your Gengar startled my Eevee, and now Mega Sharpedo is upset. At that moment, Cynthia's voice rang out as she descended on her Togekiss, cradling a cute little Eevee in her arms. Upon hearing this, Yu shot a glare at Gengar, chastising. You've gone too far, haven't you? Scaring a child while an adult is present? Have you forgotten your own strength? You're at the elite level, while your opponent is a potential champion. Gengar donned an apologetic expression. Come out and apologize, Yu commanded. Gengar emerged from Yu's shadow, transforming into a figure resembling Eevee, rolling on the ground in a display of cuteness. The startled Eevee in Cynthia's embrace, recognizing the imitation, though aware it was not genuine. Couldn't he help but display curiosity, leaping from Cynthia's arms to frolic with Gengar's transformed figure. And thus, the situation was resolved amicably. Your Gengar can transform? Cynthia observed in astonishment. It was her first encounter with such a Gengar. Yes, it is one of the only two I know of, Yu replied. The other is the millennial Gengar from the Girl-S Cliff. It can speak human language, creating mischief annually, keeping the legend of Girl-S Cliff alive. Its power is unfathomable, and it plays by its own rules, transforming into a mousetrap against Pikachu and donning a gas mask against Weezing. You have encountered another. Cynthia gazed at Leafy with surprise. Though her strength was not remarkable, her knowledge was indeed vast. Indeed, the ghost and psychic types are inherently unique categories, particularly the ghost type, as many Pokémon of this classification seem to be the reincarnation of departed souls. Leafy remarked. Furthermore, the Pokémon world truly possesses a spirit realm. In the animated series, during Ash's training in Sinnoh, a female ghost made an appearance. Spirits? Cynthia's delicate features paled slightly. Even as a formidable trainer, fear of ghosts transcends the realm of experience. Chapter 26. The bet with Cynthia otherwise. How could it be called a ghost type? Yu remarked. Gengar can extract your soul from your body. Would you like to experience the sensation of being solely a spirit? No, thank you, Cynthia promptly declined. This state is perfectly fine as it is. I have no desire to experiment with the feeling of separation between body and soul. What if something goes awry? Such a pity. The sensation of flying is quite delightful, Yu continued. When I was young, I played many times with Gengar and Jakuko. You're leaving this weekend, right? Cynthia changed the subject. Indeed, Yu confirmed. Originally, my archaeological studies were supposed to last just over a week, but due to natural disasters and the Galaxy team, plans have been significantly altered. Now that the ruins have been destroyed, there's no need for archaeology, and I shall return home to the Pokémon Academy this week. With this separation, I wonder when we shall meet again, Cynthia mused. Whenever you wish to meet, we can utilize video calls. Technology is quite advanced now. It won't be long, perhaps a year? I will come during the Sinnoh Champion League, Yu replied. You currently possess only 3 Pokémon, 2 of which are elite and 1 advanced, not even reaching 6. Do you truly believe you can triumph at this year's Indigo Conference? Cynthia chuckled. Of course. How about a wager? The loser owes the winner a favor, Yu suggested, raising an eyebrow. Cynthia frowned slightly and shook her head. No, I wouldn't want to bet with you. If I lose, I would be unhappy, and if I win, it would feel like I am cursing you to lose the competition. Not at all. If I win, though you lose the bet, your friend would still win, which is a source of joy. Conversely, if I lose, you would have a friend who lost the competition, yet you would have won the bet. Hence, you would benefit regardless of the outcome, Yu argued. Let us approach this from a different perspective then. Very well, Cynthia said after a moment of contemplation, agreeing to the wager. She didn't genuinely believe Yu's persuasive words. She was not naive. Her reluctance stemmed from a fear of losing, and she felt it would be unkind to wish for Yu's defeat. However, since he insisted, she was indifferent. Deep down, she believed her chances of winning were far greater. Securing a favor from the sole heir of the Jado family was evidently a profitable endeavor. Should she lose? The condition of a mere 11-year-old champion was not burdensome. She admired talented trainers. Furthermore, if the condition were unreasonable, she could simply refuse to fulfill it. There was no written contract. Agreed. We shall meet at the next Sinnoh Champion League, Yu concluded. Until then, Cynthia responded. And they clasped hands. Watching Cynthia depart, Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Approximately a year remained until the Indigo Conference. Following its conclusion, the Champion League would commence in about 3 months. He had roughly 15 months to prepare. 6 Pokémon, 3 nearing mastery, he had set a flag. Although, given his current strength, aspiring to become a member of the Elite Four or the champion at the onset of the league was improbable. He still aimed to reach the top 8, he could not participate without purpose. As long as he made it into the top 8, even if he did not win, he could become a candidate for the Elite Four, filling any vacancies without needing to battle again. Just like Aji, who would soon become the Poison-type Elite Four member in Johto without further fights. Having reached the top 4 in the Champion League previously, he was granted direct appointment. The top 8 was indeed achievable. Moreover, prior to the top 8 matches in the Champion League, one only needed to battle 3 Pokémon, filled with fervor and determination. Yu glanced at the time, preparing to wash up and retire for the night. However, upon returning to his room, he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw Lizman standing there. "Hello, Auntie. Is there something you need?" he asked, his expression slightly awkward. Lizman had come at his request. Yet his aunt treated her like a criminal in an interrogation. "Well, it's not a big deal. My daughter, Lily, will be attending the Kanto Pokémon Academy next week, and I hope you can look after her," Lizman explained. Of course, Yi readily agreed, though he was aware that his reputation at the Pokémon Academy was not stellar. Given recent events, he would likely become a pariah, and if Lily befriended him, she might be ostracized. "Don't worry, Lily can be shy, and you are rather similar," Lizman reassured him. "Annie, may I ask why Lily is coming here to study? Wouldn't it be more convenient in Alola?" Yu inquired. Although Lily is afraid of Pokémon, she has loved them since childhood, so attending a Pokémon Academy is essential. The Pokémon Academy run by Professor Oak was an option, but last year, a meteorite suddenly fell, and a Rayquaza clashed with a Pokémon, resulting in much of the school being destroyed. Hence classes are temporarily suspended, Lizman explained. "Has the Pokémon Academy in Alola also been attacked by Rayquaza?" Yu asked in astonishment. A meteorite and Rayquaza. Did it fight with Dialga again? To everyone's surprise, Rayquaza descended, causing significant damage but thankfully no casualties. Nonetheless, classes had to be put on hold for the time being, Lizman added. Yu nodded. As long as there were no fatalities, it could be considered a minor inconvenience. Professor Oak, the esteemed Professor Oak, was financially stable. "Auntie Lizman, I have a few questions regarding Lily. What exactly caused her fear of touching Pokémon? You mentioned she loved Pokémon since childhood, so there must be a reason for her fear," Yu probed. Upon mentioning this, Lizman's expression grew somber. "I don't know. She was always lively and loved Pokémon, but one day, she suddenly became fearful of touching them. I've asked her, but she cannot articulate the reason. It has been this way for a while now." "Auntie, haven't you tried other methods to inquire further?" Yu asked. "No, Zaobo has conducted thorough research. I believe there shouldn't be any issues," Lizman replied. Yu observed Lizman closely. She was a remarkably successful entrepreneur, as evidenced by her Ether Foundation being the leading enterprise in Alola. However, she did not seem to be a competent mother. Her daughter experienced such a sudden change, and she relied solely on her assistant for answers. Moreover, that assistant was the root cause of the problem. As someone who had been reborn, Yu was acutely aware that Lily's fear of Pokémon stemmed from an encounter with Zaobo, who had recklessly opened the Ultra wormhole for research, scaring her with the Ultra beast that emerged. It was no wonder that Lizman's eldest son, Gladion, had run away from home. There were reasons behind it. However, Yu was not well acquainted with Lizman, and it was unwise to speak too candidly. Thus, he said nothing further and returned to his room. Chapter 27. Homeward Bound Farewell. Shin. Yu sat on the airplane heading towards Kanto, gazing down at the vast expanse of Shin. Although this expedition had taken an unexpected turn, transforming from a simple archaeological study into a battle for survival, it had proven to be fruitful. He had gained a companion, Absol, who, despite being rather particular about food and possessing some unconventional skills, was undoubtedly a valuable ally. Moreover, receiving a gift from Giratina was an unparalleled opportunity. Gastly had developed the potential of a mythical Pokémon. While it may not seem significant at present, the future held promise. He had unlocked a power akin to his super ability, ensuring greater stability for his life. Once this semester concluded, he could contemplate traveling and challenging the Pokémon League, especially since Giratina had granted him the ability to traverse the distortion world. As long as he possessed a mirror, he could enter and exit freely, significantly enhancing his safety. "Has Platinum Yuhuan really vanished?" Zhaoqing inquired. "Of course, having encountered Giratina, it's a miracle I returned alive. Did you expect me to take something that rightfully belongs to Giratina?" Yu replied. He had not publicly announced the gift from Giratina he and Gastly had received, but their entry into the distortion world alongside Huaxing and Zhenxing had been made known. After all, there was no reason to conceal such matters. Doing so would only invite suspicion and potential trouble. I'm merely curious. After all, not everyone has the chance to see Giratina, Zhaoqing remarked. Next time there's an opportunity, I'll take you along. But given your looks, Giratina might just devour you, Yu quipped. Recalling the rumors surrounding Giratina, Zhaoqing's expression shifted, prompting him to change the subject. Both of your Pokémon are at the elite level now. When you return, are you considering taking the upgrade exam? The Pokémon Academy has 3 grade levels corresponding to novice, intermediate, and advanced trainers. Graduating from the exams signifies reaching elite trainer status, which entails acquiring 8 badges. Each year, exams are held. Those who pass are promoted, while those who fail must repeat the year. However, for exceptionally talented individuals, such constraints can be bypassed, allowing for direct graduation. No need. The grade level makes little difference to me. I already know most of what the teachers teach. I can study the material myself. I'll just apply for graduation when the quartz conference arrives, Yu stated. Moreover, Lily AI, having no Pokémon, would likely remain in the beginner class indefinitely. Yu's ascension is quite the situation. It's good. Strive for the championship, as the school's admission rate next year will depend on you, Zhaoqing remarked. The Pokémon Academy's curriculum was touted as a surefire guide to success. Yet, tragically, it had been 2 decades since a championship title was secured. The past 10 years had seen no progress into the top 16. The hope of the Academy now rested solely on Yu's shoulders. Yu rolled his eyes. Had it not been for the airplane's prohibition on mobile phone use, he would have been disinclined to engage with Zhaoqing. Adjusting his seat, Yu closed his eyes, surrendering to a sweet slumber. After some time, the airplane landed. Zhaoqing tapped Yu's shoulder, prompting him to awaken and disembark. It's getting late. Let us grab a meal at the nearby restaurant. Afterward, we'll take the coach back to school, Zhaoqing announced to the group of students. Having spent hours on the plane, everyone felt a pang of hunger and flocked to the dining area. Yu had a simple meal, but before finishing, his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from the Golden City Pokémon Center, piquing his curiosity as he activated the video call mode. Ash's visage appeared on the screen. Hey Ash, what brings you to me? Yu inquired, puzzled. Yu, Professor Oak mentioned you are an expert in ghost-type Pokémon, correct? Ash queried. In comparison to you, I am an expert in all aspects, Yu replied candidly. Could you do me a favor? Ash asked. Go ahead. Yu responded straightforwardly. Ash was one of his few friends, and as long as the request wasn't too burdensome, he was willing to assist. Typically, Ash's dilemmas were manageable. Anything overly daunting, such as a mythical Pokémon battle, Ash would handle himself. I'm challenging the gym here in Golden City, but the gym leader, Nats, is incredibly strong. Her Espion far outmatches my Pikachu and me, and we can't defeat her. A kind uncle advised us that ghost types are effective against psychic types. So I wanted to ask you how to catch one, Ash elaborated. You challenged Nats? Did you finish battling Marshadao? Yu inquired. I completed that some time ago. I thought Nats wouldn't be too difficult, but her psychic abilities are overwhelming, Ash expressed, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. Previously, after battling Marshadao, even when Pikachu was severely injured by Raichu, he hadn't felt this despondent. Though neither he nor Pikachu had been hurt this time, he felt hopeless. Seeing Ash so dejected stirred something within Yu. Although not particularly astute, Ash had always embodied optimism and vitality, rebounding from setbacks with unwavering enthusiasm. This display of despair was indeed rare. Yu discreetly began recording the conversation. Such a momentous occasion was worth preserving. Yu, do you know how to capture a Gastly? Ash continued, completely oblivious to Yu's actions. Quite simple. First, overwhelm it. There are few things in this world that can't be resolved with a bit of force. If it refuses to comply, just fight it. However, given your current strength, you might be at a disadvantage. Thus, I recommend the second option, build rapport. Spend time playing with it, if it enjoys itself. It should be more amenable to helping you, Yu suggested, considering Ash's passive buff that increased the catch rate of wild Pokémon by 50%. Play with them? Isn't capturing Pokémon usually done through battle? Can we really just play? Ash asked, somewhat uncertain. Yu raised an eyebrow. Who says that? You, of all people, lack the right to question this. Of the Pokémon you currently possess, how many did you catch on your own merit? Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander, none were caught through your own efforts. Out of the 6 Pokémon in your possession, 4 were obtained through sheer luck. Who gave you the audacity to ask such a question? Suppressing his urge to berate Ash further, Yu exchanged a few words with him, leading him away before resuming his meal. Nats, the psychic-type gym leader, is she really that strong? Asked Qingdai, who was dining beside him. Her strength was rated at the 3-badge level, and she was currently preparing for the upgrade exam, meaning she was also at a level to challenge Nats. Unreasonably strong. Yu replied. The distribution of gym leader strength in Kanto is truly uneven. In most regions outside Kanto, gym leaders possess elite-level capabilities. They often adjust their strength according to challengers. Although power levels can vary, the majority of trainers fluctuate around the elite threshold, neither exceptionally strong nor weak. Kanto, however, is unique, with many trainers lacking even high-level Pokémon, such as those in the Hualan City Gym, where the general combat capability is only at the high-level Pokémon tier, and elite trainers are exceedingly rare. The formidable power, equally capable of instilling fear in the hearts of many, is exemplified by the prowess of Tokawazuka's Mewtwo, which effortlessly overpowers all opponents. Shaber, a mere replica of Professor Oak, engages in battles that become so monotonous he resorts to scientific research. Ultimately, the illustrious Nagi, alongside her Pokémon, employs psychic abilities, an overt display of strength in a 2-against-1 scenario. To speak plainly, few trainers in the league can match Nagi's might. Just how formidable is she? While psychic types can be challenging, they are not invincible. I could easily conquer them with just a Nidoking. At this moment, the top student of the intermediate class, having overheard the conversation, interjected. This student is officially recognized as possessing the strength of 5 badges. In a simulated game, they successfully surpassed Nagi's challenge. With the right approach, all gyms can be navigated with ease. It is only those who neglect their studies that perceive gym leaders as formidable adversaries. The top student of the advanced class, brimming with pride, boasted of possessing 7 badges. You raised an eyebrow? Are you implying this is directed at me? Chapter 28. Lily AI. Under the gaze of Yu, the top student of the advanced class felt a twinge of discomfort, but still held his head high. Wearing a proud expression, he was indeed referring to Yu. After all, those who could attend the Pokémon Academy were all from affluent families, pampered since childhood. It was impossible not to feel a spark of anger when treated like a criminal for the first time. However, he could not bring himself to act against Yu. What could the Kiku King and his associates do? Could they really come and confront a student? Do you all think the Golden Gym is an easy target? Yu addressed the group of advanced class students. For some who lack seriousness or talent, it is indeed challenging. However, for those of us who possess both talent and diligence, it is utterly effortless, the top student of the advanced class claimed. They were all assured participants in this year's Alliance tournament. How could they possibly be defeated by a gym trainer? Utterly effortless? Yu looked at the group with a pitying expression, a demonstration of ignorance and fearlessness. I was unaware of this until now. Thank you for enlightening me. To survive with such ignorance, you truly are the CRME de las Armée among people, unlike me. What did you say? The top student of the advanced class, incensed by Yu's words, stood up to confront him. Do not think that just because you are the nephew of the Kiku King, we would shy away from confronting you. Of course, you would dare. I believe it without needing emphasis. After all, those who live by the creed of ignorance fear nothing. Yu replied calmly. You are the ignorant one, coward, retorted the top student of the advanced class. Ignorance or knowledge, it all depends on ability. Tomorrow is Saturday, a holiday, and it will take less than a day to fly from here to Golden City. If you wish to prove your invincibility, bring me the gym badge from the Golden Gym, and I will acknowledge your knowledge, Yu stated. Very well, just wait. I will make you apologize, the top student declared with arrogance. Yes, and we too. The other 5 from the intermediate and advanced classes chimed in, each of them possessing the strength of 5 gyms. The Golden Gym, easily defeated. Indeed, Yu replied nonchalantly. Go ahead, I won't stop you. As long as you are not on my team, the more sacrifices, the better. It will amuse me. If it is against me, even better. By the way, Nasi will surely appreciate my generous gift of so many plush toys. A group of intermediate and advanced students, brimming with confidence, envisioned themselves retrieving the badge and Yu apologizing to them. After finishing their meal, they boarded a bus, returning to their long-missed school for a good night's sleep, subsequently enjoying a period of tranquility. Until Sunday at 6 o'clock, Yu returned to the airport with Gung Si Tong and a Biru, holding a sign with Lily AI's name, searching for her among the crowd. However, as the plane landed, a swarm of people disembarked, making it challenging for Yu to spot Lily AI. Are you Yu, as mentioned by my mother? Just as Yu was searching aimlessly, a timid, sweet voice rang in his ears. Turning to the sound, Yu's eyes brightened upon seeing a girl wearing a large sun hat, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, her skin smooth and delicate like cream, with big, watery eyes radiating purity and innocence. In that moment, Yu felt as though a princess from a fairy tale had stepped out of a storybook. Yes, I am Yu. You must be Lily AI, he smiled. You are even more beautiful in person than in the photos. That is truly rare. Yes, I am Lily AI. Confirming she had not mistaken him, Lily AI's lovely face lit up with joy as she approached, pulling a massive suitcase behind her. Her fair cheeks slightly flushed from her brisk run. Hello, I am Lily AI. Please take care of me from now on. It's no trouble at all, Yu replied, extending his hand to take Lily AI's suitcase and moving forward. Lily AI followed closely, nervously fidgeting with her golden braids, as this was their first meeting. Once they were in the car, Yu took the driver's seat. In this world, it was not unusual for a 10-year-old to drive. Yu had obtained his driver's license at the age of 9. The customs of Kanto and Alola are quite similar. You should not encounter too many difficulties here. If there is anything you find uncomfortable, feel free to let me know, Yu said as he drove. The cultures of Kanto and Alola are indeed closely aligned, especially in rural areas, unlike the Unova region, where Alolan customs would likely face ridicule. I will. My mother mentioned that if there are any troubles, I can seek you out, Lily AI responded. Exactly. The spirit of Alola is about sharing nature's bounty, sharing joy to multiply happiness, and sharing suffering to lessen pain. Yu smiled. You know about the spirit of Alola? Lily AI seemed to find common ground, her face beaming with delight. Of course. I visited there a few years ago, and I even invested some of my New Year's money in a bear cake shop and a bear amusement park, Yu said. The bear cake shop and bear amusement park are yours? Lily AI exclaimed, wide-eyed. Well, I had no other use for my New Year's money, Yu replied. Alola is truly Yu's ideal paradise, a perfect retirement haven. He has indeed contemplated spending his later years there. Moreover, due to its well-preserved environment, it resembles a utopia with abundant wildlife. Can you believe that a Sharpedo is used as a mode of transportation, and one can fish for Milotic in the sea? Thus, he and Sheba planned to embark on a side venture together. As for why Sheba was so willing, it was because Yu had recommended a Pokémon to him, a Duraludon. Theoretically, it possesses semi-divine strength, yet for reasons unknown, it is overlooked in Alola. Yu encouraged Sheba to acquire one. They even made a bet. If Sheba's Duraludon turned out to possess exceptional genes, he would give Yu one of its offspring. If not, Yu would persuade the bear to train a Stuffle for Sheba. Although Stuffle was not Yu's, he merely helped the bear find its son. And their relationship was amicable, but not to that extent. Nevertheless, it was unimportant, as the agreement was established. You are incredible! Lily AI gazed at Yu with admiration. The bear cake shop and bear amusement park are quite famous in Alola. I never imagined they were enterprises of someone my age. Yu shrugged. The success of the business is not solely due to his personal ability, but rather standing on the shoulders of giants. This Sandshrew looks quite different from our Alolan Sandshrew, Lily AI remarked, observing a Sandshrew that suddenly popped up by the roadside. It is because your Alolan region has a unique environment and is influenced by the Ultra Wormhole, resulting in many Pokémon developing differently than in other regions, Yu explained. Normally, Sandshrew resembles the typical mole you see in a whack-a-mole game, just with 3 of them. However, Alolan Sandshrew has whiskers and golden fur. Honestly, Yu found it somewhat visually jarring. Of course, that is not the worst. He believed the most jarring was the mook. A normal mook is simply a pile of sludge, purple and quite foul-smelling. Yet, Alolan mook is a riot of colors. A hideous creature that is only made uglier by its many hues. As they chatted along the way, Yu discovered that Lily AI genuinely loved Pokémon. Their conversation was filled with Pokémon-related topics, showcasing her extensive knowledge. Moreover, her innocent and kind demeanor made her a charming young girl. 8 years later, it should possess remarkable appeal. Chapter 29, The Missing Students Today. A new student named Lily from Alola has joined our class. Let's extend a warm welcome to her. In the junior classroom, the homeroom teacher, Haping, introduced her. Lily gracefully appeared at the podium. Instantly, a group of boys in the class lit up with excitement. In this world, one reaches adulthood at the tender age of 10, resulting in a general precocity. While both genders can aspire to become Pokémon trainers, the truly formidable trainers are predominantly male. Many girls treat Pokémon almost as mere pets, lacking the fervor to delve into battles. Historically, the ratio of male to female participants in the Quartz Conference has ranged from 3 to 2 to 2 to 1. The Pokémon School reflects a similar trend. Despite the presence of Sherlock, the formidable leader. Hello everyone, I am Lily. She introduced herself succinctly, her charming and sweet smile captivating the attention of the boys. Sherlock felt a pang of anxiety. She sensed her position was in jeopardy. Please take that seat. Haping gestured towards the empty spot next to Yu. In the class, only the seat beside Yu remained vacant, as he had offended the leader, making him a pariah. Additionally, it had been made clear from above that no one was to sit next to him. Naturally, Lily chose to sit beside Yu, as it seemed the most prudent choice in this unfamiliar environment. The entire class cast murderous glares at Yu. He remained unperturbed. If looks could kill, he would have perished long ago at the hands of Sherlock's devoted followers. After the introduction of the new student, Haping resumed the lesson with an air of normalcy. Everything progressed as usual, save for Lily's remarkable performance. Her theoretical knowledge was at an exceptional level. Sherdai was more spirited than ever, yet she did not suppress her enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable, as his deskmate was too lively, making it awkward for him to rest his head on the desk. Observing the vivacious Lily, Yu began to feel a twinge of regret. As the standard 40 minutes elapsed, the school bell rang. Yu stood to stretch, initially intending to train his Ponyta. But upon noticing Lily beside him, he reconsidered. How about I show you around the school? He suggested. Sure. Lily nodded eagerly, following Yu outside. What a delightful girl. She has a lovely voice and is quite attractive. Moreover, it seems she comes from wealth. Haven't you noticed her custom-made attire? A true belle of privilege. In the classroom, as they watched Lily depart, a fervent discussion erupted among the students. Yet, Yu interjected, do you have any strategies? Takagawa asked. In terms of appearance, I won't discourage you. Everyone has their own taste. However, when it comes to grades, Yu is at the top, and in terms of family background, he is still first. Can you compete with that? Romance is not merely about grades, it requires finesse. Given her profound understanding of Pokémon knowledge, she must truly adore them. I'll procure a Pikachu. It's adorable, and I'm sure Lily will love it. One student countered. I'll seek out an EV. Others chimed in, each contemplating ways to win Lily's favor. Sherdai furrowed her brow, sensing her admirers were wavering, and with a dismissive huff, she resumed her studies. Yu guided Lily on a tour of the school, introducing her to various locations before commencing training with his Ponyta. Currently, this solitary Pokémon had attained a high level of competence, necessitating further effort to enhance its abilities. A streak of crimson light darted through the woods, engaging in battles against various wild Pokémon to bolster its strength. Your Ponyta is truly impressive, Lily exclaimed sincerely. There is still room for improvement. Would you like to assist with the training? Yu inquired. Me? I can't. Lily hesitated. You only fear touching Pokémon, but directing them doesn't require physical contact. Yu reassured her. I'm not afraid to touch them. Theoretically, if I wished to, I could. Lily retorted, her cheeks flushing as she defended herself. Yu observed Lily with an amused expression, nearly forgetting her stubbornness. Despite her fear of touching Pokémon, she would not admit it. How about you try touching a Pokémon that doesn't frighten you? He proposed. All right, Lily replied. I suppose I could give it a shot. As long as there is no direct contact, I should be fine. Upon hearing Yu's intent to temporarily assign it to another trainer, Ponyta approached Lily curiously, eager to make a new friend. Unlike the mischievous Gastly and the aloof Absol, Ponyta was gentle and friendly, showing no reluctance to befriend anyone. However, when Ponyta approached, Lily's instinctive reaction was to freeze, startled, and she instinctively hid behind Yu. Yu watched Lily with a playful gaze. I thought you weren't scared. In terms of my studies, I adore Pokémon, Lily declared, but touching them is an exception. If you truly love Pokémon, take that courageous first step, or seek to understand why you fear them. Some matters won't simply vanish if ignored, Yu offered, momentarily stepping into the role of a life mentor before continuing the training. Lily appeared somewhat disheartened. She was unsure why she felt this way, though she genuinely loved Pokémon. She was too afraid to touch them. Quietly observing from the side, resting her chin on her hand, she watched Yu train. Days passed in this tranquil routine until one fateful Friday night when Zhaoqing sought out Yu. What brings you here at this hour? You startled me, Yu said, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Cut the nonsense. Su Ji, Xiao Chuan, and Hong Lian, did they challenge the Golden Gym because of your suggestion? Zhaoqing pressed. Who? Yu responded, perplexed. Stop playing dumb. Sherdai has informed me that you bet them to challenge the Golden Gym, Zhaoqing retorted. Oh, you mean those fools? I had no idea they were called that, Yu mused. Now that you know, why are you asking me? They flew there last weekend and haven't returned since. Zhaoqing explained, his frustration mounting. And, does that mean you lack efficiency? You're only now looking for them after they went missing last weekend? If I were a parent, I certainly wouldn't allow my child to attend this school, Yu remarked. Enough with the sarcastic comments. Initially, we thought they were merely skipping class. It wasn't until we checked the dorms that we realized they were gone. With Miss Junsh's assistance, we learned they had flown away. And only then did we discover it was your doing, Zhaoqing said, his voice rising. Then you came to me? Are you saying you didn't go to the Golden Gym? Yu asked, bewildered. Do you think we didn't? 7 elite trainers from our school went to negotiate with NASA, and only one has returned. The remaining 6, along with those previous students, have all been transformed into dolls by NASA and left at the Golden Gym. Zhaoqing nearly shouted, his frustration palpable. There are only a handful of elite trainers in our school. If they don't return, the teaching system will collapse by next Monday. All transformed into dolls. Yu smirked slightly. Indeed, one's head may roll for 1,000 miles, but the weight of gratitude is even heavier. Chapter 30. Terms negotiated. Are you still reveling in their misfortune? Zhua Cheng glared at Yu, whose lips curled into a smirk, his forehead veins bulging. What is the matter? I didn't force them. They chose to prove themselves. What does that have to do with me? Yu retorted. But the origin of this predicament lies with you, Zhua Cheng insisted. Nazi has already stated that she would not yield unless someone defeats her. If you engage her in battle and fail, you risk becoming a doll. Oh, so you all, in a fit of anger, sent 6 heads to her. Only for the last one to realize the overwhelming disparity in strength in return for reinforcements. Yu replied, her tone sardonic. No, after they lost, they all banded together, attempting to beat her and reclaim the students. Yet, before they could even unleash their Pokémon, they were already under Nazi's control, transformed into dolls. If it weren't for a mysterious figure intervening, none would have escaped, is what Cheng explained. Of course, not everyone at the school is foolish. If they can't win, they'll resort to other means. But the problem is, Nazi as a trainer is fiercer than her Pokémon. Indeed, Yu nodded. Nazi has always been extremely powerful due to her psychic abilities since childhood, and her inability to control them has often harmed others, leaving her friendless. Consequently, her character is somewhat reclusive, yet she is not inherently malevolent. She strictly adheres to the rules of a gym leader. If you challenge her, she will fight you within the rules and will not use her psychic powers to attack directly. However, if you do not challenge her and resort to underhanded tactics, she will have no reservations. Psychic attacks on trainers are undeniably swifter than those on Pokémon. As for that mysterious figure, if I am not mistaken, it should be Nazi's father. Then should we call the police? If something has occurred, we should seek their assistance, Yu suggested. If that were effective, they would have already acted. Nazi has already declared during her duels that losing means becoming her doll, thus forming a contract. While they can choose not to fight, should they do so, they must bear the consequences. Miss Jusha would find it difficult to assist, as there is no one in the entire Kanto region stronger than Nazi in terms of psychic abilities. Within the league, she is a prized asset. As long as no one dies, they will not intervene, leaving us to fend for ourselves. Zhua Cheng remarked. Oh, I see. So, you came here specifically to share this news with me, hoping to make me happy? Yu inquired. I came to seek your resolution. You are the root cause of this issue. Now that the problem has escalated, it is your responsibility to resolve it. Otherwise, if their parents come to cause a scene, it will be difficult to manage, Zhua Cheng asserted. Whatever, I didn't hold a knife to their throats, forcing them to go. Can you really blame me? If they had the capability, they could have rescued their friends from Nazi, as if my family were inferior to hers, Yi replied nonchalantly. What a significant trouble. Can it kill me? Young master, consider the school's interests. Most of the captured students come from first-rate wealthy families. If something were to happen to them, it would severely impact our school, Zhua Cheng lamented. That group, even if united, cannot contend with Nazi, nor can they challenge the Qiao and Zhua families. Yet they can affect the school. If students cause a ruckus during their vacation and something unfortunate occurs, that is their affair. What does it have to do with the school? Yu countered. But they entrusted their children to us, which makes us responsible. Even if sometimes it is indeed their fault, we cannot state that. Otherwise, how would we recruit students next year? We are not a public school. Moreover, you are the one who led them into this, young master. You are the nephew of our school's largest shareholder, which complicates matters, Zhua Cheng replied. Oh. Then why not expel me to provide an explanation to those parents? Yu suggested. If you were expelled, our school might as well close down. Zhua Cheng exclaimed in desperation. If it were an ordinary student who had done such a thing, the school might indeed expel them to quell the parents' anger, considering the influence those parents wield. However, in Yu's case, that would be absurd. Expelling Yu would mean they could find new work the very next day. Yu, if you can resolve this matter, we can offer you a generous reward. A robust voice interjected from outside just as Zhua Cheng was reaching his breaking point. Yu looked up to see a slightly balding middle-aged man standing at the door. Principal Yu, long time no see. Since my enrollment. This seems to be our second meeting, Yu remarked. Indeed, but I suspect you do not wish to see me often, Principal Yu chuckled. If Yu can present conditions, we will accommodate as best we can. After all, you don't want those individuals to perish, do you? They have endured enough suffering after becoming dolls for several days. He was the second largest shareholder of the school and its actual overseer. Unlike the Zhua family, who were wealthy and indifferent, the school was his family's most significant asset. The stakes were too high for him to gamble. How can you be certain that I can resolve this situation? Yu asked. The issue was created by you. You must have a way to resolve it. Zhua Cheng interjected. Your logic is flawed. Just because I can push someone into an abyss does not mean I can pull them out. If I were to punch you now, could I heal you afterward? Yu retorted. However, I believe Yu has the capability to resolve it, Principal Yu stated. What can you offer me? Yu inquired. A century-old charcoal that can enhance the power of fire-type moves. I believe that is something Yu would require. Principle you proposed. Add a fire-type evolution stone, Yu countered. Fire-type evolution stones are essential for certain Pokémon to evolve. For instance, Houndour evolves into Houndoom, and Eevee evolves into Flareon upon contact with the stone. Other Pokémon do not enjoy such privileges. But that does not mean the fire-type evolution stone is ineffective for them. These stones contain exceptionally pure fire energy, and wearing one can enhance a fire-type Pokémon's affinity for firepower. Agreed. Principle you conceded. This expenditure was within his acceptable range. If Yu could not resolve the issue, they would need to seek out a trainer of at least quasi-elite status to challenge Nazi. Nazi's Gyarados was not exceptionally powerful. Merely elite tier, but with her psychic enhancement, it reached quasi-elite status. However, it would not exceed that level. Yet, a quasi-elite trainer would not charge less than this. And their success was not guaranteed. Only a true champion could provide a sure solution. The cost of hiring a champion was something Principle you dared not contemplate. Very well. Resolve this matter within a week. Now, let us all return home and not disturb my sleep. In a week's time, everything should be back to normal. Yu declared. Principal Yu departed with his entourage, confident that Yu would find a solution. If not, she could always seek assistance from her family. Is this Nazi truly formidable? Can you defeat her? A youthful voice chimed just as Yu was about to rest. Lilia stood at the door. The school dormitories were divided into 3 tiers. Tier 3 with 4-person rooms, Tier 2 with 2-person rooms, and Tier 1 with single-occupancy hotel-style rooms. Both Yu and Lilia belonged to such arrangements, and they were neighbors. Of course, I cannot defeat her, Yu replied directly. Although theoretically, dark types are immune to psychic attacks, and psychic types inflict no damage on dark types, Absol, being a dark type, could easily dominate Nazi. However, in this reality where Pikachu can continuously electrify ground types, if one were to treat these type advantages as unassailable rules, then that individual is either a fool or an idiot. Moreover, the psychic move Miracle Eye allows psychic moves to inflict damage on dark-type Pokémon. Indeed, it is fortuitous that Naz's main Pokémon, Yangela, is among the select few capable of mastering this extraordinary move. Hence, unless Yu has lost his senses, he would certainly refrain from challenging Naz. What then shall we do? Lily anxiously inquired, given that a commitment had been made. A simple dish of cold mixed tomatoes and eggs for supper, Yi replied nonchalantly. Defeating Naz through direct confrontation was, for the moment, beyond his capabilities. Unless he were to enlist the aid of his great-aunt, but the disparity between the costs and benefits was simply too great. However, Ash had already reached the Golden Gem, which means Naz's conquest is imminent. Aspiring to become a Pokémon Master, Ash, aside from his roles as a Master Liberator, a Flying-type Master, a Bounty Hunter, and a Super Rookie, also doubles as a Gym Trainer Transformer. Over the course of 2 decades, enduring countless encounters with various gym trainers, many of whom had their own issues, each has emerged as a more optimistic trainer after facing Ash. Naz shall be no exception. She will neither be the first nor the last, but she will certainly be one among them. Therefore, there is no need for concern. Within a week at most, Ash shall clear the challenge, and those plush dolls will finally take on human form. Chapter 31. The student preparing for revenge. Everyone should head back and tell Yu that I have acquired the 4th badge. During the court's conference, I shall defeat him. At the entrance of the Golden Gym, Ash addressed a group of individuals just released by Naji. The teachers from the Pokémon school assured him that they would deliver the message, while the students wore expressions akin to those mourning a great loss. Ash remained oblivious to the circumstances, as Yu had merely requested his assistance, promising a limited edition set of Pokémon cards from the league as a reward. Naturally, Ash obliged. Having completed the task, he and his companions, Brock and Misty, continued towards the seemingly unattainable goal of becoming Pokémon Masters under the setting sun. Little did they know, they were ultimately rescued by a fellow student. We owe him a debt of gratitude, remarked one teacher at the Pokémon school. However, for the young master of the Chiao family, our gratitude may hold little significance, replied another instructor. Not necessarily. It may not be useful now, but it could come in handy later, like when students need to avoid being caught slacking off in class, the first teacher noted. The others nodded in agreement, reminding the students that their return was due to Yu's intervention and instructing them to express their thanks upon their return. Furthermore, they were to write reflections for their unauthorized absence from class for a week. The students' faces darkened, resembling those who had suffered great loss. Though the week had not inflicted physical harm, the psychological toll was immense. They felt transformed from normal individuals into mere puppets, crushed under the weight of stones. Though they had survived, they wished never to relive the experience. Now, they faced the additional burden of writing reflections and receiving punishments, all thanks to Yu. Yet, paradoxically, they were expected to express gratitude. A silent understanding passed among the group. They would not let Yu off the hook. As the six returned to the Pokémon school at 7 in the evening, they gathered in a secluded grove. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Suji, the top student from the senior class, declared, setting the tone for their revenge. Indeed, we must retaliate. The others echoed, unwilling to accept their humiliation. We should engage in Pokémon battles to show him that, even if we cannot defeat Naji, we are still vastly superior to him. He must learn to respect his seniors, suggested a senior classmate, Xiaochuan. Absolutely, he should understand the hierarchy of respect. They concurred, determined to demonstrate the gap in strength between him and them. But how do we battle him? He is not in our grade. Only he can challenge us for advancement. And we cannot challenge him. A student from the middle grade hesitated. The fervor among the group dissipated momentarily as they considered the implications. Given their status and accomplishments, it was easy to bully an ordinary student, but Yu is an entirely different matter. Let him issue a challenge to us, proposed Wu Ju, a middle grade student, with a glint of malice in his eyes. How? They inquired. We could target someone he values. I believe a new transfer student in the junior class, who is quite peculiar and fears Pokémon, has developed a close relationship with Yu. Is someone like that even qualified to be a student at our Pokémon school? Wu Ju asserted. What do you mean? Suji frowned. We could force her out of the Pokémon school. A student who is not even a trainer has no right to be here. If Yu does not intervene, we can consider our revenge fulfilled. If he does, we shall teach him a harsh lesson. Wu Ju continued. Targeting a girl seems excessive, Suji remarked, frowning. It's not excessive at all. A student who isn't even a trainer shouldn't be admitted to our school. Wu Ju insisted. What place does someone who fears Pokémon have in our ranks? It is an affront to us. Targeting a girl is disgraceful, noted Hong Lian, a senior female student, disapproving of such tactics. Perhaps we need not resort to this. The school sports meet is in 2 weeks. During that time, all students will participate in competitions alongside their Pokémon. Yu will surely take part in at least one event, and we can sabotage him there. Proposed Inda from the middle grade. Yes, let us do that. We will ensure we defeat him. Hong Lian agreed. Let us allow the junior students to gather information. The moment we confirm which event Yu enters, we will sign up. Suji concluded. Meanwhile, Yu remained blissfully unaware of their scheming, disinterested in their petty rivalries. While they aspired for the league conference, his sights were set on the Champion League. In class, he diligently trained his Gengars, Absols, and Ponytas, making significant progress. As the day ended, the homeroom teacher addressed the class. In the last 5 minutes, I'd like to discuss something. Starting next Monday, our school will host the Pokémon Sports Meet, lasting 3 days. Everyone must participate. Please report which events you wish to enter. As the teacher spoke, the beloved class representative, Saint Dai, distributed the necessary materials. Yu, what is the Pokémon Sports Meet? Asked Lily AI curiously. It is a competition where students participate with their Pokémon to foster camaraderie between them. You can either use your own Pokémon or those provided by the school, as there are specific events for both. Moreover, every student must participate, and the first-place winners will earn substantial credits, Yu explained. The school's Pokémon Sports Meet features numerous events, primarily focused on land, sea, and air races. This entails racing on land Pokémon, marine Pokémon, and flying Pokémon in pursuit across various terrains. Attacks using Pokémon abilities are prohibited, though speed-enhancing support moves are allowed. Additionally, there are collaborative training events, where trainers run the first half and their Pokémon take over in the latter half, akin to a relay race. But what if I don't have a Pokémon? Lily AI inquired. Yu raised an eyebrow, finding her situation quite rare. The Pokémon school had never addressed such a concern since they provided Pokémon for those without, allowing them to complete assessments and leave with their Pokémon. Moreover, those who could afford to attend the Pokémon school would surely possess a Pokémon. I will discuss this with the administration, Yu assured her. Lily AI lowered her head, feeling discontented with her inability to interact with Pokémon, yet she struggled to overcome her mental barriers. Yu glanced at her but offered no further comment. Some hurdles must be surpassed alone. Yu, which event will you choose? Saint Dai asked, stepping forward. I will choose the land race. Yu responded. Yu pondered briefly, having already contemplated this matter. After all, it was the very domain in which Little Fire Horse excelled. Sheng Dai nodded in agreement, seemingly having arrived at the same conclusion, and proceeded toward the next endeavor. Before long, this news spread widely, resulting in a significant increase in the number of participants eager to enroll in the Pokémon land race. Chapter 32. The sudden appearance of Giratina. Has there ever been such a multitude of participants in racing competitions over the years? Yu and Little Fire Horse underwent inspections, received their numbers, and were astonished to find an unprecedented number of competitors this time. In previous years, there were only about 40 participants. This year, the count has nearly reached 80. It serves as a stark reminder of the vast disparity between seniors and juniors. Wuju remarked, standing with his arms crossed. His number was just one ahead of Yiyu. Senior? You mean yourself? Yiyu replied incredulously. Do not presume that a fortunate lineage makes you formidable. Here. It is strength that speaks, and we shall demonstrate to you the true power of a senior. Wuju approached Yiyu with an air of superiority, looking down upon him. If you had channeled your talent for boasting into diligent study, you would have graduated by now, rather than being here. Your parents did not send you here to squander your time. Neglecting your studies while pretending to be tough is futile. Yiyu could not help but shake his head, sighing as he departed, lamenting the decline of human decency and values. Students these days have truly lost their way. Wuju frowned, vexed by the audacity of the impudent youth who disrespected his elders. With a snort, little Fire Horse dashed to Yiyu's side, affectionately licking his cheek. Ever since learning that Yiyu would partake in the race, it had been diligently training to secure the first place. Yiyu patted little Fire Horse's head, realizing from Wuju's demeanor that the intermediate and advanced classes were likely to pose significant challenges ahead. The forthcoming competition would be more demanding than he had anticipated. Holding on to little Fire Horse, Yiyu decided to take a preliminary walk around the racing course. The Pokémon race consisted of a lap around the entire perimeter of the Pokémon Academy, traversing through forests, rivers, hills, and various terrains before returning. The total distance was approximately 60 kilometers. Although the academic credits awarded for first place were of little consequence to Yiyu, having committed to participating, he was determined not to lose. As they reached the riverbank, little Fire Horse bent down to drink, and Yiyu took the opportunity to splash his face with water. At that moment, the river began to swirl, and Giratina's silhouette emerged upon the surface of the lake. Startled, Yiyu quickly recovered, gazing at Giratina, and inquired, "What brings you here? Did you not mention that you created 2 messengers and needed to slumber to regain your strength? Have you awakened so soon? The energy expended in creating you was less than I anticipated, so while I have not completely restored my power, it is quite manageable for me to emerge occasionally." Giratina explained. "Do you seek me out for a specific task?" Yiyu asked. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Having acquired Giratina's power, one naturally incurs the obligation to serve him. After all, he is now Giratina's envoy. "No, I merely sought some company to alleviate my boredom," Giratina replied. Yiyu's expression faltered momentarily. "Is that possible? You, bored?" he queried in surprise. "Haven't you resided in the distortion world for eons? How can you only now feel such ennui? The distortion world, devoid of life, still offers a view of the outside world, akin to an endless series of dramas. Surely, it cannot be that dull. Moreover, as a legendary Pokémon, one would expect you to tolerate solitude. Otherwise, Dialga and Palkia would be in far worse situations. Of course, I can feel bored. I am the only one in the distortion world," Giratina retorted. "I had grown accustomed to it, but recently, having listened to you flatter me excessively, I find myself somewhat disoriented now that the compliments have ceased. Furthermore, as an envoy of a legendary Pokémon, I should possess a certain stature. I must observe the capabilities of my envoy and assess the situation. It is certainly not merely to receive flattery. I, Giratina, am a dignified legendary Pokémon. Boredom, you say? A conversation?" Yiyu raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Could it be that Giratina had grown addicted to praise due to the absence of compliments? Did it desire him to flatter it? Yet, Yiyu was no professional flatterer. Delivering unique compliments every day demanded a rare talent. Not everyone could become one of those sycophantic individuals. He certainly lacked such a gift, having nearly exhausted his vocabulary during their last encounter, requiring replenishment and enhancement. Thus, he aimed to navigate the situation smoothly. In a flash of inspiration, Yiyu's mind raced with numerous ideas, and he finally broke into a radiant smile. "How about we eat something? That's my approach. When I have nothing to do, I indulge in food, especially when troubled. A hot pot can resolve any issue. And if there is a problem a single pot cannot solve, we shall simply have a second. Hot pot. What is that? Is it delicious?" Giratina inquired. Its eyes filled with curiosity. As the sovereign of the distortion world, created by Arceus, it did not rely on food for sustenance. In fact, it had never tasted anything before, as the distortion world lacked other beings to provide sustenance. "Let us give it a try." Yiyu promptly ordered takeout, requesting a pot base and an array of ingredients to be delivered. 3 hours later. Delicious. Giratina extended its tongue, savoring every last drop from the pot. A look of sheer delight illuminating its face as its eyes nearly closed in bliss. Burp. Having consumed an entire pot of broth, completely disregarding the scalding heat, Giratina expressed satisfaction before addressing Yu. You were right. When bored, one should eat something. I no longer feel bored. I shall take my leave now. Should I feel bored again, I will come find you for another meal. With that, Giratina withdrew its head and vanished back into the distortion world, disappearing from Yu's sight, surveying the scattered dishes and the exhausted little fire horse, who had tirelessly provided heat for the hot pot. Yu could not help but smile. He had successfully navigated that encounter. Discovering Giratina's affinity for food was certainly preferable to enduring its incessant need for flattery. After all, flattery was a nuanced skill, difficult for Yu to master, and repetitive compliments would surely tire Giratina. However, food was abundant in this vast world, and there was no end to the variety he could offer. There was no need for Yu to rack his brain to devise new strategies. It merely required spending money. Yet, matters easily resolved by money were hardly burdensome for him. Little Firehorse. Came the pitiful whinny. Only then did Yu recall the plight of Little Firehorse, promptly recalling it into its pokeball. During those 3 hours, the fiery heat for the hot pot had been supplied by Little Firehorse, which had unfairly borne the burden of responsibilities far beyond its tender age. Next time Giratina visited, they would definitely eat indoors, utilizing an electric stove. Little Firehorse deserved to be treated as a Pokémon, not a mere tool. As he prepared to head to the Pokémon Center, Yu glanced at the scattered dishes and suddenly realized something. These items could not be stored in a Pokeball. His spirit sank. Indeed, it was a hassle to treat a legendary Pokémon to a meal without compensation, only to leave him to tidy up afterward. Am I not a young master as well? Yu mused, hastily beginning to clean up. Legendary Pokémon might be impressive, but they certainly had their quirks. Chapter 33. The land race. Now entering the arena are the competitors of Group C. Among them are the accomplished Wuju, riding a Dodolly, and Yu, mounted on a little fire horse, both exemplary students of our school. Who will ultimately emerge victorious in this contest? At the school sports ground, a teacher acting as the MC holds a microphone, his voice resonating through the loudspeakers that fill the venue. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the land race has been divided into 4 groups, each consisting of 20 competitors, with the top 5 from each group advancing to the second round. Another 20 will be gathered to determine the champion. Yu rides into the competition arena atop his little fire horse. Young one, this time you shall witness the vast disparity in strength between us seniors, Wuju boasts, perched confidently on his Dodolly. Yu, however, remains indifferent, dismissing Wuju's taunts as he surveys the other competitors and their Pokémon. More than half of them pose no real threat, merely participants in the event. Witterbag Dragon, Rada, and Nidoking. How fast can they truly run? As for those riding on Geodude and Spheal, Yu refrains from mocking. Are they here to race, or to perform tricks? Under normal circumstances, the little fire horse would undoubtedly secure a top 3 position, but Yu remains uncertain if anything unusual will transpire during the race. Nevertheless, he is not overly concerned. These individuals are merely exploiting loopholes in the rules. If they truly intend to escalate matters, they are courting disaster. Positions, please. Ready? 3, 2, 1, bang. A shot rings out, and the 20 competitors spur their Pokémon forward in a flurry of speed. The little fire horse bursts forth in flames, its hooves igniting, quickly establishing itself as the frontrunner. However, this lead is short-lived. A fierce gust of wind sweeps in as Wuju, riding his Dodolly, speeds past, stirring up clouds of dust. Inadvertently, Dodolly collides with the little fire horse, causing it to wince in pain and lose momentum. Yu hurriedly reassures his steed. But before the little fire horse can regain its composure, the ground trembles violently as Kintoro surges past, its powerful tremors affecting both Yu and the little fire horse. Soon after, Nidoking and Meowth employ various tactics, unintentionally hindering the little fire horse, causing it to plummet from first to last place. This is not good. What are these fools doing? Chairman Xiaoqing observes the live broadcast, fuming. Are these students truly so foolish as to deliberately hinder Yu? They seek revenge for Yu's earlier cunning, Principal Yuding chuckles. Yet their actions violate the rules. Kintoro undoubtedly employed a body slam attack, and their underhanded tactics will only backfire on them, Xiaoqing argues. No, they haven't broken any rules. The race is intense, and collisions between Pokémon are entirely normal. Dodolly's encounter with the little fire horse can be deemed accidental. Although Kintoro used a body slam, which is an attack, it can also enhance speed, while within the rules. Principal Yuding clarifies. However, this is a death wish for Yu. The Qiao family will ensure they despair, Xiaoqing laments. Xiaoqing, you are overreacting. Conflicts among children are trivial. The Qiao family will not intervene unless their intelligence fails them. What can they do when angered? It's merely a minor setback. If this were not the case, the Qiao family would not have thrived for centuries. Such small frictions are of no concern to them. Principal Yuding reassures. Let us observe, Zhaoqing concedes. Indeed. Watch how Yi Yu resolves the situation. Do you truly believe he cannot handle this challenge? Do not underestimate him. He is the first student in years to dare to extort me, Principal Yuding laughs. Zhaoqing, seeing the confidence of Principal Yuding, ceases his objections and focuses on the race. Anxious for Yi Yu to avoid any mishaps. On the racing field, Yi Yu, now in last place, gazes at his competitors with an inscrutable smile. Is this all you've got? Then let us continue. Little Fire Horse, run with all your might. Yi Yu commands. The little fire horse lets out a determined whinny. Flames erupting from its body as it surges forward, rapidly overtaking several trainers riding Rada, drawing closer to Wu Ju. Sensing the shift behind him, Wu Ju smirks. Dada Ali can reach speeds of 60 kilometers per hour, marginally faster than your little fire horse. If we continue this way, you will never catch up. Yet, Wu Ju finds it dull to simply outrun Yi Yu. He desires to provide him with an opportunity to chase, making the competition more engaging. Behind Wu Ju are 4 other competitors, 2 Rhydons and 2 Kintoros, trailing closely but showing no inclination to overtake him. They form a tight formation, leaving just enough space for a horse to squeeze through. Should Yi Yu attempt to pass, he would inevitably face a collision. Additionally, those riding Geodude and Spheal block Yi Yu's path, creating an unyielding wall or cage waiting for Yi Yu to enter. It appears Yi Yu is truly trapped by the situation, with no apparent means of escape, as the distance between him and the other Pokémon remains unchanged. As time ticks away, the finish line draws closer, and the positions of the competitors remain stagnant. In the audience, Lily clenches her fists anxiously, her face flushed with worry. Feeling utterly lost. On the podium, Zhaoqing sighs, while Principal Yuding furrows his brow. Does Yi Yu truly have no plan left? Perhaps he has set his expectations too high. After all, he is still just a child, and cannot be expected to resolve every predicament. Observing the scene, it seems as though these students have rehearsed their tactics. Losing under such circumstances would be unavoidable. As the race nears its conclusion, only a short stretch remains. Wu Ju, glancing back at the absent Yi Yu, smirks derisively. Come on, young one. Let us see you try to catch up. Do not think that a bit of success permits you to act with arrogance. You are still far from rivaling your seniors. Enough, Yi Yu declares, assessing the course ahead. A decision forms in his mind. It is time to put an end to this. If he does not act now, it will be too late. Pulling the reins, he commands, Little Fire Horse. Charge with all your strength. A resounding whinny echoes as the little fire horse ignites in a blaze of intense flames, radiating heat that would scorch anyone who dares to approach, save for the one who shares a bond with it. The little fire horse then accelerates, dashing forward at an astonishing speed. At last, it has arrived. The 2 trainers riding Geodude and Spheal wear peculiar smiles, having relished in suppressing Yi Yu. Yet, Yi Yu's absence has rendered their efforts meaningless. Now that he approaches, it is perfect timing. The Rhydon and Spheal execute a high-speed spin, performing a rapid stop while releasing billowing clouds of dust to obscure visibility. However, Yi Yu and the little fire horse, engulfed in flames, disperse the smoke and surge forward, crashing into Rhydon with explosive heat. The trainer atop Rhydon is suddenly engulfed in flames, the intense heat causing him to tumble down. The little fire horse then collides forcefully with Spheal, sending the startled Pokémon and its trainer hurtling towards Wu Ju and his group. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, the trainer atop Spheal is sent flying, along with Spheal, directly into the path of Wu Ju and his companions. Innocently caught in the crossfire, even the most mild-tempered individuals would feel a surge of anger, let alone the notoriously temperamental, mischievous bomb. Thus, it erupted, showcasing the art of explosion. With a resounding boom, a grand detonation ensued. The mischievous bomb excelled in its ultimate technique, boasting an impressive power level of 250. The highest recorded in any tome. In a single blast, a dazzling display unfolded. Alongside the mischievous bomb itself, 2 armored rhinos, 2 Kintoros, 1 Rumble Rock, 1 Dudlu, and their trainer, 7 creatures and 7 humans in total, were all left grievously injured and sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Yi Yu, riding atop a little fire horse, gracefully leaped over their heads, flashing a smile and exclaiming, "Hello, senior." Witnessing Yi Yu's mocking grin, Wu Ju felt a near explosion of frustration within him. With great effort, he lifted his gaze to behold Yi Yu, galloping ahead and crossing the finish line first, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Chapter 34. Who claims I have violated the rules? The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, leaving the entire venue in stunned silence. Was such a maneuver even possible? Harnessing the explosion of the mischievous Pokémon, it sent everyone tumbling as they dashed forward. Truly, the offspring of the Chiao and Sasaki families possessed a cunning nature. Principal Yudo's lips curled into a smirk with this group's strategy. There was no need to wait until the final moments of the race to surge ahead. Their actions were purely intended to vex their opponents. The sensation of casting someone who already stood little hope into the abyss is vastly different from that of dooming an individual on the brink of triumph. The latter evokes a profound sense of despair. Ah, it has evolved. Principal Udo marveled at the sight of the little fire horse at the finish line, suddenly enveloped in a brilliant white light. Leafew was equally astonished, witnessing the unexpected evolution of the little fire horse beside her, her face lighting up with joy at this timely transformation. In a flash of white light, the little fire horse vanished, replaced by a magnificent steed, resplendent and majestic, with a flowing mane of flames and a single horn adorning its brow. Compared to its previous form, it stood taller and radiated a sense of purity. The flame steed seemed just as surprised by its sudden evolution, yet after transforming, it began to affectionately lick Leafew with its tongue, expressing its delight. Leafew smiled and petted the flame steed's head. The evolution of the flame steed was an unexpected joy, marking a significant victory. With newfound vigor, the flame steed dashed forward at a staggering speed of 240 kilometers per hour, outpacing any other Pokémon in the school at present. Leafew, congratulations on securing first place. Lily AI rushed to Leafew's side to offer her congratulations. Thank you, Leafew replied with a smile, graciously accepting Lily AI's praise. You have violated the rules. The race regulations prohibit the use of offensive moves. You just used a fire attack against the Geodude. Wuju struggled to rise from the dodo bird, his face smeared with dirt as he shouted at Leafew. But didn't you attack Leafew as well? Lily AI defended Leafew. Silence. What right do you have to speak, a person without even a Pokémon? Wuju retorted angrily. Lily AI's face flushed with indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for words. A failure has no place in the discourse of the successful. Weaklings, be silent. Leafew addressed Wuju. Wuju seethed with anger, raising his voice to challenge the referee. A multitude of upperclassmen joined in the uproar. In any large assembly, informal factions inevitably emerge. At the Pokémon Academy, it is often the high-achieving students who lead, just as Yutong Saide commands the entire junior class. When they raise a fuss, countless voices echo in agreement. What is all this commotion about? Do you wish to invite disciplinary action upon yourselves? Sasazaki barked. If the school does not provide a satisfactory response, we shall demand justice, even if it means facing expulsion together. Wuju shouted defiantly. Students may find themselves in a vulnerable position against the institution, yet if enough of them unite, they can leverage their collective strength against the school. Especially within a private institution. Sasazaki found himself at a loss for words, caught between a rock and a hard place. What grievances do you have? Principal Udo stepped forward. Leafew has violated the rules. He should be disciplined and disqualified, Wuju asserted. Is that so? Leafew, what do you have to say? Principal Udo inquired, turning his gaze toward Leafew. There is nothing to discuss. What rule have I violated? When has it ever been stated that special moves cannot be used in a Pokémon race? Leafew replied. But the regulations state that offensive skills are prohibited. Only supportive skills may be employed, Wuju countered. What I used is indeed a supportive skill. Charge Flame Burst can enhance speed. Surely you have all learned this. Leafew replied with a cheerful demeanor. Charge Flame Burst? The faces of a group of students paled in unison. Charged Flame Burst employs searing flames to strike the opponent while simultaneously accelerating speed. The little fire horse is known for its swift movements. Why not utilize that speed instead of using Charged Flame Burst? This clearly indicates an intention to attack. Wuju accused. What moves I employ are of no concern to you. When did you become the arbiter of my actions? Furthermore, it should be noted that the little fire horse is a fire-type Pokémon. Its fiery nature naturally incites passion, enabling it to run faster. Utilizing suitable moves that align with a Pokémon's inherent traits is foundational knowledge. Surely you aren't so ignorant? Ah, but then again, at 13, still enrolled in a Pokémon Academy and not having graduated, it is expected you would lack such understanding. Leafew remarked. What did you say? Wuju hissed through gritted teeth. Leafew cast him a disdainful glance. Are you deaf? Shall I repeat myself? Do you have any further issues? If not, we shall consider this matter settled. However, should there be any objections, we will pursue the matter further with strictness, considering past actions by Quintero as well. Principal Udo surveyed the crowd. The group fell silent. Throughout the years of the Lancier Sports Festival, there have always been those who exploit loopholes in the rules. If this is deemed unacceptable, and we are to proceed with strictness, many here would be held accountable. Moreover, in contrast to school regulations, such exploitations of the rules, which have become customary unwritten rules, bear even greater weight and should not be breached. These regulations, established by countless senior students over decades, are sacrosanct. To violate them is to invite ruin. It appears that there are no issues. Everything shall remain as it is. Principal Udo said with a smile. A large group of students begrudgingly accepted this reality. Suji and his companions wore grave expressions, having faced ridicule and defeat. Moreover, with the little fire horse evolving into the flame steed, the outcome of the next competition seemed inevitable. Wuju glared at Leafyu with a face clouded by hatred, whispering, "Just you wait." However, Leafyu paid no heed to them, instead returning to assess the flame steed's various statistics while formulating plans. The evolution of the little fire horse into the flame steed warranted the development of new moves. The enhancements to its physical attributes were undoubtedly significant. Its height had likely increased by at least 0.4 meters, and its body temperature had risen by at least 100 degrees Celsius. In reality, Pokémon evolution transcends mere game data. It embodies a fundamental transformation of the being itself, necessitating that trainers adapt their strategies in tandem with their Pokémon's changes. Unlike the evolution of the cannon fish into the octopus barrel, which can evoke despair in trainers, the transformation of the little fire horse into the flame steed is among the least troublesome evolutions, as the differences between the two are minimal. It merely gains a horn and increases in stature, a mere amplification of its former self. Chapter 35, The Isolated Lily, the fiery steed, known as the flame horse, employed its elongated horn with great fervor. The radiant horn atop its head shone brilliantly as it charged forward, delivering a forceful blow to a nearby rock, leaving a noticeable mark upon impact. "Excellent, flame horse. Amplify your power and continue your training," Yu instructed. Since evolving from a small fire pony, the flame horse had experienced significant growth. Its speed had undergone a remarkable transformation, capable of reaching an astonishing velocity of 240 kilometers per hour within just 10 paces. It effortlessly claimed the championship in land racing, truly leaving its competitors in the dust. The intensity of its flames had also greatly increased, with the power of its fiery breath and energy surge enhanced by approximately 1.5 times, particularly the energy surge. While high-speed movement could not augment inertia, it did generate substantial kinetic energy, resulting in formidable strength. Furthermore, it had mastered the skill of fire vortex, wherein a single exhalation could conjure a massive vortex of flames capable of ensnaring an opponent. Yu had simulated this with data, revealing that a single horse could incinerate an entire forest. The potency was undeniable. However, considering the potential risks, he endeavored to teach the flame horse a steel-type skill, the elongated horn, to counter rock-type Pokémon. After all, fire types were not only doubly restrained by water types, experiencing halved attack power and doubled damage, but rock types posed a similar threat. Acquiring a steel-type skill would provide a means to confront rock types effectively. Encouraged by Yu's praise, the flame horse brimmed with enthusiasm and resumed its rapid sprint, heat radiating from its body. Observing the fervent flame horse, Gengar's couldn't help but shake its head, pondering how this Navi creature remained so easily deceived despite numerous lessons. Yet, it was a blessing in disguise, having just evolved. Yu would not seek it out for the time being, allowing Gengar's ample opportunity to indulge in games. Expressions of joy adorned Gengar's face. "How delightful it is to have hands. The next evolution will make me resemble my mother." All was progressing favorably with the strengths of Gengar's, the flame horse, and Absol steadily on the rise. Until one day, Yu ascended to the VIP dining area on the top floor of the cafeteria. As he passed by a private room, he overheard voices engaged in conversation. "That girl must be struggling now. It's quite amusing how she fears Pokémon yet attends the school. Indeed, such individuals are an affront to our Pokémon Academy. The only one here who fears Pokémon is Liyai." Yu halted, his brow furrowing. Despite her eloquence and quick responses, she was not even a Pokémon trainer. Such a person ought to be expelled from the school. "Yes, our institution trains Pokémon trainers. Why allow someone who isn't even a trainer to enroll? I heard she hails from Alola, a place so obscure I've never even heard of it. Allowing such a person in tarnishes our school's reputation." Thus, the upperclassman Suji and the middle schooler Wuju voiced their sentiments. Yu's expression darkened. He and Lil were worlds apart. The social nuances of femininity were lost on him, and he knew that girls needed their circle of friends. Consequently, Lil had been searching for companionship on her own. Meanwhile, Yu had been preoccupied with training the flame horse, barely attending to Lil's plight. However, the words of these individuals suggested that her experience had been far from pleasant. Human beings are inherently social creatures, and being ostracized within a group is an unbearable burden. Both subtle and verbal bullying are forms of violence, sometimes more insidious than physical altercations. Lunchtime had lost its appeal. A fierce determination flickered in Yu's eyes as he turned and descended the stairs toward his classroom. He felt somewhat isolated from the school community, merely attending classes without being in the loop. Yet, gathering information was not insurmountable. Soon, he arrived at the school plaza. "You've finally taken notice?" said Shungai. amusement dancing in her eyes. Tell me everything that transpired. While I have an inkling, hearing it from you will complete the picture. I shall, Yi replied. He may not have been well informed, but Shigdai certainly was. All right, let us have a match. If you win, I will divulge the details, Shigdai proposed. Very well, Flame Horse. Let's go, Yi exclaimed. He tossed a Pokeball, and with a flash of crimson light, the Flame Horse materialized on the ground. Its flowing red mane dancing in the wind, exuding an air of nobility as a wave of heat surged toward Shigdai. Without Gengar's victory in this match was assured for me, Shigdai declared, releasing her own Pokeball with gravity. Come forth, Golem. With a resounding boom, a formidable Pokémon emerged. Its spherical body encased in brown rock, stout limbs and head protruding from its rounded form. Golem, the final evolution of Geodude, possessed both rock and ground attributes, ranking second only to Snorlax in the Kanto and Chengdu regions. Your Golem has evolved? Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Recalling that it had been a Geodude during the last visit from Xiaojia, it was evident he was not the only one making strides. Prepare for defeat, Shigdai warned. Both rock and ground types have an advantage over fire types, inflicting double damage while your attacks will be halved. Golem, roll out. With a forceful leap, Golem retracted its limbs and head, transforming into a colossal sphere that crashed down with a tremor, charging toward the Flame Horse with overwhelming momentum. Yi remained unfazed. Roll out, a rock-type move, begins weak but grows stronger with each successive roll. I must interrupt this momentum. The Flame Horse's gaze sharpened as it galloped forward, transforming into a streak of white light, its horn gleaming with a metallic sheen as it collided with Golem. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted, and Golem was sent rolling backward, struggling to regain its footing after a considerable distance, while the Flame Horse staggered back a few steps before finding its balance. Yi's eyes flicked to the Flame Horse's horn. Though the initial impact of the roll had not reached its peak strength, Golem's mass still delivered considerable force. The Flame Horse's mastery of its horn was insufficient, and continued head-on clashes could lead to potential breakage. Though healing technology for Pokémon had reached remarkable heights, the risks of injury remained. Thus, there was no need for such reckless confrontation. Let us employ a different strategy. Flame Horse, execute high-speed movement and unleash a fire vortex. Yi commanded. The Flame Horse understood immediately, flames enveloping its form as it swiftly circled the arena, creating numerous afterimages that left Golem struggling to keep pace. Subsequently, a terrifying firestorm surged towards Golem. Roll out, Earthquake. Shigdai countered, unwilling to yield, issuing two commands in rapid succession. Golem transformed into a sphere once more, rolling swiftly while intermittently slamming its body against the ground, sending tremors that reverberated through the earth, unleashing seismic waves aimed at the Flame Horse. Yi raised an eyebrow. Shigdai's progress had surpassed his expectations. Golem possessed exceptional capabilities in close combat and defense, yet its sluggish speed was a notable weakness, making it vulnerable to long-range attacks. Transforming into a sphere had significantly enhanced its speed, while not hindering its ability to execute moves like Earthquake and Roll. Although employing these skills may halt the rolling effect, it is evident that the Holy Era remains indifferent to such matters. Chapter 36, Defeating Shigdai and charging in a series of resounding thuds echoed, as the immense form of Long Rock trembled upon the ground, unleashing powerful seismic waves. The earth quaked, its terrifying destructive force palpable. Despite continually enduring the persistent damage from the fiery vortex, the rock-type Pokémon maintained an impressive resilience against fire-type attacks. In contrast, while the Blaze Horse exhibited remarkable agility, any attempt to approach Long Rock could expose it to the peril of seismic waves, which inflicted significant damage upon fire-type Pokémon. With a triumphant smirk, Shigdai turned to Yi and declared, Yi, I have been growing stronger these days. That direct confrontation was your only hope for victory. Now that you've shunned it for a ranged approach, do you really believe my Long Rock will falter? I hold the advantage in type. Yi remained silent. Shigdai's innate talent was undeniable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secured the top position in their school. However, his previous rigid adherence to textbooks had hindered his potential. Now, applying his knowledge practically proved to be a formidable challenge. Jumping tremors. Earthquake damage? If only I had Gung Ghost for this match, it would be a straightforward victory. Its levitation grants complete immunity to seismic attacks, Yi pondered, a spark of inspiration igniting within him, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Long Rock. Unleash your most powerful earthquake, Shigdai commanded. Long Rock leapt high, crashing down upon the ground like a comet plummeting to earth. Blaze Horse. Charge up flame attack and leap onto Long Rock, Yi exclaimed. The Blaze Horse let out a fierce neigh, engulfed in flames, and soared upward, transforming into a streak of red light as it landed heavily upon Long Rock, simultaneously propelling itself into the sky. Despite the overwhelming earthquake damage, it remained unscathed, inflicting damage upon Long Long Rock instead. In terms of jumping prowess, Blaze Horse surpasses Long Long Rock, Yu asserted. So what? If Blaze Horse is so capable, let it stay airborne forever. Show me, Sheng Dai retorted, commanding Long Long Rock to use Earthquake. Long Long Rock's head and limbs emerged from the stone, stomping the ground vigorously, executing the Earthquake technique with precision. I shall indeed fly. Yu smirked. Blaze Horse, unleash flamethrower from the sky. A scorching beam of flame erupted from the Blaze Horse's mouth, striking down upon Long Long Rock with ferocity, and propelled by this force, the Blaze Horse ascended once more. Newton's third law states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. While the Blaze Horse may not possess the capacity to soar into the cosmos, it could certainly remain aloft for a while under ample fire conditions. Do not presume that without wings, one cannot fly. Long Long Rock, roll away. Sheng Dai urged in haste. Long Long Rock immediately began to roll. Stampede. Yu's voice rang out simultaneously. The Blaze Horse understood the cue, halting its fiery breath as flames erupted from its rear, providing a degree of acceleration as it descended steadily toward Long Long Rock. A hoof descended from the heavens. Boom. The Blaze Horse crashed down, a cloud of dust billowing upwards. As the dust settled, the Blaze Horse stood triumphantly, its majestic form unscathed, while Long Long Rock lay defeated, its wide eyes gazing up at the sky. I have one, Yu proclaimed. What kind of method is this? Where did you learn it? Sheng Dai inquired, recalling Long Long Rock. The tactics stem from life experiences. It is science. In your spare time, delve into scientific literature and do not confine yourself to books solely about Pokémon battles. Remember, it is essential to cultivate diverse skills. Otherwise, one cannot hope to excel as a trainer. Yu advised. I do not require your lectures. One day, I shall defeat you. Sheng Dai hissed through clenched teeth. Let us await that day then. But first, let us discuss Lilia. What have these individuals been up to during this time? Who are the ringleaders? Yu inquired. The mid-level Wu Ju leads, alongside the senior Su Ji, with Xiao Chuan in support. Almost all of the top 10 from the mid to senior grades have participated, at least tacitly. A significant portion of our class is involved as well, Sheng Dai replied. That is quite a number. It seems they are targeting me. Yu remarked with an enigmatic smile. Indeed, though Lilia possesses no Pokémon and even fears them, her presence in our school is a source of disgrace. I hope every student here is an elite, fostering mutual encouragement and competition among classmates. Those who are inadequate have no right to be our peers. Associating with them is a humiliation for us. I have no interest in your lengthy rhetoric. Your views do not concern me. Your so-called initiative to assist underperforming students is merely a veiled form of bullying. I simply cannot be bothered. Get to the point, Yu interrupted. Fine. Though I disdain it, we shall not interfere with Lilia since she lacks a Pokémon. After all, we do not inhabit the same world. Each to their own. It is unlikely we will cross paths in the future. The greater number of participants is irrelevant, especially among the mid to senior grades, as we seldom encounter one another. The intent behind this is evidently to compel you into a challenge against them, Sheng Dai explained. They merely wish to bully Lilia, enticing you into a challenge, only to deliver a crushing defeat to establish their dominance and assert that they are the strongest in the school. I suspected as much. I wish to know precisely how they have acted and how egregious their actions have been, Yu stated. Within the bounds of school regulations, they have engaged in various tactics. After classes, a group of girls deliberately mocked Lilia in hushed tones before her, isolating her throughout the school. Incidents of sudden falls or splashing water on her became commonplace, eventually escalating to openly deriding her capabilities, Sheng Dai recounted. Very well, very well. Despite having anticipated this, Yu's eyes betrayed a flicker of fury upon hearing Sheng Dai's words. A group of individuals, particularly those boorish boys, dared not confront him directly and instead resorted to bullying girls. Truly cowardly behavior. Retrieving his Pokeball to return the Blaze Horse, Yu turned and strode toward the intermediate classroom. Approaching the closed door, he delivered a powerful kick that shattered it to pieces. Inside, Wu Ju, surrounded by his peers, noticed the commotion and wore a smug expression. Finally arrived? Prepare to face your downfall. You truly have audacity, openly vandalizing property. Are you seeking disciplinary action? Wu Ju stood up, smugly observing Yu. Yu regarded Wu Ju with profound disdain before delivering a kick that sent him flying, crashing through several desks and leaving chaos in his wake. Engaging in petty tricks instead of addressing real issues. How utterly pathetic. Chapter 37. Come together, Yu. What are you doing? The supporters of Wu Ju were infuriated to see Yu taking action without uttering a word. Even those who usually clashed with Wu Ju wore expressions of anger. Despite their mutual disdain, they were all from the intermediate class. How dare a junior class student disrupt this place? Are you blind? I'm the one fighting here, can't you see? Yu scoffed, addressing Wu Ju. Know your place and leave the Pokémon school. Your presence is an affront to my dignity. Yu, what right do you have to say that? You've resorted to violence. Prepare to be expelled. I assure you, both you and Lilith will be expelled. What purpose does a student without a Pokémon serve in our Pokémon school? We cultivate the elite, those destined to become Pokémon masters. Wu Ju, writhing in pain on the ground, shouted in anger. Indeed, we nurture the chosen ones, those who will emerge as Pokémon masters. So what are you? At 13 years old, you possess merely 5 badges and cannot even graduate, let alone compete for the championship at the Alliance Conference. You are utterly talentless. How dare you remain in our Pokémon school? Your presence is a disgrace, Yu declared, brimming with arrogance. What did you say? Wu Ju was furious, his eyes ablaze. Being the top student in the intermediate class, his achievements were his pride. Yu's remark struck at his greatest source of pride, and his actions were entirely unexpected. Was Yu here for Lilith? To become a Pokémon master, one must have talent. Without talent, no amount of effort will suffice, and one would only mislead oneself and others. You, who possess no talent at all, how dare you attend the Pokémon school? Having someone like you as a senior is an insult to me. From now on, leave the Pokémon school. Those devoid of talent should not remain. Bullshit. You are the one lacking talent. Wu Ju roared in fury. No one could insult his abilities. He was the best in the intermediate class, especially not by a junior student. Indeed, where is your talent? What is a junior class student like you doing here? Yeah. You are just asking for a beating. The students from the intermediate class erupted in dissatisfaction, and a tall student charged at Yu. With a swift shoulder throw, Yu sent him crashing to the ground. The impact startled everyone. The one who had rushed at Yu was the best fighter in their class. Yet he was effortlessly downed. Real combat. No problem. Come at me together, a bunch of insignificant fools. Your presence here is a disgrace to me. Yu clapped his hands. He had diligently trained in combat for several years with Shiba. More importantly, the Qiaojin family hailed from the true new town. By all accounts, he was indeed a true newcomer. Come on. The students, all around 12 or 13, were in their youth and could hardly bear such provocation. They charged at him like a swarm. Then, a green light flickered in Yu's eyes, and a wave of terrifying energy erupted, knocking all the students to the ground, leaving the classroom in disarray. Useless ones. Even if you strive your entire lives, you remain worthless, Yu remarked, surveying the fallen students. After his words, he swaggered out of the intermediate classroom and headed toward the advanced class, kicking the door open and repeating his earlier actions, taking on the entire class single-handedly. Instantly, the school was in uproar. The intermediate and advanced classes clashed. The dean, Sato, was leisurely enjoying tea in his office when he heard the commotion. Startled, he spat tea onto his computer screen, fortunate that it was waterproof. Otherwise, he might have suffered an electric shock. Observing the chaos throughout the school, Sato felt a wave of panic wash over him. Little ancestor, can't you behave for once? What are you doing? You're going to get me fired. He hurriedly rushed to the principal's office, only to find Principal Yudo sitting there calmly, sipping tea. Principal, the situation outside is spiraling out of control, and you're here drinking tea? Sato exclaimed. This turmoil is your responsibility as the dean. You should handle it. Principal Yudo replied leisurely. With such a ruckus, can I manage it alone? We are a private school, not a public one. No. Even a public school would face consequences for such disturbances. Sato lamented. If everything is handled fairly, there won't be any issues, Yudo stated. How can we handle it fairly? In a typical school, expelling the troublemakers would calm things down. But can Yu be expelled? If we expel him, our school would be in jeopardy. Sato sighed. Then you should investigate the cause thoroughly. Yu is not one to cause trouble without reason. If he has taken the initiative to stir things up, it means someone provoked him, Yudo suggested. But regardless of the reason, the incident has already occurred. How do we suppress the conflict? Sato queried. The conflict cannot be suppressed. It can only be resolved, Yudo replied. How do we resolve it? Sato pressed on. It's simple. Let them stir up trouble. If Suji and the others win, Yu will leave on his own accord. He instigated this. So it has nothing to do with us. If Yu wins, it indicates his strength, and we might produce a champion for the Alliance Conference. Which wouldn't be a loss, Yudo explained. But the school cannot rely solely on one student, Sato countered. However, a star student will attract countless others, Yudo noted. But Yu's message is that those without talent can never become Pokémon masters. If this notion spreads, we want to attract new students in the future. Sato argued. No, it will only increase. Who believes they lack talent? Those who have never faced setbacks have no idea about their limitations. A student who genuinely recognizes their lack of talent. What use do we have for them? A pile of mud, regardless of whether it can climb the wall. If they admit they're just a pile of mud, They will be trampled underfoot, Yuto asserted. But what if this becomes a point of contention later? There are plenty of 13-year-olds who can't participate in the Alliance Conference. Sato hesitated. Time will dilute everything. After a while, who will remember what happened today? Yuto remarked. All right, don't linger here any longer. Go out. I'll find Shidai to understand what's going on. Understood. Sato, feeling helpless, exited. What on earth were these students doing? Yu typically doesn't initiate trouble. Have you all lost your minds to provoke him? Can you really handle this? I can't. If this escalates, every one of your parents will be in trouble. It's not easy for them to raise you. Must you burden them unnecessarily? Can't you just be a wealthy heir and attend school in peace? Chapter 38. The principal steps in. Are you suggesting that Wuju and his companions instigated this? Principal Yuding gazed at Shengdai. Indeed, that is the case. However, I did not anticipate that Yu would voice such sentiments. It aligns closely with my own thoughts. Those with insufficient talent, remaining in the class, would only bring shame upon themselves. I am surprised he even approached the top students, Shidai replied. He does not genuinely believe that. Rather, he employs a strategy of attacking with the very weapon his opponents wield. Wuju and his cohort assert that Lily lacks the qualities of a trainer and thus is unworthy of being a student at the Pokémon Academy. If this theory holds, then if Wuju and his companions lack talent, they too are unfit to aspire to become Pokémon masters and should not be students either. It is even more absurd. For Lily's interest is purely a matter of personal passion. Anyone may have hobbies, and having a passion does not necessitate mastery. It is akin to playing games. Most will not turn professional, yet those who lack genuine interest certainly require exceptional talent. Principal Yuding chuckled. The Jiao family truly is cunning, he continued. Isn't your original intention in establishing this school to nurture exceptional Pokémon trainers, grandfather? Isn't what Yu is doing in line with your vision? Shidai inquired. When I founded this school, Principal Yuding's expression momentarily faltered, lost in the memories of many years past. It had been so long that he had nearly forgotten the reasons behind the school's inception. Initially, he aimed to provide a platform for children who adored Pokémon, allowing them to connect with these creatures and lay a solid foundation for their future as formidable trainers. Strengthening the bond between humans and Pokémon was the most treasured connection of all. Yet, as time passed, that original intention was sadly eroded. He became preoccupied with the school's expansion and the students' academic success. Subsequently, after the incident involving the Circle Bear harming students, the school devolved into a mere theoretical institution, consumed by the desire for profit. Principal Yuding contemplated this, ultimately deciding to set it aside for now, thinking perhaps he would reflect on it after retiring in a couple of years. For the moment, he needed to address the immediate situation. Rising, he walked outside. Observing the chaotic throng of students, he blew a whistle, and soon a resounding roar echoed through the sky, reverberating like thunder as flames blazed. A colossal Charizard descended from the heavens, landing with a tremor that shook the ground. All students fell silent, gazing at the newly emerged Pokémon. Its orange-yellow skin radiated intense heat, and the flames licking its tail caused several students to retreat. A few overly audacious individuals attempted to speak, only to be silenced by the piercing gaze of the Charizard. Charizard, the final evolution of the Kanto starter, Charmander. Though it lacks the dragon type, it remains one of the most powerful beings in Kanto, especially in the presence of such a formidable Charizard, who would dare to act recklessly. Yu mused, contemplating that this Charizard was likely Principal Yuding's ace Pokémon, possessing the strength of a champion. After all, a principal of a Pokémon Academy would not lack in prowess. Principal Yuding had once battled in the Champion League, although he was ultimately defeated. Gaining entry was a testament to his skill. Not to mention, that era was illustrious, featuring his great-aunt, Kikuko, the current Dragon Master, Dato, and Professor Okido, all of whom were capable of becoming champions. Admiring the Charizard's striking appearance, Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. If one were to speak of the most impressive and aesthetically pleasing Pokémon in Kanto, Charizard would undoubtedly take the crown. Handsome, powerful, and capable of flight, its popularity in the previous life was certainly well-deserved. What is all this commotion? Classes have already begun. Yet a multitude of you gather here as if school rules do not exist. Principal Yuding bellowed with authority. The students, filled with trepidation, instinctively shrank back in the presence of the Charizard, despite rarely encountering Principal Yuding before. Principal, it is not we who are causing the disturbance, but rather Yu, who single-handedly destroyed our advanced and intermediate classrooms. We demand an explanation from the school. We attend this institution, yet our safety is not ensured. What purpose does it serve to attend such a school? Suji, feeling the pressure from the Charizard, addressed Principal Yuding. As the top student of the advanced class, Suji had seen the principal a few times. Though unaware of the gentle Principal Yuding's formidable strength as a trainer, he felt a surge of resistance compared to his peers. Principal, I contest this claim. They are over 100 strong against me alone. I was forced to defend myself and retaliated in self-defense. It is crystal clear that this was legitimate self-defense. Yu protested vehemently. Hearing Yu's words, Principal Yuding's face twitched involuntarily as he observed the injuries on Suji and his companions. He found it impossible to associate Yu with the descriptors of weak and helpless. Suji and his group regarded Yu with disbelief. How could he assert that he was weak and helpless when he had initiated the conflict? Did I say something incorrect? They were over 100 against me. Yu retorted, and now they are resorting to verbal violence. Stop feigning innocence. You were the one who claimed that those lacking talent could never become Pokémon masters, which led to this situation, did it not? Principal Yuding stated. Indeed. They initiated it, believing the school's admission standards too lenient. They each voiced various demands, and I believe they are correct. However, I maintain that those without talent should not waste their efforts, as it only leads to harm for themselves and others. If one lacks talent, it would be best for them to withdraw from the school, Yu replied. The Pokémon Academy is a place for education. If every student were exceptionally strong, what purpose would teachers serve? Our academy is meant to provide the correct methods to transform students from weak to strong, continuously fostering growth. To suggest that those without talent should not attend school is utterly absurd, is what Chung interjected. If those without talent do not attend school, then what remains of the institution? If mere effort were sufficient to attain strength, why are only a select few at the top while many languish at the bottom? Take Lei from the junior class. 17 years old, yet still not graduated. Does that imply he has not exerted effort? Yu countered. His assertion holds merit. Suji interjected suddenly. What did you just say? Zhuocheng queried, perplexed. What are you implying? I believe he is correct. We share the same sentiment. Thus, we feel many do not deserve to study here. However, we are also convinced that Yu lacks talent. Therefore, Principal, I hope you can grant us an opportunity for a fair duel, allowing us to engage him in a Pokémon battle. If we lose, we will leave the Pokémon Academy, Suji declared. Do you all feel this way? Principal Yuding inquired, surveying the crowd. Absolutely. Wujiu and his companions chimed in unison. Very well, I consent. Yu. Since you claim they lack talent and are unworthy of remaining here, you must substantiate your words, Principal Yuding stated, directing his gaze at Yu. Not a problem. 5 from the intermediate class, 5 from the advanced class. I shall provide you with the opportunity to battle in succession, using one Pokémon to determine the victor. If I lose, I will depart from the Pokémon Academy. Should you lose? Yu proposed. We too shall withdraw from the Pokémon Academy. Suji affirmed. Agreed. It is settled. You may select 10 individuals. I will begin with the intermediate class. Wujiu, step forth. Your lack of talent tarnishes this institution. Yu declared. Come on. Wujiu strode forward, eyes ablaze with fury. Gastly, come forth and join the fray. Yu commanded. With an eerie cackle, Gastly emerged from Yu's shadow. Although it had acquired the ability to speak, Gastly often opted for its usual enigmatic utterances. Dajuo, prepare for battle. Wujiu produced a Pokeball, and the 3-headed Dada-Li materialized onto the arena, unbeknownst to the creature, which had been confined within the Pokeball. The turmoil outside had escalated. However, upon its emergence, it was immediately engulfed by the intense anger emanating from its master, causing each of its heads to adopt a menacing demeanor. A throng of students rallied behind Wujiu, applauding him with fervor. He reveled in a level of welcome that he had never experienced since his enrollment. Could Wujiu secure victory? Gao Nianji, observing Suji, pondered this question. It should be a straightforward affair. After all, Wujiu is the top student of the middle grades, and his prowess is nearly at an advanced level. His Dada-Li is also a Pokémon of elite caliber, whereas Yu is merely a lower grade student, Suji replied. Yet, was Yu truly just an ordinary lower grade student? A flicker of hesitation crossed Gao Nianji's face. Could a seemingly average lower grade student truly defeat both middle and upper grade classes? Even if Wujiu faltered, one could glean insights into Yu's capabilities. Moreover, the ghostly type and the normal type signature moves would inflict no damage upon each other, thereby countering many of Yu's strategies. Ghost-type tactics are notoriously vexing. It would be intriguing to observe his approach so that they could devise countermeasures, Suji remarked. Nodding in agreement, Gao Nianji acknowledged the troublesome nature of ghost types. However, strategies are rarely without solutions. The initial encounter may pose challenges, yet with time, vulnerabilities will inevitably reveal themselves. The top 3 of the advanced class each possessed 7 badges and at least 3 elite-level Pokémon in their arsenal. With sufficient knowledge and preparation, they could certainly overcome Yu. Ice Punch. As the onlookers focused intently on the match, the conclusion arrived far swifter than they had anticipated. With a single command from Yu, his Gengars appeared before Gastly as if by teleportation, delivering a powerful punch that struck the creature's form. A chilling aura enveloped Gastly, the terrifying frost swiftly penetrating its body. In an instant, Gastly collapsed, revealing its wide, circular eyes in astonishment. Chapter 39. Crushing all Wuju stared in disbelief at the fallen Gastly, unable to comprehend the swiftness and ferocity of the attack. How could this be? Wasn't Stone known for its auxiliary and insidious techniques like strange light, hypnosis, toxicity, curses, and ghost fire? When did it ever engage in a direct offensive? Moreover, it employed a fighting move like Ice Punch. I have always been puzzled by one thing. You all seem eager to provoke me into challenging you. But what exactly has led you to believe that I cannot defeat you? If I were to strive for the top, do you truly think you stand a chance? Yu mocked. Who bestowed upon you such confidence and courage? Care to share some with me? I could sell it. The thought of Suji's promise turned Wuju's face pale. Could he really be forced to drop out? The Pokémon Academy is not a place for everyone. Only a select few are deemed worthy, wouldn't you agree? Yu sneered at Wuju. It's a perfectly good school. Everyone pays to attend. It's that simple. Why impose all these standards? Very well, let me establish a standard for you. Yu, do not rejoice too soon. After all, you claim that without talent, one cannot remain. However, losing to you does not equate to a lack of talent. A person's achievements cannot be measured by a single moment. And just because I am unable now does not imply I will always be. Furthermore, whether Wuju stays or leaves is uncertain unless you manage to defeat all 10 of us. For ultimately, the victor dictates everything, Suji remarked. All right, bring it on. Next, Yu declared. I shall. The runner-up from the intermediate class stepped forward, tossing a Pokeball that emitted a red light, revealing a robust bull that bore an intimidating presence, notably adorned with 3 tails. Kintaros, another normal type. Do you in the intermediate class have an affinity for normal types? Yu chuckled. Kintaros is a well-known Pokémon, thanks to Ash being the only one he possesses in quantities exceeding 2, amounting to 30. That has nothing to do with you, the intermediate class runner-up retorted smugly. Indeed. Hypnosis. Yu commanded. Gistone's gaze shifted, emanating a peculiar glow. Kintaros, evade. The intermediate class runner-up hastily issued the command. Seize it. Yu's voice echoed simultaneously. Gistone's claws darted forth with remarkable speed and strength, firmly grasping Kintaros by its horns. A single glance was enough to ensnare Kintaros, who succumbed to slumber, collapsing to the ground. Dream Eater. Yu commanded. Stone inhaled deeply, akin to a great whale drawing in water, consuming all of Kintaros' energy. Kintaros fell heavily to the ground, devoid of any combat capability. Next, Yu surveyed the group from the intermediate class. The members exchanged glances, and the last third-place contestant stepped forward. This represented their final shred of dignity. If they were truly defeated by a member of the beginner class, they would have no face left to show. The thought of returning home, subject to ridicule and scorn from relatives, the mere image sent shivers down their spines. They had to win. With spirits high, one by one, they stepped up to the challenge, only to be met with defeat, their morale plummeting to unprecedented lows. Eventually, all 5 from the intermediate class had fallen. At last, it is my turn. Suji's eyes sparkled as he prepared to step forward. No, Suji, save yourself for last. I shall go first, declared the 5th member of the advanced class, Sanji. Sanji, this matter does not concern you greatly, Suji remarked. I understand, but this situation is unjust. If you truly detest Yu, then you should challenge him directly. Given his personality, he might not refuse. Yet, you foolishly presume he cannot defeat you, forcing him into battle, purely out of boredom. You even bullied a young girl, but now he is striking at our entire advanced class's pride. We cannot afford to lose face. I shall go first, Suji, you take the final spot. Remember, you must win. Having said this, Sanji turned to Yu, releasing a colossal silver moth from his Pokeball. Its 2 pairs of wings fluttered, scattering shimmering powder that radiated beautiful light. Yu, from now on, I shall be your opponent, Sanji proclaimed. No problem, it matters not who comes forth. Yu maintained an impassive expression, yet his focus sharpened. The top 5 from the advanced class were undoubtedly stronger than their intermediate counterparts. I shall not hold back. Mothim, use confusion, Sanji commanded swiftly. Mothim's eyes sparkled with green light, unleashing a powerful psychic force that struck Stone, who had been forced to reveal itself. Stone was hit hard, plummeting to the ground. Victory was achieved unexpectedly. The intermediate and advanced students stood in stunned silence before erupting in cheers, chanting that they had finally defeated Yu, deeming him worthless. Merely a bully of the intermediate class, helpless against the advanced class. Suji and others wore expressions of relief, astonished by Sanji's rapid growth and strength. However, as the trainer, Sanji felt an unsettling dissonance. It was only when he observed Guay Stone beginning to dissipate upon hitting the ground that he suddenly realized, shouting, "It's a substitute. Motham, use Protect." Though Motham did not understand why the trainer would say such a thing after a win, it promptly prepared, a faint glow surrounding it. But before it could fully materialize, a powerful force struck from behind, sending it crashing to the ground. Swiftly, but alas, too late. Yu cast a glance at Sanji and then ordered, "Guay Stone, Shadow Ball." Guay Stone appeared defiantly in the sky, conjuring a massive purple-black energy sphere, which it hurled forcefully at Motham. With a resounding explosion, the ground was blasted into a crater the size of a millstone, and Motham lay rigid upon the ground. Its eyes wide in shock. "You have lost," Yu stated. "When did you command Guay Stone to use Substitute while it was cloaked?" Sanji inquired. The Substitute move, true to its name, consumes a portion of energy to create a duplicate that confounds the opponent. Hence, Motham was oblivious to the difference, mistaking the Substitute for the real body. "But when did Yu issue the command?" "This is none of your concern. Next, who will step up?" Yu coldly dismissed, unwilling to offer explanations to someone he barely knew. A member of the 4th advanced class quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, "I shall." 10 minutes later, the 3rd from the advanced class stepped up. 12 minutes later, Advanced Class 2, "I shall arrive in 13 minutes." Advanced Class 1, Chapter 40, The Irate Principal Shadow Ball. Guay Stone hovered in the air, arms raised high, as a purple-black energy sphere, half a meter in diameter, coalesced and was hurled forcefully downward. With a thunderous boom, the colossal force crashed to the ground, revealing a pair of wide, astonished eyes. The advanced and intermediate classes, numbering over 100, stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at the scene before them. The top 5 from both the advanced and intermediate classes had all been decisively defeated by the first-place student of the junior class. The classroom lay in ruins, and no recourse could be taken to redeem the situation. The crowd remained, despondent and bereft. After a prolonged silence, Suji was the first to regain his composure, turning to Yu and declaring, "You have triumphed, and I have lost. Tomorrow, I shall withdraw." "Very well. Voluntary withdrawal is beneficial for both mind and body," Yu replied. "I am willing to wager, and I can accept defeat, but this is not the conclusion. With nearly half a year until the Pokémon Conference, I have ample time to collect the 8 badges. When the time comes, I shall await you at the competition." Having said this, Suji turned and departed without a backward glance. "Indeed, we shall meet at the court's conference," he affirmed. Xiaochuan and his companions also made their exit. Wuju glared at Yu with intense hatred, leaving without uttering a word. He did not wish to abandon the Pokémon school. Studying here, in a stable environment, with a smooth path to graduation, promised a bright future. As the top student in the intermediate class, he merely needed to endure a little longer to ascend to the top of the advanced class, graduate, and directly enter the league. Yet now, leaving meant losing everything. But he could not remain behind. If everyone left and he stayed, would he not become a laughingstock? Moreover, Yu would not spare him. Doing nothing yet boasting so fiercely, Yu mused, glancing at the principal. "Well, principal, is there anything else? Or may I take my leave?" "Go ahead," the principal replied tersely. Although he had prepared himself mentally for the competition, witnessing the 10 elite students, painstakingly nurtured by the school, being expelled in one fell swoop by Yu was disheartening. Had Yu not possessed such exceptional talent, he might have shed tears. Yu shrugged and strode away. He truly did not wish to bully others. If no one provoked him, he had no inclination to seek out conflict. Was the food unpalatable, or were the Pokémon no longer enjoyable? Yet, there were always those who were obstinate. The students lacked the demeanor of true students. Was there not enough homework? If that was the case, he could hardly be blamed. How can one not indulge in a bit of arrogance when one possesses such formidable backing? After Yu's departure, the remaining students dispersed in small groups, their spirits utterly crushed. "Zhao Cheng, please arrange some inspiring examples of those who have risen after experiencing setbacks, as well as instances of growth through willpower, to invigorate them and instill a greater sense of hope for the future. Hard work will surely lead to success," the principal instructed. "Understood," Zhao Cheng replied with resignation. "It seems all matters fall upon me. Yu truly is a source of vexation." "Sheng Dai, assist your grandfather back to the office," the principal said. "Yes, Grandpa." Sheng Dai nodded, accompanying the principal, though her expression remained troubled, as if grappling with something. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." The principal noticed his granddaughter's confusion. "Grandpa, you say that hard work leads to success. Is that true? I feel it is not. Despite my efforts, I have still failed to defeat Yu. Is it acceptable to teach incorrect knowledge?" Sheng Dai inquired. "That depends on your definition of success. If your ambition is to rule the world, no amount of effort will yield results. and you might not even have a lifetime to put into it, the principal replied. Then which is more important, talent or hard work? If they lack talent, should I simply forego special training for those struggling students and instead aim to have them expelled? Shengdai asked. Do not emulate you. If you continue down that path, will there be a school left for your grandfather? Furthermore, pondering which is more important, talent or hard work, is a futile exercise. Why waste your intellect on such a question? The principal admonished. Why not? Shengdai retorted. Because those who ponder the significance of talent versus hard work are often those lacking in talent. People yearn for what they do not possess. If you are truly gifted, why would you even contemplate this? Moreover, what relevance does this question hold? Is talent more important than hard work, thus negating the need for effort? Clearly nonsense. Those who work diligently may encounter failure, yet no successful individual in this world has achieved greatness without hard work. Thus, your fixation on this question seems to lead only to the conclusion that without talent, effort is futile, which would justify your reluctance to strive. It is far easier to embrace the notion that success is elusive and that failure is a comfortable alternative, the principal elaborated. Then I shall refrain from pondering tomorrow. But could you clarify today? If my talent is insufficient, is hard work still valuable? Shengdai pleaded. Ultimately, it is of no use. Perhaps you should cease your aspirations of becoming a trainer and withdraw from school, the principal concluded. Shengdai was taken aback, remaining silent for a moment before responding, Grandpa. Shouldn't you be comforting me at this time? Would comfort be of any value? You are so fixated on talent that you might as well abandon your efforts. It can be quite gratifying to resign oneself to despair. After all, your grandfather possesses some wealth, and as long as you are frugal, you will not starve. Go home now, the principal instructed. Very well, I shall abandon that line of thought, Shengdai conceded. Despite her disappointment in being bested by Yu yet again, she remained resolute. In the junior class, she was still the top student, and her love for Pokémon was unwavering. She would never consider withdrawing. The principal glanced at Shengdai in silence before returning to his office. As he watched her leave, he muttered to himself, is talent truly significant? What value is there in such musings? Talent is undoubtedly important. I myself lack sufficient talent, having never risen to the Elite Four. Why must I be subjected to such inquiries? If not for the fact that she is my granddaughter, I would chastise you. How crucial is talent? I cannot say. However, it is determined from birth. Am I to change it? Perhaps in my life and seek rebirth? Such questions, aside from causing me distress, hold little practical value. Some are born as dragons, some as tigers, and others as mere insects. Why compare oneself to entirely different species? Must we provoke the memories of past failures? Do you not realize that many in this world struggle even to find sustenance? Truly, it is a matter of idleness. Next month, I shall have your allowance. Chapter 41. Lily AI's courage to touch Pokémon in a small grove. Yi watched Lily AI, who was tightly embracing Absol, her face radiating joy. He was taken aback, given Lily AI's peculiar nature, her fondness for Pokémon yet her reluctance to touch them. Coupled with the fact that she did not own any, Yu had temporarily assigned Absol as her guardian. He also entrusted her with the responsibility of providing Absol's sustenance. This was Lily AI's only opportunity to connect with Pokémon while at home. She would watch through the glass as food and play facilities were prepared in the yard. Yet, Yu never anticipated that Lily AI would dare to hold Absol. How did you manage that? Yu asked. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at her. Lily AI's fear of touching Pokémon was a psychological barrier, an enigma that could either be surmounted in an instant or remain insurmountable for a lifetime. I just did it. I watched Absol eat as usual and tried hard to embrace it. After many attempts, I succeeded. Now, I am no longer afraid of Pokémon. Lily AI exclaimed joyfully as she held Absol tightly. Absol gazed at Lily AI with a hint of affection, squinting its eyes. Not afraid of Pokémon anymore. Gastly, Yu remarked. Gastly promptly floated in front of Lily AI, causing her to tense up in surprise, her body freezing in place. Seems like you're not entirely over it yet, Yu said. Then I have not succeeded, Lily AI replied. A trace of disappointment on her face as she sensed her instinctual reaction. The gap between 0 and 1 is often more significant than that between 1 and 10. You can now take your first step. The second and third will soon follow. You are ready to care for a Pokémon of your own, Yu encouraged her. Is that possible? Lily AI asked, a hint of self-doubt in her voice. Matured ones are certainly out of the question. Let us find a Pokémon egg instead. Strive and believe in yourself, Yu suggested. Lily AI nodded earnestly, her small face resolute. I can do this. Yu smiled, escorting her to her dormitory. His expression unwaveringly cheerful. Lily AI was soft, adorable, and possessed a kind heart, though her fear of touching Pokémon led some to perceive her as somewhat insincere. However, in truth, Lily AI exhibited a tenacious spirit. She was anything but weak. When confronted with danger, her instinct was not to flee, but to confront it head-on. Like in her original trajectory, when Lizman was captured in the Ultra space, Lily AI did not weep but transformed herself and bravely ventured into the Ultra world. What truly transpired? Yi returned to his room and inquired of Absol. Half a month ago, Lily AI suddenly wanted to embrace me. I saw her feeding me, and the food was delicious, so I approached her. But when I did, she startled and retreated several steps, her body petrified. After that, I refused to pay her any attention. Each time I ate, she would watch from the side. However, she seemed to keep trying, but I still ignored her, Absol recounted. Yi glanced at Gastly, who served as a translator fluent in both human and Pokémon language. Lily AI must have faced a setback, seeking to embrace Absol for affirmation. Then Absol, finding this caretaker rather appealing much more so than you, with a delightful scent and the promise of good meals, had the audacity to approach her. But when Lily AI pushed him away, Absol became irate, behaving like a little princess and ignoring her despite her attempts to please him, Gastly explained. Yi raised an eyebrow. Does Absol imply such a lengthy meaning? Absol glared at Gastly, indignant. Do not misinterpret my words. Continue, do not stop. Yi is eagerly awaiting your translation, Gastly insisted, facing Absol with righteous indignation. It is definitely not that I disdain Yi for his lack of charm or fragrance. Absol merely feels that way. Absol retorted, clearly unimpressed. Please, continue. Yi urged. Absol finally calmed, continuing to elaborate. After half a month, I gradually began to forgive her. I thought about her kindness and trained on the cliff following Yi's methods. One day, I accidentally dislodged a rock and fell. When Lily AI saw this, she rushed over and shielded me in her embrace. After half a month, Absol deeply realized its own sensitivity, understanding that it was wrong to disregard the caretaker who provided sustenance over such trivial matters. After all, this caretaker was undeniably more attractive than Yi, gentler yet lacking in boldness. Furthermore, being a reserved individual solely focused on training, Absol had neglected Lily AI until today, when the cliff crumbled, and it fell. In a moment of urgency, Lily AI dove in to rescue it, leading Absol to agree to let her hold it. From today forth, you shall refrain from using your phone for a week, Yi stated, eyeing Gastly. If Yi could not ascertain whether Gastly added personal commentary during translation, he truly would be foolish. No phone. Gastly's eyes lit up, staring at Yi incredulously. Are you joking? Without games, what use is my dexterous pair of hands? Don't look at me, continue translating. Otherwise, I shall send you to the distortion world to accompany Giratina. With a month of no phone, Yi declared. Gastly was infuriated, nearly considering a tantrum, yet ultimately swallowed his fury, remembering that he relied on Yi for his phone bill. Oh, the plight of the weak and helpless, Absol commented. Serves you right for acting out, Absol chided. If you never played games, you wouldn't be threatened, foolish creature. Absol, please continue, Yi prompted. Absol sincerely explained, and Gastly, wary of further antics, recounted the events. The subsequent events were rather straightforward. Lily AI dashed forward to save Absol, embracing it tightly as they fell together, attempting to shield Absol with her own body. In reality, Absol did not require saving from Lily AI. With a destructive maneuver towards the ground, it stabilized itself, casually using its scythe-like horn to hoist Lily AI onto its back, leaping up the cliffside. In her moment of distress, Lily AI had instinctively embraced Absol, taking her first step toward overcoming her fear. Consequently, Absol became the first Pokémon she could touch. Ah, I see, Yi mused. In a moment of urgency, Lily AI acted on her deepest instinctual affection for Pokémon, enabling her to momentarily transcend her psychological barriers. However, such breakthroughs are fleeting. For lasting change, we must see when Lily AI truly overcomes her fears. Will you help her? Do you harbor feelings for her? Gastly inquired, floating curiously beside Yi. Since when did you become so nosy? Yi questioned, bemused by Gastly's sudden interest. Because if you have multiple girlfriends, you will no longer concern yourself with me. I can play on my phone freely, Gastly replied smugly. That is impossible. Unless I perish, I will always keep an eye on you. Besides, the matter of girlfriends is irrelevant to me. At least until I am 20, I shall not entertain such thoughts. So for the next decade, do not even consider it, Yi stated firmly. To refrain from romance before the age of 20. Alas, you are beyond salvation. Scientific research indicates that those who have not experienced love prior to turning 20 have a likelihood of finding love that is have compared to their counterparts who have. Gawaystone exclaimed. Then I shall simply embrace the life I have, Yi retorted indifferently, turning to depart. Gawaystone floated behind, his expression rife with disdain. I have no desire to share my life with you. I yearn for a girlfriend, and as a single individual, how can I engage in romance if you remain loveless? In the Sinnoh region, at the villa of Cynthia, a charming room adorned in shades of pink contained a soft and adorable Eevee, lounging on the bed. Engrossed in a game on a tablet, its face reflecting perplexity as it gazed at the dimmed avatar. How peculiar. Why is my handsome companion not online today? Was it not promised that he would take me to the skies? Chapter 42. The Call from Mother Yua. Is that not our brave and fearless young hero? For love, he has toppled 2 classes. In the video, Mother Yu, clad in a loose nightgown, gazes at Yu with a playful expression. It is not for love. Rather, Lily AI was merely an innocent bystander. Their primary target was me, so of course, I had to retaliate, Yu explained helplessly. It's the middle of the night. And a video call comes in, truly absurd. Moreover, it has already been half a month since that incident occurred. Nevertheless, Lily AI is beautiful and comes from a good family. Perfectly fitting my criteria for a daughter-in-law. Put in some effort and seize the opportunity. How could you let such a lovely girl slip away? Mother Yu remarked. It is only what belongs to me that can be taken away. If it does not belong to me, then there is nothing to take. Mother. Could you please focus on your language studies? Just because you see a girl does not mean you must think of courtship. That is a bulldozer and Zola's way of thinking, and it is quite unhealthy. Yu retorted. You cheeky little brat, how dare you lecture me? Have you grown bolder? Mother Yu snapped back. Honestly, speaking of which, did you call me in the dead of night because my Pikachu has finally arrived? Yu inquired. Not yet. But after some investigation, it appears that no one in the Kanto region has trained a Pikachu to the level of a champion, Mother Yu replied. Then I suppose I should just give up, Yu said. Training a Pikachu to champion level is nearly as challenging as capturing a legendary Pokémon. If not far more difficult. Achieving such a feat is inherently arduous. After all, this world lacks a red. Perhaps Ash's Pikachu might have that possibility in the future. However, Ash's Pikachu has perfectly inherited his personality, so it is unlikely that it will ever find companionship, despite having quite a harem. You no longer desire it? Mother Yu questioned, puzzled. I have let my anticipation lag too long, and my expectations have diminished. Besides, I already have an Absol, Yu replied, which is equally adorable. And I can ride it. Then my meticulously prepared gift will be of no use, Mother Yu stated. Gifts? What gifts? Yu asked, curious. As his mother never easily bestowed gifts, and when she did, they were always grand. I could not find a champion-level Pikachu, but I did find an equally adorable Eevee with champion lineage. I intended to give it to you, but since you no longer want it, there is nothing I can do. Mother Yu said. Wait, I want it. Where is it? Can it be teleported here now? Upon hearing that there was a champion-level Eevee, Yu sprang up from the bed, his spirit revitalized. Eevee, even without the champion lineage. It is so adorable that I could keep several around. A perfect blend of beauty and strength. Moreover, with Eevee's 8 evolutions, I can perfectly arrange my team. Whatever attribute I lack, I can simply have Eevee evolve into that. Unfortunately, Eevee is still an egg and has not yet hatched, Mother Yu explained. Not yet hatched? That is no problem. I can use an express delivery service. By the way, Mother, where did you acquire this egg? Who would part with such an Eevee? Yu inquired. Your sister Kinna, her Glacian, just gave birth. Initially, she was hesitant about whether to raise it herself or not, but upon hearing about you, she agreed to sell it to us. Speaking of which, your sister Kinna truly adores you. If not for the significant age difference, she would be the perfect match for you. You could live a life free of worries, Mother Yu mused. Mother, do you hold me in such low regard? When did I descend to the level of living off a woman? Yu protested discontentedly. Well, I had no choice. Before you were chosen by Giratina, I could not foresee your future and contemplated raising a secondary account, Mother Yu confessed. Yu hesitated, finger hovering over the hang-up button. What exactly makes you think I am incapable, leading you to believe I need a secondary account? After a long moment, thinking of the yet-to-arrive Eevee, Yu retracted his hand. Mother, how will Eevee be delivered? By express? When will it arrive? It will not be delivered. You must come to fetch it. 3 days from now, at your uncle's house, for your uncle's funeral, I will conveniently bring you the Eevee egg, Mother Yu stated. Uncle's funeral? Yu's expression turned bewildered. His uncle, the head of the Sasaki family, the father of Kojiro, one of the wealthiest individuals in Kanto, had the finest of everything. Food, clothing, and healthcare. How could he possibly have passed away suddenly? Moreover, the most crucial point was that his mother showed no signs of sorrow, which was illogical given their close sibling relationship. Thus, only one possibility remained. Is uncle feigning death to lure my cousin back? Yu speculated. Smart. As expected of my son, inheriting my excellent genes. Your cousin Kojiro and Ruby Mia have been engaged for quite some time. It is time for them to wed. Thus, your uncle and aunt are staging this charade to see if they can bring your cousin back, Mother Yu elucidated. And then they will marry? Yu asked. Of course, that boy Kojiro is quite something. Ruby Mia comes from a prestigious family and is well suited for him. She is beautiful, amiable, and embodies the essence of a refined lady. Why would she ever run away from home? Mother, you added, a hint of reproach in her tone. Mother, you underestimate me too much. When have I ever fallen so low as to be reliant on others? Yu protested. Alas, you are my son. Before you were chosen by Giratina, I could not see your future and contemplated raising a secondary account. Mother, you reiterated. Yu raised an eyebrow. You really think I am incapable enough to warrant such measures? After a lengthy silence, he finally added, well, then, it seems we must proceed with this plan. But please, do not involve me in any schemes that could lead to a disastrous outcome. Just remember to attend the gathering 3 days from now. Mother, you insisted. All right. I will definitely be there. By the way, is it all right if I bring Lily AI along? Yu inquired. Ah. So you wish to introduce Lily AI to the family? My son, you have truly grown. Mother, you expressed with a smile of pride. I simply feel that Lily AI is currently in a precarious situation at school. To be honest, if you could contact her mother and have her return to Alola, it would be for the best. After all, Lily AI and I do not share many common interests, and I cannot discern which clothes, accessories, perfumes, or scarves are appealing or not. She needs peers her own age, and due to me, she has nearly no friends at school, Yu explained. Everyone requires companionship, especially at Lily AI's age. However, she is afraid of Pokémon, making it inherently difficult for her to make friends. And now, due to her circumstances, no one dares approach her. I will relay your message to Luzman, but beyond that, I cannot assist you, Mother, you stated. Very well, then. I will take my leave and rest now. Also, Mother, please refrain from calling me in the middle of the night in the future. I'm still growing. And once awakened, it is difficult for me to fall back asleep, Yu added. Oh, I forgot about the time difference. I'm currently basking in the sun in Alola. No wonder it is so dark where you are. I shall remember next time, Mother, you acknowledged. Yu furrowed his brow, 3 dark lines forming on his forehead. At times, he found it utterly impossible to associate the person before him with the rumors of a formidable businesswoman circulating in society. The contrast was stark and jarring. Thus, frequently, Yu couldn't shake the feeling that his mother was deliberately leading him into a trap. After all, if giving birth was not meant for amusement, it would serve no purpose whatsoever. Chapter 43. The Grand Gathering of the Sasaki Family. Is this the Sasaki residence? Lily pondered as the car journeyed through the grand entrance. It felt like an eternity, and yet they had not yet arrived at their destination. She surveyed the surroundings with curiosity, feeling a twinge of disbelief at her own wealth. The wealthiest in Alola, her mother had constructed an island that rivaled the natural wonders of the 4 major islands of Alola. However, in comparison to this place, Lily felt impoverished. After at least half an hour of travel, they had still not reached the abode. Is it truly this exaggerated? Relax. You'll get used to it after a few more rides. We're almost there, Yu reassured her calmly. Oh, Lily nodded, only to be astonished as a magnificent structure emerged before her eyes, far grander than the school building. She marveled, relieved that this house was comparable in size to her own and not overly extravagant. Yu's expression turned peculiar as he finally decided to reveal the truth to Lily. That's merely my cousin Kojiro's Pokémon, Houndoom's doghouse. A doghouse? Lily gasped, her mouth agape. My house is comparable to someone else's doghouse. It was the first time she realized her wealth might not be as substantial as she had believed. Observing Lily's disheartened expression, Yu fell silent. The Sasaki family was not only renowned in Kanto, but also held a prominent position worldwide. To be frank, Yu had been equally astonished at first, but had grown accustomed to it over time. After a while, the car finally halted, and the butler emerged to open the door. Young Master Yu, Miss Lily, please alight. Yu stepped out, opened the grand door, and was greeted by a wall adorned with a massive crucifix, surrounded by white drapery, with 2 coffins prominently displayed. Yu's lips twitched as he turned to the butler. Have Uncle and Auntie already lain to rest? They have been resting for several days now, the butler replied. Several days? Aren't we still searching for my cousin? Was it necessary to act so swiftly? Shouldn't we wait until we find him? Yu remarked. Although coffins were merely wooden constructs, lying inside one felt inherently different than lying atop wood. The thought of doing so for several days felt unsettling. This coffin is meticulously crafted, boasting top-notch safety features capable of withstanding sniper fire. It is also quite comfortable inside, adorned with calming golden bells that promote restful sleep and health. Long-term repose within is more beneficial than consuming expensive nutritional supplements, the butler explained. The master and mistress adore the sensation of lying within. Hence they've chosen to do so ahead of time. Is that really acceptable? Yu's brow twitched in unease, sensing something was amiss in this world. Ah, little Yu, you've arrived. This coffin is quite comfortable, Would you care for one as a gift for your birthday, which is approaching? A middle-aged man's voice echoed from within the coffin. No, thank you. You promptly declined. Do you truly believe I would accept the coffin as a birthday gift? I might as well get a haircut in the new year. Very well then. Continue enjoying yourselves. You're not a stranger here, so Uncle 1T appear. Act as though I am already deceased. When Kojiro arrives, we'll play the role of the villain attempting to seize the inheritance. The voice of Yiyu's uncle faded away. Understood. Yiyu nodded, then turned to the butler. When will my mother arrive? Contact has been established. The young lady will be here shortly. If you feel bored, you may meet Miss Rumika, the butler suggested. No thanks. Rumika and I have little in common. Yiyu replied. When will you locate my cousin? Yiyu inquired. News has been disseminated. It won't be long. Young Master Kojiro's current companions are both fortune seekers. Upon hearing of the Master and Mistress's passing, they will undoubtedly attempt to bring him back to inherit the family fortune, the butler assured. Very well. At that time, I shall be prepared to act. Please arrange a grand feast for me, ideally featuring specialties from around the world, Yiyu instructed. Giratina has grown accustomed to finer cuisine. A simple hot pot no longer suffices. Certainly, sir. Please hold for a moment. The butler promptly made a phone call. All right, Liliai. Let us indulge in a grand feast featuring Kanto delicacies, Yiyu beckoned. Yiyu, do we truly need so many dishes for just the two of us? Lilai asked incredulously as dish after dish was presented. With only the two of them, they had already amassed nearly 30 dishes. It's customary here. Waste is the norm. Yiyu shrugged. If it were otherwise, how would Kojiro have left home? He requires 6 soup spoons and 7 forks for a single meal, adhering strictly to etiquette. The so-called standards dictate that a mere taste of each dish suffices. Eat more. Anything less would be deemed impolite. Rumika's whip will teach you manners, Yiyu quipped. Yiyu, do you eat like this regularly? Lilai asked, realizing how her perception of wealth had shifted since visiting the Sasaki residence. No, please don't exaggerate. I never exceed 3 dishes in a single meal. However, here, not adhering to this custom would be considered a crime, Yiyu clarified. Oh, Lilai nodded, resolving not to return anytime soon. Such extravagance was entirely contrary to the spirit of Alola. Yiyu chuckled, savoring the flavors. Though wasteful, the cuisine was indeed exquisite. Perhaps Giratina would relish the leftovers, or they could be sent to the distortion world. Given Giratina's size, consuming them would pose no issue. Perhaps it could even enhance my rapport with it. Suddenly, Gengar, emerging from Yiyu's shadow, sensed a shift in his emotions. It could feel the tension radiating from Yiyu. What was he contemplating? Why did it sense danger? Was he about to engage in reckless behavior again? Gengar felt a surge of panic. Absol, with its side-like horn glimmering ominously, sensed impending peril. What's wrong? There are no natural disasters here. Gengar mused anxiously as it and Absol finished their meal. Before long, Yiyu's mother descended from the airship. Mother! Yiyu exclaimed, a bright smile spreading across his face as he approached her eagerly. Ah, my Eevee egg. His mother walked past him, greeting Lilgai. You must be Lilgai. You're even more stunning than in the photographs. Oh no, Andy, Lilgai replied shyly. Do not be modest. You are indeed beautiful, Yiyu's mother said with delight. Mother. I'm right here, Yiyu interjected, attempting to assert his presence. Did you not see me conversing with Lilgai? Go amuse yourself, his mother replied without turning back. Yiyu's lips twitched. He felt as though he had been plucked from a trash bin. You truly did not deceive me as a child. Wiping his nose, Yiyu set off to find the Eevee egg. Chapter 44. The coffin lid is lifted with the assistance of his entourage. Yiyu successfully located the egg of Eevee. Its surface, adorned with a delicate pattern of brown on a white background, resembled clouds. Truly exquisite. This was Yiyu's immediate reaction upon glimpsing the Eevee egg. How long until it hatches? He inquired of the nutritionist assigned to care for the egg. Pokémon eggs are inherently fragile, and there exists a certain probability that any egg may fail to hatch, becoming a stillborn. Hence, it is customary for a specialized nutritionist to be present. This Eevee egg was laid just 3 days ago. It will likely take about 3 months to hatch, the nutritionist replied. 3 months, Yiyu mused. Once a Pokémon hatches, it enters a juvenile phase during which it is somewhat vulnerable. The duration of this juvenile phase varies according to the species and innate abilities of the Pokémon. For instance, Ash's little elephant could fight immediately upon hatching, while Misty's Togepi took an entire season, journeying from Kanto to the Orange Islands to Johto, mastering only its signature move. The average juvenile phase for Eevee is 1 month, meaning it would be at least 4 months before it could engage in battles. The Quartz Conference is only a little over 6 months away. Could you elevate Eevee to at least an advanced level in just 2 months? He felt uncertain. Perhaps it was best to hold off for now. Lost in thought, Yiyu noticed the butler arriving in a black sedan, followed by Ash, Brock, and Misty emerging from the vehicle. Is the butler truly this astute? knowing to summon Ash and the others? Yi was astonished. The bond between Ash and Team Rocket seemed inextricable. Wherever Ash went, the trio would follow. No matter the time or place, as long as Ash was ensnared, Team Rocket would inevitably appear. At that moment, a phone call interrupted his musings. Yi answered casually. Young Master Yi, preparations for the performance are underway. The butler's voice resonated on the other end. Yi nodded, ending the call and placing the EV egg into his backpack. The efficacy of prenatal education for humans remains unproven by any authoritative scientific research. However, prenatal education for Pokémon is undeniably effective, as they can sense external conditions prior to hatching. Much like in the animated series, where Ash's egg from Celebi was aware of events leading up to its hatching. Thus, he resolved to keep the EV egg close at all times. With a swift turn, Yi wiped his face, tossed his hair, and donned a standard villainous expression as he strode into the castle. Yi, what brings you here? Ash asked, bewildered by his presence. Because my dear uncle has departed, and with my cousin yet to return, I am the sole heir of the Sasaki family, entitled to inherit my uncle's estate. Yi proclaimed proudly. Not so. Young Master Yi. The master, the lady, and their only son, Kojiro, if he marries Rumika, will inherit the estate. You will receive not a single penny. The butler interjected earnestly. But can you locate cousin Kojiro? Unless he appears within 24 hours and marries Rumika, the Sasaki estate will be mine. Yi laughed heartily. What a farcical performance, Ghost Stone remarked from the second floor, observing the surveillance footage. And poorly executed at that. His mouth is too wide. Resembling a third-rate villain from an animated series. Does he not realize that contemporary villains are supposed to be cold and charismatic? His mother chimed in with a critique. Indeed, it is evident he has not studied the art of acting. Mother, perhaps you should buy him a book, Ghost Stone suggested. Certainly. Dear, I will get you one as well. His mother replied, affectionately ruffling Ghost Stone's hair. Having grown up together, Ghost Stone and Yi shared a bond akin to that of mother and son. Lily sat nearby, bemused, watching the video feed and the antics of the two, pondering who was truly the parent and who the child, oblivious to the mockery of his mother and Pokémon. Yi reveled in his own perceived brilliance, brilliantly portraying the character of a nefarious cousin coveting the family fortune. Yi, this is Kojiro's inheritance. It should have no bearing on you, Ash could not help but remark, sensing a stark deviation in Yi from the person he once knew. What can I do? He has not shown up. If he does not appear, this estate is rightfully mine. This is the will left by my uncle and aunt, a tradition upheld by the Sasaki family for centuries. Yi declared, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. No, I have returned. Suddenly, 3 loud thuds echoed from outside, followed by a resounding female voice. The castle doors swung open, revealing Kojiro, his mouth taped shut, being forcefully brought in, while Musashi and Meowth, draped in black veils, manipulated him like a marionette, controlling his arms and legs. Yi regarded Musashi and Meowth's attire with a puzzled expression, questioning whether they thought it would render them invisible. Young Master Kojiro, you have finally returned. The butler exclaimed, completely disregarding Musashi and Meowth, rushing towards Kojiro with unbridled excitement. As Yi observed the butler's eyes glistening with unshed tears, he marveled at the authenticity of the performance, realizing that true actors were far more compelling. Indeed. I have returned. Musashi spoke on behalf of Kojiro, then turned to Yi. Yi, your sinister plot to covet our family's fortune has been exposed. You shall not claim a single cent of the Sasaki estate. Yi sighed, contemplating his current role, striving to embody the image of a failed schemer in a battle for wealth, despite knowing it was unnecessary. The intellect of these three was, to be precise, non-existent when it came to matters of money. Musashi and Meowth had no sense whatsoever. Observing Yi Yu's performance, the butler sighed inwardly, thinking that young Master Yi needed more refinement in his craft. Nevertheless, he remained focused on his role, addressing Kojiro. Young Master Kojiro, now that you have returned, hasten to marry Miss Rumika. Very well. Parents, I have returned to claim my inheritance. Musashi urged Kojiro toward 2 coffins. No, you must kneel. Meowth kicked Kojiro's leg, forcing him down. Parents, I have returned. As the words left his mouth, both coffins began to tremble violently. What is happening? Musashi and Meowth exchanged startled glances. Meowth's legs grew weak, and Misty instinctively hid behind Ash, wondering if the dead were rising. Since you have inquired so sincerely, one of the coffin lids flew open, and a middle-aged gentleman clad in formal attire sprang forth. I shall generously enlighten you. Another coffin lid lifted, revealing a middle-aged lady emerging as well. At that moment, several beams of light illuminated the 2 figures. Though Yi was aware that his uncle and aunt were alive, witnessing this scene made his heart race. Who said one could dance atop a grave? Should this happen to the Sasaki family, It would surely be a frightful experience. Even with his preparations, Yi was taken aback. Musashi and Meowth were no less startled, nearly collapsing in shock, forgetting to pursue their lines, their faces a picture of astonishment. Alive. They're alive? They never died. My parents are the type to do anything to deceive us into returning. Kojiro exclaimed, breaking free from the tape, shouting in fury. My dearest Kojiro, you have finally returned. Marry Rumika, proclaimed Kojiro's father. No. Every fiber of Kojiro's being roared in defiance. It is not up to you, Kojiro. Listen closely. We belong to a distinguished lineage with a notable history. As the heir, you are duty-bound to wed your fiancée. In order to uphold the esteemed traditions of our noble family, his father asserted. If there is duty, then there must also be rights, Kojiro retorted. That is not for me to say. In any case, I command you to wed Satu. You shall marry Tsu. If I say you must marry Carrot, then you shall marry Carrot. You have no grounds to protest. His father insisted. In our family, only through marriage can one be deemed an adult. Kojiro's mother added. I refuse. Kojiro bellowed. It is not for you to decide. Butler, take him away, commanded his father. Immediately, the butler sprang into action, seizing Kojiro with one arm and Musashi with the other, ushering them inside. Very well, Yiyu, enjoy yourself. We shall take our leave, Kojiro's father said, joyfully pulling his wife along as they bounced inside. Chapter 45. A battle between Ash and Kojiro. Is everything all right, Kojiro? Ash inquired, a hint of concern in his voice despite the considerable trouble caused by Kojiro and his companions. Do not worry. The worst that could happen is being taken away for breeding, which is a trivial matter, Yiyu replied with a calm demeanor. Moreover, the likelihood of that happening is quite low. After all, who do you think Kojiro is? Do you believe he can be easily restrained? Which facility has managed to keep him confined? The police station, Team Rocket's headquarters, or the galactic prison? None of them have succeeded. They have shown no mercy towards him. And do you really think the Sasaki family would be any different? Strict as they may be, if Kojiro were to truly fight back, could they possibly harm their only son? Absolutely not. Thus, I foresee the inevitable outcome. Kojiro will escape. Then let us engage in a Pokémon battle. Yiyu, Ash declared, his spirit ignited as he gazed at Yiyu. Very well, let us go outside for a 3-on-3 match, Yiyu responded, moving towards the open space. All right. Pikachu, you are chosen. Ash called out to his beloved Pokémon. Pika, Pika. Pikachu chirped adorably, its cheeks glowing with intense electricity. Yiyu nodded knowingly. It was expected. Currently, Ash had developed a tendency to rely on Pikachu in uncertain situations, regardless of the type of challenge. Absol, it is your turn. Yiyu tossed a Pokeball, releasing Absol into the arena. What Pokémon is this? Ash asked curiously, pulling out his Pokédex. No data available. The mechanical voice of the Pokédex responded. How can there be no information? Ash exclaimed in astonishment, surprised that even the Pokédex was unaware of a Pokémon. This Pokémon is Absol, hailing from the Hoenn region. Your Pokédex only contains information on Kanto Pokémon, which is why it cannot provide data on it. Yiyu explained. I see. Hoenn region? How far is that? Ash inquired. Not too far. A few days by boat. There are many Pokémon you have yet to encounter, Yiyu replied. I will challenge them in the future. Ash declared, brimming with enthusiasm. That is a topic for another day. For now, let us battle, Yiyu insisted. Oh, what type of Pokémon is your Absol? Ash asked. Yiyu rolled his eyes. It was rather absurd to inquire about an opponent's Pokémon during battle. Dark type? He replied with a hint of exasperation. Oh, dark type? What does that entail? Ash asked, puzzled. Absol, use Dark Pulse, Yiyu commanded decisively. He realized that he and Ash truly lacked common ground, particularly in terms of basic Pokémon knowledge. Ash would undoubtedly fail any examination on the subject. Upon receiving the command, Absol unleashed a surge of dark energy, creating a sphere filled with ominous power aimed directly at Pikachu. Pikachu, dodge it! Ash shouted urgently. Pikachu, startled, leapt into the air, narrowly evading the dark pulse. In a flash of light, Absol transformed into a streak of white, charging towards Pikachu and colliding with its small frame. Pikachu let out a sorrowful cry as it was sent soaring into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Pikachu, are you all right? Ash asked, filled with concern. Pikachu stood back up, shaking off the dust, signaling that it was unharmed. All right, use Thunderbolt, Ash commanded. Pikachu's tone shifted from playful to serious as it unleashed a powerful bolt of yellow electricity that surged skyward, striking towards Absol. With a glimmer in its eyes, Absol deftly evaded the attack, positioning itself to the side of Pikachu. Pikachu, use Quick Attack, Ash instructed. Pikachu dashed forward, a blur of white light, crashing into Absol's neck and sending it flying. Absol, use Air Slash. Yiyu's command followed closely. If it were any other Pokémon, he would have been surprised. However, Pikachu's prowess left no room for astonishment. Utilizing its passive skill, Pikachu disregarded the size difference, landing a guaranteed hit on Absol. As Absol retreated, its scythe-like horn glinted ominously, slashing through the air and striking Pikachu. After the quick attack, Pikachu was momentarily unable to respond, falling to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Absol, use Hyper Beam, you ordered, despite the unclear situation. Absol, confused by the command, instinctively launched an attack with a radiant orange light gathering in its mouth, filled with destructive power. The beam erupted, obliterating the smoke-filled area and sending debris flying. When the dust settled, Pikachu lay on the ground, wide-eyed and dazed. Yu exhaled quietly, while Pikachu's current capability was merely at the entry level of elite status. Its strength had never been tied to its level. With the right state of mind, it could stand toe-to-toe with Latios, defeating a nearly full-health Registeel with a single Volt Tackle. When not in peak condition, even a novice Chikorita could contend evenly with it. Thank you for your hard work, Pikachu, Ash said, bending down gently to pick up Pikachu and handing it to Misty. Next up, Squirtle, let us go. Ash threw another Pokeball, and a cheerful turtle appeared. Squirtle, is it? I will continue with Absol. You may attack first, Yu declared. Squirtle, Water Gun, Ash commanded. Squirtle dove forward, unleashing a powerful stream of water. Slice through it, Yu ordered as Absol's claws glimmered with a faint white light, slicing through the water stream effortlessly and striking Squirtle on the head, sending it crashing to the ground. Squirtle, hang in there, Ash yelled, concerned. Squirtle shook its head vigorously, attempting to regain focus. Absol, finish it with Air Slash, Yu commanded. Yu realized that Ash's strength was even weaker than he had anticipated. Squirtle seemed to possess only the strength of a high-level Pokémon, not even reaching elite status. In fact, aside from the defiant Charizard and Pikachu, Ash's team likely consisted only of a Bulbasaur capable of Solar Beam at elite level. Most others were merely at the high level. After all, Ash was still considerably weak at this stage. Without proper guidance from a trainer, he had never taken training seriously. Half of his 8 gym badges were practically gifted. Absol's horn glimmered ominously as it prepared to unleash Air Slash, realizing that its opponents were rather inept. Squirtle, dodge it, Ash shouted. Squirtle leaped and maneuvered skillfully through the onslaught of Air Slashes, albeit appearing frantic and anxious. Yet, after the barrage, Squirtle emerged unscathed. Yu couldn't help but glance sideways. Indeed, while Ash's initial Pokémon may not have been powerful, they still carried some form of buff. Squirtle, use Bubble Beam, Ash commanded. Squirtle opened its mouth wide, releasing a multitude of blue bubbles infused with potent water energy towards Absol. Absol, use Air Slash with full force, Yu ordered. Absol swiftly shook its head, unleashing a continuous barrage of air blades that collided with bubbles, obliterating them in rapid succession and targeting Squirtle. Squirtle, dodge, Ash shouted. Instantly, Squirtle ceased its spray, deftly evading the onslaught and rolling to the side. Absol, continue, Yu commanded. With a flick of its side-like horns, Absol released a wave of air power, forcing Squirtle to cling tightly to its shell while sprinting away. Despite being relentlessly pursued and struck, Squirtle managed to maintain its composure. Yu's brow twitched involuntarily. If it were any other Pokémon displaying such agility, he might concede. But Squirtle, come on, show some respect for your species. You're a turtle. Hang in there, Squirtle. You've got this, Ash encouraged, recalling how Squirtle had bravely endured under Team Rocket's bomb, skillfully dodging every explosion. Truly, my Squirtle is remarkable. Absol, slash, Yu commanded. If long-range attacks were ineffective, then it was time for close combat. Absol, slightly irked from its failed strikes against the turtle, leaped ferociously, executing a series of pounces before delivering a decisive blow to Squirtle's shell, pinning it down with force. The impact left Squirtle toppled over, its large, circular eyes wide open. Utterly defeated and fainted. Squirtle, return. You've worked hard, Ash said, retrieving the Pokeball. Absol lifted its foot, allowing Ash to successfully recall Squirtle. All right. The third Pokémon is Bulbasaur, right? Let's finish this quickly, Yu stated. Only Bulbasaur remained capable of battling. Or perhaps that forgotten Pidgey that had evolved and flown away long ago. Observing Yu's nonchalant demeanor ignited a fierce determination within Ash. Among the 4 who had set out together, he was the last to depart, possessing the fewest badges, and had been looked down upon by his rival, Shigeru. Now, he found himself unable to surpass his good friend Yu. Taking a deep breath, Ash retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and hurled it with vigor. In a flash of red light, a majestic Charizard appeared on the battlefield. It's you, Charizard, Ash declared, his gaze intense. Can you sense my resolve? Charizard glanced at Ash with a sideways look before unleashing a torrent of flames that seared Ash, leaving him charred yet tender, before collapsing onto the ground. I can't sense anything, Don't disturb my slumber. Chapter 46. Arceus jumps the wall. It seems he is rather disobedient. Yu gazed at the scene before him. A wave of nostalgia washing over him. Species name, Charizard. Real name, Old Char. Ash's ace, second only to Pikachu in popularity among Pokémon. In fact, Charizard is practically the pet of the scriptwriters. Besides Mewtwo, it is one of the rare Pokémon capable of possessing 2 Mega Evolutions. Ash has devoted considerable energy to it, second only to Pikachu. However, Ash is currently rather inept, and Charizard has no interest in attending to him. Thus, the scene unfolds. Ash's face turned crimson with embarrassment. As a trainer, there is nothing more humiliating than being unable to command one's Pokémon. He had initially hoped to make a bold move, but instead your trainer level is too low. You should find a way to improve it, Yu remarked, recalling Absol, thus avoiding the need for a battle. I will, Ash retorted, retracting Charizard and fixing his gaze on Yu. I will enhance my strength and come to challenge you again. At the Indigo Conference, I will defeat you and Gary to become a Pokémon Master. Can you answer me one question? What is the source of your confidence? Can you spare me a little? Yu inquired. Humph. Ash turned his head away in a haughty manner. Although he wasn't particularly clever, he understood Yu's words. Why act so proud? You're no cute girl. This is not your persona. Honestly, focus on raising your trainer level and training your Pokémon, like Pikachu, and make an effort to learn Iron Tail. Don't be so inept. I feel embarrassed to overpower you, Yu commented, standing before Ash with unrelenting sarcasm. I will definitely win next time, Ash exclaimed. Turning sharply to face Yu, determination blazing in his eyes, a fire of ambition that anyone could perceive. Yu instinctively took a step back. Of course, he was not intimidated by any supposed aura of dominance or protagonist charm. Rather, Ash had turned too close to him, nearly resulting in an accidental kiss. If his first kiss were to be given not to a cute girl but to Ash, Yu would truly consider jumping into a river. After speaking, Ash grabbed his backpack and, accompanied by Pikachu, Misty, and Brock, departed once again under the setting sun. Yu watched them leave, although their confrontation had been uneventful. It instilled a sense of confidence in him regarding this year's Indigo Conference. If Ash could make it to the top 16 like this, and even reach the quarterfinals without Team Rocket's interference, then with a bit of luck, he was practically assured a place. Yu, who is that boy? The voice of Giratina suddenly echoed. Yu retrieved a mirror from his pocket. Ever since Giratina first contacted him, he had kept it with him. He's my friend. Yu replied. He's quite special. He evokes a peculiar sensation within me. Do you know why? Giratina asked. Having existed for countless years and witnessed the rise and fall of innumerable civilizations, it was rare for Giratina to encounter a human who stirred such feelings. Yu's expression grew enigmatic. Special, indeed. Ash often acted foolishly, but on rare occasions, he could exhibit great wisdom. He had saved Mewtwo, ridden on Lugia, scolded Palkia, and raised Solgaleo. Which of the world's legendary Pokémon would not recognize Ash in the future? How many had not been ridden by Pikachu? Who could claim to mingle in the realm of legendary Pokémon without knowing Ash? Had events unfolded as they should, both you and your master Arceus would have been saved by him. As for how many times he had rescued this world, you had long lost count. What is that expression? Giratina scrutinized Yu. Nothing, I was merely pondering and feeling perplexed, uncertain of what makes Ash so unique. Does possessing the aura count? Yu remarked. The aura? That is indeed a special ability, with limitless potential if developed to its fullest. Yet, it shouldn't evoke such a feeling in me. Perhaps I should get closer to him. He is quite intriguing, Giratina noted. Despite Ash being merely a human and not particularly attractive, he somehow felt extraordinary. No benefit could surpass what I have gained in this life. Meeting you is the greatest fortune I could ever wish for, Yu expressed. Giratina glanced at Yu, and his expression softened, radiating joy. Little Leaf, you are quite perceptive today. What shall we have for dinner? Arceus jumps the wall. Yu replied. Arceus jumps the wall. What is that? Giratina asked, puzzled. An exquisite dish, crafted from countless rare ingredients. Legend has it that when this dish is freshly prepared, it emits a golden glow and an enchanting aroma, attracting both Rayquaza and Ho-Oh, who dance in the sky in a harmonious display. Upon catching a whiff of this dish, Arceus eagerly jumps the wall to partake, hence the name Arceus jumps the wall. Yu explained. Oh, lead the way, Giratina instructed. Legends, when recounted often, become reality. If I frequently indulge in Arceus jumps the wall, will future generations come to believe in such tales? Once long ago, Giratina was a benevolent, compassionate, and great deity, radiant and unparalleled in strength and gratitude for his existence. Humanity offered him exquisite delicacies. Rayquaza and Ho-Oh merely served as accompaniment to his dance. Arceus, enticed by the aroma, longed to leap the wall for a taste. Delightful. All right, Yi responded eagerly. Giratina, my Gengar Shadow Sneak has been improving slowly. Are there any tips to enhance its stealth and power? It still feels insufficiently covert and potent. Shadow Sneak is my signature move. It is normal for most Pokémon not to learn it. However, your Gengar seems capable. Bring it to me tomorrow, and I shall train it. Also, it seems Absol's Dark Pulse is not escalating in power. Is there a way to strengthen it further? Not a problem. I can teach Dark Pulse as well. It's rather pathetic. A single Dark Pulse can barely shatter stones, let alone a small mountain. How can it be your Pokémon, or even my subordinate? Also, let your Rapidash stay in the distortion world for a few days. I will teach it Sunny Day. Alright. Yiyu's voice was filled with joy, gentle as flowing water. Time ticked away. Gengar, Absol, and Rapidash were all sent to the distortion world for special training under Giratina. Although Giratina was merely the master of the distortion world, possessing only ghost and dragon attributes by nature, after such a long existence, even the most mediocre Pokémon would not be limited to just their innate moves. Besides, Giratina's aptitude was undoubtedly exceptional. Thus, it was well-versed in various attribute moves. Although not a master, the difference between a top student and a failing one is significant. Its lack of mastery made it a master for Absol and Rapidash. Consequently, Yiyu, as their trainer, enjoyed a leisurely few days, until, in the dead of night, the alarm bells of the Sasaki family villa suddenly rang out. Young Master Kojiro has successfully run away from home once again. Chapter 47, The Haunted House. Are you leaving again? Awakened by the blaring alarm, Yiyu lay in bed with an expression of utter despair. Typically, he found it easy to drift into slumber, impervious even to the fiercest thunder. Yet, once roused, sleep eluded him entirely. Thus, he harbored a grievance against his mother for her late-night calls. To his surprise, it turned out that disturbing sleep in the dead of night was merely a custom of the Sasaki household. Tossing and turning in his bed, he eventually resolved to give himself a light punch, his body stiffening as he fell back onto the mattress. Then, his spirit detached from his physical form. Ever since becoming the messenger of Giratina, he discovered a newfound ability, the power to leave his body at will. Moreover, in this ethereal state, his strength surpassed that of his corporeal form. After all, spirits possess no physical substance, and being a reincarnated soul, his spiritual power was several times greater than that of an ordinary person. He effortlessly passed through walls and floated outside into the yard. Awakened in the middle of the night, unable to sleep, and yearning to rise, he found that in spirit form, such concerns vanished. The spirit state was eternally carefree. This had been Yiyu's favorite pastime in his youth. Perhaps this was why he had indulged so often, resulting in the lingering side effect of difficulty in returning to slumber once awakened. Drifting about, invisible to those around him, he merely stirred a chill in the air, causing a shiver at the back of their necks. As he floated in the sky, he found himself at a loss for activities. Spying felt rather impolite, and there was little of interest to observe. Commercial secrets held no allure, and watching beautiful women sleep seemed too lewd. Instead, he decided to dance with the wind. As he floated aimlessly, Yiyu unexpectedly encountered two familiar figures, a person and a cat. Musashi and Meowth were surprisingly nearby. Despite my complaints, the life of the wealthy does have its allure, Musashi remarked, lowering her head. Indeed, Meowth sighed, the life of the affluent is undeniably captivating, though wealth is desirable. I prefer Kojiro, Musashi continued. Just then, a voice echoed from the heavens. Musashi and Meowth looked up to see a hot air balloon drifting in the moonlight, with Kojiro inside, beckoning for it to descend. Musashi paused in surprise, then rushed towards the balloon, exclaiming, "Allow me to graciously inform you." Kojiro seized Musashi's hand and pulled her up into the balloon, which began to ascend. "I apologize. I couldn't retrieve the family fortune," Kojiro said, sheepishly rubbing his head while looking at Musashi. "Not to worry. It matters not," Musashi replied nonchalantly. "Although we lack money and justice, Team Rocket cherishes its freedom." With a flair for the dramatic, Musashi tossed her hair back, a look of unexplainable ease on her face. Having Kojiro around made everything better. "Please take care of me from now on, Musashi." Kojiro extended his hand. "Of course," she replied, grasping his hand, their gazes locking. You observed this scene, a subtle smile gracing his face. He suddenly felt that being awakened in the dead of night was not such a terrible occurrence after all. For he had witnessed this moment. How wonderful. This is Team Rocket. A handshake like this could last a lifetime. Kanto, the Orange Archipelago, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and even Galar. Through storms and tribulations, through life and death, they had never parted. Yet, did Kojiro not feel anything when looking at a face so reminiscent of Musashi's? Living so freely every day was no small feat. Wait a moment. Wasn't Kojiro infatuated with Musashi's face as a child? Could it be that he is fond of Musashi's appearance? Yuyu's thoughts sparked with revelation. However, had he forgotten something? Hey, Meowth has yet to board. A sudden shriek jolted him back to reality, realizing what he had overlooked. Yu chuckled at the sight of the hot air balloon floating above while Meowth dashed below. It was truly hard to imagine that before meeting Ash, these three had an impeccable mission success rate. After laughing for a while, Yu continued to drift, with several hours still remaining until dawn. He floated about, unperturbed by potential dangers, for in this vicinity he was the most perilous presence. As he floated further, he arrived at a castle. The stone path leading to the entrance was strewn with fallen leaves, suggesting it had long been neglected. A sign hung at the castle gates, "Caution, ghosts ahead." Ghosts? Yu raised an eyebrow. So this castle was a haunted house? The Pokémon world indeed had its share of specters. But most haunted houses were merely the antics of ghost-type Pokémon. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to explore. Easily passing through the iron gate, he reveled in the freedom of being a spirit, unbound by the constraints of the physical realm. Upon crossing the castle's threshold, the previously dark space erupted into brightness as all the lights flickered on, before dimming again, leaving only a few bulbs flickering ominously, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. Yu maintained an expression of indifference. Is that all? Are there any ghosts? He called out, but received no reply. Venturing forward, he ascended to the second floor, which appeared to be a library. Rows of bookshelves lined the walls, harboring countless tomes cloaked in dust, indicative of neglect. As he reached out to touch the books, they suddenly stirred, a cascade of volumes tumbling towards him. With a snap of his fingers, Yu froze the books in midair, allowing him to glide through them to the ceiling, where he spotted a small, entirely dark green Pokémon that resembled ghostly flames. Oh, so it is you causing the commotion, Yu chuckled. A Drifloon, a ghost-type Pokémon. Like Gastly, it relished in playing tricks on humans, feasting on their fears. Upon noticing Yu floating above, Drifloon's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Its face drained of color as it hastily fled. Yu, bemused, thought, "Weren't you the one trying to frighten me? Why do I feel as if I have committed a grave error?" "Your mental fortitude leaves much to be desired," he quipped. Continuing to drift. The castle was vast. Was Drifloon the only inhabitant? Its strength was modest, but could it conjure illusions strong enough to claim a villa for itself? As he pondered, Drifloon reappeared, this time clutching a Raichu, specifically, a female Raichu, identifiable by the notch at the tip of her tail. Drifloon floated before Yu, animatedly expressing something. Strangely, Yu found that he could comprehend its words in this state. "Leave. This is my territory. Don't encroach upon it, or I shall have my friend deal with you." Chapter 48. Raichu, I actually understood. Yu wore a puzzled expression. This was not his first experience of his soul leaving his body, yet such a situation had never occurred before. Could it be that having received the energy of Giratina had caused a transformation within him? "Move aside. This is my territory. Do not encroach upon it, you Pokémon." The Dream Demon shouted at Yu. "Pokémon? Am I truly a Pokémon now?" Yu's expression was one of bewilderment. It seemed that was indeed the case. Although Pokémon belonged to different species, their languages were remarkably interconnected. For instance, except for the extraterrestrial Deoxys, all other Pokémon could easily translate their words. But how had he transitioned from human to Pokémon? If that was the case, wait a moment, it appeared he had indeed become a messenger of Giratina. As a messenger of Pokémon, he was, fundamentally, still a Pokémon. Perhaps he should inquire with Giratina about what extraordinary moves he could learn. "Hey, why are you ignoring me? Do you dare to provoke me?" The Dream Demon, seeing Yu repeatedly disregarded, became furious, its eyes wide, emitting a sharp cry as ghostly waves shimmered. Yu swatted down, striking the Dream Demon to the ground. "You little Dream Demon, whether your level is high is debatable. Who gave you the audacity to confront me? Though I may not be fully mature, I am still the messenger of the strongest ghost type." Seeing the Dream Demon injured, Raichu, forcibly pulled out, immediately cried out in alarm. A fierce surge of electricity erupted from its body, illuminating the pitch-black room as if it were daylight, sending a torrent of electricity toward Yu. Yu felt a surge of power within him, forming a sturdy barrier in front to withstand the electric attack. Raichu, astonished that its thunderbolt had been blocked, blushed in surprise. Raichu's body shimmered with a bright yellow light as it unleashed an even more potent current, resembling a series of electric dragons aimed at Yu. Feeling the sudden increase in pressure, Yu's expression changed slightly. This Raichu's thunderbolt was indeed exerting some pressure on him, indicating it had surpassed the typical elite Pokémon. How fascinating it was to encounter such a powerful wild Pokémon. With this thought, Yu acted swiftly. His psychic energy erupted, deflecting all the electricity back toward Raichu. Raichu cried out, startled, as it was struck directly by its own thunderbolt and fell backward. The Dream Demon was taken aback and quickly flew over, looking at Raichu with great concern. Raichu waved its hand, indicating it was fine, positioning itself protectively in front of the dream demon, radiating a strong electric aura. Hey, you two little rascals, is such aggression necessary? I haven't attacked you at all. You were the ones who initiated the confrontation. Yu approached the two Pokémon and remarked. Raichu appeared slightly dazed, realizing that indeed, it had not initiated the attack. The dream demon had struck first. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Raichu lowered its head, its yellow electric pouches flushing red. This territory belongs to the dream demon and Raichu. By coming here, you are attempting to encroach. The dream demon yelled at Yu. No, even though I am unaware of whom this castle belongs to. It does not belong to either of us. It belongs to the castle's rightful owner. You are merely an unwelcome guest. Moreover, I am not here to encroach. As I already have a place to reside, Yu replied. The dream demon shouted defiantly, oblivious to such reasoning. As a wild Pokémon, human laws meant nothing to it. In its mind, everything was fair game. These places belonged to humans only because they had seized them long ago. Unlike the indifferent dream demon, Raichu lowered its head in shame and apologized to Yu. I'm sorry. Seeing such a polite Raichu, Yu couldn't help but smile. Gently patting Raichu's cheek. The electric pouch was an essential and sensitive part of Pikachu's lineage. Mishandling it could lead to immediate retaliation, while gentle handling could provide great comfort. As was the case now. However, shortly thereafter, Raichu emitted a powerful electric surge toward Yu. Yu was taken aback by Raichu's sudden attack and unwittingly fell victim to it. Raichu immediately panicked, its small face filled with guilt, flailing its tiny hands in confusion, wanting to comfort Yu. Yet, as it reached out, it hesitated, trembling, fearing to electrocute Yu again. It's all right, my dear. You didn't mean it. Though startled by the shock, Yu remained resilient, his ghostly form having significantly enhanced his defense. Observing Raichu's demeanor, he feigned nonchalance while gently stroking Raichu. However, Raichu instinctively retreated a step, its eyes betraying a sense of timidity. Do not be afraid, your electricity cannot harm me. Just relax. Besides, it is your electricity. As long as you can control it, all will be well. Yu floated closer, extending his hand toward Raichu's soft cheek. Raichu, startled, unleashed a terrifying electric current. Yu endured the onslaught of electricity, maintaining a warm smile as he spoke softly. It's okay. There's nothing to worry about. Just take it easy. Raichu, upon seeing Yu's warm smile, felt its tension ease, gazing at Yu with a glimmer of hope. With a smile, Yu embraced Raichu. Raichu did not resist. After a moment in Yu's embrace, it joyfully nuzzled against him. It had been ages since it had interacted with a human in such a way. The last time had been 3 years ago when it was still a Pikachu, a time when everyone adored it. After evolving into Raichu, it had grown larger and heavier, losing some of its charm, and struggled to manage its excess electricity, resulting in others' fear and aversion. Yu smiled. Pikachu and its family, as well as Eevee, were generally amicable towards humans, albeit somewhat shy. Raichu was no different. It only became aggressive when it needed to release excess electricity. Yet, this Raichu was evidently an exception. It was quite polite. It belonged to the shy and reserved category, which was typically more approachable to humans. Raichu had long lost count of how long it had been since it had seen a human, thus it felt joy upon encountering Yu. Despite Yu's body lacking warmth and feeling somewhat different, it was still comfortable. Raichu bounced around on Yu's body, radiating happiness. Yu reciprocated, playfully engaging with Raichu. While the dream demon sulked off to the side, time flew by, and several hours passed unnoticed. As daylight broke, Yu patted Raichu's fluffy little head and said, All right, it's time for me to leave. I will return to play with you again when I have the chance. Raichu emitted a sound of reluctance, gazing longingly at Yu. After finally having someone to play with, it was disheartened that Yu was leaving. Why not come with me? Yu suggested, looking at Raichu. He felt a strong connection with this Raichu and found it utterly adorable. Raichu felt quite misunderstood. Due to its association with Pikachu, it had initially appeared as a villain, ruthlessly attacking a group of Pokémon, including Ash's Pikachu, thereby giving off an impression of wickedness. In truth, the Pikachu family, consisting of Piku, Pikachu, and Raichu, possesses no unappealing members. For instance, during Ash's time at the Sinnoh Academy, he encountered one that was particularly endearing. Upon hearing this, Raichu swiftly shook its head and emerged from Yu's embrace. Chapter 49. Ramiya and Raichu, what's the matter? Are you unwilling to accompany me? If you stay with me, you will enjoy delightful meals and refreshing drinks every day, and there will be companions to play with you. Yes, there might be battles at times. But is that not worth it? Yu inquired, filled with curiosity. Raichu responded, I must wait for my trainer. She instructed me to remain here until she returns. Waiting for your trainer? Yu sighed. It seemed there was little to be done. Pokémon, by nature, are often resolute in their loyalty. Once they have chosen a trainer, they remain devoted for life. Even when subjected to countless hardships, they still regard their trainers with affection, akin to first love. Take, for instance, Shinji's little Chimchar. If it were a human, one might have resorted to drastic measures under the cover of night. I will wait for my trainer to return, Raichu declared with unwavering determination. Could you share with me the story of you and your trainer? Yu asked. Typically, the separation of a trainer and their Pokémon occurs for one of two reasons: an unforeseen incident wherein the trainer is also searching for them, or abandonment. Raichu spoke of a promise made with her trainer, yet it seemed her trainer had not yet arrived. The latter scenario appeared more probable. My trainer is wonderful. She is beautiful and adores me. Raichu's face lit up with joy at the mention of her trainer. Yu nodded, having anticipated Raichu's reaction. For a Pika to evolve into a Pikachu, a profound bond with its trainer is essential. I met her shortly after my birth. She treated me splendidly, providing the finest food and clothing. She bought me exquisite outfits and jewelry, taking me on delightful excursions. Once I evolve into a Pikachu, it will only get better. Raichu animatedly expressed her elation. Yu listened in silence, withholding any skepticism. Until I evolved into Raichu, I could not control the electrical currents within me and accidentally harmed my trainer. It was my fault. However, she did not punish me. She quickly brought me here to play, but had to leave temporarily, asking me to wait for her. Yu's brow furrowed. The likelihood of abandonment seemed high. From Raichu's description, her former trainer appeared to be a wealthy young lady. Raising a Pikachu was not typically for the purpose of training it for battles, but rather as a pet. This was consistent with the behavior of affluent young women in Kanto, who often kept charming Pokémon by their side. Pikachu and Eevee frequently ranked among the top 3 in pet popularity. Yet, most affluent young ladies would not choose Raichu, as Pikachu is small and weighs only around 6 kilograms, easily manageable. In contrast, Raichu is considerably larger, averaging around 30 kilograms. For a wealthy young lady, providing luxury without exercise could lead to a weight of 50 kilograms. This would render it unappealing, akin to a pig, hence the rarity of such choices. Could you provide me with information about your trainer? I will assist you in locating her, Yu offered. 3 years had passed since her abandonment. If they did not confront this matter directly, he feared this Navi Raichu would remain confined to this spot indefinitely, even if he did not intend to capture her. He wished for Raichu to be free, to not waste her affections on such a despicable trainer. Excitedly, Raichu waved her little hands and dashed into the room. Yu was momentarily taken aback by her speed. Indeed, even the plump have their potential. No, perhaps it should be plump girl, considering her femininity. After a brief moment, Raichu emerged, joyfully brandishing a photograph. Yu took the photo, pondering whether it would be better to hold it with his hands despite his reluctance to dirty them. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at Raichu's paws and understood. She had no fingers. Upon evolution, the little fingers of Pikachu had transformed into brown, pudgy paws. Yu suddenly comprehended why many Pikachu choose not to evolve. Without fingers, many tasks would indeed be inconvenient. As he examined the photograph, he was struck with surprise. It depicted a girl embracing an adorable Pikachu, and remarkably, the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to a miniature Remiya. Remiya had no siblings, and Musashi was certainly not in a position to care for a pet. Thus, the sole possibility was that the person in the photograph was Remiya. Had this Raichu been abandoned by Remiya? Yu gazed down at Raichu, finding this possibility quite plausible. Remiya, with her princess-like demeanor, undoubtedly harbored certain attitudes that could be perceived as spoiled. Her adherence to aristocratic protocols often showcased a peculiar aesthetic, and even before her engagement to Kojiro, she had begun planning their future life together, insisting that Kojiro replace his beloved Rockruff, his only companion since childhood, with a more refined Esper. Ultimately, this had led to Kojiro's departure from home. The engagement, strictly speaking, had faltered, as Kojiro had not attended the ceremony. In Remiya's eyes, a Pikachu aligned with the image of a noble young lady's pet, while Raichu likely did not. With these thoughts in mind, Yu's expression grew somber. Raichu lightly poked Yu's side, reminding him, "You said you would help me find her. After 3 years apart, will my trainer not be thrilled to see me? Let us go. I happen to know your trainer," Yu replied, rising to his feet. Raichu leaped up, her face alight with excitement, even taking a moment to bid farewell to Meng Yao, saying she was leaving. Meng Yao felt a twinge of reluctance. After 3 years of companionship, they had grown accustomed to each other. Moreover, Raichu was significantly stronger, having defended Meng Yao from various territorial threats on numerous occasions. Without Raichu, Meng Yao feared it could not protect its domain. Additionally, Meng Yao suspected that Raichu's trainer had intentionally abandoned her. No trainer would neglect their Pokémon for years without reason. It believed such humans were inherently untrustworthy. As Yu cradled Raichu in his arms, they soared into the sky, heading toward the Sasaki residence. He had previously navigated the area haphazardly, Returning along the same route would be challenging. However, locating the Sasaki residence was a straightforward endeavor. Simply seek the tallest building and fly toward it. There could be no mistake. Upon arriving at the Sasaki estate, Yu gently set Raichu down, saying, "Wait here. I will change my appearance and come find you." After stating this, he ascended to the second floor, returning to his corporeal form. As he felt the sudden weight return, Yu experienced a brief discomfort but soon adapted. Rushing downstairs, he met Raichu once more. Raichu gazed up at Yu, observing how different he appeared, warmer than before. "All right, let us go meet your trainer," Yu declared. Although he anticipated the events that would unfold, he believed that enduring the pain of truth was preferable to a lifetime of deception, confinement, and misplaced affections, which would be far more tragic. Raichu's expression was one of eager anticipation. Chapter 50, The Despair of Raichu. "Where is Rumika?" Yu inquired as he located the chief steward of the Sasaki household. "Miss Rumika is in the hall, distressed over young Kojiro's escape," the steward replied. "Are you familiar with Rumika?" Yu asked. "Quite familiar. Ever since her engagement to young Kojiro, Miss Rumika has frequently visited our home," the steward responded. "May I ask, did she once have a Pikachu?" Yu probed. "Yes, Miss Rumika had a Pikachu, which was exceptionally adorable. However, it seems to have disappeared after evolving into Raichu 3 years ago," the steward explained, casting a glance at the Raichu beside Yu, as if realizing something. "Very well. I understand." Yu nodded, gently patting Raichu's head before proceeding toward the hall. The steward, lost in thought, said nothing further and resumed his duties. "Rumika, rest assured. We will surely find Kojiro," Yu reassured her. "It is my fault for not guiding young Kojiro properly. Next time, I shall ensure he becomes a true gentleman of noble standing." Upon reaching the doorway, Yu heard voices from within and called out, "Uncle, Aunt." "Yu, you're awake? I hope we didn't disturb you last night," Kojiro's father remarked, looking at him. "It's nothing. I couldn't sleep last night. So I went out searching for my cousin. I found out he rejoined Team Rocket and is with Meowth and Jessie. He probably won't be back anytime soon." Yu replied, "You've truly been through a lot. As for your cousin, do not worry too much, as long as he remains in Kanto. We will eventually find him," Kojiro's father reassured him. "Why didn't you bring back young Kojiro?" Rumika questioned. Yu rolled his eyes and retorted, "Do you expect me to take him back all by myself? Also, when I returned, a Pokémon was searching for you." Raichu stepped into view as Yu moved aside. Seeing Rumika, Raichu was overjoyed, bouncing toward her with delight, eager to receive a warm embrace. "Why have you returned?" Yet, instead of a loving hug, Rumika recoiled in fear and disgust. Raichu tumbled to the ground, bewildered, unable to comprehend why its once beloved trainer now regarded it with such trepidation. "What are you doing back? I told you to stay there and not come looking for me." Rumika glared at Raichu, clearly displeased. Raichu's smile faded instantly. "Rumika, as its trainer, abandoning it is inherently immoral and unlawful." Yu could not help but interject, despite having suspected this prior to his arrival. However, witnessing it firsthand ignited a surge of anger within him. The bond between Pokémon and trainer should be one of equality, in Yu's heart. Pokémon held precedence over their trainers. Yet, the reality often revealed that Pokémon gave far more. They fought valiantly for their trainers, risking their lives to protect them, while trainers often regarded Pokémon as mere accessories in their lives. To many Pokémon, their trainers represented their entire world. To abandon a Pokémon was, in Yu's opinion, the most despicable act, and to do so under false pretenses was even more vile. "I've already paid the fine for abandoning it, and I've destroyed its Pokeball. It is now a wild Pokémon," Rumika scoffed, dismissing the fine as inconsequential. With a flicker of hope, Raichu approached Rumika, its eyes shimmering with heart-wrenching longing. Yet, Rumika stepped back with disdain, declaring, "Get away from me. I initially kept you because you were adorable. But now you are neither charming nor graceful, just heavy and cumbersome. You've lost your elegance, unworthy of being my Pokémon. If you had remained absent, I might have occasionally reminisced about your Pikachu days, but your presence now only serves to increase my aversion. All I require is a Venusaur as my Pokémon." Rumika's words echoed painfully in Raichu's mind, filling it with despair. No longer was there joy. With a lowered head, it trudged away. "Yu, please do not bring such a Pokémon before me again." Rumika glared at him in discontent. Yu's expression darkened as he conjured an energy ball in his right hand, which he swiftly launched at Rumika, knocking her onto the sofa. "Uncle, Aunt, I apologize. I truly could not restrain myself. I have never struck a girl in my life, but today, I felt compelled to do so. I must take my leave now." Yu offered his apologies to his uncle and aunt before turning to seek out Raichu. Afterward, Rumika rose, seething with fury, unleashing a tirade against Yu. while Kojiro's parents offered her gentle words of comfort before departing. Such a fiery temper, just like her mother, Kojiro's father remarked after Rumika had left. Indeed. I recall when Xiaowan chased you around the yard with a stick, Kojiro's mother chuckled, having known these tales as childhood friends. Those bygone days are behind us. Kojiro's father coughed lightly. Well, what shall we do about Kojiro? Kojiro's mother inquired. If he wishes to escape, let him run free. After all, capturing his body will not reclaim his heart. Yet, he has indeed matured during these years, though he remains too soft. He cannot compare to Yiyu. If Yiyu were faced with such matters, he would have confronted them head-on. If he is to inherit our family's legacy, he must be strong and ruthless. Lest he be devoured whole by others, Kojiro's father asserted. That is why we sought a strong partner in Rumika. The balance of power would be perfect. Yet he still eludes marriage, Kojiro's mother lamented. Forget it. As long as he survives, that's what matters. They will find their own path. If he cannot inherit, we can talk to Yiyu about adopting a child to carry on the Sasaki name. As for Kojiro, we can grant him personal assets unrelated to the business, ensuring he lives comfortably for a lifetime, Kojiro's father concluded. Let him wander a bit longer. Perhaps it will reshape his character, Kojiro's mother agreed. Yes, that sounds good. By the way, one heir mentioned that the environment in Alola is quite pleasant. We should go on a trip, Kojiro's father suggested. All right. Kojiro's mother replied, leaning affectionately against her husband's shoulder. Chapter 51. You have always been exceptional, Raichu. Would you like to be my Pokémon? Yiyu asked. Gazing at Raichu in the courtyard, Raichu stiffened, turning in disbelief to face Yiyu. You want to capture me? Indeed, I wish for you to be my companion. Yiyu replied, crouching to Raichu's level, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. When interacting with Pokémon, it is essential to lower oneself to their height, showcasing friendliness. From this day forth, you shall be my pet, and we shall live together. Raichu's mind wandered back to a moment from its infancy, when it had yearned for such gentle companionship, the warmth akin to that of a parent. Yet moments ago, Raichu had contemplated, how could you return? My Pokémon only needs a Venusaur. The visage it had encountered was more terrifying than any illusion it had seen from a drowsy. Shaking its head, Raichu continued on its path, dismissing the words of humans as unworthy of trust. As it caught the scent of the castle, it resolved to return. Yiyu's expression grew somber. The task was proving more arduous than anticipated. In the animated series, Ash had salvaged numerous Pokémon, Charmander, Chimchar, Tepig, after they had been discarded by their trainers. Their subsequent cooperation had appeared harmonious. Yet this was only possible because Ash had established a profound bond with them before their abandonment. The lives of Charmander and Brock had been saved by Ash, while Chimchar had been rescued from inhumane treatment by Shinji, with Ash ensuring its recovery at the Pokémon Center. Yet, he and Raichu had not forged such a deep connection. However, if he were to relinquish this endeavor, Raichu's future would be irrevocably marred, perhaps even more pitiful than before. For at least there had been hope, albeit a false one, in the past. Thus, Yi resolved to pursue Raichu, following closely behind as they walked. After a day of travel, Raichu began to feel weary and hungry. Yi swiftly approached, supporting Raichu, who suddenly emitted a powerful surge of electricity that coursed through Yi. Raichu's expression shifted. Instinctively, it turned to Yi, alarmed. The intensity of its electrical power was beyond its control, often resulting in unintentional harm, which was why it had chosen to isolate itself. It never intended to hurt Yi. Perhaps, it reasoned, this was for the best. If it could repel him, he would leave, just like its previous trainer. Indeed. Your electricity is formidable, Raichu. You are truly exceptional. Yi grinned, enduring the electric shock while smiling at Raichu. Raichu was taken aback. This human did not blame it. Raichu, the electricity you possess is a gift from nature. Do not fear it, do not shy away, embrace it, and you shall learn to wield it best. Though Yiyu's muscles trembled under the electric assault, he maintained his cheerful demeanor. He genuinely wished to capture Raichu, so enduring its shocks was entirely expected. After all, how could one claim to be a trainer of electric-type Pokémon without having been shocked? Raichu could hardly believe the scene before it as they continued onward. Regardless, it remained skeptical of humanity. Yiyu shrugged nonchalantly, noting that he had not been met with a thunderbolt or iron tail, indicating that Raichu was not entirely averse to him. This presented an opportunity. Determined, Yiyu embraced persistence. He would not relent. A woman fears a persistent man, he mused, uncertain of the adage's truth. Yet he believed that one who has no shame is invincible. Eventually, they returned to the castle, where Raichu re-entered its previous domain. Drowsy appeared, resembling a ghost, and upon seeing Raichu's return, it giggled, "You're back. This is home, after all. Together, we can reign supreme." Ignoring Drowsy, Yiyu proceeded into the castle, watching Raichu retreat to its small room. He then took out his phone and made a call. Mom, could you please take care of Lily? Also, prepare some electric-type Pokémon food in my meals, and kindly inform the school that I will be absent for an extended period. Is something serious going on? His mother inquired. I heard you confronted Lumika. She deserved it. Yu Yu replied. All right, I won't pry into the details. I'll send things to your phone's location, correct? Exactly. Good. After concluding the call, Yu Yu decided to remain at the castle. That evening, several vehicles arrived, and a flurry of individuals quickly disembarked to clean the premises and prepare a feast. Yu Yu placed the electric-type Pokémon food at Raichu's door before preparing to dine. However, after finishing his meal, he noticed that the food he had left for Raichu remained untouched. Yu Yu furrowed his brow. It was normal for someone to lose their appetite when feeling down, but such behavior was akin to self-torture. Man is iron, food is steel. Missing a meal leads to hunger, he thought, contemplating entering to comfort Raichu. Yet, he hesitated, sensing he lacked the skills to provide solace. When someone is troubled, sometimes it is best to allow them solitude. If he rushed in now, he might only become a source of annoyance. After some reflection, Yu Yu called his aunt. Aunt. It's me, Yu Yu. Little Yu, what prompted you to call? Is there something you need assistance with? Came the response from Chao Jinwei. It's nothing serious. Just a small matter. I recall you know Pokémon psychologists, right? Yes, I know a few who specialize in Pokémon psychology. Do you need assistance? Yes. Could you introduce me to someone? Yu Yu explained the situation. Abandoning Pokémon. I sensed something was off with Lumika during our last encounter. She should not have done such a thing. Little Yu, stay strong and capture that Raichu, Chao Jinwei urged. Therefore, I hope you can introduce me to a few professional Pokémon psychologists, Yu Yu requested. I will send you their contact information as soon as possible. Remember to be proactive in finding a solution to help Raichu. While Pokémon psychologists are specialized, every issue is unique, and specific problems require tailored solutions. This is your challenge with Raichu, so you must think of ways to resolve it. As a mature trainer, you should actively tackle difficulties, Chao Jinwei advised. All right. I will do my best, Yu Yu affirmed, nodding as he ended the call, contemplating solutions. Raichu's current dilemma stemmed from its evolution. It felt it had become larger and less attractive, struggling to control its electric powers, leading to disdain from Lumika, who deemed it unworthy of nobility. Thus, he needed to help Raichu overcome this mental barrier, making it realize that the fault lay not with it, but with Lumika. In this world, flies do not seek out eggs due to imperfections in the shell, but rather because they are eggs. It would be absurd to blame the egg for attracting flies. However, delivering such profound truths in an earnest manner could either be tedious or met with fleeting interest. Raichu would likely dismiss it. To reach its heart, one must subtly influence it. Yu Yu raised an eyebrow, recalling the power of literature. Foreign readers had successfully used stories to overcome addiction. The potential impact was undeniable. Seek a few suitable novels that possess significant motivational power. The adage, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west, do not underestimate the elderly, nor look down upon the young, resonates profoundly. The notion that today you may forsake me, yet tomorrow I shall return in a resplendent manner, rendering you unable to reach me, is indeed uplifting. The theme of indifference today, transforming into unattainability tomorrow, surely appeals to the market. Surely, there must be individuals in this world who have penned such narratives. Yu Yu contemplated delving into research but halted, realizing a critical oversight. Does Raichu possess literacy? It seems he does not. One cannot expect a mouse to read. To be more straightforward, animated series are universally comprehensible. Moreover, the influence and impact of animation surpass that of novels. Yu Yu switched to another application and continued her search. However, after perusing a multitude of films, she furrowed her brow once more, dismayed to find such films absent from the internet. Is the quality of storytelling in this world truly so lacking? Ultimately, Yu Yu resolved. If she could not find what she sought, she would create it herself, for she has perused countless novels and even won a first prize in elementary school composition. Furthermore, crafting her own story would allow for targeted narrative focus. With pen and notebook in hand, she began to draft a simple plot summary. Inspired by the abandonment of Raichu by Lumagia, the backdrop would be a tale of an ancient princess discarding an evolved Raichu. The central conflict could not merely revolve around strength. Such a premise would lack resonance for Raichu. Lumagia did not abandon Raichu for its perceived weakness, but rather for its overwhelming strength, which occasionally resulted in electric discharges that contradicted her aristocratic standards. Thus, the premise evolved. Raichu, discarded by a minor princess, is subsequently admired by a grander princess, where the minor princess's disdain for etiquette is revered by the major princess. In the embrace of the grand princess, Raichu vanquishes the minor princess, ultimately leading to the downfall of the minor kingdom and the ascendance of the major kingdom, wherein Raichu becomes a national treasure. Yet, After deep contemplation, Yu struck through her notes. This narrative felt rather pedestrian. The transition from a minor to a grand kingdom still adhered to the same etiquette, implying the minor princess was not entirely at fault. More critically, I am not a princess. This portrayal would hinder my own emergence. The theme must be elevated. Is it aristocratic etiquette that leads to the abandonment of Lechio? Yu pondered, tapping her pen against the table. Then, an epiphany struck her as she noticed a hammer nearby. Why not depict the proletariat overthrowing the feudal aristocracy? Lechio, cast aside, encounters a young boy with whom he experiences various trials, ultimately recognizing the absurdity of aristocratic pretensions and embracing the greatness of the proletariat. Lechio's strength becomes the sword that topples a decaying era, embodying profound power. With a satisfied smile, Yu solidified her central theme and outline, leaving the details and specific filming to professional screenwriters and directors for refinement. She aimed to expedite the production, ideally within a month, regardless of the cost. Chapter 52. Raichu at the movies. Time trickled away, and a month swiftly passed. Yu had not returned to the Pokémon Academy. The principal readily approved his leave, and most of the students were relieved that he did not come back. Yu remained within the confines of the castle. The Rapidash was also released by Giratina, who, regrettably, knew only a few fire-type moves, Sunny Day and Will-O-Wisp. After teaching these two moves, Giratina sent it out. Unlike Mismagius and Absol, who suffered greatly, one being a ghost-type Pokémon and the other being weak against dark-type moves, Giratina's training was more rigorous, leading to a reversal of fortunes. However, Absol seemed to revel in the chaos, finding joy in watching Mismagius endure torment. Yu occasionally ventured into the distortion world, witnessing the scene unfold, unable to bear it. It was truly a cruel fate. Upon returning to the castle, he found solace in his meals, indulging a little more than usual, feeling a flicker of happiness. Rapidash, controlling its flames, lounged on the sofa, joyfully waving its hooves while watching animated shows on television. Dream Eater also expressed exuberance. Initially resistant to Yu's presence, it soon discovered that his arrival meant a supply of special Pokémon food and even snacks like cola-flavored potato chips that Raichu had not touched. This led it to wish fervently that Yu would stay forever. Yu, engrossed in the television, ascended to the second floor and pushed open the door to Raichu's room, only to find the timid mouse cowering in the shadows. Approaching it, he effortlessly scooped it up. Raichu, hands clasped over its head, crackled with electricity. Ignoring the sparks flying around, Yu gently tapped Raichu's head, forcibly carrying it out. Over the past month, he had visited often, shocking Raichu a few times to bolster its resistance to electricity. Even a jolt of 10,000 volts was no match for his embrace. He settled on the sofa, determined to watch a movie together. After enduring significant emotional turmoil, Raichu needed a few days to recover. Now that its mood had somewhat lifted, Yu decided it was time for a more assertive approach. If it wouldn't come out willingly, he would make it. Raichu glared at Yu with discontent, wishing to remain hidden, yet feeling reluctant to unleash its most potent electric attack on him. All right, let us watch the show. Yu pressed the remote button, and the television began to play the adventures of Pikachu. The plot unfolded as a tale of Pikachu enduring various hardships, first losing its parents, then its girlfriend, and finally finding a friend who turned out to be the ultimate antagonist, leading to the demise of Pikachu's child. In the end, Pikachu persevered, defeating the villain but finding itself utterly alone in a world devoid of family or friends, a pure tale of suffering. This was not a film produced by Yu. It was sourced from the internet. Yu intended to refine his own cinematic creation for a future theatrical release, so he sought out other films to pique Raichu's interest gradually. After all, suffering is often relative. By observing the tragedies of others, one might find their own troubles to be insignificant in comparison. Oh, Dream Eater! Rapidash exclaimed, both delighted at the commencement of the movie. In recent days, they had watched films daily, particularly Dream Eater, who, being a creature of the night, had become addicted to binge-watching. Initially indifferent, Raichu's curiosity was piqued by the expressions of its friends, and it began to pay attention to the show. As the movie opened, a Pikachu hatched and lived blissfully in the forest, surrounded by family and friends, including a girlfriend. Raichu's eyes sparkled. It once shared such a life, feeling that this Pikachu was perhaps more fortunate than itself. However, calamity struck as the nefarious Beedrill invaded Pikachu's idyllic existence, leading to chaos and the loss of its parents, leaving only Pikachu and its girlfriend to escape. Raichu's expression shifted as it perceived the Beedrill as a menace, questioning why Pikachu could not defend its family. Yu observed with a satisfied smile as the narrative progressed, with Pikachu and its girlfriend eventually forming a bond with a Houndoom before embarking on a period of happiness. Raichu smiled at this turn of events, but its joy was short-lived when Houndoom suddenly betrayed Pikachu, killing its girlfriend and seizing a precious item. Pikachu was left to flee with its child, having lost its wife and faced betrayal from a friend. Eventually, Pikachu discovered that Houndoom was the true enemy. The leader of Drill, intent on dominating the forest, plunging Pikachu back into a desperate escape. Raichu's cheeks sparked with electricity, determined to take on Houndoom. The plot accelerated as Pikachu fell from a cliff, gaining new strength, returning to the forest with its child. It fought valiantly against Houndoom in a spectacular battle. Raichu's eyes shone with anticipation, rooting for Pikachu to triumph. The climax saw Pikachu prevail, but Houndoom, in its final moments, retaliated, taking the life of Pikachu's child. The film concluded with Pikachu standing alone on a cliff at sunset, its silhouette a poignant testament to solitude and loss. Raichu clenched its tiny fists together, for the first time looking directly at Yu and gesturing emphatically at the screen, as if to say, "Why is that Pikachu so unfortunate?" "Because everyone has their own struggles," Yu replied. "It is an inescapable truth, yet we must strive to live, to flourish." Like Pikachu, who faced far greater misfortune, it continued to survive. If life deceives you, do not despair. Confront it, for if you neglect it, it merely becomes a memory, a transient sorrow. However, if you dwell on it, it may haunt you for a lifetime. Raichu pondered, seemingly grasping the sentiment. Compared to that Pikachu, it realized it was in a much better position. It had companionship and was not deprived of its belongings. Moreover, its electrical powers were not a flaw. If that Pikachu had been stronger, it might not have succumbed to Houndoom and lost everything. Power is indeed significant. Yet, this led Raichu to wonder, why was I abandoned? Did I do something wrong? Chapter 53. The great hero of the era Raichu, filled with exuberance, leaped joyfully on the sofa, pointing at the television. "I want to watch TV." Yu naturally walked over and embraced Raichu in his arms. It had been half a month since Raichu first experienced the magic of cinema. During this time, it had successfully cultivated a fondness for movies. Today marked a significant occasion, as the film he had invested in had finally completed production. Although the duration stretched longer than he had anticipated, the director assured him that the quality was undoubtedly exceptional, and Yu chose to trust the director's word. Recently, both Rapidish and Dream Eater had also developed a penchant for watching films. As a beautiful melody filled the room, the movie commenced. Raichu's eyes sparkled with excitement as its long tail deftly reached into the bag of chips, extracting a chip and popping it into its mouth. The films from the past half-month had gradually soothed Raichu's spirit, making it feel less desolate and timid. And it had unwittingly formed a habit of munching on chips while watching movies. However, lacking hands, it relied on its tail. Yu found himself pondering how Raichu managed such a complex action. Yet, it accomplished it effortlessly. As the film began, a stunning castle graced the screen. Raichu blinked its small eyes in recognition. This castle seemed oddly familiar. Yu smiled knowingly. Indeed, it was modeled after the Sasaki family castle. Soon, a princess of the kingdom appeared, playfully teasing a Pikachu, reveling in joy as they attended various gatherings. Thanks to Pikachu's adorability, the princess became immensely popular, basking in glory. Witnessing this scene, Raichu scratched its head with its tail, feeling an odd sense of déjà vu. As the plot unfolded, the princess encountered peril, and Pikachu repeatedly rescued her from danger. However, an unexpected turn of events led Pikachu to make contact with a Thunderstone, resulting in its evolution into Raichu, which drastically altered the course of the story. The once adoring princess began to despise Raichu, declaring it unbecoming of nobility, lacking etiquette, and unworthy of being her Pokémon, relegating it to the status of a mere slave Pokémon, a third-rate creature. Raichu trembled at this juncture, sorrow flooding its gaze as memories it wished to forget resurfaced. Sensing Raichu's distress, Yu tightened his embrace, providing warmth and comfort, feeling the reassuring heat emanating from Yu and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Raichu's tumultuous emotions gradually calmed, and it resumed watching the film. Moved by Raichu's plummeting status, Yu empathized deeply as he witnessed Raichu being cast out of the palace, reduced to wandering the streets alongside other overlooked Pokémon. Their plight was heartrending, surviving on leftovers and scraps. Then, a man appeared. He approached Raichu with open arms, enduring its repeated electric shocks, each one excruciating, yet he stubbornly sought to win Raichu's heart. Scenes unfolded of the man enduring countless electric shocks, collapsing time and again, only to rise again with unwavering determination. Raichu looked up at Yu, questioning if he felt the same pain each time it shocked him. Yet, he still embraced it. Raichu nuzzled closer to Yu, reveling in the comforting sensation. Noticing the movement, Yu couldn't help but smile, relishing the moment. The story progressed, with the protagonist rising as a leader of the common folk, rallying a group of citizens and Pokémon to challenge the kingdom, facing innumerable dangers. Time and again, Raichu utilized its formidable strength to protect the protagonist, defeating adversaries with unwavering resolve. Raichu's eyes gleamed brighter with each victory. Ultimately, The army stormed the palace, capturing all the nobles and bringing them to justice, dismantling the previous aristocratic customs, denouncing them as feudal and ignorant. Raichu's prowess became a powerful testament to its strength. In the newly established nation, a statue of Raichu was erected in the central square, destined to be remembered through the ages. Suddenly, Raichu leaped from Yiyu's embrace, raising its arms high in a pose reminiscent of the statue in the film. I can become a hero? With Thunderbolt, I can be a hero? You will undoubtedly become a hero, Yiyu affirmed. Raichu waved its tiny fists in excitement, questioning, Can I become a hero? Yiyu gazed intently at Raichu, almost saying, You need my help. Raichu scratched its head thoughtfully, and after a moment, nodded earnestly. Let us believe in it, and from now on, I look forward to your guidance. Yiyu declared, retrieving a Pokeball. With a gentle tap of Raichu's fist against the button of the Pokeball, a flash of red light enveloped it, and the ball stabilized without a shake, indicating a successful capture. Yiyu's smile widened in triumph. After a month and a half of effort, he had succeeded. He had taken on the roles of both parent and creator, not to mention the financier. Was it easy for me? While others effortlessly captured Pokemon with brute force, I had to navigate a labyrinth of challenges to capture Raichu. Releasing Raichu from the Pokeball, Yiyu addressed it, Raichu. I hope for your cooperation in the future and for you to get along well with Rapidash. He turned to Rapidash, declaring, Rapidash, we have gained another companion. Raichu and Rapidash exchanged greetings, having grown familiar with one another. Raichu's gentle nature made it amiable to all, while Rapidash's honest disposition earned it the nickname Silly Horse from Gengar, ensuring an easy camaraderie. Let us drive together, Yiyu said, embracing Raichu and rubbing his cheek against its soft, plush fur, finding it warm and comforting. Raichu, delighted by Yiyu's affectionate embrace, couldn't help but emit a spark of electricity. Yiyu, momentarily jolted, coughed out a puff of smoke and exclaimed, Excellent. Raichu, master your abilities, and together we shall battle. Initially concerned about the accidental shock, Raichu beamed upon seeing Yiyu's genuine smile, feeling a wave of joy wash over it. I will become a hero. All right. Let us head out and practice to see how many moves you've learned, Yiyu suggested. Raichu nodded enthusiastically. Now, it's time to return. I shall prepare a special little room for you, Yiyu stated. Dream Eater, upon hearing that they were leaving, grew anxious. Aren't we all comfortable here? Why must you go? If you leave, who will watch movies with me, share chips, or bring me soda? No, you cannot take my best friend Raichu away. Dream Eater anxiously fluttered in front of Yiyu, pleading desperately. Chapter 54, Riding Giratina, Where's my movie? Ah, and you too. Well, farewell. Yiyu waved at Mangyao. Mangyao shook its head vigorously, expressing discontent. This is not right. You've misunderstood the focus. Don't leave. What kind of expression is that? Do you not wish for us to depart? Yiyu inquired. Mangyao nodded fervently. You don't want us to leave? Or have you become addicted? Yiyu pondered, surveying their surroundings. Mangyao gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle. All right, I understand, Yiyu nodded, realizing that Mangyao seemed to be addicted. After all, lounging on the sofa daily, indulging in television, chips, fried chicken, cola, and endless gaming, this is the epitome of a homebody's bliss. It is only natural for Mangyao to be addicted. However, he lacked the energy to capture another dream demon for training. Moreover, the evolved form of Mangyao, Mo, resembled a wizard, which could be somewhat disheartening. In the realm of Pokémon, prowess is one aspect, but aesthetics hold weight as well. With the Quartz Conference approaching, he had little inclination to capture another ghost-type Pokémon that would clash with Gengar. Capturing Pokémon is not a trivial matter. Once captured, one must take responsibility. Thus, it was better to refrain from capturing. How about I send you to my mother? There's food and drink there. It would be more comfortable than being with me. Wouldn't it? Yiyu suggested. Unable to think of a solution, he decided to send Mangyao to his mother for the time being. Mangyao was quite adorable. Surely, his mother would adore it. There would be delicious food and drinks. Mangyao's eyes lit up. Deal. Take me away. Yiyu regarded Mangyao with a hint of disdain. Huh, Pokémon, I see through your essence. Another Pokémon, is it? Giratina's voice resonated, followed by the sudden appearance of Gengar and Absol. Well, Raichu, my new companion, and these are also our partners, Absol and Raichu, Yiyu said. You shall address me as sir. I am not your Pokémon, Giratina corrected. But you are my friend and partner, Yiyu replied. Humph. Giratina turned its neck with a haughty demeanor. Given that you just captured a new Pokémon, I shall temporarily refrain from slapping you in front of your new companion. All right, Giratina, how about watching a movie instead? Yiyu proposed. Boring, Giratina scoffed. Oh, Yiyu did not press the issue and turned back to watch the film. Giratina's expression soured. If I scoffed, would you not extend another invitation? Little Leaf, you've been rather arrogant lately. Upset, Giratina vanished into a mirror, Finally, we can watch a movie. It's been a month and a half since I last played. Gengar floated excitedly next to Yu, skillfully manipulating the remote with telekinesis to start the film. Absol reclined on the sofa. Hero Raichu, what movie is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Let us watch it. Gengar selected the film they had just watched and replayed it. Change it, Yu said, having already seen it once. Watching it again so soon seemed pointless. Raichu stood up, exclaiming, I want to watch. I could watch this 100 times without getting bored. All right, let us watch. Yu said, stroking Raichu's cheek affectionately. Consider it a way to deepen our impression. The film played for over an hour. Rapidash and Minyo seemed uninterested, while Absol appeared indifferent, lying silently aside. However, Gengar was thoroughly engrossed until it spotted the end credit, which notably thanked Mr. Yu for his sponsorship. Gengar's expression immediately brightened. Among all Pokémon, Gengar was uniquely special, for it was the only one that had attended school and studied. In Yu's childhood, a portion of his homework had been written by Gengar. Hence, while Raichu and the others could not comprehend, Gengar was different, gazing intently at Yu. Why don't I have a movie? I arrived first, yet it has one right away. I'm unhappy. I feel sad. You big pig hoof. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll run away from home. Yu looked back, puzzled. What do you mean? I don't understand. Gengar's eyes were filled with grievance. I want one too. Raichu, wait a moment. Let us get to know Absol. Yu set Raichu down and took Gengar to the restroom. I want one too. Gengar insisted. The circumstances are different, Yu replied. Writing scripts is exhausting, you know? How is it different? I came first. Gengar protested. But you have no scars in your heart. That's a healing method, Yu explained. What do I need healing for? Gengar asked. Yu recounted Raichu's situation from start to finish. It's so pitiful. Gengar paused in thought. So, I seem to be quite fortunate. Although Yu sometimes doesn't let me play with his phone, he treats me rather well. Exactly, do you understand now? Yu asked. I understand, but I still want one. Gengar insisted. What do you want? Yu inquired. I may not have scars, but I have a good trainer. Why can't I have one? Gengar proclaimed proudly. Yu raised an eyebrow. That's a rather meaningful question. I find myself at a loss for an answer. However, if he conceded, Gengar's demands would not cease. Furthermore, it is not about scarcity but inequality. Just one Raichu could be considered a special case, but what about two? Wouldn't Rapidash and Absol want one too? And for each new capture, would he have to produce a film? Did he genuinely wish to make a film? Yes. And I want to be involved personally, Gengar declared proudly. Then I would be a movie star. All right, once you become a champion, I will make a film for you. Yu said. No bargaining. Otherwise, I won't let you play with the phone either. Gengar wanted to argue but fell silent upon hearing this. Fine. I'll take what I can get. Reaching champion level is easy. It's just a matter of a year or two. By then, I'll have evolved into Jinghost. And filming in that form should be even better. That has settled then. Let us go out, Yu said. Gengar transformed into smoke and slipped into Yu's shadow, preparing to leave. Just then, Giratina's head unexpectedly emerged from the large mirror in the restroom. Do you have a movie about me in your world? Yu stiffly turned his neck. What do you want? Don't just learn the bad things. No. Yu replied. Giratina's fame in the real world was not particularly high, even in Sinnoh, where most only knew about Palkia and Dialga. As for Giratina, well, didn't he the creator only make two? Therefore, no one was aware. I don't have one? Giratina's expression shifted. I don't have one. Yet a large yellow mouse does? Why is that? Do Dialga and Palkia have movies? Yu asked. They don't, he continued. Aside from mythology and archaeology. The average person wouldn't know about those two, and those fields don't make films. The common stars of Pokémon films are predominantly the cute types, Eevee, Pikachu, Jigglypuff, and Shiny. Thus, the animations tend to reflect this trend. What about Lugia, Ho-Oh, Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre? Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre do not have films. But Lugia and Ho-Oh do, Yu replied. Ho-Oh is the guardian spirit of the Johto region, thus many have high hopes for it. Especially those who once worshipped Ho-Oh at the bell tower, leading to films celebrating Ho-Oh. Lugia is similar. It is still the deity protecting the ocean as people. Though possessing dual attributes of psychic and flying, devoid of the water element, it is still dubbed the sea god. When people hear sea god, their immediate association is not with Kyogre, but rather with Lugia. This is due to Lugia's genuine efforts. Consequently, both the Whirl Islands and the Orange Archipelago feature similar celebratory animations. Do I not? Giratina gazed at Yu, a dangerous glimmer illuminating its eyes. I promptly instructed the creation of an epic masterpiece, with you as the protagonist, grand in capital, vast in production, Yu declared. In this film, who is the strongest? Giratina inquired. Without a doubt, It is you, single-handedly overpowering Dialga and Palkia, Yu replied without hesitation, as this was an unequivocal matter. For there existed only one choice. Otherwise, one might truly become a ghost. No, perhaps not even a ghost, for the entity before him was the Supreme Lord of Spectres. Giratina nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Observing the vanishing Giratina, Yuyu's expression turned helpless. Thus, he had unwittingly acquired a new venture as a film investor. Fortunately, he need not pen the script himself this time. Hiring someone else for the task sufficed. Moreover, there was no time constraint. Taking it slowly was permissible. Creating a film for Giratina, both cost and time were trivial matters, yet it absolutely could not be subpar. Chapter 55, The Astonishing Raichu as Dawn Broke. The sun began to rise. Yu, accompanied by Gengar, Rapidash, Absol, and Raichu, jogged around the courtyard, basking in the morning sunlight. After completing 2 laps, slightly out of breath, Yu turned to his 4 Pokémon and said, with only 6 months until the Quartz Conference, we shall encounter numerous formidable opponents. So we must hold ourselves to high standards and train diligently. Do you understand? In unison, the 4 Pokémon responded with resolute cries. Raichu, having just joined the team, was participating in its first morning run, marking the initial step towards becoming a heroic Raichu. All right, let us showcase your signature moves. Gengar, you go first, Yu instructed. A mischievous grin appeared on Gengar's face, its mouth curling upwards. Yu immediately felt a sense of foreboding, sensing a chill behind him. Turning around, he was startled to see a claw extending from his own shadow. Shadow sneak? Yu exclaimed in surprise. Watching Gengar elongate its shadow to attack from behind with astonishing speed, faster than a bolt of lightning. It was a high-level sneak attack, a move that Gengar typically wouldn't learn. Clearly, the training under Giratina had paid off. Seeing Yu's astonishment, Gengar let out a proud laugh. Do you have any other moves? Show them all, Yu encouraged. Gengar flicked its tongue, giving Yu a playful lick on the face. Yu shivered involuntarily, glaring at Gengar for its cheekiness. Unfazed, Gengar continued to unleash its repertoire of moves: Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Dark Pulse, Aura Sphere, Curse, Shadow Sneak, Ice Punch, Perish Song, and Dark Void. Yu was left dumbfounded. In just a month and a half of training with Giratina, Gengar's skills had doubled. Perhaps I should abandon my aspirations as a trainer and focus on culinary arts instead. If I please Giratina, my Pokémon will learn new skills more swiftly, he mused. Shadow Ball, Gengar declared, preparing to unleash its final move. It raised its claws high, gathering a swirling mass of dark energy, creating a sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. Yu's pupils dilated in shock. Typically, shadow balls measure between 10 to 20 centimeters, and Gengar's previous half-meter size was already considerable. Now, it had expanded to a full meter, an extraordinary feat moreover. Considering the volume formula of a sphere, which is frac for 3 pi or 3, if the energy remained constant, the power of Gengar's shadow ball had increased 8-fold. And naturally, the energy levels had also risen, amplifying its potency even further. Observing Yu's astonishment, Gengar beamed with pride. Impressive, isn't it? If we win at the Quartz Conference, I'll buy you a mobile phone, Yu promised. Gengar's eyes sparkled with excitement. I will train hard for my phone. Next up, Rapidash, Yu continued. With a jubilant neigh, Rapidash erupted in flames, causing the temperature to soar and transforming the sky into a radiant sunny day. It then emitted a strange, ethereal fire. Yu nodded slightly. Rapidash had made the least progress, mastering Sunny Day and Will-O-Wisp. When combined with its previous skills, Longhorn, Stomp, Flamethrower, Flame Burst, Solar Beam, Quick Attack, Fire Spin, and Takedown, it had accumulated 10 skills. However, most were Fire-type moves, lacking sufficient advantages against its counters. A strategy to teach its Solar Beam was necessary, as Ground, Water, and Rock types counter Rapidash, yet these are all weak against Grass types. Still, teaching a Pokémon moves outside its type is quite challenging, and he would need to devise a plan. Next, Absol, Yu called. Absol proudly stepped forward, unleashing a beam of orange light with its signature move, Hyper Beam. Following that, it executed Dark Pulse, Night Slash, Quick Attack, Air Slash, Shadow Ball, and Shadow Claw, totaling 8 skills. Finally, Raichu, it's your turn. No need to be nervous. Just relax. I merely wish to see your current capabilities, Yu stated. Raichu nodded solemnly, feeling a bit intimidated by the impressive skills of the others. Taking a deep breath, Raichu mustered the courage to pounce towards Yu, showering him with affectionate kisses. Yu looked bewildered before quickly realizing, kiss from an angel? A move that confuses opponents, causing them to become disoriented. While a clever technique, the probability of inducing confusion with such kisses is rather low in reality. Moreover, if Raichu could kiss, why not unleash a thunderbolt to incapacitate the opponent instead? Noticing Yu's lack of enthusiasm, Raichu scratched its head with its tail, then displayed a cute expression. nuzzling Yu affectionately. Cuddling? Yu thought, astonished. Theoretically, this could lower the opponent's guard and diminish their attack power. But it was an exceedingly impractical skill. While Kiss from an Angel could be effective when mastered, cuddling had never been employed in an official match. Seeing Yu's unamused demeanor, Raichu turned away and wagged its tail. Skill 3, Tail Whip, an act of feigned weakness to deceive the opponent into underestimating it, thus lowering their defense. Rapidash and Absol exchanged glances, pitying Raichu. This move was rather ineffectual. Presenting its back was an invitation for an attack. Raichu, sensing the other's reactions, felt a bit embarrassed and called out a few more times. Yu raised an eyebrow. What are you trying to say? No, wait, that's a skill, an adorable call. This move distracts opponents, reducing their attack power. Kiss from an Angel, Cuddling, Tail Whip, and Cute Call. Realizing these 4 moves were Raichu's specialties, Yu finally understood the disparity between pets and battle Pokémon. Starting from scratch, he would need to forget everything he had learned from Lumia and devise a new strategy. At the very least, the last Thunderbolt had been quite powerful. He would train it well, starting with a Thunderbolt for now, and gradually work on the Volt Tackle and Iron Tail. Moreover, he needed to cultivate battle techniques. Pokémon battles were not merely turn-based exchanges. One must also master basic physical attacks, much like Pikachu excelled in that regard. It would take time. Amidst a whirlwind of complex thoughts, Yu maintained a gentle smile, stroking Raichu. Raichu, you are wonderful. All these skills are commendable. From now on, use them solely on me, and I will train you in combat skills for battles against others. Upon seeing Yu's smile, Raichu felt reassured, then recalled the 2 other skills it possessed, nudging Yu to indicate, I have more moves. Let me show you. Yu nodded, eager to assess the power and accuracy of the Thunderbolt. An attack as potential is meaningless if it cannot land. Raichu's small face grew serious, and a terrifying surge of electricity erupted from its body, creating a storm of lightning within a 10-meter radius. The ground beneath was scorched, and explosions rocked the area. Absol and Rapidash jumped in fright, seeking refuge behind Gengar. Gengar, while scolding, formed a sturdy psychic barrier, shielding the 2 frightened companions. Yu was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of the formidable electrical power that Raichu possessed, having experienced it firsthand. However, he never anticipated it to be to such an extent. It seemed that during their initial encounter, Raichu had not exerted its full strength. How benevolent. After finishing, Raichu gazed at the ravaged ground and the Abomasnow and Rapidash that had been frightened away by its electric currents, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Am I truly inadequate? Surely. They do not harbor any disdain for me? Raichu, you are magnificent, Yu encouraged sincerely. Your prowess is remarkable, even with a slow movement and slightly lacking combat awareness. It can be compensated for. Magicians need not engage in close combat. Upon seeing Yu's warm smile, Raichu felt an immediate sense of calm. As long as he cherished me, everything would be well. Raichu strived earnestly, while Gengar floated over to offer encouragement, followed by the now friendly expressions of Abomasnow and Rapidash, who, despite narrowly avoiding Raichu's Thunderbolt, realized that having such a powerful Pokémon in their ranks was solely advantageous. Raichu observed the drastically altered atmosphere, a goofy grin spreading across its face. All right, Raichu, what other special moves do you possess? Let us continue, Yu urged. Raichu nodded solemnly, reflecting that if everyone appreciated him, he must not let them down. With a resounding shout, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, followed by a mighty bolt of lightning that obliterated a tree the size of a bowl in the courtyard. Rapidash and Abomasnow gasped in astonishment. Initially, they thought this young lady, having learned those 4 skills, would be of little use and intended to offer her support. But now it became evident that she might be even stronger than they. What a panic! What should they do? Yu was equally astounded, realizing he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Even if her combat awareness was uncertain, the sheer power at her disposal was more than sufficient for a magician. With a defensive barrier and a light wall, she could dominate the battlefield effortlessly. Chapter 56, Departure for Holian Island within the estate. The sky was illuminated by flashes of lightning, and terrifying currents surged wildly. The yellow figure bathed in the electric glow resembled a deity of thunder. Explosions echoed one after another as several machines around Raichu were completely obliterated. Well done, Raichu, Yu praised. This Raichu, it seemed, had encountered some fortuitous opportunity or perhaps possessed extraordinary talent. The electric energy it wielded was astonishingly potent. The machines prepared for Raichu were high-capacity devices capable of accommodating vast amounts of electricity. Even a typical elite electric-type Pokémon, when drained of its energy, would struggle to break a single machine. Yet, Raichu had shattered 3 on its own. Excitedly, Raichu bounded towards Yu, rubbing its cheek against him, sending tingling shocks through the air. Yu, having endured several Thunderbolt attacks, was unfazed. These currents were trivial to him. Observing Yu's demeanor, Raichu grew even more jubilant, gaining mastery over the currents it controlled. However, the affectionate moment had to come to an end. It was time to transition to the next phase of training. Quick. Practice light screen, Lily AI instructed, holding a stopwatch. Yu had not returned to school, and naturally, Lily AI remained as well. After spending time with Yu's mother, she had come to devise a training plan for their Pokémon. Though hesitant to physically interact with Pokémon, Lily AI's theoretical knowledge was quite extensive. All right, Raichu. Put on a good show for Lily AI. If you perform well, who knows, she might reward you with an extra chicken like tonight, Yu encouraged. Raichu beamed, its small fist waving as a transparent square appeared before it. Light screen. In the game, this skill have the damage from the opponent's special attacks. In reality, it involved using psychic abilities to construct a wall for defense against incoming attacks. The strength of the barrier depended on the Pokémon's capabilities. Having completed the task swiftly, Raichu looked triumphantly at Yu. Aren't I amazing? With a swift motion, Yu clenched his fist and struck the light screen, shattering it to pieces. He regarded Raichu with a bemused expression. Flushing, Raichu lowered its head, resuming its practice of light screen. Yu smiled softly and turned to see Absol and Rapidash engaged in self-training, sparring vigorously without a trainer present, as their strengths were the most comparable in the team. They often practiced together. Meanwhile, Gengar was repeatedly honing the power of Shadow Ball, launching and then condensing the attack. Strengthening one's abilities was not an overnight affair. It was predominantly a monotonous routine of diligent training. Once we're done here, Lily AI, would you be interested in soaking in a hot spring? Yu asked. A hot spring? Are there good ones nearby in Kanto? Lily AI's eyes brightened. Indeed. Honglian Island became a premier tourist destination after the discovery of open-air hot springs a few years back. We should go there for some fun, Yu suggested. Are we not returning to school? Lily AI questioned, puzzled. The principal has already issued my graduation certificate. Though I could still attend classes, technically, I have graduated. So my attendance is inconsequential, Yu replied. You graduated? Lily AI exclaimed, momentarily stunned, as she still wished to continue her studies, fearing she would be left alone. Although she had only been at the school for half a year, she too would soon depart. Of course, I can still accompany you through this semester. The principal is fine with me returning to class, Yu reassured her. Wouldn't that take away from your training time? Lily AI said shyly, her fair face slightly flushed. Just as Pokémon require a balance of rigorous training and relaxation, attending school is another form of unwinding. Traveling and vacationing also serve as a means of education. Yu explained. Is it a different way to understand Kanto's Pokémon? Lily AI inquired. Not just that. The Alola region is the only place worldwide that has not established an alliance or hosted an alliance conference, so there are no gyms. Would you like to see a gym battle? Yu asked. Absolutely. Is there a gym on Honglian Island? Lily AI queried. Certainly. The Honglian gym was once the foremost gym in Kanto, Yu affirmed. And what about now? Has it fallen into decline? Lily AI probed. Not at all. It has closed. The discovery of the open-air hot spring led to a boom in tourism on Honglian Island, leaving the gym unchallenged. Consequently, the gym leader, Shaba, closed it down and established a new gym beneath a volcano, allowing only worthy challengers to enter, Yu elaborated. Then you can certainly challenge it and succeed in obtaining a badge. Lily AI encouraged. That, I cannot guarantee. It depends on his seriousness, Yu responded. In a typical scenario, with only elite-level Pokémon, Yu felt confident in his chances. He currently had 4 elite-level Pokémon at his disposal. Although he lacked a Pokémon that countered fire types, Gengar could sweep through anything. However, that was merely the standard situation. Shaba's temperament was unpredictable. Rumor had it that Shaba had once harbored feelings for his great-aunt, Kikuko, and had an altercation with Professor Okido during his training days. The outcome was unknown. After all, Professor Okido's grandson had already grown up, and with Xiao Mao's efforts, a great-grandson might soon follow. Yet, Kikuko and Shaba, at their age, remained single, likely without hope of finding a partner. Thus, Yu was uncertain of Shaba's attitude towards himself. However, regardless of how proficient one became in training, practical battle experience was essential. If not for the pursuit of victory, why would athletes train so hard? Without visible results, training alone would become tedious. Motivation could stem from either defeating others to prove one's growth or from being defeated and striving to reclaim one's honor. Therefore, seeking a match against Shaba seemed quite appealing. Winning would bring joy, while losing would provide an opportunity to train with the grass-type gym leader, Ligia, to bolster confidence. In any case, it would not be a loss. Is the gym leader truly that formidable? Are they stronger than the Island Kings? Lily AI's face reflected doubt. Let us wait and see. We might also encounter a Squirtle along the way, Yu mused, if memory served him right. Ash had stumbled upon an island inhabited by Squirtle after leaving the Homeland Gym. The leader of that island's water-type Pokémon, Blastoise, had an unfortunate incident involving a Jigglypuff being trapped in a cannon, resulting in both falling into a deep slumber until Pikachu's Thunderbolt awakened them. Currently, Yu was in need of a water-type powerhouse, making it a perfect opportunity to capture one. Blastoise would be out of the question, as a leader of a wild clan would be reluctant to be captured. After all, it bore responsibilities for its entire group and had no reason to become subservient. Furthermore, capturing it would jeopardize the safety of the remaining Squirtless. However, capturing a Squirtle or a Wartortle was certainly achievable. With diligence, he could seek out a Squirtle or Wartortle, defeat it, and follow the proper procedure. Having acquired 4 semi-mythical Pokémon, Yu suddenly realized that none of his Pokémon had been captured through conventional means. As for the last of his 6, perhaps he should adhere to the standard procedure. Chapter 57. The Peril of Squirtle. The sky was a brilliant blue, mirrored by the azure sea. Reclining in a chair, Yu reveled in the gentle caress of the sea breeze, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of crashing waves and the calls of seagulls. Beside him, Raichu lay contentedly under a cozy blanket, nestled under his arm, radiating happiness. Meanwhile, Absol stood on the deck, keenly surveying the surroundings, ensuring that no tsunamis or hurricanes threatened their voyage. As for Rapidash, it preferred the comfort of its Pokeball. While Gastly was happily engrossed in a game within the cabin, Lily AI wielded her camera, capturing the breathtaking scenery, her face aglow with excitement. Once satisfied with her photographs, she joined Yu, exclaiming, "Kanto is so beautiful, it rivals Alola. When we return, I'll ask Mamane to help me organize the photos. Or perhaps next time, I'll bring Swearin along. She would adore it here." "You speak of your friends, but do you enjoy it here?" Yu inquired. "Absolutely. It's reminiscent of Alola," Lily AI replied. "Before you head back, allow me to show you around Kanto. If time permits, we could even visit the Orange Islands. You could invite your friends along too," Yu suggested. "Thank you, Yu." Lily AI expressed her gratitude, initially believing that living in Kanto alone would be exhausting. However, meeting Yu had made everything far easier than she had anticipated. "I should be the one thanking you, as I am quite curious about your friends," Yu remarked. Particularly intrigued by Swearin, the woman who would one day catch a Kyogre, and Mao, who would adopt a shaman and have it wash dishes in her restaurant. What an extraordinary bunch. At this point, Yu cast a glance at Lily AI. "Speaking of which, you're not without your own quirks. You have a Magiarna that has lost its soul heart. Although immobile, it could unleash tremendous power if restored." Genuinely, Yu found himself captivated by Alola. Ash had traveled for years across numerous regions, encountering countless legendary Pokémon, many of whom held a maxed-out favorability toward him, yet he had failed to capture any. Yet in Alola, he had managed to secure one. Yu felt that the legendary creatures there possessed little dignity. "Once this semester concludes, I'll take you back home to explore Alola, meet my friends, Swearin, Mao, Mamane, Kaki. They're all wonderful people. Kaki is a formidable trainer aspiring to become the Island King. Swearin wishes to meet all the legendary water-type Pokémon. Mao aims to create the most delectable dishes, and Mamane is an exceptional programmer with a passion for electricity." Lily AI enthusiastically spoke of her friends from Pokémon School. Though they hailed from different backgrounds and held varying interests, they shared a strong camaraderie. "That sounds delightful." Yu smiled. "Alola is a destination I must visit, especially since I am eager to learn Z-moves. Participating in the Island Challenge is a must. Moreover," Yu harbored a thought, could a certain colossal, red Pokémon learn the move bounce and then utilize a Z-move to actually take flight? If so, he believed he could acquire even more treasures. After all, no one would begrudge having a powerful ally. Suddenly, Absol's voice broke through the air, its black horn glowing ominously. "Danger ahead?" Yu promptly instructed the crew to halt the vessel. Notably, this journey to Red Lotus Island wasn't on a commercial ship but rather his family's yacht. The crew quickly complied, bringing the vessel to a stop. "Absol, which direction is safe? Or should we dock immediately?" Yu inquired, focusing on Absol. With a swift turn of its head, Absol indicated a direction, signaling to go that way. "Understood," Yu complied wholeheartedly. Absol was an authority on sensing disasters. Following its guidance would prove wise. Just as they prepared to change course, a low, thunderous roar erupted from the horizon. Camouflage? Yu observed a figure hurtling towards them, slicing through the waves with terrifying speed, parting the water as it approached. Though it vanished in an instant, Yu's keen eyesight discerned a shell and 2 cannons. Blastoise. Was this the area where Absol sensed danger? Yu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lily AI. "Keep an eye on my body. Don't take any liberties while I'm away." With that, he delivered a swift punch to himself, then projected his spirit outward, calling, "Gastly, come forth. There is danger ahead." Lily AI and the others should remain here. It's risky for them to encounter trouble. Gastly and I, however, can navigate this more easily. Generally speaking, natural phenomena rarely posed a threat to spirits. Furthermore, if things turn dire, they could retreat to the distortion world. The ocean, being reflective, afforded you and Gastly a significant advantage. If they couldn't win, they could simply escape. Gastly's disgruntled voice echoed from within. You summoned me at such a pivotal moment? How rude. No wonder you're single. You grasped Gastly and floated forward, closely trailing Blastoise, leaving Lily AI to observe the other Pokémon. Lily AI watched you depart. Untroubled by worry, she trusted in his strength. Instead, she turned her attention to Yu's body, breaking into a sweet smile. Not to take liberties, huh? She mused, reaching out as if to pinch his cheek. Raichu, however, flicked its tail to halt Lily AI's advance, positioning itself protectively before her with wide eyes. Mine. Shall we share? Lily AI proposed. Raichu swiped its tail, then curled up in Yu's embrace. Sharing means half for you, and half for me. If not, it's all mine. Unbeknownst to Yu. A playful rivalry brewed between Lily AI and Raichu as he followed Blastoise, soon encountering a massive whirlpool. Water-type Pokémon were ensnared within its grasp. Horsia, Goldeen, and most critically, Squirtle and Wartortle struggled against the powerful currents. Blastoise emitted a furious roar, bursting forth with radiant white light, charging towards the colossal whirlpool with an unstoppable force. Crashing into it with a thunderous sound, unleashing a torrent of power that obliterated the whirlpool entirely. Yu was momentarily dazzled by the display of ultimate impact. Indeed, Blastoise was the leader of the wild Squirtle group, and its strength was formidable. As he contemplated this, he suddenly noticed numerous small water-type Pokémon darting away in panic. The whirlpool's force was too great for them to withstand, causing many to faint. Gastly, act swiftly. Save them, especially Squirtle and Wartortle. Yu commanded. Pokémon like Magikarp and Goldeen, even if they fainted in the depths of the ocean, generally faced little danger. However, Squirtle and Wartortle were different. While they were also water types with strong terrestrial combat capabilities, unlike Goldeen, whose strength significantly diminished outside water, Squirtle and Wartortle lacked the ability to thrive in deep-sea environments. If they remained unconscious for too long, they could very well perish. In that moment, Gengar wasted no time and swiftly took action, channeling the ethereal energy of the ghost type to rescue a multitude of water-type Pokémon. Subsequently, Yu struck the top of a turtle's smooth head, rousing each one from slumber. A cluster of Squirtles and Wartortles opened their eyes, gazing innocently at the world around them. Who disturbed me? Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Yu tossed them beside the Blastoise. The Blastoise, initially perplexed, glanced at Yu and Gengar, curious about the intentions of these two enigmatic beings. However, it soon became apparent that there was no cause for concern. They were not malevolent, and more importantly, rescuing the turtles was paramount. After all, they were all his beloved offspring. With determination, Blastoise valiantly set forth to save the turtles, while Yu continued to awaken them one by one. Chapter 58. The restless Squirtle. The Blastoise emitted a sound of gratitude towards Yu. If it weren't for him, several of these disobedient little turtles might have encountered misfortune. It's all right, let us head to a safer place, Yu suggested. Blastoise nodded and began swimming towards an island, accompanied by a group of Squirtles and Wartortles. Yu turned his gaze towards Gengar, who was gathering a dark purple energy orb in his hand before hurling it into the sky, where it erupted in a thunderous explosion. The Absol on the ship instantly understood and issued commands. Shortly thereafter, the vessel arrived at the island inhabited by the Blastoise. Yu returned to his physical form, rising from his chair, feeling invigorated. He glanced at Lily and remarked, I can't believe you haven't done anything to me. How astonishing. Has your mother not yet corrupted you? Who do you think I am? Lily retorted defiantly, if it weren't for Raichu, I could have made you up. Andy says you look the cutest in women's clothing. Yu regarded Lily with an intense gaze, sensing something amiss. However, he dismissed it for the moment. As capturing Pokémon was his priority, he turned to approach Blastoise, marveling at the multitude of Squirtles around him. It was indeed remarkable. Squirtles were not commonly found and were considered rare. They were gentle and possessed great potential. Outside of the standard breeding facilities, they were nearly impossible to find in the wild, yet here they were in abundance. The group of Squirtles seemed unperturbed by the sudden visitors, frolicking amongst themselves without fear of humans. Perhaps they were accustomed to seeing many people, or perhaps their comfortable environment had rendered them fearless. A low, discontented growl from Blastoise jolted Yu back to reality. He observed Blastoise reprimanding the group of Squirtles he had just rescued, though everything was fine now. Blastoise had risked everything to save them, and now it was time for some scolding. You little turtles, how could you be so reckless? Do you not realize the dangers that lurk outside? The Squirtless hung their heads in shame, while the leader, a Squirtle, boldly held its ground. Even in the face of reprimand, it stood defiantly. You couldn't help but picture the scene of a principal chastising students in the hallway. Blastoise, fuming, continued to scold them and commanded the group of turtles to stand on their heads. You could no longer contain his amusement. The sight of a group of turtles standing on their heads was simply too comical. The leader of the Squirtless voiced its displeasure at Yu's laughter, clearly irritated. Blastoise roared back, prompting the Squirtle to quiet down, though its eyes still sparkled with defiance. Who in the world thought of this ridiculous punishment? Don't they realize our heads are about the same size as our shells? It would be better to let me just use my head. Hello, Blastoise. My name is Yu, a Pokémon trainer. I have come here to seek a Squirtle or a Wartortle as my companion. Yu introduced himself, hoping to make his presence known. Upon hearing Yu's voice, Blastoise initially appeared ready to smile, grateful for Yu's assistance that had minimized his losses. However, when he realized Yu was there to take one of his turtles, his expression shifted from springtime warmth to the chill of winter. So, you've come to steal my children? Blastoise positioned himself protectively in front of the Squirtless, declaring, not a single one of them is leaving my side. Noticing the stark contrast in Blastoise's demeanor, Yu felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. I seek a partner to share in honor and grow stronger together. I believe not all Squirtless on this island are content with their current state. Some must yearn for greater strength. Just as Yu finished speaking, the Squirtle that had been punished perked up, retracting its head and limbs into its shell. Spinning past Blastoise to stand before Yu, eyes gleaming. I'll go with you. To Blastoise's surprise, he relaxed his stance and kicked the Squirtle towards Yu. You can take this one. The others are my lifeblood, but this one is an exception. Feel free to take it. In our family, this turtle is the most troublesome, always causing mischief and dragging the little ones out, claiming it seeks freedom and strength. Good riddance. The Squirtle, having been kicked to the ground, brushed itself off and was ready to leave. Wait, did you ask for my opinion? Yu interjected. Pokémon and trainers are meant to be partners, growing together. It's essential to have a good rapport. It's not something to be taken lightly. If the partnership is not right, it will only lead to more problems later. It's better not to capture at all. Please don't treat me as though I'm expendable. Not every Pokémon is suitable for capture, and I must be responsible for both myself and the Pokémon. Yu continued, addressing Blastoise. And what with your attitude? You seem overly pleased to be rid of me. Blastoise and the Squirtle glared at Yu simultaneously, their expressions reflecting indignation. The rest of the Squirtless and Wartortles shifted their attitude as well, seemingly offended. Do you look down upon our leader? Am I to understand the trainer seeking to take your children is irresponsible? Yu replied, looking first at Blastoise and then at the Squirtle. I'm not aware of how you live here, but judging by Blastoise's reaction, you must be quite the troublemaker, right? If you follow me, you'll have to abide by my rules. And once you become my Pokémon, leaving won't be so simple. Think carefully before you decide to leave just for the sake of it. Blastoise nodded, his gaze softening. It seemed this trainer was not so bad after all. The Squirtle looked up, realizing it indeed wanted to find someone who could take it away. As for being obedient and striving for greatness, those were mere fantasies. It had no intention of cooperating. If worst came to worst, it could always abandon the trainer. Many Squirtless had come to the island in such a manner. However, this trainer seemed different. After contemplating, the Squirtle addressed Yu. If you can defeat me, I will obey. If you cannot, then you shall be my subordinate and accompany me in play. Gengar, standing nearby, translated. Yu understood and replied to the Squirtle, very well, it's a deal. Let me witness your potential. A restless spirit is indeed an admirable trait in a trainer, for it fosters a fierce fighting spirit. Such a combative and spirited nature, at times, can surpass raw talent and significance, and those possessing this nature often display remarkable potential. Chapter 59. Capturing the Squirtle. Yu faced off against the Squirtle, while countless other Squirtless rallied behind their leader. The Squirtle stood confidently with its hands on its hips, exuding pride. Gastly, with a multitude of expressions, thought to himself that this young one needed a lesson to understand who the true leader of the team was. Gastly, you need not intervene. Continue your game. Yu said. Gastly looked at Yu in confusion. Without his involvement, who would secure victory? Glancing at Raichu beside him, he realized the type advantage and understood. Raichu, brimming with confidence, thought, it's my turn to shine. Rapidash, come forth. Yu called, tossing out the Pokeball amidst the eager anticipation of his Pokémon. Gastly, who had been prepared to play, wore a puzzled expression. You don't play by the rules. It's a water type, and you send out a fire type? Raichu was also somewhat taken aback. Was fire advantageous against water? Raichu, cheer for me, Yu instructed. Raichu, initially feeling disheartened at not being chosen, perked up and magically produced two little flags to cheer for Yu. Yu smiled slightly. Rapidash, let us go. Facing a water type is no cause for concern. With a neigh, Rapidash signaled its readiness, looking down upon the Squirtle with a commanding presence. So, you wish to join the team? Allow me to demonstrate the strength of a veteran. Though Rapidash remained silent, its expressive demeanor conveyed everything. Enraged, the Squirtle unleashed a powerful jet of water towards Rapidash. How dare a fire type act so brazenly before me? I'll drench you. Flame burst. You commanded, and Rapidash responded by unleashing a robust stream of fire. The flames and water clashed midair, creating a vaporous mist. Yu nodded slightly. His choice of Rapidash was twofold. Firstly, he aimed to train Rapidash, as he noticed the once esteemed Pokémon was slipping to the back of the ranks. Secondly, he sought to gauge the Squirtle's strength. Rapidash's power was just right. Any other Pokémon might overpower the Squirtle too easily, especially Raichu, who could either stand idle and be swiftly defeated or unleash a powerful thunderbolt and cause chaos. The Squirtle's ability to match the fire with its water jet indicated its commendable strength. No holding back. Let us see what you can do. Charge Flame Burst. Yu shouted. With fierce determination in its eyes and flames roaring around it, Rapidash surged forward, merging its previous flames into a more potent attack. Breaking through the water jet, the Squirtle, caught off guard by such a maneuver, was sent flying, rolling several times upon impact with the ground. Clear skies. Yu exclaimed. With a resounding neigh, Rapidash intensified the brilliance of the sun, the heat radiating from its flames sharply rising. The Squirtle, momentarily disoriented, pondered what had just transpired. I was knocked down? Charge Flame Burst. Yu commanded again. While the Squirtle was still dazed, Rapidash galloped towards it, flames igniting beneath its hoofs. The Squirtle opened its mouth to unleash a water jet, but before it could react, Rapidash collided forcefully with it. Rapidash's speed soared at 240 kilometers per hour. Once the Charge Flame Burst was initiated, it not only served as an attack but also provided an acceleration effect. The added speed is the ultimate form of skill, often rang true. As Rapidash crashed into the Squirtle, the latter was propelled skyward. However, just before being sent flying, the Squirtle managed to gather its water energy, releasing a vibrant burst of bubbles that struck Rapidash in the eyes, momentarily blinding it. Yu's eyes brightened. Despite being adversaries, he had to commend the Squirtle's adaptability. To retaliate while airborne was a skill that surpassed most Pokémon. And hitting Rapidash's eyes to obscure its vision demonstrated remarkable cunning. With its vision impaired, Rapidash instinctively defended itself, granting Squirtle a brief moment of calm. Seizing the opportunity, it leaped onto a nearby palm tree, launched itself high, and then dove down, its forehead glowing. Rocket Headbutt. Rapidash, brace yourself. Yu commanded. Rapidash, responding swiftly to the command, extended its head, emitting a metallic gleam, and leaped to meet the Squirtle head-on. The two collided with a force that sent the Squirtle crashing into a tree, causing a coconut to fall. Rapidash, unleash your flames to dispel that water vapor. Yu ordered. Rapidash erupted in flames, swiftly returning to its normal state. Now, to finish this, charge Flame Burst. Yu declared. Rapidash leaped towards the Squirtle, ready to conclude the battle. In a desperate maneuver, the Squirtle ducked low and began to dig, burrowing into the ground. Digging? What a remarkable skill, Yu remarked. Increasingly impressed by the Squirtle, Rapidash, hold steady and await the Squirtle's emergence. Not being a ground-type Pokémon, the Squirtle couldn't remain underground for long. When it attempted to surface, unless specially trained, the ground would tremble slightly. Yu keenly observed the ground, noting the vibrations in the sand to the west, and promptly commanded, Rapidash, to the west, unleash Flame Burst. Rapidash understood and unleashed a torrent of flames westward. Just as Yu finished his command, the Squirtle leaped out, getting caught in the flames and sent hurtling back to the ground, landing upside down and immobilized. Squirtle, let us be friends from now on, Yu said as he approached, flipping the Squirtle back over. He then took out a Pokeball and tapped it against the Squirtle's head. A flash of red light engulfed the Squirtle, and it was drawn into the Pokeball. The ball wobbled a few times before settling, indicating a successful capture. Afterward, Yu released the Squirtle and applied a specialized healing spray to it. Feeling a tingling sensation, the Squirtle emitted a sound of contentment, acknowledging its defeat. It regarded this trainer favorably. That fire-type Pokémon is quite formidable. Most importantly, I can finally leave this island. How dull it has been, in my youth. If I don't take risks and remain in one place, what differentiates me from a lifeless turtle? What will happen when I grow old and can't move? Come on, let us go. Don't return unless you have to, Blastoise remarked as it approached Yu. Fear not. I shall care for Squirtle and will bring it back to visit you. Who knows? It may even evolve into a Blastoise by then, Yu assured Blastoise. Although it could not comprehend the words, the sentiment was clear. Blastoise regarded the human, recognizing the transient nature of their existence, and thought it appeared rather dim-witted. Very well. For now, I will entrust this creature to you. 100 years of worry can wait. We shall discuss the matters of 100 years hence when the time arrives. By then, perhaps it will have matured. Chapter 60. Red Lotus Island. Is this really Red Lotus Island? It is indeed beautiful. Just disembarked. Lily curiously gazed at the picturesque scenery surrounding Red Lotus Island, as well as the bustling stalls. If you like it, let's explore a bit more, after all. We have plenty of time, Yi remarked, unhurried in his demeanor. Regardless of whether they engaged in battles or not, the gym would remain there, unwavering. He was not short on time, as he had already secured his admission to the Quartz Conference. Actually, let us head to the gym first, Lily suggested. Though she yearned to wander, she felt Yiyu's matters took precedence. After all, these attractions would not disappear. All right, we can explore after the battle. It will be the same, Yiyu smiled, picking up a map to locate the Red Lotus Gym, following a straight path upwards. They soon found themselves standing before an inn. Yiyu, are we not mistaken? This isn't the gym, is it? Lily inquired, puzzled as she looked at the inn. Indeed. This is the gym, or at least the upper section of it. Right, Senior Xiaobo? Yiyu called out loudly. Youngster, who are you calling? Are you referring to the handsome, charming, and charismatic gym trainer, Xiaobo? He is not here. A golden-haired elder emerged, responding to Yiyu's call. Xiaobo is not here. Yiyu looked at the elder with a bemused expression. Such self-praise certainly showcased a thick skin. Indeed. Xiaobo has not been here since the discovery of the outdoor hot springs on Red Lotus Island. No challengers have come to battle, only tourists. The elder's face bore the weight of this reality. Isn't that good for you, old man? With more tourists, your business should thrive, Lili innocently remarked. That is true. The elder seemed to have an epiphany, nodding with a smile. Senior, perhaps you should refrain from joking? My name is Yiyu. And I am here for a gym challenge, Yiyu interjected, unable to hold back any longer. Yiyu? From the Juxi family? The elder raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Yiyu affirmed. Ah, very well. Follow me. An ominous premonition lingered within Yiyu, yet he decided to follow Xiaobo. They traversed a path leading to the outdoor hot springs. What are we doing here? Lily queried, puzzled. Aren't we supposed to battle at the gym? Are we battling here? Xiaobo calmly walked aside, pressing a switch. Suddenly, a faucet lowered, and the stone wall rumbled open, revealing a tunnel. Xiaobo stepped inside first. Let us go. Yiyu instructed, following closely behind. As they descended, the temperature began to rise, eventually resembling a great furnace. Lily started to sweat, her cheeks flushed, appearing quite adorable. Perhaps you should reconsider? Yiyu suggested to Liyai. The battle between a challenger and a gym trainer is inherently unfair. During the battle, gym trainers cannot switch their Pokémon, only challengers can, and the gym trainer sends their Pokémon out first, followed by the challenger, who attacks first. The sole privilege of the gym trainer is to dictate the battle's arena, creating an environment conducive to their Pokémon's abilities. Xiaobo, however, is even more unique. Being a retired champion, he holds considerable authority. He has simply placed the battlefield above volcanic magma, resulting in extreme heat, akin to a colossal furnace. I can manage, Lily declared, raising her fist in determination. Understanding her tenacity, Yiyu said no more and proceeded onward, observing as Xiaobo opened a grand door. The rocky walls glowed a fiery red, with intense heat rising and bubbling magma beneath. The training arena, secured by 4 iron chains above the magma, was equally scorching. Youth, let me ask you something. When you are unaware, you speak freely, yet when you know, you hesitate to respond? Xiaobo addressed Yiyu. Is it your wig? Yi replied, referencing Xiaobo's light-hearted riddle. Just like her descendant, you possess a rather unappealing charm, Xiaobo retorted, yanking off his golden wig to reveal grayish-white hair and a balding head. Bald. This was Xiaobo's true appearance, famously known as the Flame Bald Champion. It is said that in his early years, he possessed mediocre strength and talent until one day, during a jungle adventure, a fiery dog singed off his hair. After which it never grew back, transforming his fate. He became bald, yet simultaneously more powerful. Come, young one, let us engage in a fiery battle, Xiaobo exclaimed. Tossing a Pokeball, which revealed a cream-colored fox with 9 unique tails, radiating intense flame energy. This is the Kanto 9 Tails, distinct from the Alolan variant. A fire type. It is believed that the 9 Tails harbor mysterious powers, symbolizing longevity and the ability to live for a millennium, alongside formidable psychic abilities. Lily excitedly captured a photograph of Xiaobo's Ninetales. You are quite knowledgeable, little girl? Xiaobo remarked, glancing at Lily, then turning his attention back to Yiyu. Young man, the Red Lotus Gym battle consists of 3 versus 3. Where are your Pokémon? Yet Yiyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a moment to gauge the sunlight, revealing a slight smile. Ninetales possesses 2 abilities, Flash Fire, which absorbs flames to enhance itself, akin to Rapidash, and Drought. which alters the weather to sunny conditions. It appeared the latter was in effect. Rapidash, let us see whose flames are more potent, Yu declared, tossing out his Pokeball. As it was not a flash fire move, Rapidash could enter the fray. Moreover, given the scorching battlefield, ordinary Pokemon would struggle the battle here. Rapidash was the most suitable choice, especially since it had the flash fire ability, increasing its odds against fire-type Pokemon significantly. Rapidash, you lead. Xiaobo adjusted his small glasses. Being an expert in Kanto fire-type Pokemon, he naturally possessed a Rapidash, which had reached champion level. Alright, Rapidash. Let us bring forth a blazing sunny day, Yu commanded. Rapidash reared its head and let out a powerful cry, causing the sunlight to intensify, amplifying the power of fire-based moves. Xiaobo pondered. Both sides wielded fire-type Pokemon, and the effects of this move would be mutual. It was generally uncommon for anyone to proactively use such a move, as it would waste time, especially since Ninetales had already made the weather sunny, unless… Ninetales? Fire spin, Xiaobo commanded. Ninetales inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames, creating a terrifying firestorm that enveloped Rapidash in an instant. Rapidash, charge with flame charge, Yu exclaimed eagerly. Rapidash's eyes gleamed fiercely, its body ablaze, yet it showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, it accelerated, racing forward and crashing into Ninetales. Just as expected, the flash fire ability had activated. A glint of shrewdness flickered in Xiaobo's eyes. As an expert on Rapidash, he was well aware of its capabilities. After all, the flash fire ability was considerably more powerful against fire-type Pokemon than even water types, which typically countered them. However, despite this realization, Xiaobo displayed no signs of panic. Rather, a smile crept upon his face. Watching Rapidash absorb Ninetales' flames, its power surged as it collided with Ninetales, seemingly ready to send it flying. At that moment, Xiaobo decisively commanded, seal it. Ninetales was struck and propelled backward, but in that fleeting instant of proximity, their faces nearly touched. Ninetales' eyes widened, locking onto Rapidash's gaze, as an arcane energy emanated from its Ninetales, surging forth from its eyes and striking Rapidash. Not good. Yu's expression turned pale upon hearing the command. The seal renders the opponent incapable of executing their signature moves. It inflicts no damage and can be evaded with proper caution. However, if struck, it spells certain doom. Both are fire-type Pokemon. Yet Ninetales has been trained by Shaber for a longer duration, thus it is presumed to possess all of the fiery techniques of the Blaze Pokemon. Consequently, the ability to ignite becomes utterly useless, for one cannot utilize fire-type moves. Chapter 61. What is a Celestial King? Ninetales, unleash the Flame Vortex, Xiaobo commanded. The Ninetales was sent hurtling away but swiftly leapt onto a nearby rock wall, using its momentum to return while unleashing a torrent of fierce flames towards the Flame Horse. Longhorn, Yu declared. The ultimate fire-type move could not be utilized, nor could high-speed movement, yet Ninetales possessed that ability as well. Thus, Yu was certain that the one move Ninetales could not execute was the Longhorn, for it did not possess horns. With a piercing cry, the Flame Horse charged forward, its single horn gleaming with metallic luster, striking at Ninetales with the speed of teleportation, although it could not employ high-speed movement. The Flame Horse's regular velocity remained unaffected. Its speed of 240 km per hour was beyond what any ordinary Pokemon could achieve, even with high-speed movement. Iron Tail, Xiaobo commanded. Ninetales swung its nine tails in unison, delivering a powerful blow to the Flame Horse, sending it crashing down from the sky. Yu furrowed his brow. For now, Xiaobo adhered to the rules. This Ninetales was merely at the level of a high-level elite, not even a quasi-king. The power of a single tail was comparable to that of the Flame Horse's Longhorn, yet the Flame Horse had but one horn, while Ninetales boasted 9 tails. 1 against 9, an impossible battle. This stark reality contrasted greatly with the scenarios in games. Why did Shiba choose Machoke as his main Pokemon? Apart from Machoke being a top-tier fighting-type Pokemon, the most crucial factor was its 4 arms. One arm delivered Thunder Punch, another Ice Punch, a third Fire Punch, and the fourth executed Cross Chop. In close combat, few stood a chance against Machoke. When battling against Shiba, they never dared to engage in close quarters. Who would have thought that one day he would be bullied by Ninetales? Ninetail, Iron Tail, Xiaobo commanded again. Ninetales relentlessly attacked the Flame Horse with its 9 tails. Dodge, Flame Horse, Yu urged. The attacks from Ninetales were overwhelmingly powerful, even though each strike would be halved. The sheer volume of attacks could cause a qualitative change. They could not afford to confront it directly. Be evasive for a while, he advised. Ninetales was not as swift as the Flame Horse. Moreover, the Flame Horse's seal was not eternal, it was only temporary. If they could endure, it would soon be their time to turn the tide. Stay strong, Flame Horse, Yu encouraged. The flame horse let out a resounding cry in response, unafraid. For it knew that Ninetales could not match its speed. As long as it held on, victory was within reach. Ninetale, flame vortex, Xiaobo shouted, refraining from pursuing. Whether due to inability or some other reason. Opting only for the flame vortex, this fire-type ultimate move was a ranged attack that left the flame horse with no means to evade, as the battlefield was limited in size. The flame horse had no escape. However, with the ability of fire absorption, the flame vortex proved ineffective against the flame horse. Wait, does the fire absorption ability have no limits? You use pupils constricted. Nothing in this world is without limits. If the power is sufficiently strong. Even electric-type moves can breach ground-type defenses. Return, flame horse. Yu called as he reached for the Pokeball, eager to retrieve it. He had finally realized the truth. But it was too late. A cold smirk appeared on Xiaobo's face. Ninetales, purgatory. With wide eyes, Ninetales trembled, and a fierce crimson flame erupted, ensnaring the flame horse like a prison, preventing the Pokeball from recalling it. Yiyu's brow furrowed. The Pokeball could not guarantee a 100 retrieval of a Pokémon, as absorption itself constituted energy, and energy can be obstructed. Now, it was beyond his control. Next, they witnessed the flame horse being engulfed in flames, its inner power exploding forth with a cry of agony before it collapsed, revealing its dazed eyes. You are a student from the Pokémon Academy, aren't you? Remember, the knowledge within books serves as a foundation, while the rarest elements are often omitted. Master the knowledge contained in books, and with a decent Pokémon, you could become an elite trainer. However, if you take that as your only doctrine, you will remain merely an elite trainer for life, Xiaobo said sternly to Yiyu. So, abandon the books to become a celestial king? Yiyu replied. Pokémon possess tiers of strength, elite, quasi-king, and celestial king. However, trainers do not have such classifications. An elite can ascend directly to celestial king. But there are also candidates for celestial king, such as a Jew and the future Qianli. This elevation occurs when one has sufficient understanding, culminating in the fulfillment of foundational requirements. As for becoming a true celestial king, there are other considerations. Kid, don't be delusional, Xiaobo retorted. Senior, you may question my training skills, but you cannot dispute my looks, Yi replied. A trainer's skill may be temporary, but looks last a lifetime. Cosmetic surgery carries risks. What if it goes wrong? You seem to lack the aesthetic gene, and your eyesight appears poor, Xiaobo remarked. Yi ignored the old man's jibe, reflecting on the battle that had just transpired. Abilities. The innate talents of Pokémon can be viewed as their most fundamental skills. However, unlike in games, not all Pokémon possess abilities, nor can all activate them. For instance, when Ash's Trico faced the Quasi-King, his ability to unleash the Overgrow trait left the spectators astounded. Likewise, Ninetales' solar power ability allowed it to briefly clear the sky. Yet not every Ninetales can achieve this. Typically, it requires reaching adulthood to alter the weather. If that is the case, what makes fire absorption so special? Using a martial arts novel analogy, elite trainers strategize and study abilities. They possess techniques. A celestial king, however, is devoid of techniques, abilities, ultimate moves, and attributes. There are no immutable rules. Exhaling a deep breath, Yi returned the flame horse to its Pokeball and retrieved another. Raichu, let us go? With a flash of red light, a plump Raichu appeared on the battlefield. Yet, as soon as it materialized, Raichu felt the scorching heat beneath its feet and squealed in alarm. Raichu, create a light wall on the ground. Yu commanded. Raichu quickly understood, generating a glass-like surface to stand on, temporarily insulating itself from the heat. Not a fire-type Pokémon? Then it's no match for Ninetales, Xiaobo shouted. Ninetales opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames, a massive fiery storm surging forth. Thunderbolt, Yu commanded. Raichu, it cried, its body crackling with electricity. Powerful currents erupting from it before striking down with ferocity, exploding the flames upon contact with Ninetales. Ninetales bristled, its expression one of sheer terror. 100,000 volts. Raichu's eyes widened, lightning flashing and ravaging the entire arena, striking Ninetales with such force that it was sent soaring, only to crash back down, dazed and defeated. Ninetales has lost its ability to battle, Yu declared decisively. How have you trained this Raichu? How can it generate such powerful currents? Xiaobo exclaimed, astonished. Do not forget, the effects of this sunny day are still in play, enhancing Ninetales' flame vortex, even after expending considerable energy in its battle with the flame horse. It shouldn't have been so easily defeated. Because it's my Raichu, the finest Raichu, Yi replied. Raichu, it cheered, excitedly raising its little fists, reveling in its victory and newfound confidence. Now witness the molten depths of magma, the most extreme temperatures. Xiaobo bellowed as a dreadnought erupted from the bubbling magma below the arena, its form ablaze, a fiery tail trailing behind it. Yiyu's brow furrowed slightly as she contemplated the presence of the formidable duckbill fire dragon, a powerhouse among fire-type Pokémon, whose body temperature soared to an astounding 1,200 degrees Celsius. This extraordinary creature was largely impervious to the vast majority of flames, as most could not reach its natural thermal threshold. Furthermore, it was renowned as the strongest under the esteemed champion Xiaobo's team. Confronting such a foe was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Compounding her concerns was the common pattern in battles, where adversaries typically escalated from weaker to stronger. If the second opponent was already the mightiest beneath the champion, what could the third be? A sense of foreboding stirred within Yiyu as she sensed an ominous omen. Chapter 62. The Might of Xiaobo Reichu, Thunderbolt. Yiyu exclaimed. Regardless of what was to come, victory was the priority. A single thunderbolt was unleashed. A show of respect. The fierce current ravaged the arena. Dragon Breath, Inferno. Xiaobo bellowed with vigor. The duckbill fire dragon let out a furious roar, unleashing a massive inferno that clashed violently with the lightning. Flames and electricity intertwined in a spectacular explosion, shrouding the area in thick smoke. Reichu, Light Wall. Duckbill fire dragon. Fire Punch. The commands echoed almost simultaneously. The duckbill fire dragon charged into the smoke, delivering a powerful punch engulfed in flames. Moments later, a sound of shattering emerged as Reichu was thrown out from the haze, its abdomen charred and burned. Reichu grimaced in pain, realizing this was its first battle and feeling the sting of defeat. The animated portrayals of battles were far from reality. This was no mere blow that would lead to instant victory. This is combat. Reichu, Absol, and the others were holding back. But other Pokémon will not show you such mercy. Do you aspire to be a hero? Yiyu remarked. Reichu nodded resolutely. Of course. I wish to be a hero alongside you. Then let us go. Thunderbolt. Yiyu commanded. Reichu trembled as a formidable surge of electricity erupted from its body, akin to a world-ending storm. Dragon Breath, Inferno. The duckbill fire dragon responded, its mouth widening as it conjured another inferno. The two forces collided, creating a tremendous cloud of smoke. Fire Punch. The duckbill fire dragon lunged into the smoke once more. This time, however, the command was not for a light wall, but for Thunderbolt. The previous attack demonstrated that Reichu's light wall was ineffective, so struggling was futile. An eye for an eye. You shall not escape unscathed. A terrifying flash of electricity surged as Reichu charged at the duckbill fire dragon, which cried out in agony as it too was hurled back. Yiyu caught Reichu in his arms, staggering back from the recoil. Reichu looked apologetically at Yiyu. I'm sorry, I lost. It's all right. You did wonderfully. Now, let the senior take charge, Yiyu said, glancing at Gengar. Rest a moment, little one. Allow me to reclaim our honor, Gengar stated, drifting toward Reichu. Reichu nodded. Big brother, I'm counting on you. Gengar emerged with an ethereal presence. Gengar is it? At last, you reveal your trump card. However, to think you would dare to challenge me without Gengar. Are you underestimating me? Underestimating Gengar will come at a great cost, Yiyu replied. Boasting requires skill, otherwise, it merely invites ridicule. Much like your Reichu, which, while powerful, lacks the combat prowess and training, rendering it woefully inadequate in battle. How exactly have you trained it? Such glaring weaknesses will lead to failure once exploited. Do you believe yourself invincible? Or do you think others are fools? Xiaobo chastised, shocked by Reichu's Thunderbolt. Expecting a fierce battle only to find it easily bested. It's only been a month since I captured Reichu. We Haven T had time to train thoroughly. I plan to catch up, and Reichu possesses ample electrical energy, making it suitable to learn defensive techniques to compensate for its weaknesses, Yiyu explained. So, the power of lightning is not a result of your training. That explains a great deal, Xiaobo remarked. Reichu, nestled in Yiyu's embrace, furiously shouted at Xiaobo. Do not speak ill of Yiyu. Your bond is commendable, yet if this is all you possess, do not aspire to be a trainer, Xiaobo stated. Then let us continue the battle and see the strength of the senior, Yiyu challenged. Very well, you may go first, Xiaobo responded. Gengar, maximum power Shadow Ball. Nuclear Strike, Yiyu commanded. Gengar instantly understood, a sinister smile gracing its face as it raised its hands. Ghostly energy gathered, emanating an aura of dread. Xiaobo's previously calm demeanor shifted abruptly, bewildered by the sheer ominousness of Gengar's Shadow Ball. Duckbill Fire Dragon, Inferno, Xiaobo ordered, feeling the pressure mount. The duckbill fire dragon began to gather its fiery energy, preparing to counter. Before it could unleash its attack, Gengar hurled the colossal shadow ball down with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, Nuclear Strike. The smoke cleared to reveal the duckbill fire dragon sprawled on the ground, dazed and defeated. Is this how your Pokémon fight? Solely seeking brute force? Xiaobo questioned Yiyu, noting Reichu's devastating thunderbolt, and Gengar's missile-like Shadow Ball. No, I cultivate various Pokémon. Additionally, I am from the Xiaojin family, you clarified. Ah, so you are hinting at the cunning nature of the Xiaojin lineage, which you seem to embody well. Xiaobo remarked. Battle reveals one's true character. While I don't fully agree, there is some truth to it, you conceded. All right, Rapidash, come forth. Xiaobo roared to the skies. Shortly thereafter, a resounding bark echoed, reminiscent of a lioness roar. A magnificent dog, regal and powerful, dashed toward the arena. Leaping onto the stage, nearly 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, it resembled a tiger more than a dog. Rapidash, the evolved form of the Kanto official police dog, was renowned for its impressive stats, boasting a staggering total of 555. It was considered a legendary Pokémon. The key point, it was exceedingly strong, Xiaobo's most formidable Pokémon, a top-tier champion. Under Rapidash's piercing gaze, Yu swallowed hard and turned to Xiaobo. Are you truly incapable of playing fair? I understand that pride often diminishes with age, but I did not anticipate such a blatant display of arrogance. You would use your ace against someone who has only recently acquired a Pokémon? Go ahead, you attack first. Xiaobo challenged. Gengar, use invisibility, and then curse. Yu instructed. Ghost-type curses were numerous, and if Xiaobo underestimated the situation, he might fall prey to several curses. Gengar vanished, cloaked in invisibility, and directed its ghostly energy toward Rapidash. Rapidash, spark. Xiaobo commanded, his demeanor relaxed, bordering on nonchalant. Rapidash's flaxen mane shimmered as it unleashed waves of sparks, the heat surging around, effectively nullifying Gengar's curse. Do you not understand? Your training is merely a simulation. Never take it at face value. Curses, poisons, and other negative statuses should be used discreetly, not openly, if you wish to succeed. Perhaps you should use Toxic to weaken Rapidash. Then defend and substitute to gradually deplete its energy, Xiaobo suggested. If Toxic were effective, I would indeed pursue that strategy, Yu acknowledged, recognizing the conventional tactics taught in Pokémon academies. Yet, the success of such strategies hinged on the opponent being susceptible to poisoning. Thus, the adversaries cannot be Steel-type Pokémon, and in reality, there is an additional stipulation. They must not be fully evolved Fire-type Pokémon. The reasoning is quite simple. High temperatures eradicate toxins. Fully evolved Fire-type Pokémon of elite rank can unleash their ultimate moves, reaching temperatures exceeding 300 degrees, for instance. The Charizard's fiery breath can soar to 1200 degrees, a truly terrifying spectacle. Who could withstand such heat? Take, for example, the battle at the Sinnoh League, where Ash and Paul clashed. Infernape's Flare Blitz obliterated the entire battlefield of poisonous spikes, and the monkey emerged unscathed. Engaging in such recklessness is tantamount to courting disaster, Xiaobo Dao remarked. However, these tactics are merely the accumulated wisdom of predecessors, supplemented by personal insights. Does that pose a problem? Yu inquired. When have you ever witnessed similar strategies employed in the Champion League or the Elite Four tournament? Xiaobo retorted. Never, Yu admitted candidly. Then do you comprehend why they are not utilized? Is it because we are less intelligent, or because you all are the chosen ones? Xiaobo scoffed, asserting that the league has been established for millennia, with countless champions and elite trainers. What strategies have we not encountered in our extensive experience? The antics you youngsters engage in are but trivial games to us, long since surpassed. Upon reaching the rank of Elite Four, one either dismisses such tactics entirely or focuses on a singular approach. However, it is certainly not the strategy of inflicting 0 losses while causing the opponent to falter. If that were the case, why not simply take my speedy hound with you? Chapter 63, A Fight to the Finish. Yu furrowed his brow. Reality diverged significantly from the realm of gaming. Many tactics honed through years of play, especially in the shadowy domain of ghost types, proved ineffective here. He was aware of this. Yet he had seamlessly translated his gaming strategies into real-world applications, achieving victories time and again. Now, for the first time, he found himself genuinely schooled. The ability of Shared Fate, a ghost-type skill that mirrored the status of both the user and the opponent when near death, was equally impractical in reality. In precise terms, it was more akin to a mutual demise. Without sufficient ghost energy, one could not strike. With enough ghostly power, would one still be on the brink of death? Unless one entirely forsook the training of other formidable moves to master this single skill, the endeavor was futile. Think carefully, my boy, admonished Xiaobo. Yu's brow knitted further. A comment from a king was not something to be taken lightly. Swift Dog, unleash Flamethrower, Xiaobo commanded suddenly. The Swift Dog released a torrent of searing flames, revealing the form of Gung Ghost, who was nearly incapacitated by the fiery onslaught. Didn't TKQ tell you that trainers will employ every measure within the rules during battle? Distraction through words is often the most effective tactic. Focus is paramount. Xiaobo remarked, observing Yi Yu's troubled expression. Yi Yu grimaced. Typically, he would avoid such a fundamental error. But given the context of a gym match against a venerable king, compounded by the fact that Xiaobo had touched upon a source of his distress, he momentarily lost his composure. Drawing a deep breath, he managed to smile, addressing Xiaobo. You are indeed correct, senior. It is clear why you have remained single all this time. Xiaobo's smug expression instantly faltered, replaced by a gaze that could pierce through stone as he regarded Yi Yu and then Lily AI beside him, his face a canvas of mixed emotions. Young man, you exhibit remarkable courage. Yet, instead of dwelling on my deceit, should you be more curious about how I discern Gung Ghost's presence, thus formulating a counter-strategy for the ensuing battle? Bear in mind, Gung Ghost is imperceptible to the Swift Dog's senses. Yi Yu frowned. This was indeed a more pressing matter to contemplate. Swift Dog, big explosion. Xiaobo swiftly commanded, as the Swift Dog opened its mouth wide, unleashing a conflagration in the form of a large character aimed squarely at Gung Ghost. To fall for the same trick twice is sheer folly, child, Xiaobo taunted, confident that Gung Ghost could not evade at this distance. Is that so? Yi Yu replied, a strange smile creeping across his face. Xiaobo's heart skipped a beat as he watched Gung Ghost seemingly vanish in an instant, only for a force to erupt from the shadow beneath the Swift Dog, striking it with sudden ferocity. The Swift Dog stumbled, its first injury in battle, eyes narrowed fiercely at the newly emerged Gung Ghost. Phantom Assault? Xiaobo mused, perplexed. Gung Ghost was only at the cusp of king-level prowess, yet that recent strike had inflicted real pain, suggesting an attack power akin to that of a true king. Could Phantom Assault possess such potency? Phantom Assault, akin to Shadow Sneak, could be described as a diminished version of it. Gung Ghost, by nature, could not learn Shadow Sneak. So rational judgment led to the conclusion that it was indeed Phantom Assault. Yi Yu, however, chose not to elaborate, instead grinning at Xiaobo. Do you truly consider me foolish? To stumble into the same pitfall twice in such a brief span, your words are utterly untrustworthy. Do not speak too grandly. One might mistakenly think you have achieved victory. Prove your worth by defeating me first, Xiaobo retorted. Very well, let us see. Yi Yu's eyes glimmered with an unusual intensity, a dark and domineering aura radiating from him. If a battle was to ensue, he would give it his all. It was time to gauge the true strength of a king. After all, what harm could come from a mere trial? Gung Ghost floated before Yi Yu, resonating with him, as if they had become one. Their combined aura surged, exponentially stronger than before. Xiaobo regarded him with newfound respect, realizing this young boy held an intriguing potential. Perhaps I should take this a bit more seriously, he thought. With fierce determination igniting his gaze, Xiaobo commanded, Swift Dog, unleash a fire vortex. The Swift Dog responded with a guttural sound, akin to both a bark and a roar, as its fiery mane flared, unleashing an intense heat capable of melting steel. The ground trembled as a maelstrom of lava erupted, the fiery tempest raging forward. Lily AI, standing nearby, could scarcely comprehend the spectacle before her. Was this the battle of elite trainers? The terrain was altered with reckless abandon, capable of causing natural disasters. Did trainers in Kanto truly face such formidable gym challenges? Gung Ghost. Yi Yu's eyes widened as the ghostly energy fused with Gung Ghost, drawing upon the spectral power of the deity Giratina. A piercing wail erupted, as an endless well of ghostly energy surged forth, conjuring a chilling atmosphere amidst the searing magma. Gung Ghost's form expanded, resembling a spectral fiend, as an onslaught of shadow balls rained down, even piercing through the arena. Xiaobo's fervor intensified, his connection with Swift Dog profound, allowing commands to flow without words. Their synergy driving a powerful assault. The clash of fire and ghost energies ignited an explosive confrontation as the molten lava roiled and exploded, the surrounding rocky walls beginning to fracture. The fierce exchange continued for a full 3 minutes. Then, with a cataclysmic roar, the arena erupted. Gung Ghost was flung from the stage, crashing against the rock wall, while Yi Yu, linked to it mentally, staggered from the impact, losing consciousness and plummeting towards the lava. Swift Dog, save him, Xiaobo ordered urgently. The Swift Dog leaped, catching Yi Yu upon its back and landing safely in the arena. Xiaobo exhaled in relief. It was a close call. How would he face Kiku if anything happened to this boy? The destruction of the Red Lotus Gym was minor compared to the repercussions from the Qiao family. Yet, he mused, this boy lacked endurance. 3 minutes, and he was spent? Is this what it means to be a man? He pondered, reminiscing about his own youthful days when he could endure for days on end. Approaching Yi Yu, Xiaobo scrutinized him closely, only to furrow his brow in confusion. Wait a moment, this boy is only 11, perhaps even younger. How does he possess such formidable energy? I certainly wasn't this powerful at his age. That rascal Bei Yi, if he knew, would surely smile down from the afterlife. Mr. Xiaobo, what is wrong with you? Is it serious? Should we take him to the hospital? Lily AI asked anxiously. Yes, fine. Just toss him into the hot spring for a bit to recuperate. Yes, merely exhausted, Xiaobo replied calmly. Thank goodness, Lily AI sighed in relief. This boy intends to compete in the quartz conference, aiming for the championship to qualify for the Champion League at year's end? Xiaobo inquired. Indeed. That is his aspiration. He aims to seize the title and then secure a spot in the Champion League, Lily AI affirmed. With his current state, aiming for the top 8 seems far-fetched. Besides Gunghost, his other 2 Pokémon are miles away from that level. When he awakens, inform him that my hotel business is thriving, and I currently lack the time to manage the gym. He will serve as my proxy gym trainer for 2 months, dealing with gym challenges while I teach him my fiery steed, the Solar Blaze. Additionally, place Raichu and the fiery steed in the hot spring. My springs work wonders for burns, Xiaobo instructed. Mr. Xia, could you assist me? I cannot manage this alone, Lily exclaimed, struggling to carry the unconscious EU by herself. Indeed, it was quite a challenge for one young woman. You troublesome brat, what mischief have you brought upon me? What are you doing here? Mr. Xia replied with a look of disdain, yet ultimately instructed Feng Su Dog to carry Yiyu. Chapter 64. The joy of the Squirtle as Yiyu slowly regained consciousness. He felt as though he had run several thousand meters, his body weary and fatigued. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself submerged in a warm spring, his body completely bare, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He quickly checked, relieved to find his underwear still intact. Who had helped him change? Was it Mr. Xia? The thought of being seen by an old man left him feeling somewhat at a loss. Shaking his head to dispel the lingering grogginess, he experienced a slight headache, finally understanding why Ash often fainted during his bond evolution with Greninja in the Carlos region. Such power was indeed overwhelming. Fortunately, he and Gengar were not sharing the same sensation of pain. Speaking of which, where was Gengar? Looking around, Yiyu noticed the absence of Gengar but spotted Raichu and Rapidash nearby. Yiyu, you're awake, came Lily AI's excited voice. It was only then that Yiyu realized she was beside him, subtly sinking lower in the water. While being seen by a man was particularly concerning, it still felt somewhat awkward, as he was not one to relish nudity. Lily AI, did you help me take off my clothes? Yiyu inquired. No, it was Mr. Xia who did that, Lily AI replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Oh, Yiyu nodded. And Gengar? Gengar has been taken to the Pokémon Center for treatment by Mr. Xia. Raichu and Rapidash are here with you, Mr. Xia said it would be more convenient for their recovery. Additionally, Mr. Xia mentioned he wants to run a hotel and doesn't have time to manage the gym. So he intends for you to take over the gym duties for 2 months. If you succeed, as a reward, he will teach Rapidash the move Solar Blaze. Do you agree? Lily AI explained. Of course, I agree, Yiyu replied without hesitation. It's a fortuitous opportunity, after all. Why hesitate? What may appear as a transaction is essentially a gift. The Red Lotus Gym was essentially abandoned. It was unlikely that any challengers would come by in 2 months. Yiyu had been contemplating how to teach Rapidash Solar Blaze, so Mr. Xia's willingness to do so was a stroke of luck. After all, Mr. Xia also owned a Rapidash and was quite knowledgeable. Yiyu felt a newfound warmth towards Mr. Xia. Moreover, Mr. Xia said your strength is insufficient to reach the top 8 in the Champion League, so you need to practice more, Lily AI added. Indeed, Yiyu nodded thoughtfully. His battle with Mr. Xia had revealed numerous issues. With the current lineup, he could manage the Quartz Conference, but the Champion League posed a significant challenge. The Champion League gathered champions from regional competitions worldwide, as well as top contenders recommended by various regional leaders. Among them, the weakest would likely possess a quasi-elite Pokémon, while mid-tier competitors would boast a true elite Pokémon. The strongest, like Cynthia, would likely have at least 4 elite-level Pokémon, possibly 6. While Cynthia could be dismissed as a singular anomaly, it was undeniable that many would possess elite-level Pokémon. Currently, he was not prepared to face such formidable opponents. With Gengar's training, coupled with Z-moves or Mega Evolution, he could match an elite Pokémon. However, the rest of his team required further refinement. Raichu, Absol, Rapidash, and Squirtle still had a considerable journey ahead before they could stand on their own. Raichu's strengths were clear, but so were its weaknesses. Absol and Rapidash excelled in the ordinary league, yet in the Champion League, they would merely be average without any distinct advantages. Rapid improvement was unlikely. What was needed now was diligent practice, little by little, leading to qualitative change over time. Rapidash should learn a lot from Mr. Xia's Rapidash, while Absol could benefit from battling against other Pokémon under Mr. Xia's guidance. As for Squirtle, regular training would suffice. Having just been captured, expecting too much was unreasonable. By the way, Lily AI, where is Squirtle? Yiyu asked, feeling the absence of his Pokeball. It's swimming in the other hot spring pool. Lily AI pointed to another pool. Following her gaze, Yu observed Squirtle joyfully frolicking in the water. The sight struck Yu as peculiar. Squirtle, Wartortle, and Blastoise, by their nature, should prefer freshwater habitats. It was indeed unusual to see a group of freshwater turtles thriving in the sea, let alone enjoying a soak in a hot spring. What is this? A good freshwater turtle should not relish hot spring baths? Noticing Yu's gaze, Squirtle turned, seemingly realizing that its trainer was injured and that its merriment was inappropriate. It promptly leaped from its pool into Yu's, splashing around joyfully. Stop swimming for a moment. We need to discuss something important. I require your assistance, Yu said, pulling Squirtle closer. Suspended in the air, Squirtle looked at Yu with wide eyes, questioning. What do you want? You don't expect me to battle, do you? You can dig holes, right? Come teach Raichu how to dig, Yu instructed. Raichu's strengths were evident, but its glaring weakness was that it could not effectively handle close-range combat. Given the time constraints, it was challenging to address its shortcomings. Hence, it was best to enhance its strengths for now. Raichu needs to improve its evasion skills. Like Ash's Pikachu, learn to dodge and persevere, Yu emphasized. However, he felt a tinge of despair. Considering Raichu's size, evasion was trickier than it sounded. Though many agile individuals could be considered chubby, most were not particularly nimble. Even the one trained by Ma Jiji lacked agility, let alone Raichu, which had been trained by Limika. Pikachu had not focused on speed training. If traditional methods were ineffective, then unconventional tactics had to be employed. To the sky, to the ground, Yu mused. While ascending was impossible without wings, burrowing into the earth was feasible. There was a ready teacher right here. Upon hearing that he would be teaching Raichu to dig, Squirtle beamed with confidence, patting its little chest. No problem. Is that all? Your own training is also crucial. Your movement speed is commendable, so let's dedicate 3 hours each afternoon to practicing precise movements. Tackling the agility courses. Additionally, spend an hour practicing water jet propulsion to enhance your abilities, Yu suggested. Squirtle nodded, appreciating Yu's expertise. This human seems quite competent. Much better than Blastoise, who only scolds me. Thus, you'll teach Raichu to dig each morning, and every afternoon, you'll practice agility and water propulsion. Wait a moment. If I do all that, won't my day be fully occupied? Squirtle protested, eyes wide. Squirtle, you are a mature turtle now. You must learn to train and grow independently rather than playing like a child. Don't you wish to return to the island and teach Blastoise how to be a turtle? To lead a group of little brothers on adventures, free from any restrictions? Yu encouraged. Squirtle's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, I want that. Together we will grow, accept my training, and then return home in glory. Besides, even with this training, your evenings will remain free for leisure, correct? Yu assured. Evenings are still mine. Squirtle responded, the prospect appearing quite appealing. Yu couldn't help but smile broadly. Indeed. The Squirtle family was delightfully navi. After an entire day of training, how much time do you have left to indulge in leisure at night? Furthermore, you are solely mine during the day. Yu luxuriated in the hot spring, her body naturally sliding down, nestled closely with the fiery steed, truly embodying the phrase soaking with a mare. Chapter 65. The Days of the Provisional Gym Trainer, Significant News, and Exceptional Benefits. In appreciation of the support from visitors towards the development of our tourism industry on Crimson Lotus Island, we are pleased to announce that starting today, for the next 2 months, anyone who challenges the Crimson Lotus Gym and earns a gym badge will enjoy a 50% discount on all expenditures within Crimson Lotus Island. Having spent several days in the hot springs, fully recuperated, Yu was preparing to engage his Pokémon in some specialized training. At that moment, loudspeakers throughout Crimson Lotus Island began broadcasting the announcement, which looped a full 10 times before finally ceasing. Upon hearing this news while setting up a training post, Yu's expression shifted dramatically. A 50% discount? This would surely trample down the threshold of the Crimson Lotus Gym. Xiaobo clearly intended to prevent him from lazing about. With only 8 gym badges available in a mere 2 months, should he fail to secure them, he would have to find a way to cope. Furthermore, any discounts incurred by the gym would be compensated by his family. Xiaobo approached leisurely, tossing a box of gym badges into Yu's arms. Why was I not consulted beforehand? Yu exclaimed. Do you wish to learn the Sunflower technique? Xiaobo replied. Observing Yu. Drawing a deep breath, Yu exhaled. Let's pretend I never said anything. Teaching a fire-type Pokémon a grass-type ultimate move was decidedly challenging. Without a professional instructor, it would require substantial investment. Calculating the costs, it would not be less than the expenses incurred from the 50% discount. Besides, he was not necessarily destined to lose. His goal was the Quartz Conference Championship. If he could not even overcome challengers, what was the point of competing? Very well, Xiaobo remarked, a playful glint in his eyes. Naively, one might assume that challengers would only be those training for the league conference. However, under the allure of a 50% discount, it would not be just those trainers who sought him out. There would be many he could not even fathom. Train well. Young one, do you still wish to live leisurely? Without traveling and encountering various individuals, your aspirations of reaching the pinnacle are rather naive. Yu, is this acceptable? Lily AI inquired, noting that this diverged entirely from Yu's plans. Yes, it is acceptable. This way, prior to the competition, engaging in battles with diverse opponents could prove beneficial. It will be tough on Ghost Stone and the others, Yu responded. Then good luck. Lily AI offered him an encouraging gesture before heading out to shop. After all, there was little for her to do by staying behind. Yu also rose, stretching his limbs. With such benefits in place, the influx of trainers would undoubtedly increase. On one hand, some restrictions should be implemented, such as allowing only 5 trainers per day or requiring appointments. On the other hand, frequent battles would aid in the growth of his Pokémon, helping them adapt to the rhythm of combat. In terms of equal strength, those accustomed to fighting would undoubtedly outperform those lounging about. Professor Okito, once a champion, had spent years in retirement, leaving his Pokémon in a relaxed state, eventually surpassed by his distant relative, Kakuko. However, intense battles placed a considerable burden on Pokémon. It was imperative to have a professional Pokémon doctor or breeder nearby for treatment, as neglect could lead to hidden injuries. This was something to prepare for in the future. If he ventured out on his journey, he would certainly require a skilled Pokémon doctor and breeder to care for him. Yu envied Ash for always having the perfect partner, especially Brock. Although he often lost control in the presence of beautiful women, he was incredibly reliable otherwise. He could cook, care for Pokémon, manage household chores, and even handle minor ailments. Almost omnipotent, and he required no payment. Traveling together would even allow them to share expenses. Contemplating this, Yu called his mother, Mom. Speak plainly. What do you need my help with? He was about to adopt a cute demeanor to solicit assistance, but before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by his mother. Taking a deep breath, Yu directly stated, I need a professional Pokémon breeder for myself. It would be best if they possess some medical expertise. That's not a problem. Any other requirements? His mother inquired. The breeder shouldn't be too old. Younger is preferable. And if she happens to be beautiful, that would be ideal. If not, then at least someone who isn't more handsome than me, Yu added. That shouldn't be a problem either. Any further requests? She asked. None, Yu replied. Then I shall hang up. I will arrange for this within a month. In the meantime, manage things on your own and try to get closer to Xiaobo. A master like him has invaluable insights, his mother advised. All right. Yu responded before hanging up. Excuse me, is this the new Crimson Lotus gym? Just as Yu ended the call, a middle-aged man with a hefty build entered, dragging luggage, followed by a woman and 2 children. This is indeed the new Crimson Lotus gym. Are you here to challenge? Yu questioned, eyeing the man who appeared to be an amateur trainer, doubtful of his chances of success. Indeed, my family is on vacation, and I heard that winning earns us half price. May I ask where the gym trainer is? The man replied, I am the provisional gym trainer. Defeat me, and you shall enjoy the half-price benefits, Yu stated. Excellent. Let us begin. The man's eyes lit up. He had heard that the gym trainers of Crimson Lotus were formidable, yet he was surprised to find a mere child before him, believing he had a good chance of winning. Seeing the eager middle-aged man, Yu led the way to an open area. The original battle arena had been damaged and had yet to be repaired, so they had to make do with any available space. Fortunately, being on the mountain top meant there were plenty of suitable spots. As the provisional gym trainer, I shall briefly explain the rules. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon. As the gym trainer, I cannot switch my Pokémon, while you are permitted to do so. You will attack first, Yu clarified. That's no problem. I am well aware of these rules from my youth. I simply did not pursue a career as a trainer due to my inability to enter the league. The man remarked. All right, Ghost Stone, come forth. Yu called, and Ghost Stone promptly appeared before him. Hey, young man, are you disregarding the rules? Wasn't it said that the Crimson Lotus gym specializes in fire types? Why are you using a ghost type? The man questioned. I am merely a provisional trainer. So many of my Pokémon are not fire types. As long as one of my Pokémon aligns with the gym's attribute, it is acceptable, Yu explained. Take the Jada region, for instance. The gym trainer there, Xiaoqian, is a generalist, yet she only possesses a single normal-type Pokémon, the Blissey. Similarly, when Xiaobo battles, he typically uses 3 Pokémon, and aside from Ninetales and Charizard, he often relies on Tyranitar, which has little to do with fire. All right, Charizard, come forth. The man released a Pokeball, and a massive Charizard appeared in the sky. Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was it possible that the first Pokémon he faced was a Charizard? Mister, are you perhaps the legendary casual expert? This Charizard has been my first Pokémon and my companion for many years, but I lack the talent to become a Pokémon master, which has hindered its potential. Young man, let us engage in an exhilarating battle, the man declared. Yi raised an eyebrow, realizing he had overlooked a crucial point. Typically, those who challenged gyms aimed for the league. However, Xiaobo's promotional campaign had not restricted the participants, thus inviting challengers who did not aspire to the league. Even in theory, the formidable trainers could indeed participate in the battles, although it is unlikely that any of these elite figures would find themselves with such leisure. It nonetheless signifies that the forthcoming 2 months will not be devoid of challenges, much like the middle-aged man, who, akin to the nameless individuals from Masera Town that have never graced the league, harbored dreams of becoming a master in his youth, only to be crushed by the harsh realities of life, ultimately finding himself in a different vocation. Yet, embarking on his journey at the tender age of 10, and now, 2 decades later, even if one were to be a rather mediocre trainer, the initial Pokémon bestowed by the league, through diligent training, would still yield commendable results. Taking a deep breath, Yi began to display a smile brimming with the spirit of challenge, for such battles hold far greater intrigue than those encountered in school. They provide a true test of skill. Let us engage in a thrilling contest. Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Chapter 66, Xiao Shui and Gung Si Tong, Hypnosis. Came Turtle, Rocket Head Hammer. Raichu, Thunderbolt. Absol, Destruction Ray. A multitude of commands erupted from Yi Yu's lips, igniting fierce battles upon the hillside. A Gyarados stood atop the slope, emitting a fearsome roar as it unleashed a torrent of water, thick as a barrel, capable of demolishing even the sturdiest concrete structures. Yet, facing it, Absol displayed no hint of trepidation. Though the attack was formidable, it had become mundane with repetition. Compared to the water cannons of a Blastoise, this Gyarados was rather lackluster. Absol leapt, executing a dazzling maneuver atop the water jet. You commanded, Absol. With an explosive thrust, Absol propelled itself onto the water column, moving with such swiftness that it appeared to leave afterimages, swiftly arriving at Gyarados' maw and flipping it over with ease. The opposing trainer was momentarily taken aback, realizing that battles could unfold in such a manner. Destruction Ray. As the opposing trainer remained in shock, Yi wasted no time in issuing the final command. Absol soared into the sky, a beam of orange light coalescing in its mouth before erupting forth, striking Gyarados directly. The creature let out a piercing cry before collapsing, rendered unconscious. Running on water? Such a combat style exists? The opposing trainer gazed incredulously at Yi Yu. Indeed, Pokémon battles encompass a myriad of strategies, Yi Yu replied with a smile. A month had passed since his initial battle with the portly trainer. Over this time, a steady stream of challengers had sought him out, one after another. Yi Yu's practical experience had multiplied rapidly. I must admit, I anticipated a mere 50% success rate, yet you are formidable, the opposing trainer remarked. Yi Yu shrugged with a smile, bidding farewell to the trainer, then exhaled heavily, leaning against Absol. He had lost count of how many trainers he had defeated. Since word had spread, it had indeed unfolded as Xiaobo had predicted, with trainers of all kinds arriving to challenge him. Yi Yu felt as though he had nearly exhausted himself. Ultimately, he altered the rules, one-on-one duels, with each challenger permitted to use only one Pokémon. Moreover, they would alternate between single-day battles and double-day rests. This adjustment brought a measure of respite. Keep it up, Yi Yu. You have defeated 42 challengers, losing only 2 gym badges, quite impressive. At this rate, you may lose a maximum of 4 badges, Lily AI chimed in, having meticulously tracked the number of challengers, recorded battle times, and acted as a referee. A month had passed, filled with invaluable lessons. Let us hope for the best, Yi Yu replied. By the way, my aunt mentioned that the breeder you requested will arrive at noon today. You should meet her at the dock, Lily AI informed him. Arriving at noon? That is soon. The latest cruise should dock around 11. What kind of breeder is it? Yi Yu inquired. I'm not sure, but my aunt described her as a beautiful lady and a professional trainer. You'll recognize her instantly, Lily AI replied. Beautiful? Yi Yu raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling invigorated. The romances between trainers and exceptional breeders were not uncommon. I'll go greet her, Rapidash. Yi Yu called, and in an instant, a fiery silhouette raced toward him. He mounted the steed and galloped toward the dock. Rapidash's speed was unparalleled. In short distances, few vehicles could match its swiftness. In a flash, they arrived at the dock. Lily AI, left behind, stared in disbelief. I haven't even given her my contact information. How will she find me? With a heavy sigh, she settled down, engaging the only successful Absol she had. Yi Yu, atop Rapidash, stood out remarkably. He did not know the breeder, but she would certainly recognize him. Scanning the horizon where the sky met the sea, a ship gradually approached. Yi Yu's face lit up with excitement as he observed the passengers disembarking, anticipating his future partner. Soon, a figure caught his eye, a young woman with flowing, light green hair, clad in a simple yet elegant dress, exuding an aura of freshness and beauty akin to that of a charming neighbor. "Hello, are you Mr. Yiyu?" the young lady inquired, glancing between the photo in her hand and Yiyu. "Indeed, I am. You must be Xiao Shui, one of the top 10 breeders." Yiyu responded, astonished. He was aware that his mother would not send just any trainer, but he had not anticipated that Xiao Shui would be the one to arrive. In contemporary society, trainers were a mainstream profession, yet the most sought-after individuals were breeders, also referred to as cultivators. They specialized in nurturing Pokémon, optimizing their physical conditions to their peak potential. With expertise in Pokémon training and health management, they were also masterful culinary artists when it came to Pokémon sustenance. Top-tier breeders could refine a Pokémon's physical state, enhancing even the weakest into the strongest, identifying their greatest advantages, and providing trainers with invaluable insights. Some trainers could even discern a Pokémon's future potential and limits at a glance. The care and nurturing of Pokémon eggs were merely fundamental skills. Xiao Shui was idolized by the likes of Xiao Gang, who once even wished to apprentice under her, such was her caliber. Yiyu was genuinely astonished by his mother's remarkable connections. "I am Xiao Shui, and I will be your dedicated breeder from now on. Please take good care of me," she said with a smile. "Care is mutual. I will be relying on you for my Pokémon." Yiyu extended his hand toward Xiao Shui. "That is my duty," she replied, shaking his hand before turning her attention to Rapidash. This Rapidash is exceptionally well-bred. Its fiery mane is sleek, and its temperature is higher than usual. As she spoke, Xiao Shui reached out to stroke Rapidash's chin. "Wait." Yiyu began to warn her that she might get burned. But he noticed that Rapidash was enjoying her touch. It struck him that this was indeed the prowess of a breeder. "I also have Raichu, Gungxi Tong, Cane Turtle, Absol, and a Pokémon egg. I will rely on you for these as well. Furthermore, for the next 2 months, I will be the acting gym trainer. So battles will be frequent. You will need to be especially attentive," Yiyu informed her. "Not a problem. I will take care of everything. May I see Absol?" "I have yet to meet it," Xiao Shui said. "Of course," Yiyu replied with a calm smile, taking the initiative to carry Xiao Shui's bag and lead the way. "Hey, you must be the acting gym trainer of the Flame Lotus Gym. I've been waiting for you. Why have you taken so long to arrive?" As Yiyu escorted Xiao Shui back to the gym, he was abruptly stopped by a young man in his 20s, dressed in a rather disheveled manner. Chapter 67. The Troubled Youth. "Do you wish to battle me?" Yiyu inquired, gazing at the young man with a hint of formality. "Isn't that obvious? If I weren't here to battle you, what other purpose could I possibly have? I might as well be looking for the lovely ladies by your side," he retorted impatiently. "Let us get this over with quickly, so I can return to my lodging." "Truly, what a childish demeanor you possess." Yiyu furrowed his brow. Were he the proprietor of a dojo, he would certainly expel such insolence, but as an agent, he suppressed his irritation and moved to an adjacent clearing. The rules of the Honglian dojo stipulated a one-on-one match, with the dojo trainer attacking first and the challenger responding thereafter. Lily acted as the referee, elaborating on the rules. "Let us skip the pleasantries. I wish to finish this swiftly," the young man remarked impatiently. "Very well, let us go, Rapidash," Yiyu called, patting his Pokémon. Rapidash exhaled a plume of embers as it trotted into the arena, casting a disdainful glance at the brash young man. "Fire type? Pathetic. Come forth, Swampert," the delinquent exclaimed. Tossing out a Pokeball, a brilliant red light materialized into a colossal creature adorned with fins, its entire form a deep azure. Yiyu's expression darkened. Despite the young man's impoliteness, his strength was not to be underestimated. Swampert, the final evolution of the new water-type Pokémon from the Hoenn region, were similarities to the Kanto region's Blastoise. Moreover, with its dual water and ground typing, it was immune to electric-type attacks, which posed a significant threat to water Pokémon. "Earthquake," commanded the young man, his voice resolute. Swampert stomped fiercely, sending tremors rippling through the earth, a terrifying seismic wave radiating outward, causing the rocky cliffs of the mountain to shudder. "Leap, and unleash Flame Charge," Yiyu ordered. Though the earthquake's power was formidable, it inflicted no damage as long as his Pokémon was airborne. Rapidash neighed and soared, enveloped in fierce flames, charging towards Swampert with astonishing speed. "Water Gun." The delinquent remained unfazed, issuing commands with an air of confidence, seemingly anticipating Yiyu's every move. Swampert opened its mouth wide, unleashing a powerful jet of water directly at Rapidash. Flame Burst. Yiyu countered immediately. Flames erupted from Rapidash, exponentially more potent than usual, scorching the air as they surged towards Swampert. The collision of fire and water generated a cacophony of hissing sounds, enveloping the arena in a thick cloud of steam. Yiyu furrowed his brow. The only advantage trainers had against challengers was the arena itself, a fact he had capitalized on. After extensive training, Xiaobo's fire-type Pokémon and Rapidash had continuously utilized Sunny Day, ensuring the weather remained clear and bright. Rapidash's flames were potent, yet the fact that Swampert could endure them signified the latter's considerable strength. Water Jet. The impudent youth swiftly altered his strategy upon realizing the stalemate. Swampert's eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity as a sword made purely of water materialized in its grasp, cleaving through the flames and striking Rapidash, toppling it to the ground and dousing its flames with a torrent of water. Rapidash, unleash another flame charge. You commanded as Rapidash struggled to rise, instinctively shaking off the water while preparing to retaliate. However, before it could launch its attack, Swampert struck. Ice Punch. With a powerful swing, Swampert's fist collided brutally with Rapidash, sending it sprawling. Yu grimaced. The young man's ability to seize opportunities was alarming, demonstrating a wealth of battle experience. Yet, why utilize Ice Punch, a move that dealt limited damage to a fire-type Pokémon? As he pondered, Yu suddenly noticed blood trickling from Rapidash's left leg. His expression shifted dramatically. How could Ice Punch cause an injury? Water Jet, he exclaimed in astonishment, but the delinquent remained unfazed, issuing commands with a derisive smirk. These trainers are all sheltered flowers. They lack understanding of true combat. Swampert coalesced another water sword, aiming to strike Rapidash once more. Solar Beam, Yu shouted, and Rapidash lifted its head, summoning sunlight that coalesced into a brilliant beam, enveloping both itself and Swampert. With Rapidash's leg injured, vigorous movement would exacerbate the injury. It would be more prudent to exchange injuries directly. The Solar Beam, while halved damage to Rapidash, would inflict quadruple damage on Swampert. Swampert, dodge. The delinquent's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that Rapidash possessed Solar Beam, a powerful grass-type move. Swampert halted, preparing to evade. Rapidash, charge. Yu commanded. With a powerful thrust, Rapidash leaped forward, pinning one of Swampert's legs to the ground, yanking it down just as the Solar Beam struck both Pokémon simultaneously. A resounding explosion echoed, enveloping the arena in a thick cloud of smoke. Swampert let out an enraged roar, shaking off Rapidash and emerging with numerous wounds, yet its eyes burned with fierceness. Swampert, are you all right? The delinquent inquired with a hint of concern. Swampert growled in response, affirming its readiness. Very well, Rock Slide, the young man commanded. Swampert stomped the ground, causing it to fracture violently before unleashing a barrage of rocks towards Rapidash. Think you can leap away? Rapidash, Solar Beam. Yu ordered without hesitation. Once more. Rapidash unleashed a Solar Beam, a fierce beam of light descending upon Swampert. Can you withstand it? The delinquent challenged, his expression shifting yet again. Swamp quickly adjusted its stance, launching rocks skyward to counter the Solar Beam, barely managing to mitigate the damage. Excellent, continue your assault, the young man urged. Swampert readied itself for another attack, the ground trembling as it unleashed a volley of rocks. Solar Beam, unleash in succession. Yu commanded, and multiple beams cascaded down upon Swampert. Defend, Swampert, the delinquent shouted. Swampert understood, raising its arms to create a barrier of rocks while a green shield emerged to absorb the relentless assault. Yu frowned deeply. It appeared that Rapidash was on the offensive while Swampert was forced to defend. However, Rapidash could not sustain the Solar Beam indefinitely, otherwise, it would exhaust itself. The momentum of a single strike could not carry through, and soon, Rapidash would falter. Yet, what could be done? With its leg injured, Rapidash could not afford to sprint repeatedly. The Solar Beam would either be blocked or miss its target. A solution must be found swiftly. Your Rapidash is nearing exhaustion. Isn't it? The delinquent taunted, casting a glance at Yu. Yu dismissed him, a nascent idea forming in his mind, though it was perilous. Let me bring this to an end. Swampert, unleash your final water jet, the young man declared. Swampert roared, wielding a water sword aimed at Rapidash. Rapidash, Solar Beam. Yu commanded. Dodge. The delinquent retorted coolly, dismissing Yu's strategy as futile. Swampert leapt away, seemingly uninterested in attacking from the outset. The Solar Beam descended, striking only Rapidash. The young man wore a smug smile. You've trapped yourself. Rapidash, charge in with Solar Beam. Yu commanded resolutely. At this moment, Yu suddenly issued a command. The fiery steed, imbued with the power of sunlight flames, responded instinctively, absorbing the radiant energy from the sky in its entirety. It then charged fiercely at the massive swamp creature. The sunlight flames enveloping it resembled an unparalleled suit of armor. The long horn collided with the swamp behemoth, sending it soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, revealing its large, round eyes. Enduring the dual onslaught of sunlight flames, which inflicted eightfold damage, it would be an injustice if it did not fall. On the high platform, Xiaobo nodded in satisfaction, deeming the performance acceptable. Chapter 68. Ash and Green. The giant swamp monster has succumbed to defeat, granting victory to the gym trainer, Yiyu. Lily excitedly announces this news. TCH. It was merely a momentary lapse, scoffed the delinquent youth. With your academy-style tactics, you would surely perish first in the Great Jungle. The Great Jungle? Are you a Pokémon explorer by profession? Yiyu inquired, gazing at the delinquent. A Pokémon explorer is a profession that exists in the gray area, in the remote jungles, and during the exploration of ruins. The wealth of Pokémon data is largely attributed to their efforts. However, it is called a gray area because the majority of Pokémon explorers are, in fact, Pokémon hunters who engage in illegal activities under the guise of exploration. No wonder you managed to injure the fiery steed in one blow. Such individuals engage in life and death battles, routinely maiming their opponent's Pokémon. Of course, kid, had I not been careless, I would never have lost. Your battling methods are far too inexperienced, the delinquent youth retorted disdainfully. What are you so proud of? You are the one who lost the match. Lily interjected indignantly on Yiyu's behalf. It was merely luck, the delinquent dismissed. You are simply too ignorant of the true capabilities of Pokémon and their applications. You do not even realize that solar flare can be enveloped around the body, right? If you were capable of achieving good results in various league tournaments, you would not resort to becoming a Pokémon explorer, Yiyu replied. There are two types of Pokémon explorers, those recognized by the league, who enjoy significant benefits. And then there are those like you, who cannot achieve results in league tournaments and must rely on themselves to engage in half-legitimate dealings. What do you know, kid? Do you think the league tournaments are easy? Each year, there are at least tens of thousands of trainers aiming for the league tournament. But how many can achieve 8 gym badges and become league champions? The delinquent exclaimed, as if a cat had its tail stepped on. Whether it is easy or not, I do not know, but I do know that you have failed. As a Pokémon explorer, you must understand that the defeated have no rights. You can leave on your own, or I can assist you in departing, Yiyu stated. The delinquent's expression darkened as he begrudgingly withdrew his giant swamp monster and trudged down the hill. Fiery steed, you have worked hard. Come back. Yiyu recalled the fiery steed into its Pokeball and called out, Gengar, come forth and take the fiery steed to the Pokémon Center. The fiery steed was gravely injured and required professional treatment. The distance to the Pokémon Center was considerable, so sending Gengar to float there was the best course of action. Such a hassle. Please capture a flying Pokémon quickly. I belong to the ghost type, and delivering is not my expertise. A shadow flitted by as Gengar took the Pokeball, grumbling to Yiyu before heading towards the Pokémon Center. Did I just hear correctly? Can Gengar speak? Xiuxiwei gazed at Yiyu in disbelief. My Gengar is special, hence its abilities. It is a rare case. The ghost and psychic types are quite unique, as you should already know, Yiyu explained. Xiuxiwei nodded. Originally, she was working for Yiyu because her teacher owed a favor to the Qiaojin family, and she had come to work here for a year. But now it seemed that perhaps it was her good fortune. As an exceptional caretaker, she wished to care for all kinds of Pokémon in the world. Yiyu familiarized Xiaoxiwei with the surroundings and introduced her to Lily before heading to the rooftop terrace, where he observed Saber lounging in a chair under the sun. Senior, how can Ice Punch cause bleeding? Do not come to me with such trivial questions. Ice Punch controls the icy power of the fist. If you condense the icy power into an ice blade, the damage will be greater. Such a simple matter should be easily deduced. Why are you asking me? Have you truly become foolish from studying? Saber replied lazily. Controlling the ice blade? It appears I was right, Yiyu nodded. First using a stream of water to extinguish the flames on the fiery steed, then seizing the opportunity to deliver an ice punch. Hitting the same spot twice resulted in the desired bleeding. That delinquent, while lacking in character, employed a battling style worth emulating. Some extremes may not be permitted in league tournaments, but when encountering a group like Team Rocket in the wild, there are no reservations. You're just a backseat driver. Why bother asking me? You already know the answer, Saber said. I merely sought final confirmation, Yiyu replied. Stop being stubborn. Continue training against such trainers. It should not take this long. Ultimately, using solar flare on yourself would be more reliable, Saber suggested. Yiyu smiled wryly, turned, and resumed welcoming an endless stream of challengers, leading a fulfilling and busy life. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and Yiyu's tenure as a substitute trainer was nearing its end. He was finally about to shed the identity of a substitute gym trainer and could return to school for a well-deserved rest. Just then, 2 figures, a hat-wearing boy and one with a hedgehog-like hairstyle, walked in, illuminated by the morning sun. As Yiyu was preparing to pack and leave, he paused upon seeing them. What brings you two here, fellow travelers? Ash, Green. It has been some time, he remarked. I refuse to be associated with this dim-witted peer. I merely collected 10 gym badges and came to Red Lotus Island for a vacation. I heard that if you defeat the gym, You get a discount. So here I am. I never expected to see you. This is perfect for me to redeem the honor of the Pokémon Academy, Green declared to Yiyu. Green, you are the best. Green, you are wonderful. The 6 cheerleaders behind Green shouted in unison. And you? Yiyu, accustomed to ignoring the cheerleaders, turned his gaze to Ash. I am here to challenge the gym, and I registered before Green, so I will challenge first. Ash proudly glanced at Green, reveling in the advantage of having a reliable companion. If it weren't for Brock's help, I might have forgotten. By the way, where is Brock? Ash scanned the area, realizing that Brock, who had been by his side, was nowhere to be found. After searching, he discovered Brock kneeling before Xiaoxua, utterly enamored. Miss Xiaoxua, what brings you here? Is this a blessing from the heavens? Has fate finally recognized my feelings? Yiyu's mouth twitched. On his last day of work, these 2 characters showed up. Can we switch it up? Each one is more eccentric than the last. With a deep sigh, he pulled 2 gym badges from his pocket and tossed them to Ash and Green. Here are the gym badges. Take them with you. This month, he had not lost a single match, so he had only 2 badges to spare. Giving away 2 more was utterly inconsequential. As for the 5% discount at the inn, Yiyu hardly cared about that. Chapter 69. VS Shigeru, is this the emblem of the Honlian Dojo? Ash gazed incredulously at the dojo emblem in his hand. Had it truly been this effortless to acquire? Are you mocking me? Shigeru, incensed, hurled the emblem back to Yiyu. What value does an emblem hold if obtained without a dojo battle? No value? Ash felt an inexplicable pang of guilt at those words. Who says it holds no value? The dojo emblem itself signifies the acknowledgement of the dojo trainer towards the challenger, and gaining such recognition is not solely dependent on battle. I acknowledge both of your strengths, Yiyu stated. Upon hearing this, Ash exhaled in relief. I don't care. Even without this, I will challenge you, Shigeru declared. Are we really going to fight? I've been battling for 2 months straight. It's my last day, and I can't even take a break? Yiyu replied. No way, we must fight. Shigeru insisted. If you defeat him, I'll grant you a mysterious water drop, Shaber chimed in unexpectedly. A mysterious water drop? Yiyu's eyes lit up. If that's the case, it changes everything. Indeed, such influential figures possess remarkable treasures. Exactly, Shaber nodded, turning to Shigeru. You are Professor Oak's grandson, correct? That's right, but I am who I am, and my grandfather is my grandfather, Shigeru responded. Young man, confidence is a good thing, Shaber remarked. Then turn to Yiyu. Strike him hard. I want to enjoy the fight, and the reward will be doubled. No problem. Shigeru, let us go, Yiyu exclaimed, instantly invigorated and brimming with excitement. Come on. Although Shigeru was somewhat perplexed throughout, he was glad to have a fight. What rule should we use? 3-on-3 or 1-on-1? Lily inquired. 3-on-3, both Shigeru and Yiyu replied in unison. Shigeru sought to redeem the shame of his previous defeat, naturally opting for the same format. Yiyu, on the other hand, was motivated by Shaber's desire for an exhilarating spectacle, so a 3-on-3 match was ideal. Very well. We shall commence the Pokémon duel with the emblem of the Honlian Dojo as the wager. Each side may only use 3 Pokémon, and the dojo trainer cannot switch their Pokémon, while the challenger may freely change theirs, Lily stated proficiently. After 2 months of repetition, she had nearly memorized the rules. I'll go first, Raichu. Yiyu tossed out his Pokeball, and a beam of red light illuminated the arena, revealing a large mouse. Raichu leaped forth, swinging its tiny fists, brimming with enthusiasm. The continuous battles over this period had completely severed its ties to its former pampered lifestyle, evolving into a warrior. Raichu? Yiyu. When did you acquire Raichu? Ash questioned, his Pikachu perched on his shoulder also gazing curiously at Yiyu's Raichu. It's been quite the sight since we last parted ways, Yiyu replied proudly. My Pikachu is the most adorable, Ash countered with equal pride. No matter how cute its appearance, it can hardly compensate for its poor judgment in choosing you as a trainer, Yiyu remarked. Don't speak nonsense. That is not true. Pikachu and I are the best of friends, the finest partners, Ash asserted. Hey, don't get lost in conversation. I haven't even sent out my Pokémon yet, Shigeru complained. Then just send it out, both Yiyu and Ash replied simultaneously. Humph. Kingler, come forth. Shigeru released his Pokeball, and a massive red crab emerged, its formidable pincers imposing. Kingler, the swamp crab Pokémon. It resides in burrows on the beach. And even if its pincers are struck down in battle, they will regenerate to their original form. Just as Shigeru unleashed his Pokémon, an electronic voice chimed in. Yiyu turned to see Ash consulting his Pokédex. Truly, he scanned each Pokémon he encountered. But why skin Kingler? You already have one. Suppressing the urge to scoff, Yiyu remarked to Shigeru. I sent out an electric type, and you counter with a water type. You truly live up to being from Pallet Town. To be honest, while Ash and Shigeru were inherently at odds, Yiyu felt they often shared striking similarities. Winning solely based on type advantages is meaningless. Level is the true determining factor, Shigeru stated. All right, you go first, Yi replied. Kingler, Bubble Beam, Shigeru commanded. Kingler raised its colossal claw, unleashing a barrage of colorful bubbles that surged towards Raichu. Volt Tackle, Yi responded calmly. Raichu's eyes widened as a surge of electricity erupted from its body, ravaging the arena and obliterating the bubbles in an instant, before striking Kingler with tremendous force. In mere moments, Kingler collapsed, emitting a delightful aroma. And that's how it ends. Ash watched in astonishment. Though he wouldn't admit it, Shigeru had always been a target for him to pursue. A step ahead of his current self. Yet, faced with Yi, he was instantaneously defeated. Pikachu was equally stunned. Is electricity truly this powerful? Do I need to put in more effort? My trainer is not performing well. If I don't improve, we're finished. Kingler. Shigeru couldn't believe it. This was not his first encounter with a disadvantageous type matchup. Initially, he would meticulously prepare by researching opponents and switching out his Pokémon to devise appropriate strategies. However, he soon discovered that many dojo trainers were rather inept and began to exploit type advantages, successfully claiming 3 dojo emblems. Since embarking on his journey, he had never lost, aside from against Yi. And here, in the first match, he was defeated so swiftly. Shaking his head vigorously, Shigeru regained his composure and declared to Yi, "You are indeed formidable, but I will ultimately prevail in this match. Come forth, my sweetheart." Shigeru kissed his Pokeball and tossed it into the air, revealing a massive, purple-hued bipedal Pokémon. Nidoking, the drilling Pokémon. It swings its enormous tail and charges at opponents when they show fear. The mechanical voice echoed once more, but Yi chose not to look back. Contemplating the situation with Nidoking, a dual-type Pokémon, ground and poison. Both attributes are quite advantageous. The ground type is immune to electric type attacks unless the power disparity is insurmountable. The poison type, however, poses a significant threat. In reality, among the 18 types, Psychic is the most terrifying, while poison is the most perilous. One could succumb to poison. Nidoking, use Horn Attack. Shigeru commanded decisively as Nidoking charged toward Raichu, its single horn rotating and emanating a peculiar purple glow. Horn Attack is a normal type move, but due to Nidoking's poisonous horn, the attack's efficacy is amplified with poison properties. Yet, upon witnessing this, Yi remained unfazed. Thunderbolt to the horn. Raichu let out a fierce roar, and a terrifying electrical surge descended from the sky, striking Nidoking's horn with precision. The overwhelming current surged violently through Nidoking, causing it to collapse, eyes swirling. Nidoking is unable to battle, Lily declared. Wait a moment, Nidoking is a ground type and should be immune to electric attacks. How could your Raichu harm my Nidoking? That doesn't seem fair, Shigeru exclaimed incredulously. Because Nidoking's horn resembles a lightning rod, and you poorly conduct electricity, Yi explained. If encountered elsewhere, facing King Mewtwo with the current Raichu would truly pose a challenge for Yi. As it stands, aside from the 4 ineffectual moves, Raichu is limited to only Thunderbolt, Thunder, and Dig. However, this is the Crimson Lotus Gym, and Ash's Pikachu is present as well. Thus, Yi cannot help but reminisce about that iconic battle from the original series. Pikachu unleashed a bolt of electricity upon the horn of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, rendering it unconscious. With such a clear precedent, Yi naturally decided to replicate the strategy. In rapid succession, he dispatched 2 Pokémon with just his Raichu, causing Shigeru's expression to darken considerably, losing the confidence he once held. Meanwhile, Shaba was somewhat astonished. Although Yi had been honing his skills here for a while and could be considered an elite trainer, it seemed too effortless. Wasn't that kid from Professor Oak's lab supposed to be a genius with 10 gym badges? How could he perform so poorly? It appears my training has proven superior, far surpassing that of Oak's protege. Chapter 70. The diligent Yi with a crackle of electricity, a formidable electrode collapsed to the ground, its body rigid and muscles twitching. The Challenger S3 Pokémon had all succumbed, leading to Yi's victory as the acting gym trainer, as announced by Lily. Raichu, you've done well, Yi remarked, looking at his Raichu. Raichu. The Pokémon excitedly leaped toward Yi, who extended his arms for an affectionate embrace. However, Raichu poked him and gestured with its paws in a manner incomprehensible to an ordinary person, yet Yi understood, raising an eyebrow. You wish to play with Lily's tablet? Raichu nodded vigorously, brimming with excitement. Very well, once you master Iron Tail, I shall procure a tablet for you to play whack-a-mole, Yi replied. Though Raichu lacked fingers, it could certainly excel at such a game, striking down moles with ease. However, one might argue that since Raichu was, in fact, a mouse, this could be deemed a form of infighting among kindred. I'm eager to train. From now on, I shall complete 300 push-ups daily, Raichu declared. Indeed, Failure is the mother of success. Stay composed. Occasional setbacks are essential for your growth, Yu said, placing a reassuring hand on Xiao Mao's shoulder. Yu had single-handedly defeated all three of the Challenger-S Pokémon, each in a swift and decisive manner, which only served to amplify the humiliation. Stop it. We grew up together. How could you suddenly become so strong? It defies reason, Xiao Mao exclaimed. Their backgrounds and talents were comparable, and they acquired their Pokémon around the same time. Although there had been a disparity during their last encounter, it was negligible. Xiao Mao had ventured into the wild, while Yu had remained in school. Why had he lost? Was life in the wild inferior to a sheltered existence? Xiaoji observed Yu with curiosity, pondering the stark contrast in their current abilities. Yu shrugged. The disparity between individuals has always been the most significant. Moreover, he had no intention of revealing that his Raichu was, in fact, a guardian of the Elite Four, a Pokémon akin to Cheng Yaojin, possessing only 3 powerful techniques. Yet, without mastery of those techniques, one could not emerge victorious. Xiao Mao's Pokémon lacked that edge. Should they break through, Raichu might falter. But that was not the case currently. Is the Pokémon school you attended particularly exceptional? Xiao Mao asked skeptically, contemplating whether he should enroll there as well. No. Do not entertain such thoughts. Do not pursue that path, or Professor Oak will have my head, Yu replied, acutely aware of the school's true quality. Then how did you suddenly become stronger? Do you possess any secret techniques? Xiao Mao inquired. Yu gazed at Xiao Mao, tempted to divulge that he had no extraordinary techniques, merely rigorous training. However, he knew Xiao Mao would dismiss such a claim. After a moment's reflection, he said earnestly, "Would you truly like to know?" "Absolutely." Xiaoji and Xiao Mao replied without hesitation. "Very well, you are not outsiders. This monumental secret I would not share with others. But with you, it is permissible. First, rise at 5 each morning to witness the sun's ascent, absorbing the essence of nature. Then, run for an hour with your Pokémon, followed by a bowl of plain porridge. After half an hour, Yu continued with unwavering seriousness. 5 o'clock wake up? 9 o'clock bedtime? No beautiful women?" Xiao Mao jotted down notes, astonished by Yu's rigorous routine. Awake at 5, run for an hour. Consume only porridge, no fried dough sticks even. And then another hour of running in the evening. Is this what it takes to become strong? Xiao Mao mused, feeling a wave of shame as he recalled his leisurely outings with friends. Xiaoji, too, felt a tinge of embarrassment, gazing at Yu with a mix of admiration and awe. How could one maintain such diligence? Only Xiaoshui and Lily exchanged curious glances, both aware that Yu had been jolted awake at 8 by Raichu's Thunderbolt after a late-night gaming session with Gengar. Is that sufficient? Xiao Mao questioned. Barely. In addition, one must engage in continuous battles. Why not join here as an acting gym trainer for 2 months? Every victory in the gym will grant you a 50% discount on all expenses, which I shall charge to your account. I believe this will motivate you. Yu suggested with an enigmatic smile. 50%? Xiaoji's expression froze, and he instinctively recoiled. Forgive my intrusion. I haven't even compensated for Misty's bicycle yet. Very well, then, Xiao Mao declared with determination, I have the funds, and I shall not lose. What do you mean, very well? This is my gym, and even if your grandfather were here, he would not dare be so brazen, Summer scolded Xiao Mao. Who are you? Xiao Mao retorted, eyeing Summer. Oh, you question my identity within my own gym? Excellent. Let us have a match, should you defeat me. Not only will I allow you to become the acting gym trainer, but I shall even gift you this gym, Summer replied with a mischievous grin. Fine. Xiao Mao agreed readily. If I cannot defeat you, how could I possibly lose to you, a mere gym trainer? The two, one young and one old, stormed into the gym, leaving Yu to observe their departure with an expression rich in complexity. Yu, what's wrong? Why do I feel as though Mr. Summer is targeting Xiao Mao? Lily asked, puzzled. Should you encounter the grandson of your lifelong rival, you would likely feel the same, Yu responded. Summer and Oak shared a long history of rivalry, their enmity surpassing even the trivial conflicts one might have with their relatives. For instance, during Summer's debut at the Kanto Courts Conference, he faced Oak in the top 16, only to be thwarted. At that time, Summer was already a seasoned elite trainer. Yet he found himself blocked from advancing. Had he not later won the Johto Silver Conference, he would have been barred from the Champion League. Given Summer's stature and the passage of time, he and Professor Oak maintained a cordial fade, yet the animosity lingered. How could he resist tormenting the grandson of his adversary? Lifelong rivals. Both Lily and Xiao Shui's eyes sparkled with intrigue, their feminine intuition sensing a deeper narrative at play. Indeed, however, it is best not to pry into the affairs of our elders. Rather, let us prepare our belongings. It is time for us to depart, Yu suggested. Oh, are we returning to school? Lily inquired. Not quite. We shall rest in Pallet Town. If you wish to learn, You can study directly under Professor Oak for a more profound understanding, Yu replied. After 2 months of relentless gym battles, Yu was indeed feeling fatigued and in need of a respite. Beyond Alola, Pallet Town was, in his view, the ideal place for relaxation. And he would take the opportunity to consult Professor Oak with a few inquiries. Professor Oak? That sounds wonderful. Professor Kukui has the utmost admiration for him. And Principal Oak often speaks fondly of Professor Oak, Lily exclaimed. Xiao Shui also displayed eager anticipation. Knowing that Pokémon breeders often transitioned into roles as Pokémon professors or Pokémon doctors. Many esteemed Pokémon professors were also masters of Pokémon breeding. Professor Oak was certainly among the elite, having raised thousands of Pokémon. Such mastery could not be achieved without profound expertise. Chapter 71. Departing from the Crimson Lotus. The Dragonite descends from the sky. Yu, are you returning to Pallet Town? Why don't you join us? I have decided to head to Vermilion City to challenge the 8th gym. We are headed the same way, Ash suggested. No, it would be better for us to travel separately, Yu replied without hesitation. To challenge the gym in Vermilion City, do you truly seek to test your limits? Not to mention that newly hatched Mewtwo, who believes itself invincible. What about the gym leader, Giovanni, the notorious leader of Team Rocket? Do you really think you can defeat him? Moreover, traveling with you means I would have to be on guard against Jesse and James every day. Although those three are more comical than competent, they can still be quite a nuisance. You certainly did not want to encounter any unforeseen pitfalls along the way. Oh. Then I shall see you in Pallet Town. During this time, I will train hard to catch up with you, Ash said, undeterred by the rejection. I believe that striving to outlive me and then challenging me the day before my demise would render me incapable of issuing commands, Yu remarked, turning to gather his belongings, while also preparing gifts for Professor Oak and Ash's mother. Mistress Misty, what does Yu mean? Is he looking down on me? Ash pondered aloud. It is quite evident. You cannot defeat him, Misty stated bluntly. Ash hung his head in dejection, choosing to remain silent. Although Yu claimed to be organizing his belongings, in reality, he had little to pack. After all, he had arrived with nothing and only purchased some daily necessities and a couple of outfits upon deciding to stay for a time. The packing process was swift, primarily consisting of a stroll with Lily and Sinnoh, while also picking up some gifts for Professor Oak and Ash's mother, as arriving empty-handed would be rather impolite. Notably, Brock had returned Sinnoh's Vulpix to her, and Lily also found Sinnoh's Vulpix to be quite charming, though she hesitated to touch it. Time passed swiftly, and evening fell. An unexpected scene unfolded before Yu. Professor Sycamore sat leisurely in a chair, while Green attended to him with the utmost respect as if he were a servant. As for Green's 6 cheerleaders, they had dawn-made outfits. Yu's expression turned complex, gazing at Professor Sycamore with a look of amusement. What is happening here? Look. This is my new student, Green, Professor Sycamore explained to Yu. A student? Yu questioned, glancing at Green. Are you being honest? Of course. Professor Sycamore will henceforth be my most esteemed teacher, Green replied without a moment's thought. Yu was filled with confusion, pondering what had transpired during his day away. It was not until nightfall that Green approached Yu, saying, You are being dishonest, deceiving me. You did not inform me that a retired champion was here? So, because he is a retired champion, you willingly became his student? Yu inquired. Indeed, he is a champion, Green stated matter-of-factly. Green, there is something I feel I have never asked you. Do you know what Professor Oak was doing before he became a professor? Yu queried. It seems to be a case of ignorance in the familiar, as the people of Pallet Town appear only to recognize Professor Oak as a Pokémon professor, with little knowledge of his past. Some are even unaware of his prominence in the academic world. Moreover, Professor Oak seems to intentionally obscure certain aspects of his history or is simply indifferent to it. Many young trainers aspire to attain the recognition that seasoned trainers hold dear. Yet to Professor Oak, such accolades are nothing of consequence. Naturally, he would not mention them. Thus, Green may have never learned about his grandfather's past before becoming a professor. We are all trainers in this family, Green remarked. Do you know what achievements Professor Oak attained as a trainer? Yu continued to inquire. I do not know, but it likely was not anything impressive. If it were, my grandfather would not have become a Pokémon professor, Green reasoned. Yu tilted his head towards the sky, realizing that his suspicions were confirmed. Should I tell you? In truth, your grandfather is a hidden powerhouse. The teacher you are currently studying under is only doing so because he was bested by your grandfather, and now he must teach you. It is quite the boast for your grandfather that he could not even teach his own grandson. What is it? Why do you look so peculiar? Green asked. It is nothing. I am returning to Pallet Town. Is there anything you would like me to bring to Professor Oak? Yu replied, deciding against revealing the truth, thinking it better to wait until Green discovered it on his own. No need. Just tell Grandpa that I will study diligently here, enhancing myself to secure victory in the upcoming Indigo Conference, Green declared proudly. Yu nodded, pleased for him. Furthermore, where does this unwavering confidence from Pallet Town residents stem from? Is it due to a lack of sufficient harsh experiences in life? Moreover, I intended to mention that your starter Pokémon is not Charmander, but rather Squirtle, so you chose to study under a retired Fire-type champion rather than the Ice-type master. Koga, you are quite exceptional in your own right. A day passed, and the welfare of Crimson Lotus Island remained unchanged, though the acting gym leader had been replaced. Yu prepared to depart from this place he had inhabited for 2 months. Before leaving, he approached Professor Sycamore to express his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Hey, you little brat, what are you doing? I merely accepted Green as a convenient student to assist me. I did not take on as a student. Why call me teacher? Professor Sycamore replied, his expression one of disbelief. Although you did not formally accept me, you have indeed taught me. I am aware of that. Yu responded, acknowledging the significant growth he had experienced through 2 months of battling as the acting gym leader. Despite Professor Sycamore's outward disdain, he had indeed been a great help. What do you know? Do not flatter yourself, Professor Sycamore retorted. Regardless, I shall recognize you as my teacher. Whether you accept it or not is your concern. I must take my leave now. I will visit during the holidays, Yu said before departing. As Yu walked away, Professor Sycamore raised an eyebrow, thinking, what does he mean by recognizing me first? In this day and age, can one truly be forced to acknowledge a teacher? After a moment of irritation, he couldn't help but chuckle. You little brat, work hard. If you do not secure the championship, I shall whip you. With his luggage in tow, Yu led Sinnoh and Lily towards the dock. Yu, Sister Sinnoh, can we take our time on our journey to Pallet Town? I would like to explore Kanto a bit more. I have yet to see everything. Lily suddenly suggested as she boarded the ship. Yesterday, Loranda's called to inform me that the Alola school has been repaired, and I can return now. Thus, my time in Kanto may be limited. I am fine with that, Sinnoh replied, looking to Yu, as she was his personal Pokémon caretaker, following him wherever he went. No problem. You have worked hard these past 2 months, and I leave everything in your hands, Yu said. He was quite indifferent, as returning to Pallet Town was primarily to unwind from the battles he had faced over the last 2 months. Taking a leisurely journey back sounded appealing. Thank you. Yu, Lily beamed. Yu smiled slightly as he boarded his cruise ship, accompanied by 2 lovely companions, embarking on a journey through Kanto. They admired the majestic mountains and distinctive landscapes, even visiting the Maiden's Gorge. Unfortunately, as it was not during the summer festival, they did not encounter the talking Gengar. All was natural and harmonious, although time seemed to stretch, and it took months to reach Pallet Town. Until one day, while Yu and his companions were camping outdoors, a Dragonite descended from the sky, politely delivering a letter to Yu, inviting him as a guest. Chapter 72, Defeating Dragonite? Xiaoxue gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the majestic Dragonite, the guardian of Kanto and a mythical Pokémon renowned for its unpredictable temperament. Most of the time, it is gentle, rescuing those in peril at sea, yet on rare occasions, when its temper flares, it transforms into a harbinger of destruction, wielding a terrifying power that instills fear. This exceedingly rare Pokémon had never been seen by Xiaoxue in the flesh, apart from glimpses in photographs and films. And now it stood before her. Astonishingly, it was acting as a postal courier. Who could possess such audacity? Not even Lance, the Dragon-type champion of the Elite Four in Kanto, could boast such extravagance. Ignoring Xiaoxue, Dragonite retrieved an envelope from its satchel and presented it to Yu. Upon taking it, Yu discovered a disc and a postcard inside. As he extracted the disc, it began to play an image of a lady clad in an opulent butler's attire, who politely bowed and spoke. I apologize for the impertinence of sending this letter. Given your promising potential as trainers, we invite you to gather at the new island Pokémon City for a meeting of the strongest Pokémon trainers. Kindly fill out the postcard to indicate your attendance. This invitation comes from the mightiest Pokémon trainer, and your acceptance is imperative. With that, the image faded away. Yu nodded, recognizing the sender, Mewtwo. Only you could afford to use a Dragonite as a courier, he mused. Others would typically opt for a Pidgeot. At this moment, it seemed as if Dragonite had just broken free from Team Rocket's grasp, its mind still in disarray. Eager to host a gathering to challenge all trainers and demonstrate that humanity was filthy and unworthy of dominion over the world. While even the Pokémon that obeyed humans were unworthy, only those newly cloned like itself were deserving. Such thoughts belonged to an unstable mind. Entrusting Dragonite to deliver messages suggested a trainer of extraordinary caliber. Yu, shall we attend? Lily asked, glancing at him. We shall not, Yu replied, nonchalantly discarding the postcard. Dragonite, observing his reaction, let out a call before preparing to take flight. However, before it could ascend, it felt an ominous force binding it, compelling it downwards. Dragonite stared wide-eyed at Yu, questioning whether this human was exerting control over it. What are the conditions for being a postal courier? Perhaps you should consider a position with me instead. Yu chuckled at Dragonite. This Dragonite belonged to Mewtwo, which meant it had no trainer, and thus, it was susceptible to capture. Yu, with a keen self-awareness, had no time for the typical protagonists of Pokémon fan fiction who, despite lacking strength, sought to capture Mewtwo. He understood all too well the challenge of capturing a being of such caliber, not to mention whether Mewtwo's disposition would allow for trust in humans. Therefore, a journey to New Island was out of the question. However, capturing the Dragonite before him was a viable prospect. The Kanto quasi-deity, ranked first in speed among Pokémon, could soar through the skies, plunge into the depths of the ocean, and if it mastered digging, could even traverse underground, truly a versatile marvel. Moreover, Yu had no Pokémon capable of flight, rendering this Dragonite particularly appealing to him. Roar! Dragonite expressed its discontent with a loud cry, seemingly irked by Yu's remarks. Yu, that is someone else's Pokémon. It is illegal to forcibly take another's Pokémon, Xiaoshui exclaimed. Indeed, forcibly seizing another's Pokémon is indeed excessive, but that presupposes it belongs to a human. Yu began to clarify, but before he could finish, Dragonite could no longer contain itself. This human sought to capture it, an egregious sin, for it belonged to its master. With a powerful roar, Dragonite unleashed a devastating hyper beam attack towards Yu and his companions. Yu swiftly raised his hand, summoning an energy shield that shielded the three of them from the destructive force. The power was formidable, befitting one chosen by Mewtwo to serve as a courier. Yu effortlessly dispelled Dragonite's hyper beam, fixing his gaze upon it. Dragonite's eyes widened in confusion, unable to comprehend how this human could withstand its assault. However, anger soon replaced confusion as it launched a frenzied attack at Yu. Remaining composed in battle, Yu had not trained much recently. His focus was primarily on his Pokémon, yet his strength had rapidly increased, perhaps due to Giratina's favor. Ordinary quasi-champions were no longer his match, and he faced Dragonite's onslaught with ease, even offering evaluations during the skirmish. The power of your Fire Punch is quite commendable. If only your Dragon Claw were sharper. Your Hyper Beam is potent, but your accuracy leaves much to be desired. Wait, I've commented so much, yet your responses are so monotonous. Have you been hypnotized? Yu suddenly addressed Dragonite. Psychic-type Pokémon, the most terrifying of attributes, beyond their omnipresence and intangible nature. Unlike the tangible elements of water and fire, the most troublesome aspect was their ability to hypnotize and control. A member of Team Rocket, Yamato, had successfully controlled dozens of Pokémon on the island, including Pikachu, Togepi, and Meowth, using merely a common Solgaleo paired with machinery. In the Kalos movie, the liberated Hoopa demonstrated even more overwhelming strength, effortlessly controlling Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Primal Groudon, Primal Kyogre, and Kyurem, nearly diminishing the dignity of these legendary beings. While Mewtwo, also a legendary Pokémon, may not possess such overwhelming prowess, it could still hypnotize and control other Pokémon with ease. Dragonite ignored Yu, focusing solely on combat. It seems you are indeed under hypnosis. I shall not hold back. I will awaken you before we converse. Yu's expression shifted slightly as a chilling, terrifying force emanated from him, coalescing into a massive shadow ball within his hands. Dragonite's eyes widened. Although it was in a dazed state, it instinctively sensed a grave danger. Before it could flee, the terrifying shadow ball descended upon it, striking it powerfully. Dragonite collapsed, unable to endure the assault. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on a solitary island, suspended over the sea, lay a rarely visited locale, yet it housed a magnificent castle. Within this castle, a humanoid Pokémon, resplendent in shades of pink, suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a terrifying malice. Who has interrupted my hypnotic control? Is there a being on this planet capable of disrupting my influence? The humanoid Pokémon rose abruptly, radiating a formidable psychic energy, and then suddenly vanished from sight. Chapter 73, The Arrival of Mewtwo Yu. Do you truly believe this Dragonite is under the control of a Pokémon? Is there such a formidable Pokémon? Xiaoshui gazed at Yu in disbelief. The academic community and trainers in Kanto generally agree on one principle. There are no malevolent Pokémon, only misguided trainers. This notion has been upheld in various regions. However, hearing Yu's claim, could there really be Pokémon capable of self-control? Indeed, that Pokémon is arguably the strongest in Kanto, Yu responded. Such power. What kind of Pokémon is it? Xiaoshui's curiosity was piqued, her eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Feeling fortunate to be beside Yu for the first time. It is Mewtwo, a synthetic Pokémon created by Team Rocket. Yu disclosed what he knew about Mewtwo to Xiaoshui and Lily AI. Team Rocket can create such a powerful Pokémon? I always thought they were merely petty criminals, engaging in trivial affairs like stealing business on Beauty Street. Xiaoshui expressed her astonishment. While the three you know are indeed members of Team Rocket, they do not represent the organization as a whole, Yu clarified. What exactly is Team Rocket, then? Lily AI inquired with intrigue. You might understand it simply as an organization that engages in all manner of wrongdoing, pursuing wealth through any means necessary. Indulging in all profit-driven endeavors outlined in criminal law, Yu explained. Team Rocket is complex in its composition. I only learned of its general nature after reaching adulthood from my great-aunt, Kiku. To truly understand it, one must trace back to the formation of the League. A group of individuals needed to conduct illicit activities, thereby establishing a cooperative organization. To maintain overall stability, the League turned a blind eye, which marked the inception of Team Rocket. It has since evolved, spiraling out of control, culminating in the current chaotic state following Sakiki's missteps. Of course, this is merely a simplified account. A deeper understanding is beyond my current knowledge. So wicked? Lily AI was taken aback. The Team Rocket she had seen consisted of Musashi, Kojiro, and Nyarth, leading her to believe it was not a significant threat, only to discover the organization as true nature. Indeed, living in Alola, you are fortunate. Yu remarked. Compared to other regions' underground organizations, Alola's villainous group, the Skull Gang, appears almost comical, disorganized, undisciplined, and lacking compensation. To put it kindly, they are an underground organization. To be blunt, they are merely a band of ruffians. Speaking of which, Yu, if Mewtwo is Kanto's most formidable Pokémon, which one reigns supreme in Alola? How does it compare to Mewtwo? Lily AI asked with curiosity. It is Necrozma. As for which is stronger, your Alolan Necrozma surpasses Mewtwo, Yu stated. After all, Mewtwo belongs to this world of Pokémon, beneath Arceus, while Necrozma is a deity from another realm, theoretically on par with Arceus. Necrozma? What kind of Pokémon is that? I've never heard of it, Lily AI responded, puzzled. Because it remains in slumber. For specifics, you might inquire with your mother. She should know, Yu suggested. But if it's so powerful, Yu, won't Mewtwo attack you for taking its Pokémon? Kanto's strongest Pokémon harbors hatred for humanity. Now that you have taken its Pokémon, isn't that courting death? Xiaoshui expressed her concern. Not at all. It is currently hiding on New Island. It won't emerge. Lest it be recaptured by Team Rocket, Yu asserted confidently. He would not undertake a venture without certainty. Mewtwo is indeed powerful, yet Team Rocket is equally formidable. With operations spanning Kanto, including the Orange Archipelago, and even clashing with the Unova and Plasma organizations. While Mewtwo is impressive, if a confrontation were to arise, I still believe Team Rocket would prevail. Ultimately, it is humanity that governs this world. One should not underestimate human resilience in the face of Pokémon. If that were the case, the League would not exist. A mere swarm of ants dares to capture me? Before you could finish. A chilling voice echoed through the air. His expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly rose, sensing a tremendous wave of psychic energy approaching. A pink humanoid Pokémon materialized before him, its terrifying psychic power surging forth like a relentless tide. Yu hastily summoned his ghostly powers in an attempt to defend himself, but the barrier he formed was swiftly shattered by Mewtwo's psychic force, sending him crashing to the ground. Filthy human, did you break my hypnosis over Dragonite? Mewtwo floated coldly in the air, its overwhelming psychic energy pulsating, communicating through telepathy. Is this Mewtwo? Xiaoshui gazed in astonishment, recognizing the truth in Yu's words, fully aware of Mewtwo's might. In an instant, it had teleported and effortlessly defeated Yu, who had previously been capable of overcoming Dragonite. Indeed, it is Mewtwo. Yu gritted his teeth and stood, addressing Mewtwo. You dare to appear? Are you not afraid of being discovered by Team Rocket? A mere collection of insignificant beings. What are they to capture me? Mewtwo seemed to read Yu's thoughts, regarding him with disdain. I am the most powerful being in this world. This was predetermined from the moment of my creation. No creature can exceed my power. I simply choose not to kill. How dare a multitude of humans attempt to capture me? Yu opened his mouth, realizing he had overlooked a crucial point. Newly born, Mewtwo possessed scant understanding of this world, its knowledge solely derived from Team Rocket, leading to a distorted self-perception of its existence and an inflated sense of superiority. It did not wish to encounter Team Rocket or be disturbed. Yet it harbored no fear of them. So, how am I to survive? Engaging directly is certainly futile. Summoning help is impractical, and even if help were available, it might not be effective. Giratina, I can only await its initiative to contact me. I cannot reach out first. Moreover, as Giratina's subordinate, I must tread lightly, as excessive trouble may lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, Giratina has recently altered its form alongside Gengar, significantly diminishing its power, making a confrontation with a fully realized Mewtwo potentially perilous. Escape seems the wisest choice. Alternatively, I could employ the protagonist's ultimate technique, verbal persuasion. Earlier, Mewtwo expressed a desire to avoid killing. With this thought, Yu regained his composure and resolutely declared to Mewtwo, "How can you place Dragonite under hypnosis? As a Pokémon, do you not comprehend the feelings of being controlled by another? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You must apologize to Dragonite. One's momentum must not falter. If it wanes, all is lost." First, he would assert his presence before reasoning with Mewtwo. Presently, Mewtwo grappled with its purpose for existence, feeling itself to be a clone, devoid of parents, believing it had no right to inhabit this world. It became ensnared in this dilemma, seeking meaning in its existence. Such a Pokémon, if willing to engage in dialogue, presented the perfect opportunity for persuasive discourse. Xiaoshui and Lily AI were taken aback by Yi's sudden outburst, while Mewtwo appeared astonished, unable to fathom that this filthy human dared to confront it. "You filthy human." Once Mewtwo regained its composure, its eyes gleamed with a fierce green light, and its terrifying psychic power erupted forth like an unstoppable river rushing toward Yu, the overwhelming force threatening to erase him from existence. Yu's complexion paled as he urgently summoned his ghostly powers, yet the immense pressure rendered him nearly breathless as he struggled to voice, "Am I mistaken? Is it not true? Do you wish to be another's puppet? I shall not wield control over it eternally, it is but a fleeting moment. Whereas you trainers shall forever subjugate them." Mewtwo gazed at Yu, who let out a slight sigh of relief. Engaging in a quarrel with him indicated that dialogue was indeed possible. Chapter 74. Riding Giratina. Who dares to harm my own? Who said that? My Pokémon and I are friends. I play the roles of both father and mother, training their skills and nurturing their interests. I earn money to buy them phones and training resources, staying up late each night crafting training plans, even funding their gaming accounts and producing films for them. How can this be seen as enslavement? I would gladly switch places with them, Yu exclaimed towards Mewtwo. Initially, he intended to engage in mere banter. But the more he spoke, the more emotional he became, revealing genuine feelings. If given a choice, he thought being a Pokémon would be quite splendid. That's merely a selfish desire on your part, seeking to exploit them, Mewtwo retorted. This is a mutual growth through love. We progress together. And if one day they choose to leave me, I would not stand in their way. Furthermore, with human lifespans being limited, my Pokémon like Gengar and Squirtle possess lifespans of at least 1,000 years. I am merely accompanying them for a short time, while you, on the other hand, enslave them indefinitely based on your whims, Yu countered. Nonsense. Mewtwo's psychic power surged. You filthy human, do not attempt to deceive me. Just like my Dragonite. You broke my control only to forcibly capture my Pokémon. What is so ugly about that? Isn't it normal for trainers to capture Pokémon? Moreover, compared to Yu's straightforward approach, your hypnotic manipulation is far more despicable. At least Yu gives them a chance to fight back when they awaken. What about you? Lilia could not help but interject. You call me ugly? Mewtwo's eyes glowed with an angry green light as its formidable psychic abilities erupted, launching a relentless assault towards Lilia. Yu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly grabbed Lilia and Xiaoxua, one in each hand, soaring into the sky. This fellow was abandoning the usual methods. Unable to win through words, it resorted to violence. I haven't even begun to bluff yet. Yu desperately flew towards a nearby lake, knowing that entering it would allow him to access the distortion world. He vowed to always camp by the lake in the future. Fleeing? Mewtwo's eyes sparkled with green light as it unleashed its psychic powers, instantly capturing Yu, Lilia, and Xiaoxua, hurling them forcefully to the ground. Yu's face paled, prioritizing the safety of Lilia and Xiaoxua by using his body as a cushion to absorb the impact. The Pokeballs at his waist glimmered, and 5 beams of red light shot out. Gengar, Absol, Raichu, Squirtle, and Rapidash sensed the impending danger and emerged to protect their trainer. Gengar conjured Shadow Balls. Absol gathered Dark Pulses. Raichu unleashed Thunder. Squirtle prepared Water Gun, and Rapidash ignited Flame Vortex. 5 powerful attacks converged upon Mewtwo. Mewtwo maintained a disdainful expression, waving a hand to conjure an invisible, solid barrier that effortlessly blocked all 5 attacks, then flicked its wrist, sending them all back with a single motion. The Shadow Ball struck Gengar, the Dark Pulse hit Absol, Thunder electrocuted Raichu, Squirtle crashed into the ground, and Rapidash became enveloped in the Flame Vortex. In an instant, Gengar, Raichu, Squirtle, and Absol collapsed, rendered incapable of battle. Only Rapidash, due to its ability, managed to leap and catch Yu and the others. Seeing Rapidash save Yu and the others, Mewtwo scoffed, "Foolish Pokémon, your bonds are meaningless." With a wave of its hand, a wave missile formed and shot towards Yu and the others. Yu's expression shifted, recognizing the wave missile's ability to lock onto its target. And with Mewtwo's power, it was evident that it would not miss. Rapidash could not withstand it. In a moment of desperation, Yu tossed Xiaoxue and Lilia towards the lake, opening the portal to the distortion world, and stood before Rapidash, facing Mewtwo's wave missile. An energy shield formed instantaneously. Yet it crumbled just as quickly. Yu watched helplessly as the missile approached, filled with a singular thought. Giratina, save me. I'll make Arceus jump through the wall for you. Yu prayed, but it seemed futile as the wave missile struck him, unleashing an explosion of energy. However, it merely passed through him, detonating on the grass behind him and creating a large crater, leaving Yu unharmed. Yu blinked, momentarily bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. At that moment, a colossal black hole formed in the distant lake, and a terrifying shadow emerged, carrying Lilia and Xiaoxue with it. Giratina! Yu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Giratina's arrival. Little Leaf, were you just thinking of making me jump through the wall for Arceus? Giratina asked as it emerged. Yu was taken aback. You can read my thoughts? Did you truly only sense Arceus jumping through the wall? Giratina inquired again. Indeed, that is correct. Yu replied without hesitation. All right, we'll do that later, but first, let us deal with this fellow. Little Leaf, has this creature been bullying you? Giratina asked. Yes. It wants to kill me. Yu nodded. Oh, Giratina acknowledged, glancing at Mewtwo before vanishing into a shadow and reappearing before Mewtwo, striking it forcefully to the ground, creating a deep pit. Who dares bully Little Leaf? Who gave you the audacity to touch my people? With each word Giratina spoke, its ghostly power intensified, transforming from its ordinary form into its origin for me. With a furious roar, a terrifying wave of ghostly energy surged forth, causing strange fluctuations throughout the Kanto region. The Alliance laboratory trembled, issuing urgent alerts as high-ranking officials gathered to investigate the cause of the disturbances. At Team Rocket's headquarters, Sakaki sensed the unusual changes and immediately set aside his current task to head to the research lab. Similar to Mewtwo's psychic powers, there were also peculiar spatial reversals. Had Mewtwo gained new powers during its absence? The entire Kanto region was in turmoil. Meanwhile, Mewtwo, having been struck into the pit, erupted in fury, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of psychic energy. How could a Pokémon have struck it? With fierce determination, it soared into the sky, unleashing an endless onslaught of psychic attacks, causing torrential rain and thunder, while the lake below churned and the air around began to convulse and rupture, creating a magnificent display of power. Giratina charged forward without hesitation, harnessing its ghostly energy to unleash a barrage of ghost-type moves, Shadow Sneak, Shadow Claw, and various other ghostly attacks directed at Mewtwo. The presence of Dream Mist seemed to emanate from Giratina, as if it were crafted by the dreams themselves. But so what? Even if Dream Mist were present, touching my little comrades was unacceptable. When did it become your right to harm my kin? Giratina roared defiantly, its powers from the distortion world surging to suppress Mewtwo. Mewtwo, unwilling to yield, had never experienced such humiliation since its inception. Though its type was at a disadvantage, it would never surrender. The two Pokémon clashed fiercely, unleashing their respective powers, causing tremors that echoed throughout Kanto. Chapter 75. The reclusive Arceus Yayo. Is this your Pokémon? Xiaoxue gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding in the reverse world. This is simply astounding. Is this even a Pokémon? No, I am its subordinate, Yayo clarified. It is imperative to establish a clear hierarchy. Otherwise, Giratina might take offense. You are its subordinate? Xiaoxue expressed her astonishment. It was her first encounter with someone who served a Pokémon. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure. That is still impressive. After all, a Pokémon of this caliber can hardly be referred to as merely a Pokémon. As she observed the astonishing display of battle outside, Xiaoxue felt a surge of excitement. She yearned to learn more about Giratina from Yayo, but noticed the grave expression on his face. Yayo, what is the matter? Giratina seems to have the upper hand against Mewtwo. We should be safe, so why the worry? It is too soon to relax, Yayo replied solemnly. We cannot predict how long Giratina can maintain this state. Were Giratina at full strength, I would not be concerned. However, Giratina has already lost some power during its transformation with Porygon and Gengar, and such a burst of energy cannot be sustained for long. Moreover, the commotion will undoubtedly attract the attention of Team Rocket and the Alliance. Team Rocket is one thing, but some individuals from the Alliance are not to be underestimated. If Giratina and Mewtwo deplete their energies, those people will not simply stand by. There is an even greater issue at hand. Giratina is continuously siphoning power from the reverse world. While this enhances Giratina's strength, it also disrupts the fabric of reality. This will inevitably awaken Palkia, who governs space. In Palkia's eyes, such actions equate to a blatant invasion. No formidable creature would permit another to encroach upon its territory. Hence, if Palkia awakens, it will engage Giratina in a relentless conflict. At that point, it will not merely be a one-on-one battle, but a two-on-one scenario. Giratina cannot withstand that. Changes must be made. As Yayo watched Giratina and Mewtwo engaged in a frenzied clash, he suddenly noticed Giratina forcefully striking Mewtwo into a lake, opening a door to the reverse world and drawing the fallen Mewtwo within. Sensing the anomaly, Mewtwo instinctively reacted, its psychic energy flickering as it prepared to teleport away. However, before it could succeed, Giratina surged forward, seizing the opportunity to thrust Mewtwo into the reverse world. Mewtwo, caught off guard, was thrust inside, bewildered as it surveyed the unfamiliar realm, warily observing Yayo. "Where is this place?" "My world," Yayo replied without hesitation. As Giratina entered the reverse world and unleashed a torrent of ghostly energy, bombarding Mewtwo with an array of ghost-type moves. Mewtwo, still attempting to comprehend the situation, was utterly overwhelmed. At that moment, Yayo felt a slight relief. Entering the reverse world should afford them some safety. Neither the Alliance nor Team Rocket could enter for the time being. With Giratina absent from the realm of reality, Palkia would not awaken. Even if it did, entry would remain impossible. Moreover, this was Giratina's domain, where even Dialga dared not confront Giratina directly, opting instead to impose time-reversing effects to prevent Giratina from escaping the reverse world. Mewtwo might have had a chance outside, but here, that was impossible. In a fit of rage, Mewtwo unleashed an array of psychic abilities, yet the inherent disparity between psychic and ghost types, combined with the fact that this was Giratina's territory, rendered it utterly ineffective. Oddly enough, amidst this suppression, Mewtwo felt a strange sense of joy. "So, I am not the solitary strongest being. There are other Pokémon comparable to me?" The battle raged on for an extended period, intense beyond mere words. The only unfortunate aspect was that the audience comprised merely Yayo and a few others. Ultimately, as Yayo had anticipated, Mewtwo succumbed to defeat, lying on the ground, panting heavily. "Who are you? How can you be so powerful? Am I not the strongest Pokémon in this world?" Mewtwo inquired, gazing at Giratina. "Of course not. The strongest Pokémon in the world is I," Giratina proclaimed proudly. Upon overhearing this, Yayo's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to congratulate Giratina on its victory. "Boss, have you truly lost your senses? Do you believe Arceus is dormant and that you can act as if it does not exist? When Arceus awakens, even in an incomplete state, it could easily defeat you, Dialga, and Palkia all at once. You consider yourself the strongest?" Mewtwo looked at Giratina, ensnared in self-doubt. "Those humans have deceived me. Indeed, humanity is corrupt. And who created you? Was it also humanity?" Mewtwo questioned. "What nonsense. Humans are my subordinates. Look, that one is my messenger," Giratina boasted, pointing at Yayo. "A human is the messenger of Pokémon?" Mewtwo regarded Yayo with skepticism. "Indeed. I have always maintained that humans and Pokémon can be friends," Yayo asserted. Mewtwo squinted, contemplating the notion of a human serving as a subordinate to a Pokémon, and began to reconsider. Perhaps it was not so abhorrent after all. Had it misjudged Yayo? "Tell me, how were you created? You carry the essence of Mew, yet possess far greater strength. Could you be the latest Mew?" Giratina inquired, intrigued. Although victorious, Giratina acknowledged the precariousness of the encounter. Had it not been for the advantageous type matchup and the minimal impact of this Pokémon on the world, it could have faced dire consequences. "I should be familiar with any Pokémon of such caliber, yet I have never encountered you before. You are the one created by Mew," Mewtwo roared in response, an inexplicable surge of psychic energy flooding back into it despite its earlier exhaustion. Giratina glanced down and unleashed a shadow ball upon Mewtwo. "What are you shouting about? Who raised such a temper? Can you even challenge me?" "Allow me to clarify. Mewtwo is an unintended creation of humanity using a single hair from Mew," Yayo explained. Upon hearing Yayo recount its origin, Mewtwo instinctively glared with a fierce intensity. "Created by humans? With only a single hair?" Giratina expressed astonishment. "Have your species' technologies advanced to such heights?" While this Mewtwo could not rival Giratina, it was still a formidable opponent. Moreover, Giratina sensed that this Mewtwo had likely come into existence within the past decade or even less, while it had existed for countless years. Such a being was the product of human ingenuity. Indeed, this is one of the many areas in which humanity surpasses Pokémon, their terrifying creativity and destructive potential. Their collective scale and the transmission of civilization, Yayo remarked. "That has nothing to do with you," Giratina countered, eyeing Yayo. "Your reasoning is quite lacking." Yayo's expression twitched. Being confronted in front of others was not part of his plan. "Do you wish to forfeit your chance to savor Arceus' downfall? Thus, beings like humans should not exist at all, let alone dominate this world." Mewtwo interjected. "You just claimed you did not wish to kill anyone. Do not flip your stance so readily." Yayo settled down, feeling more assured with Giratina's presence. He prepared to engage in verbal sparring, confident that with Giratina nearby, Mewtwo could not eliminate him. As long as he remained unharmed, Yayo felt undaunted. In this moment, Mewtwo finds itself at the peak of its adolescent angst. Easily swayed by a few words from Giovanni, leading it to engage in numerous gym battles and assist Team Rocket in capturing Pokémon. Ultimately, Mewtwo believes that humans should not govern this world. So, you intend to use Pokémon for that? Yayo inquires. No, even ordinary Pokémon will not suffice. They have grown accustomed to obeying their trainers, Mewtwo responds. Are you planning to clone them? Yayo asks. How do you know? Mewtwo gazes at Yayo with a look of incredulity. How does a human possess such knowledge? Because I am a subordinate of Giratina, Yayo replies. Upon hearing this, Giratina, who had been somewhat perplexed, suddenly feels a sense of joy, exclaiming, Indeed, well said. You are truly my subordinate. This world should be governed by Pokémon. By entirely new Pokémon that do not heed human commands, Mewtwo declares. That is impossible. There is a reason why humans ostensibly govern this world. Human civilization can be perpetuated, allowing individuals to stand on the shoulders of giants. A mere teenager can learn to pilot an aircraft in a short span. While Pokémon can only inherit a few skills, their strength ultimately depends on their own training, Yayo counters. How powerful can science be? Moreover, I shall lead them to dominance, Mewtwo asserts. Science created you. Does that not signify strength? Furthermore, when you claim to lead them, let me pose a question. You resent being artificially created, devoid of parents, uncertain of your purpose. You detest Team Rocket's control over you. Yet you create cloned Pokémon and command them. How does this differ from Team Rocket's actions? Yayo challenges. Of course, it is different. How could I be like them? Mewtwo retorts passionately. In what way is it different? Yayo presses. What distinguishes us? Mewtwo finds itself engulfed in self-doubt. They created me. I create cloned Pokémon. They seek to use me to dominate the world, while I aim to use these Pokémon for the same purpose. It seems there is no difference. Am I also tainted? Mewtwo succumbs to its deepest existential crisis. Chapter 76. The Mystery of Mega Evolution Little Leaf. Does this Mewtwo have a few screws loose? The voice of Giratina resonated in Yuyu's mind. Yuyu nodded, then shifted into a psychic mode, allowing Giratina to sense him. It does have some issues. As it has been treated as a mere tool since its inception, never having undergone normal learning, only control, or rather, enslavement. Under normal circumstances, it would have developed into a world-destroying villain. Yet, during its creation, it grew up alongside a similarly cloned young girl, engaging in communication and learning about many enlightening concepts. Thus, it began to ponder its own value and significance, resisting the role of a tool, leading to a sense of inner conflict. By saying this, one could argue that this little creature is rather pitiable, Giratina remarked. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate, Yuyu agreed. Mewtwo is fortunate in a way. It is the only successful specimen, rather than merely one of many experiments. There were numerous other specimens alongside it, yet it stands alone now. However, it is also unfortunate because, even before its complete birth, it had developed consciousness and communicated with those specimens, acquiring foundational perspectives on life. Yet, before those perspectives could fully solidify, Team Rocket shattered them. Thus, it is indeed tragic. So, Little Leaf, I assign you a task. Subdue it, Giratina stated. Ah? Yuyu gazed at Giratina in astonishment. You seem to have jumped topics rather quickly. Just because it is pitiable, does that mean I should subdue it? Do you believe that once it is under my control, it will cease to be pitiable? While I do think that being my Pokémon would bring it happiness, the logic seems a bit flawed. Precisely, subdue it. Haven't you heard of the three messengers? I have another, so let it join us, Giratina insisted. Yuyu fixed his gaze intently on Giratina. If not for the fear of repercussions, he would have retorted, it is still daytime, must you indulge in such fantasies? You are only slightly stronger than Mewtwo. In terms of power levels, you are a peak entity while it is in the later stages. The gap is not vast. Why should it become your subordinate? Mewtwo's nature is not suited for subordination. Moreover, your logic suggests that it is only pitiable if it does not become your subordinate. Rather than pitiable in general, where does your audacity come from? You ought to consider that being my Pokémon would mean enjoying a grand feast and thus, happiness. What expression is that? Do you have thoughts? Giratina inquired. None, just a question. According to my data, Mewtwo is capable of mega evolution, and should it undergo this transformation, its power will ascend to another level. You might find it challenging to defeat, Yuyu remarked, his tone turning serious. If you cannot win, what becomes of your status as the Elder? As Mewtwo is among the two legendary Pokémon capable of mega evolution, it possesses two distinct forms, making it highly likely that Giratina would struggle against Mega Evolved Mewtwo. Mega Evolution? What is that? We still have evolution? Giratina looked at Yuyu with curiosity. You do not know about Mega Evolution? Yuyu responded, equally perplexed. Do you think I would ask if I knew? Giratina shot back, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. It is a temporary evolutionary state, currently only found in the Kalos region, primarily researched by Professor Sycamore. Pokémon equipped with a special Megastone, alongside trainers holding a key stone, can temporarily evolve when their bond is sufficiently strong, gaining tremendous power. Yu succinctly explained. And the principle behind it? Giratina probed. For now, it remains uncertain. There are many theories. Some suggest that the Keystone and Megastone trigger latent genetic changes within the Pokémon, unleashing their inherent abilities. While others claim that it is merely the Pokémon harnessing the power of the Megastone, Yu elaborated. The Kalos region, could it be the evolution of origins? Giratina mused, reflecting on the matter. Usually, it resided in the distortion world, indifferent to the outside realm. Its attention occasionally wandered to the Sinnoh region due to Yu, and it had paid little heed to other regions, thus remaining unaware of mega evolution. The evolution of origins? What does that entail? Is it the power of Arceus? Yu queried, curiosity etched on his face. Giratina regarded Yu, hesitating before revealing. Very well, you are not an outsider, so I shall disclose this. First, do you know who created this world? Yes, Arceus, Yu affirmed. Correct, Arceus. It is the primordial being of this world, the crystallization of the 18 origins, which it then fragmented into 18 plates. Subsequently, it created Dialga and Palkia, and in the process, inadvertently brought me into existence. The four of us are the original legendary Pokémon, Giratina explained. What does this have to do with mega evolution? Yu inquired, puzzled. Because we legendary Pokémon are inherently more powerful than the vast majority of Pokémon, having received the favor of the world's origins. We possess innate abilities to manipulate nature. For instance, Dialga can traverse time, Lugia can command the weather, and Ho-Oh can resurrect the fallen. These are innate gifts, unrelated to strength, which is why you humans deem us as gods. If such extraordinary transformations occur, they might represent a temporary convergence of the origins, Giratina articulated. But weren't the origins transformed into plates? Yu questioned. That is the core, but a small portion remains external. Otherwise, how would the world function? Moreover, the Kalos region is somewhat unique. It is the battleground of Arceus and Necrozma, Giratina noted. A battle with Necrozma? Yu's eyes widened, intrigued by this monumental revelation. Giratina, I have always had a question that I never had the chance to ask. In the Sinnoh ruins, I witnessed you appearing alongside the Ultra Beasts from the Alola region. Why is that? You shouldn't belong to the same world. This inquiry had lingered in his mind, and now presented an opportunity. He seized it. That is a matter from ancient times, back when the world was not dominated by humans. In those days, humans were much weaker, and most Pokémon were far stronger than what you see now. For example, the Dragonite beside you, in ancient times. The smallest Dragonite was at least 5 times its current size, Giratina remarked, glancing at the Dragonite, which was currently enjoying the food provided by Yu. Wearing a sheepish expression. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Do you plan to release me? What on earth is happening? I thought I was swimming in the sea. Yu nodded, acknowledging that ancient Pokémon were indeed extraordinarily powerful. In the original series, the brief appearances of ancient Jigglypuff, ancient Alakazam, and ancient Gengar were all of colossal size, capable of cataclysmic destruction, nearly tearing open dimensional rifts. Historical records indicate that local civilizations were obliterated by their presence. Furthermore, Groudon and Kyogre, categorized as ancient Pokémon, were also formidable. However, since Arceus could still appear, there was little concern, until one day. We bridged with another world and found it appealing, prompting us to invade. Giratina concluded. Invade that world? Yu exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Isn't it the Ultra Beasts that invade our world? How did it turn into you all attacking the Ultra Beasts? Of course, upon discovering a desirable realm, one naturally desires to conquer it. Moreover, they exhibit a greater level of aggression than we do, displaying a fervent desire to invade us. They even managed to incite a few ancient Pokémon that resisted Arceus' authority, ultimately culminating in a fierce battle between Arceus and Necrozma to determine the victor. Giratina remarked. And what was the outcome? Did Arceus emerge victorious? It was a draw. Arceus was slightly stronger, yet only marginally so. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of a human, they would have perished together, Giratina explained. A human? Which human possesses such extraordinary strength? Yu inquired, astonished. I do not know. However, that battle was brutal. Both Arceus and Necrozma were on the brink of death, their essence scattered and their power severely diminished. Necrozma was nearly struck down by a meteorite afterward, Giratina said, a hint of mockery evident in his tone. Yu couldn't help but glance up at Giratina. If Arceus had not nearly met his end at the hands of the meteorite, Giratina's words might hold some merit. Yet, given that Arceus also faced a similar peril, one might wonder whether uttering such words was wise. If Arceus were to awaken, Would I be in danger? Nevertheless, Giratina continued. The scattering of Arceus's essence has resulted in a magnetic field that differs from others. Over time, this may give rise to what you refer to as the Super Evolution Stone. Magnetic field? Yu paused, deep in thought. If that were the case, it would indeed make sense. The unique Z crystals of the Alola region, often spoken of in mystical terms, are essentially special minerals that emerge due to their proximity to the Ultra Dimension, frequently influenced by the ultimate magnetic field. Chapter 77. 2 tasks. Wait a minute. If that's the case, then what about bond evolution? And isn't it true that Rayquaza can Mega Evolve without a Megastone? Yu suddenly felt puzzled. Ash and Greninja didn't require a Megastone. Furthermore, Rayquaza could Mega Evolve on its own. You say Rayquaza can Mega Evolve? Giratina gazed at Yu. Indeed. Yu replied. Then why can't I? Giratina inquired. Yu shrugged. How would I know? Why is it that Rayquaza can, but I cannot? You should study Mega Evolution properly. I want to as well. Upon hearing that Rayquaza could Mega Evolve, Giratina immediately leaped up in discontent. Why is that? Yu responded. This isn't something you can just demand. I'm a student, not a researcher. So let us settle this. This task will be assigned to you. Work hard. And then we can discuss Mewtwo. Giratina looked at Yu. Wait, what do you mean it's settled? That is not fair. Yu protested. I'm not a professional in Mega Evolution. I can't do it. Yu's face was full of reluctance. Aren't you humans supposed to possess immense creative abilities? You can do it, Giratina insisted. I cannot. You've said I lack terrifying creative capabilities. There is a significant gap between Pokémon and an even larger one among humans. I simply cannot. Yu explained. Giratina turned away. I'm not listening. I truly can't. I sleep through class every day. My homework is either directly copied or done by my Gengar. I fail all my subjects, including math and science. Giratina raised its chin defiantly. I still want to listen. Believe me, I'm not lying. I never tell falsehoods. When I say I can't, I genuinely cannot. I don't even have a single Mega Evolved Pokémon, let alone conduct research. Yu was introspective, engaging in a level of self-reflection never before experienced. Yet, no matter how sincere Yu's analysis was, Giratina's reaction remained unchanged. I want to listen, I want to listen, I want to listen. Yu watched Giratina's reaction, nearly exhaling a mouthful of blood in frustration. What do you mean you want to listen? You are the god of the distortion world, the most terrifying and malevolent existence in the legends of Sinnoh. You were exiled to the distortion world due to your overwhelming evil and destructive power. What are you being so proud about? Your character is imploding. Yu was at his wit's end, but facing such a colossal entity, what could he do? Ultimately, all his words coalesced into a single statement. I will do my best. Well done, little leaf. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Giratina finally acknowledged Yu's words. Yu held his forehead in despair. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't win in a fight, he would have wanted to retaliate. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to engage his mind. He resolved to brush up on Mega Evolution knowledge, seeking an opportunity to learn from Professor Bratano. Then, he would look for examples to study. Mega Evolution, after all, could be achieved in 3 primary ways. The first, the most conventional, involved a Megastone and a Keystone. This was the simplest method. If he could find Giratina's exclusive Megastone, evolution would undoubtedly be possible. However, this was also the least likely scenario. If it were possible to find it, it would have been located long ago. The second method, exclusive to Ash, was bond evolution. Ash's rare protagonist, aura, was a pity that it didn't extend to the final moments. It seemed only Greninja could achieve this. There had been instances in the Kalos region's ninja village hundreds of years ago, warranting some investigation. However, the reference value of this might not be significant. The third method was an evolution whose principle Yu was unaware of. In the movies, Latios and Latias, as well as Mewtwo, Mega Evolved during battles. This was the most likely method suitable for Giratina, yet there were almost no examples. Upon contemplating this, Yu suddenly glanced at Mewtwo nearby. Lacking examples. Why not create one? Mewtwo's Mega Evolution required a Megastone. However, being an artificial Pokémon, nature could not possibly produce its Megastone. So, could it be possible that it created its own Megastone? This was out of the realm of possibility. In the Kalos movie, Diance's Megastone was indeed created by itself. With this thought, Yu looked at Mewtwo, realizing that it held immense value. After all, aside from it, the only other Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, Rayquaza, was something Yu could not investigate. The shiny Rayquaza that could Mega Evolve could contend effortlessly against the Sinnoh trio of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. I will handle matters regarding Mewtwo entirely, if that is all right? Yu thought to himself. Of course, Giratina replied in an instant. This is indeed your responsibility. I will leave it all to you. All right. Yu took a deep breath and approached Mewtwo. Are you feeling lost? Mewtwo lowered its head in silence. Lost? Certainly, it was lost. But it didn't want to show weakness in front of Yu. Do you wish to know why you feel lost? Yu continued. Finally, Mewtwo raised its head. Eager to know. Because you have never been educated. Yu looked at Mewtwo. What business do you have pondering philosophical questions about where you come from, where you are going, and the value of your existence, when you haven't even attended school? Education? Mewtwo queried. What is that? Exactly, education. The meaning of life. These philosophical questions are only suitable for two types of people to contemplate. 1. Those who have experienced the myriad facets of life, who are well acquainted with the changing seasons, and possess rich life experiences. And 2. Those well versed in philosophy, filled with knowledge. Beyond that, contemplating such matters daily is merely idleness. Furthermore, you have scant life experience and lack education. How could you possibly engage in such contemplation? Yu explained. What should I do then? Mewtwo asked Yu. Stay by my side for 10 years. I will teach you to read, and then take you around the world, showing you the true beauty of this world beyond the filthy aspects you've seen. You will also come to understand that others bear greater burdens than your own. Yu responded. You're trying to tame me, aren't you? Spouting such grandiloquent words, hypocritical and filthy human, Mewtwo scoffed. It's not about taming. I want to confine you in a Pokeball. I merely wish for us to understand each other and collaborate. I will learn what I desire, and you will resolve your doubts. After 10 years, if you remain lost, I will grant you freedom. Otherwise, you will have no chance to resolve your uncertainties. And you will perish here today, Yu stated, his voice steady, as if declaring a simple fact. Mewtwo gazed at Yu, who met its gaze calmly. After a long silence, Mewtwo finally averted its eyes, saying, If you cannot resolve my doubts within 10 years, even with it by your side, I will undoubtedly kill you. We shall see, Yu replied. Chapter 78. Taming the Dragonite next. It is you, Dragonite. Yu turned to the Dragonite that was nestled in a corner of the distortion world. Over the past few days, he had been preoccupied with the fierce battle between Giratina and Mewtwo, leaving him no time to tame this Dragonite. Upon hearing Yu's voice, the Dragonite looked up in panic, instinctively retracting its neck in an effort to diminish its presence. Suddenly, why is it calling for me? I wish to remain unnoticed. It had awakened days prior, yet remained oblivious to the events that transpired during its slumber, having no recollection of the time it was under hypnosis. However, it had witnessed the cataclysmic clash between Giratina and Mewtwo, the sheer magnitude of which terrified the Dragonite to its core. This formidable display made the Dragonite, who had always considered itself powerful, start to question its own strength. For the first time, it felt weak, pitiful, and helpless. Here I am, merely a young dragon. What are you all doing? Let us converse. Will you become my partner? Yu proposed. Become your partner? The Dragonite's expression contorted in disbelief, inwardly rejecting the notion. Who would choose to be captured when they could roam freely? Yet, recalling Yu's earlier exchange with Mewtwo, it realized that refusal could result in its demise. Glancing at Giratina, the Dragonite suddenly nodded vigorously. I am willing. Please do not harm me. Very well, I look forward to our future together, Yu said as he tapped the Dragonite with a Pokeball, capturing it in a flash of red light. Now, Mewtwo, let us depart. For the next decade, refrain from unleashing your powers indiscriminately to avoid harming others, Yu instructed as he regarded Mewtwo, who nodded in consent. Giratina, let us go, Yu urged. Indeed. Let us proceed. Once we exit, you must diligently fulfill the 2 tasks I have assigned to you, Giratina replied. Currently, Mewtwo is somewhat weakened. Could you guide us through the distortion world to New Island before we depart? Yu inquired. To unravel the secrets of Mewtwo's evolution. A thorough understanding of Mewtwo itself is essential. This entails delving into Mewtwo's origins, and New Island harbors the primordial data necessary for such an exploration, along with a formidable cloning machine and dark balls capable of encapsulating even legendary Pokémon. Very well, climb aboard, Giratina said. All right. Yu responded eagerly as he leaped onto Giratina's back. Lilith, Xiaoxua, come aboard, Yu beckoned. I can join as well, Xiaoxua exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she mounted the legendary Pokémon. In that moment, she felt that her life had found its worth. Grasping Yu's hand, she settled onto Giratina. Lilith, instinctively apprehensive, felt compelled to join despite her fear, tightly embracing Xiaoxua and stiffening in place. All secure. I shall take flight, Giratina announced before soaring into the skies. Yu clung tightly to Giratina, who expressed mild discontent. Be gentle. Do not grip so tightly. Oh, my apologies, Yu quickly responded, nodding fervently. By the way, how is the film production progressing? Giratina inquired. It is already in motion. If you have any requests, feel free to share, Yu replied. There was no need for him to ask. The director from the last film featuring Raichu had already approached him. Notably, Raichu's film had garnered acclaim due to its compelling narrative, prompting the director to seek theatrical release, to which Yu consented. Ultimately, the tale of shifting fortunes proved popular, achieving the highest box office earnings of the year. With funding secured, they could animate the actors, and the general script had also been finalized. The sole complication lay in the necessity of crafting a compelling antagonist to complement the heroic protagonist. To maintain logical coherence and appease Giratina, the options for adversaries were limited. However, casting them as villains would tarnish their reputations. Although Yu and these deities rarely crossed paths, and they were likely indifferent to films, the thought of them discovering the portrayal unnerved him. He shuddered at the imagined scenario of a group of powerful beings confronting him, fists raised, declaring, "Young man, you are quite talented." His requests were few, primarily focused on aesthetics. He emphasized the need to portray his unparalleled strength in saving the world, vanquishing Dialga and Palkia. Finally, he envisioned a jubilant Arceus leaping through walls in celebration, with Rayquaza and Ho-Oh dancing, while Lugia called out, and Groudon and Kyogre stood sentinel. Listening to Giratina's incessant demands left Yu drenched in sweat. He lamented his foolish inquiry. Would Giratina truly be pleased with such a production? The outcome was uncertain, but he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Upon emerging from the distortion world, the sky remained a vibrant expanse of blue, unmarred by clouds. Yet, within Yu's mind, a tempest raged. Life was challenging, and serving as Giratina's envoy was even more arduous. "This is Mewtwo's home," he noted as he dismounted from Giratina. Lilith regained her vitality, curiously surveying their surroundings. Though it paled in comparison to her mother's Ether Foundation Island, it was still substantial. "Is this a castle built by Pokémon?" "Indeed. It showcases the incredible power of Pokémon," Yu affirmed. "Master, you have returned." A woman clad in a butler's attire approached with vacant eyes. "Miss Joy?" Xiaoxue gasped at the sight of the maid. The holographic projection had obscured her features, but she was unmistakably the Joy from the Pokémon Center. "She too is under your control," Yu remarked, glancing at Mewtwo. "Indeed, she assisted me in comprehending Pokémon physiology. Without her, my research would not have progressed to this stage. However, she may not even remember it now. There is no longer a purpose for her presence here." Mewtwo extended 3 fingers, channeling its psychic abilities, and Joy vanished instantly. As Yu traversed the solitary island estate, he discovered that it was powered by wind and hydropower, utilizing the winds above and the flowing waters below for energy. He gazed at Mewtwo in astonishment. "Did you invent all this?" "Yes," Mewtwo nodded. Yu raised an eyebrow, realizing he had perhaps overstated his earlier claims. Such feats were beyond his capabilities, even after 2 decades of education in advanced civilizations, yet Mewtwo had achieved this through self-study. This individual had not lacked education, merely focused on scientific texts while contemplating humanities, leading to a disparity in understanding. As he wandered further, he encountered vast incubation tanks and cloning machines. Yu engaged in experimental research, learning as he went, then turned to Mewtwo. "Did you also develop these?" "Those were created by filthy humans. However, I rebuilt this one after the previous model exploded," Mewtwo replied. Yu stared at Mewtwo, astonished, realizing he had underestimated this scholarly entity. "I retract my previous statements." Mewtwo disregarded Yu, entering one of the incubation tanks to recover its body. After the fierce battle with Giratina, it had sustained severe injuries and required healing promptly. Yu began contemplating how to transport these items. Their considerable size made it impractical to carry them personally. Large transportation methods like planes or ships would be necessary. However, such actions would attract undue attention and risk theft. Listening to the sound of flowing water outside, inspiration struck Yu. Utilizing his authority within the distortion world, he created a massive black hole beneath New Island. The entire island then sank into the distortion world, ensuring the safety of the items. After waiting for a day, the Mewtwo emerged from the cultivation dish. Its strength restored to about 60%. "Let us depart," Yu said. "I shall guide you, help you immerse in knowledge, and comprehend the essence of life." Given the chaos that has transpired, it would be prudent to return home first. Moreover, Mewtwo attracts considerable attention, and the entire Kanto region likely witnessed the recent battle with Giratina. Its presence by my side will undoubtedly draw scrutiny. The rocket team will not remain idle either. Mewtwo nodded, observing the location on Yu's phone. With a few swift movements, it teleported into the old residence of the Chiao family. Upon entering, the previously tranquil abode erupted into chaos as a multitude of ghost-type Pokémon, Gengar, Spiritomb, and others, suddenly materialized, each exuding a potent spectral energy. Mewtwo narrowed its eyes, its psychic powers surging. Having just battled Giratina, it was severely weakened, and confronting these entities would be taxing. Xiaoxue and Lily instinctively drew closer to Yiyu, feeling a sense of unease. I am Gengar, fear not. Yiyu reassured the gathering of Pokémon with a warm smile. Upon recognizing Yiyu, the spectral beings relaxed, displaying friendly smiles as they floated above him. Sensing Mewtwo's formidable presence, they gradually dispersed. Yiyu, what were those Pokémon just now? Lily timidly inquired. Typically, girls are afraid of ghosts, and she, being particularly apprehensive of ghost-type Pokémon, was especially frightened. They are the Pokémon of some of my family's ancestors. Yiyu replied. One might refer to them as the legacy of the Qiao family. Ghost-type Pokémon have exceptionally long lifespans. Regardless of how well they are cared for by trainers, they ultimately accompany their trainers to the afterlife. While many return to the forest upon their trainer's demise, a few remain behind to watch over their descendants. Through generations, this has culminated in our current lineage. In his youth, Yiyu often played with them, reveling in the ecstasy of the divine. As he ventured further inside, he communicated with the butler, wishing to summon his father, mother, aunt, and great-aunt, or at the very least, arrange a video conference. However, upon stepping outside, he was met with their collective gaze, all fixed intently upon him. Chapter 79, The Origins of Team Rocket. What's going on? Why is everyone here? Yiyu inquired. How can you even ask? Giratina was battling with an unknown Pokémon, and you, as its emissary, have caused your mother and great-aunt great concern. They have been trying to reach you for days, but their calls went unanswered. Your mother is beside herself with worry, and now that you return, you haven't even bothered to call Yiyu's father, exclaimed angrily, pointing a finger at him, launching into a tirade. However, his words were cut short when he noticed the Mewtwo behind Yiyu, and his demeanor shifted to one of shock. How did it get here? Mewtwo cast a cold glance at Yiyu's father, hesitating as if contemplating whether to act. Remember our agreement. No sudden movements, Yiyu promptly reminded Mewtwo. With an expression of indifference, Mewtwo ultimately retracted its psychic powers. Yiyu quietly exhaled in relief upon witnessing this. Little you, what is happening? Is this also yours? Juzi asked. Not at all. Please, listen to me, Yiyu urged, instructing Lilia and Xiaoxue to attend to Mewtwo while he convened a family meeting with Juzi and the others to recount the events of the past few days. You mean to say that the Pokémon which fought evenly with Giratina was actually created by Team Rocket? Juzi expressed disbelief. Has Team Rocket's technology advanced to such a level? Indeed, Yiyu confirmed. How can that be? The most brilliant scientists in the world are recruited by the League immediately upon graduation. Team Rocket could not possibly have more specialized PhDs than the League. Even the 3D dragon created by the esteemed Dr. Akihabara, the foremost expert in bio-Pokémon, possesses only the strength of an ordinary Pokémon, inferior even to a Charmander. Xiao Jinwei responded, astonished. Technology is the primary productive force. This is indisputable. The League, as the apex of power in this world, houses the foremost scientists. When the League recruits personnel, they primarily conduct political and ideological screenings. Many fail this initial test, which has no correlation to their character or abilities. Furthermore, certain research that the League cannot pursue may be undertaken by other organizations, Dr. Juzi explained. The League possesses the finest resources and the most substantial power, and working within it offers the chance to achieve lasting fame, becoming a figure of reverence in textbooks for generations to come. Yet, some individuals are innately drawn to destruction rather than legacy. Moreover, as an official organization, the League is restricted in its research pursuits. For instance, concerning Pokeballs, Team Rocket has developed the Dark Ball, which can forcibly capture and control Pokémon against their will. Such research, if proposed at a League meeting, would be summarily dismissed. Some things are not merely forbidden, they are utterly off-limits. The creation of Mewtwo, grounded in genetic experimentation, has extracted a heavy toll in the form of countless Pokémon and human lives. For Team Rocket, producing Mewtwo to dominate the world, sacrificing tens of thousands of ordinary Pokémon, is a worthwhile trade-off. However, if the League were to engage in such actions, the League president would face imprisonment and lifelong deprivation of political rights within 3 generations, Yiyu articulated. While the League offers excellent compensation, many private enterprises are willing to provide several times what the League offers to attract specialized talent, Yiyu's mother added. The Sasaki family wields significant influence in this regard. Why is Kojiro so adept at machinery? It's because the Sasaki family has unearthed numerous prodigies from various places since his childhood, Juzi remarked. Isn't that rather perilous? If Team Rocket can create one, they can certainly create another. It poses a grave danger. We must inform the League, Yiyu's father insisted. The League can handle one Mewtwo, but if Team Rocket continues to produce them, 10, 100, the League would truly be at a loss, he continued. This is not a cause for concern, as Mewtwo is a unique case, nearly impossible to replicate. Moreover, the scientists responsible for its creation were eliminated by Mewtwo itself, and the data was taken by it as well, Yi reassured them. After all, despite Team Rocket's years of research, they have yet to produce another Mewtwo since Ash triumphed in Alola. In fact, they abandoned the endeavor during the Unova region, opting instead to use the legendary trio of Unova to dominate the world. This is fundamentally unscientific. The mere eyelash of Mew, which has a base stat total of 600, could not feasibly yield Mewtwo, which boasts a base stat total of 680, especially since Mew cannot Mega Evolve while Mewtwo can. It is entirely unreasonable. If such miracles could be replicated, it would defy nature. All of them were eliminated. That certainly simplifies matters, Juzi sighed in relief. As the eldest of the Qiao family and a member of the Elite Four, she was most averse to any significant upheaval. Conversely, because it is unique, Team Rocket will undoubtedly seek to possess this Mewtwo and will not relinquish it easily. Furthermore, in the next decade, this Mewtwo will remain inseparable from Little U, making them a potential target for Team Rocket, Yu's mother warned. Are we to fear them? Team Rocket, if they dare to show their faces, I shall capture every one of them and uproot their organization entirely, Xiao Jinhua declared. Emboldened by her recent promotion within the international police following the previous operation against Team Galactic and Sinnoh, Team Rocket operates on a different scale from Team Galactic. The latter was a small group, while Team Rocket's presence spans Kanto, Johto, and the Orange Archipelago, with numbers beyond imagination, Juzi noted, casting a glance at Xiao Jinhua. Great Aunt, I have long wished to ask, what exactly is Team Rocket? You have always deemed me too young to explain, but can you clarify it now? Yu inquired. His curiosity piqued about the existence of Team Rocket. It is true that Team Rocket has demonstrated audacious behavior at times, even holding annual meetings and often acting with impunity. Their organizational structure is not particularly rigid. Individuals like Yamato, Kojiro, Musashi, and Kujiro can directly contact the headquarters, all of whom have been apprehended by the police, he continued. Is Sakaki truly so casual in his leadership? Unless Team Rocket possesses strength to rival the League, which seems implausible. As the League stands as the supreme governing body of the world, there is virtually no entity they cannot confront, he pondered aloud. Very well. I had intended to wait until you were older to elucidate this, but since you have broached the topic, I shall share. I previously mentioned the origins of Team Rocket, which traces back to the establishment of the League. You should be familiar with what the founding of the Pokémon League signifies, Juzi remarked. It heralded the dawn of a new era, where the people dismantled the oppressive structures of feudalism and capitalism, empowering themselves with rights and ushering in an age where humans are born equal, free to possess Pokémon, unlike the past when only the nobility were deemed worthy. Yu stated. Precisely. However, the establishment of any political institution involves compromises, and progress is not achieved overnight. The League harbors many remnants of the old aristocracy who, dissatisfied with the loss of privilege, covertly orchestrated a faction to carry out their dirty work, a group they could discard at a moment's notice. To maintain stability, the League has turned a blind eye, Juzi explained. This organization is the precursor to Team Rocket, Yu concluded. That is partly true, but not entirely. A century after the League's founding, as political stability was achieved and the power of the common people grew, the new president employed decisive measures to dismantle that organization and eliminate all remnants of the feudal aristocracy, Juzi elaborated. That is truly impressive. But how did the current Team Rocket emerge? Yu asked, astonished. Wherever there are people, corruption inevitably follows. Human nature is inherently selfish. Just as I wish for your entry into the Alliance, paving the way for your ascent, we, the Qiao family, with our centuries-old lineage, have benefited many within the Alliance. Yet, when trouble arises, will they stand by us? Thus, new aristocracies and esteemed families emerge. This contravenes the foundational essence of the Alliance, yet many share my sentiments, even aspiring to manipulate the Alliance for their own ends. Who possesses such power? Inquired Yu. This is knowledge you need not grasp yet. You are still too young. At your age, exuberance is the trait you ought to embody, replied Josie. May I inquire about the general trends among the allied families? Yu asked. Speak of the one you know best, the Yulong family, which aspires to become an everlasting aristocracy with hereditary positions. Do you truly believe that the reason Du has not secured the championship for so many years is merely a matter of strength? Our region, the Kanto, has not seen a champion in years. Is that truly something to boast about? It is because Du belongs to the Yulong family that Kinna is kept in check. The Yulong family has attempted several times to transfer either Kinna or Du to the capital, but has been thwarted by Damalanki. This year, however, Du, having passed the Special Investigation Officer's assessment, demonstrated capabilities recognized by Damalanki, ensuring his impartiality over family interests, which granted him passage to the capital. The issue now lies in the discord between Du and his family, Josie elaborated. Yu, taken aback, responded, "Forgive my youthful ignorance." Furthermore, the Damu family has steadfastly supported the alliance through generations, vigorously cooperating in the implementation of the 10-year maturity law and providing 3 exceptionally promising Pokémon. The final evolutionary forms of Pokémon for novice trainers across various regions are among the most elite. Are you not curious about how they secured such advantages? Centuries ago, commoners could scarcely hope to obtain Pokémon like Charmander, Squirtle, or Bulbasaur, no matter the cost. The official alliance sought to weaken our families by offering opportunities to the common folk, Josie explained. Which side do we stand on? Yu inquired. We occupy the middle ground, Josie replied. Yu looked perplexed. What sort of answer is that? Our Qiao family adheres to our own moral standards. Unlike the Yulong family, we would not engage in such actions. Attempting to revive feudal practices in this era is outdated. Yet, we cannot align ourselves entirely with the Dama family either, hence we remain in the middle, assessing the situation, Josie clarified. So, you're saying we are fence-sitters? Yu remarked. Impudent child, is that how you refer to your own family? Josie shot back. Now, what truly transpires with Team Rocket? Yu questioned. What has transpired is merely a repeat of history. A coalition of families has once again provided support, albeit this time they have made critical miscalculations. Sakaki and his mother are influential figures who have continuously expanded Team Rocket, while also holding leverage over those involved, resulting in a situation that has grown unwieldy. Ultimately, it has evolved into the current colossal entity. The Alliance wishes to dismantle them, yet those entrenched in power resist, fearing the loss of strength that may invite the Alliance's wrath, thus forming this peculiar triangular relationship. However, their presence has paradoxically eased internal tensions within the Alliance, Josie articulated. Thus, dismantling Team Rocket is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in the cost of such an action. How many within the Alliance would be sidelined? And how great would the ensuing turmoil be? Furthermore, how many would be lost in the process? Would this lead to a change in leadership within the Alliance? Yu pondered. Indeed, given the current state of Team Rocket, they are on the cusp of overtly establishing themselves as a legitimate organization. While it is not particularly difficult to dismantle them, the potential upheaval within the Alliance, should they be eradicated, is considerable. Moreover, another entity akin to Team Rocket will inevitably arise, addressing symptoms rather than the root cause. Thus, their continued existence may be tolerated for the time being, Josie acknowledged. Yet, it seems that the current Team Rocket desires more than mere tolerance. They aim to overthrow the Alliance, Yu noted. This matter does not pertain significantly to you. Merely listen. Your immediate priority should be to prepare for the Alliance tournament, to seize the championship, and to shine brightly within the champion's circle. At most, consider how to study Mega Evolution. Everything else is irrelevant to your current situation, Josie advised. You would not allow me to participate even if I were to learn? I am an adult now, Yu complained. The 10-year maturity law is merely a desperate measure. The new Council of the Alliance is deliberating on extending the age of maturity. Moreover, according to the customs among the aristocracy, those who are not married are not deemed adults, Josie remarked, glancing at Yu. Despite Yu's dissatisfaction, he was ultimately escorted away. And what shall we do now that Team Rocket will not remain docile? Yu's father inquired of Josie. First, we must issue a warning. Team Rocket's power has begun to exceed our control. Should the opposing factions become aware of the existence of Mewtwo, Team Rocket would face dire consequences. Even if they are not dismantled, if they refuse to listen, we shall confront them earnestly. Regardless of the troubles, we shall take the brunt of it. We have yet to perish, and thus we must provide a haven for our children, Josie resolved. Yu's father and mother, Xiao Jinyu, nodded in agreement. Chapter 80, Pallet Town, a picturesque village in Kanto, is characterized by its harmonious neighborhoods, simple folk, and delightful scenery. Renowned as the residence of the esteemed Professor Oak, it is customary for those aspiring to challenge the court's conference to collect their Pock decks and register here, marking the commencement of their journey in the Kanto League. A sleek sports car glided into the town, halting before the Oak Laboratory. Yu stepped out, followed closely by Xiaoshui and Lily AI. Mewtwo, aren't you coming out? Yu inquired, glancing at Mewtwo, who was engrossed in a book in the passenger seat. I shall not, Mewtwo replied calmly, turning another page. Yu remarked that it had never read before, hence it began its literary journey at his home. It immersed itself in various titles, from Les Miserables to Desperate Housewives, indulging in every conceivable narrative. Its demeanor had undergone a peculiar transformation. Whether for better or worse remained uncertain, yet it had finally discovered a newfound passion for reading. Come on, there are many Pokémon living freely there. Don't you wish to observe how other Pokémon live, especially the plant-type ones? They, too, have seen nothing upon their birth, Yu encouraged. But they are Pokémon, not my kind, Mewtwo retorted. You, too, are a Pokémon, a unique being in this world. Everything that exists is a form of life. Moreover, reading thousands of books cannot compare to traveling thousands of miles. Broaden your horizons, Yu insisted. Not going, Mewtwo replied defiantly. Professor Oak has many different books. Yu added. Mewtwo's eyes brightened, and in an instant, it vanished from the seat, reappearing beside Yu. Yu smiled slightly. Having spent considerable time with Mewtwo, he began to feel that it was quite amiable. Despite its disdain for humanity, as long as it kept its emotions in check, it posed no threat. Though withdrawn, it could engage in conversation, especially since it was currently not inclined to harm Yu, an encouraging sign. After all, the question of Mewtwo's age lingered. It was, indeed, still a child, albeit a troubled one. Yu considered himself somewhat of an expert in such matters. All right, Dragonite, come out and carry some things, Yu commanded. Retrieving Dragonite's Pokeball. With a flash of crimson light, Dragonite appeared, opening the trunk and hoisting 2 boxes of instant noodles. No sneaking a taste, okay? Yu admonished. Having come to understand Dragonite's gluttonous nature since bringing it home, it often pilfered from the kitchen, leading some to believe he had captured a Snorlax instead of a Dragonite. Dragonite protested with a disgruntled sound. Am I really that kind of dragon? Yu nodded affirmatively. Dragonite, with a proud tilt of its head, discreetly swallowed in anticipation of the delicious noodles that were not meant for it. How can one be a trainer like this? Yu chuckled at Dragonite's expression. Despite the trouble it caused him, capturing Dragonite had brought him immense joy. Tasks like moving items, which he had to undertake alone before, since Rapidash and Absol lacked hands. Raichu had no fingers, and Squirtle was too short, while Gengar was lazier than he, were now made easier with Dragonite's robust physique. Professor Oak, I have arrived. Yu called out from outside the laboratory. Ah, you finally made it, shall you? Ash and Gary both said you would return first. Yet they've been back for a month, and you've only just arrived. An amiable elder emerged from the laboratory. Some matters delayed me. Yu replied with a smile. I had planned to arrive much earlier, but unforeseen events arose. I ended up encountering Mewtwo, just being playful, I suppose. Professor Oak chuckled. Then his gaze shifted to Mewtwo, his expression changing dramatically. How did this Pokémon end up with you? It's a long story, Yu replied. Then let us cut to the chase. Spare me the suspense, or I shall resort to drastic measures, Professor Oak urged eagerly. Yu felt a blush creep across his face at the thought of being teased in front of Xiaoshui and Lily AI. This was precisely why he preferred to avoid the company of elders. One never knew when he might embarrass himself. Are there any books here? Mewtwo asked, gazing at Professor Oak. Indeed, he nodded. Where? Mewtwo pressed. Professor Oak gestured in a direction, and in an instant, Mewtwo vanished. What kind of extraordinary Pokémon is this? Professor Oak regarded Yu with keen interest. At his level of expertise, he was nearly devoid of worldly desires. He possessed wealth, power, and status. Yet none of it mattered. What intrigued him most was academic research. A new Pokémon, one that could rival Giratina, sparked an explosive curiosity within him. Well, this isn't my first time explaining. Yu recounted the events that had transpired. I see, Team Rocket's power is greater than I had anticipated. However, I am even more astonished that you have become Giratina's emissary, Professor Oak remarked. Impressive, but I must ask you to keep that a secret, Yu insisted. Fear not. I am quite discreet about such matters. Even if it were to be disclosed, who would dare to act against you? Professor Oak reassured him. One need not fear a thief unless they covet. Methods exist, and one may always be deceived, Yu cautioned. Though Giratina is a formidable ally, it is not infallible. In the Sinnoh movie, it was nearly vanquished by humans and later almost fell to Arceus. Indeed, humanity possesses a terrifying aptitude for destruction, Professor Oak remarked thoughtfully. The terrifying potential for creation in Pokémon remains difficult for humanity to emulate, yet the capacity for destruction seems to surpass all expectations. That's why we need great minds like you, Professor, to foster a better understanding between humans and Pokémon and to enhance this world. Yu smiled. Flattery may lead to trouble if your great aunt hears it, Professor Oak warned. So, did you sneak out this time? He inquired. Certainly not. I left quite openly. Yu replied. Then I suspect you have matters that require my assistance, Professor Oak said. Do you really see me as someone who comes only to ask for favors? Yu inquired, feigning innocence. Should you have matters to discuss, I'd prefer you not to seek me out, Professor Oak teased, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Well, not exactly, Yu admitted sheepishly, producing an EV egg from his backpack. Professor, this is my EV egg. It should have hatched long ago. But it has yet to do so. I knew you had an agenda. However, regarding hatching, I'm afraid I'm not the authority on that. You should consult Nurse Joy. My doctorate doesn't make me an expert in eggs, merely a title, Professor Oak advised earnestly. I have consulted Nurse Joy. She assured me that everything is fine, but I would still like you to conduct an examination for peace of mind, EU requested. If it brings you comfort. Then so be it, Professor Oak conceded. This isn't the first time such matters have arisen. Many often presume they are Pokémon experts across all fields. In truth, when it comes to the nurturing of Pokémon eggs and matters of healing, he is on par with most Joys. Thus, he generally declines. But EU is an exception, treating it as a way to entertain children. Additionally, I have just captured a Dragonite, which has a penchant for instant noodles. And I wish to request Professor Oak's guidance in training it, EU stated. Professor Oak's specialty is Dragonite. Fond of instant noodles? It shows promise. Let us place it in the backyard. You can retrieve it when the Indigo Conference arrives, replied Professor Oak. Absolutely, EU exclaimed joyfully. The backyard of Professor Oak is indeed a sanctuary for training. Ash's Kingler, before being captured, was rather dim-witted, yet Ash managed to ensnare it with a Pokeball. After spending some time at the Oak Laboratory, the first battle resulted in a 1 versus 3 victory. It swiftly evolved and learned Hyper Beam, excluding Greninja. EU has always considered Ash's Water-type Pokemon, Kingler, to be the strongest. Do not be so elated. My laboratory is vast, and I have been managing it alone, which is quite exhausting. Coincidentally, since you are here, why not assist me for a while? Professor Oak suggested. That is perfect. I am aware of how fatigued you are. So this time, I have brought 2 assistants for you, Lily and Snow. Lily can conduct theoretical research, while Snow is capable of nurturing. EU introduced Lily and Snow. Lily and Snow exchanged anxious glances with Professor Oak, fearful of rejection, yet filled with hope. Professor Oak looked at EU and thought to himself, one should be thankful this lad is not my own grandson. Otherwise, he would certainly work him to the bone. Here I am, tasked with training Pokémon, hoping to gain some benefits, and now I must also train his companions. How utterly absurd. Chapter 81. A Tranquil Life at Professor Oak's Research Institute. The bustling morning passed in a flurry of activity. By noon, they had barely managed to ensure that every Pokémon received their sustenance, leaving only EU and her companions feeling ravenous. Exhausted, they made their way to the Institute. Was Professor Oak solely responsible for all this? Lily exclaimed in admiration. Having served as an assistant to Professor Kukui, she was well acquainted with the demands of his work. Initially, she thought Kukui's workload was substantial, but in comparison to Professor Oak, she realized she had greatly underestimated him. It was no wonder that Professor Oak garnered such respect. EU remarked, everyone in Pallet Town is extraordinary. EU, have you known Professor Oak since childhood? Xiaoxue inquired, having found the place to be a haven for observing and caring for a myriad of Pokémon. Indeed. I often visited here as a child. I am quite familiar with all of Pallet Town. Our families have always been close, and in a sense, Professor Oak and I are practically relatives, Yi replied. His great-aunt's nephew's cousin's sister's daughter is Professor Oak's distant cousin. As the trio continued their conversation, they arrived at the Institute, where Professor Oak was still engrossed in his research, prompting deep respect from them. Well done. That was quite swift. You must be hungry. Let us dine together, Professor Oak suggested. Xiaoxue and Lily were eager to accept the invitation, as dining with the world-renowned Professor Oak was certainly a matter of pride. No. I've already asked Aunt Hanako to prepare a meal for me. I shall eat at her place, Yu interjected, puzzled. Xiaoxue and Lily exchanged glances but remained silent at Yu's urging. Ah, you're going to Hanako's? That's perfectly fine, Professor Oak nodded before turning back to his work. Yu led Xiaoxue and Lily away in silence. Yu, why didn't we stay and eat with Professor Oak? Lily asked as they exited the Research Institute. Stay? Are you craving braised beef noodles or pickled vegetables? Yu replied. Does Professor Oak only eat instant noodles? Xiaoxue asked. No, he consumes various instant meals. He has little time to cook for himself and is somewhat lazy regarding personal affairs, Yu explained. But eating only instant noodles isn't healthy. Doesn't he get tired of it? Xiaoxue wondered. Thus, Aunt Hanako often brings him meals out of kindness, Yu remarked. Who is Aunt Hanako? Xiaoxue inquired. She's Ash's mother. Yu answered as they approached a quaint house, her expression transforming into a radiant smile. Aunt Hanako. As her voice resonated, the door opened, and a beautiful young woman with long braids emerged, dressed in simple attire devoid of any embellishment, yet exuding an undeniable charm. Her slender waist, which seemed almost fragile, belied the fact that she was a mother to a 10-year-old. Xiaoyu, you've come. I heard from Ash that you would visit, yet you only arrived now. Have you grown too big to talk to this old lady? Hanako teased. Not at all. And Hanako, you remain eternally youthful. If we went out together, anyone would mistake you for my sister, Yu declared earnestly. Flattery will get you nowhere. Have you eaten yet? Hanako rolled her eyes at Yu. Not yet. If I come to Pallet Town, where else would I dine if not at Aunt Hanako's? Yu replied. Then come in and sit for a while. I'll prepare a meal for you, Hanako invited, leading Yu and her friends inside. A doll-like Pokémon approached, holding an apron, greeting them eagerly. When did you capture a Sucker Punch Pokémon, Aunt Hanako? Yu asked in surprise, as this psychic and fairy-type Pokémon was whimsically dubbed Ash's stepfather by fans. Oh, that little one came to me when Ash returned. It's quite adorable, Hanako said. The Sucker Punch Pokémon happily embraced Hanako. Yu smiled knowingly. Indeed. She could see where Ash got his charm. Although the Sucker Punch Pokémon's looks and battle prowess were inferior to that of its counterpart, Shinado, it was still a rare Pokémon. Its prowess in household chores left many envious, effectively providing both a bodyguard and a servant. What about Ash and the others? Yu asked, noticing their absence. They're said to be training intensively for the Indigo Conference, but according to Misty, they've mostly been playing for the past month, Hanako replied. Ah, Yu nodded, understanding that Ash's inability to win the league title was due to the production team's machinations. In the early stages, Ash's shortcomings were evident, and it was clear that his defeats were not without reason. Yu, are you quite familiar with Ash's mother? Shushue queried, noting how at ease you seemed despite her family's absence. That's because my parents were always busy, leaving me with little attention, so I often ran over here. Almost everyone knows me here. I even bought the house next to Ash's so I could come every day to enjoy Aunt Hanako's cooking, Yu explained. She had decisively purchased land next to Hanako's when she decided to move to Pallet Town, eager to witness the life of the protagonist and uncover the greatest mystery of the Pokémon world, the identity of Ash's father. Yet, after all these years, she had seen no sign of him, leading her to surmise that he was likely deceased. It's a pity for Aunt Hanako. Being alone can be quite dull, Lily empathized, sharing her own experience as a wealthy young lady with busy parents, leaving her without companionship. Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. Having grown up in an orphanage and achieving success through the support of the Sasaki family, yet often feeling the weight of solitude. As you, Xiaoxue and Lily settled on the sofa, they chatted amiably, awaiting the delicious meal prepared by Hanako, thus enjoying a serene and fulfilling life. They spent their mornings assisting at Professor Oak's Research Institute, their afternoons training Pokémon, and their noontime indulging in Hanako's delightful cuisine. Chapter 82, the actions of Team Rocket. Mewtwo trailed closely behind the sole heir of the Johto family. In the headquarters of Team Rocket, Sakaki sat in his office chair, rubbing his temples as he absorbed the information relayed by his subordinates. Chief, now that we have located Mewtwo, when shall we devise a plan to capture it? Doctor. Nanbo of Team Rocket gazed at Sakaki with anticipation. Following the demise of Team Rocket's elite scientific personnel at the hands of Mewtwo, he had ascended to the position of Chief Scientific Officer. If they could reclaim Mewtwo, Team Rocket could produce a second and a third, ultimately ruling the world. And he would become the most renowned scientist of this era. Upon hearing Dr. Nambo's words, Sakaki's already unpleasant expression darkened further. If not for the years of experience that had honed his composure, he might have impulsively hurled the nearby documents at Dr. Nambo's head. If it were that simple, would I need your input? I would have given the order myself already. The heir of the Johto family was not only the sole successor but also the second in line of the Sasaki family. Each of these identities warranted careful consideration combined. They demanded utmost caution from Team Rocket. Was it truly worth it for Mewtwo? Could they even acquire it? Sakaki squinted, his gaze shifting as he weighed the pros and cons, ultimately transforming his indecision into resolve. Prepare Apollo, Bixius, Amato, Kurosawa, Kalando, Salanri, and Ruyang. I shall personally lead the first fleet to capture Mewtwo. Chief, Mewtwo's power exceeds our imagination. Even with our specialized setups designed to counter it, success is not guaranteed. If you take personal action and something goes awry, the consequences could be dire. It would be wiser to have Apollo take the lead, along with Ramda and the others. His secretary, Matoy, cautioned. It is precisely because Mewtwo's power is extraordinary that we must deploy S-Class strength and equipment. If I do not go, we will lack sufficient power. Ramda cannot be activated. Doing so would alert the Johto and Sasaki families. This is the strongest force we can muster, Sakaki countered. Chief, must we truly go this far? If we harm Johto, the Sasaki family will sever ties with us, and our organization will suffer significant losses. Matoy hesitated. If it were merely the Johto family, it would be manageable. We are already adversaries, and it would merely escalate to mortal enemies. While the Johto family is powerful, Team Rocket is even stronger. However, the Sasaki family is different. 1/3 of Team Rocket's research funding comes from the Sasaki family's business. A rift with them would have catastrophic repercussions. Any loss, if it allows us to reclaim Mewtwo, is worth it. Besides, Yu is merely the second heir, is he not? The first heir is part of Team Rocket, Sakaki declared. The first heir is part of Team Rocket? Mewtwo looked at Sakaki in confusion. When did we have such a high-ranking member? You do not need to know that. We simply need to retrieve Mewtwo. The Sasaki family may not necessarily turn against us. Sakaki refrained from elaborating. Only he was aware of Kojiro's unique status within Team Rocket. A detail unsuitable for public knowledge. Understood, Mewtwo nodded. Sakaki was the undisputed ruler of Team Rocket, as his secretary. She felt compelled to voice concerns, but could only offer suggestions. Once a decision was made, she was bound to execute it, lacking the standing to negotiate with Sakaki. Aside from the ongoing plans to mislead the Sasaki and Jado families, all other preparations were temporarily shelved, with all resources and forces concentrated on the Mewtwo capture initiative. Sakaki solemnly instructed, if we successfully capture Mewtwo, Team Rocket must remain low-key for an extended period. We will need to send some mid-tier members to appease the Jado family. Keeping those resources would be futile. Better to utilize them now than allow them to be confiscated by the Alliance later. Yes, Chief. The cadre of senior executives responded in unison. Meanwhile, in Masera town, you remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, enjoying a leisurely life. She savored meals prepared by Hanako, played with Satoshi, and entertained Lily and Shoko, feeling as though she had reached the pinnacle of existence. At this moment, only 3 weeks remained until the Pokémon League Indigo Conference, yet Satoshi's so-called independent training had yielded no results thus far. However, he seemed unperturbed. You embarked on a different training path, first teaching Mewtwo the gravity Pokémon skill, and then having her Squirtle and its companions exercise around Mewtwo. Although the potency of their signature moves had not significantly increased, the stamina of all Pokémon exhibited remarkable improvement. Presently, they were gathered together, watching recordings of past Pokémon League conferences. As they viewed a match featuring Master Shiba and his Alakazam, Kasumi suddenly interrupted by turning off the television. What are you doing? Satoshi complained. With only a few days until the Indigo Conference, why are you all just playing around? Kasumi pointed at Satoshi. We're training. That was a recording of Master Shiba, the Elite Four's match. He is about to unleash his legendary secret technique. Brock explained. Yes, the secret technique. Satoshi eagerly nodded. Then suddenly asked, what is the secret technique? You, Kasumi, and Brock all facepalmed in unison. You don't know? What are you doing? Kasumi exclaimed. Essentially, it's something incredibly powerful. I want to be Master Shiba's apprentice and learn the secret technique. Satoshi declared fervently. That's impossible, Kasumi bluntly retorted. Indeed. Master Shiba is one of the Elite Four, a superstar among superstars, and meeting him is a challenge in itself, Brock lamented, realizing they could only watch recordings from the comfort of their couch. This reflection left Satoshi feeling dejected. If you truly want to meet him, you can, you chimed in. If Satoshi wishes to apprentice, I could recommend him. Wait, you know Master Shiba? Satoshi asked, his eyes lighting up. I do, you replied. I know all the Elite Four members. But how do you know the Elite Four? Kasumi inquired, puzzled. My great-aunt is the ghost-type Elite Four member, Yuki. The Elite Four is a collective, and since Shiba is quite unique, I've known him for a long time. Is that so strange? You explained. What? You. Your great-aunt is Yuki of the Elite Four. Satoshi, Kasumi, and Brock exclaimed in astonishment. Their reaction resembled a group of Siberian huskies joyfully frolicking, suddenly discovering that one among them was a wolf. You wore a bemused expression as she regarded Satoshi and the others. Did I never mention this to you? Especially you. Satoshi, did you really not know? My great-aunt brought me here when I was a child, and even caused a ruckus at Professor Oak's lab. Oh, so that old lady is part of the Elite Four, Satoshi realized, piecing it together. You lowered her head, covering her face in exasperation. It was truly baffling. However, considering that one of Satoshi's friends was the grandchild of an Elite Four member, it seemed improbable that such a person would grow up alongside him. Surprised? You continued. Satoshi grew up with Shigeru, who was also Professor Oak's grandson. And you two, being gym leaders, have traveled with Satoshi as well. What does that make you? Many descendants of Elite Four members might merely become gym leaders. Is that so? Professor Oak is quite impressive. Kasumi marveled. You surrendered completely, conceding. Very well. I was wrong. I have been defeated by you all. Chapter 83. Peril on the journey at long last. Sakaki was willing to depart from the town of Masera. As he perused the incoming information, a glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes. Leader, according to the reports, their target is Shiba, who is currently training at Mount Mayachacha. Given Shiba's relationship with Kikuko, he is likely to assist us. Securing an additional king would significantly influence our plans. Indeed, we must intercept them and resolve the conflict within an hour, somewhere between Masera and Mount Mayachacha, Sakaki instructed. He was keen to avoid any encounters with Shiba from Mount Mayachacha or Oki from Masera at this critical juncture. Understood, Shinodaro bowed, accepting his orders to relay Sakiki's commands. Shortly thereafter, the elite members of Team Rocket mobilized, forming a vast net that began to close in on Yiyu and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, Yiyu, accompanied by Lilia, Xiaoxue, Xiaoji, Xiaoxia, and Xiaojing, ambled towards Mount Mayachacha as if on a leisurely outing. Although Xiaoji and Xiaojing were brimming with excitement and urging one another to hasten their pace, Yiyu maintained a relaxed demeanor. After all, Shiba was someone he encountered several times each year, and thus he felt little reason for excitement. If it had been Kinna or Sharona, he might have felt a flicker of enthusiasm. Mewtwo accompanied them silently, floating effortlessly beside Yiyu, engrossed in reading. During these days spent in Yiyu's company, Mewtwo had come to realize the superficiality of his mastery over psychic abilities. By levitating books around him, he found not only interest, but also an opportunity to enhance his own powers. With his focus solely on reading, he was capable of detecting danger well in advance with his keen instincts. At that moment, while reading a particular proverb, Mewtwo abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with green light as they locked onto the horizon. "What's the matter, Mewtwo?" Yiyu inquired. "The troublesome ones have arrived," Mewtwo replied, a look of disdain crossing his features as he conjured a wave of energy and hurled it into the sky. With a thunderous boom, a green energy shield materialized, and a magnificent airship descended above Yiyu and his party. Yiyu's expression shifted dramatically. The cloaked airship, utilizing a supernatural coating to mimic the light-controlling abilities of Latios, achieved perfect invisibility. Fortunately, Mewtwo had detected it in advance, otherwise, they would have been in grave danger. However, prior knowledge did not guarantee their safety moving forward. The vivid red emblazoned on the airship spoke volumes. Team Rocket has indeed arrived. It is no wonder our Pokémon have become so remarkable. Mewtwo, your powers have only grown stronger. A middle-aged man emerged onto a platform from the airship, gazing at Mewtwo in admiration. Repugnant humans, Mewtwo glared, his powerful psychic abilities surging forth as he directed a blade-like attack towards Sakiki. Sakiki, wearing a calm smile, remained unfazed, seemingly unperturbed. The formidable psychic blades halted just half a meter from him, blocked by several transparent panels. Mewtwo stared in astonishment at Sakiki, unable to fathom that humans possess such defenses. "Are you surprised? This is the prowess of humanity. Did you think I was unprepared?" This psychic-resistant glass was specially crafted to counteract potent psychic attacks. Designed after gathering sufficient data from you. Based on your previous records, this glass can withstand attacks for at least 15 minutes. Accept your fate. I have told you. Pokémon exist for the sake of humanity, and you shall live for me, Sakiki declared. To live for you? I would sooner die, Mewtwo retorted coldly. Then do not blame me. Sakiki pressed a button, and from within the massive airship emerged two oddly shaped robots, unleashing powerful electric waves towards Mewtwo. With a swift gesture, Mewtwo shattered the electric waves and contemptuously regarded the robots, heartless beings like you can only reach so far. Precisely, which is why you are of greater importance. Fight for me, become my Pokémon, or suffer not only yourself but also your friends, Sakiki threatened, casting a menacing glance at Xiaoji and the others. Yiyu could not afford to die, but for everyone else, their lives were not guaranteed. Moreover, Yiyu's invulnerability did not imply immunity to injury. Mewtwo regarded Sakiki with an incredulous expression. Which of your eyes is blind, that you cannot see that I am friends with these people? If you wish to inflict suffering upon them, then so be it. What does it matter to me? Sakiki, your blatant threats make it difficult for me, Yiyu interjected. It is you who took our Pokémon, making it difficult for me. I do not wish to harm you, but if you insist on opposing Team Rocket, we may be forced to take measures. I advise you to relinquish Mewtwo. We can offer satisfactory compensation. Dragonite, Gyarados, take your pick, Sakiki stated earnestly. Apologies, but I cannot comply. I cannot abandon Mewtwo. Moreover, Mewtwo is not a subordinate to any person or Pokémon. It is its own master. Pokémon do not exist solely for humanity. They are living beings and masters in their own right, Yiyu asserted. Indeed, every Pokémon is our partner, a friend. They do not exist for anyone's sake. Xiaoji echoed. Pika Pika. Pikachu furiously waved its tiny hands in affirmation. Mewtwo observed Yiyu and Xiaoji in astonishment. As a psychic Pokémon, it possessed a heightened sensitivity to human emotions and had sensed that these two individuals were speaking the truth. What manner of beings are humans? Mewtwo pondered. Such notions are merely the naive fantasies of children. When you grow up, you will realize how foolish your beliefs truly are, Sakiki retorted. So you admit to being inferior to a child? Yiyu challenged. Enough with the grandstanding. If you refuse to negotiate, do not blame me. Sakiki's gaze hardened. He had little confidence in this endeavor, merely testing the waters. Ideally, avoiding conflict with Yiyu would be best, but if cooperation was unattainable, they had little time to waste. As his words fell, the ground suddenly trembled, splitting open as colossal onyxes roared from the depths below. Yu immediately utilized his ghostly powers to lift everyone, but before they could stabilize and retaliate, fierce winds and sandstorms erupted around them as armored Pokémon, towering 2 to 3 meters high, emerged with menacing expressions, their terrifying might palpable. For purple-black energy spheres surged forward. Bangira, Dark Pulse. Mewtwo's expression hardened as it unleashed its psychic abilities, enveloping itself in an impenetrable barrier to withstand the 4 dark pulses. Subsequently, it retaliated with overwhelming psychic force aimed at the 4 Bangira. The Bangira staggered slightly but remained unscathed, unleashing an even more ferocious dark pulse. Mewtwo's eyes glinted with determination as it prepared for a more potent attack. Above, a multitude of high-tech weaponry soared through the sky, unleashing bolts of lightning, flames, and a myriad of energy converging together. Each strike equated to a full-force attack from an elite-level Pokémon. Amidst the chaos, Professor Oki, who had been observing the distant commotion from the research facility, turned pale and hastily summoned his Dragonite, soaring swiftly towards the unfolding crisis. Meanwhile, Shiba, training at Mount Mayachacha, witnessed the scene and his expression shifted dramatically. He summoned a colossal onyx, charging towards the tempest of sand. Chapter 84. Life and death on the edge amidst billowing smoke and dust. The sky was shrouded, and the earth dimmed. Leafew and his companions could scarcely discern the unfolding chaos. The expression on the face of the legendary Pokémon, Mewtwo, darkened as it summoned its immense psychic power, unleashing a torrential downpour that forcefully quelled the sandstorm. Yet, before it could stabilize, for fearsome Banette launched a relentless assault against it. Among them, one towering nearly 4 meters high, accompanied by a formidable Beedrill hidden within the swirling dust, unleashed a barrage of needle-like projectiles. Moreover, an array of advanced weaponry filled the sky, each seemingly designed to have the effectiveness of psychic attacks. Mewtwo, rarely feeling such pressure, had endured a severe beating from Giratina. Although it had regained much of its strength, it remained far from its peak condition. Leafew yearned to assist, but found himself ensnared by a horde of onyxes, who commenced their various assaults. Sakaki, unwilling to eliminate Leafew, forbade his interference, ensuring he remained confined to prevent collateral damage. Leafew unleashed a Shadow Ball, felling one onyx, only to be met by another charging towards him, forcing him to barely defend himself. It would have been simpler to escape alone, however, with Xiaoshui, Lily AI, Ash, Misty, Brock all present, he had to look after them as well. Exhausted from the struggle, he felt drained of any surplus strength. Observing the battlefield, he couldn't help but worry. Sakaki had personally intervened, backed by Apollo, the second strongest member of Team Rocket. The Banette and Beedrill were nearly of champion caliber. With the high-tech weaponry specifically designed to target Mewtwo, the situation appeared dire. Cursed be these foes. Once again suppressed. Mewtwo's expression twisted with palpable fury as its psychic energy surged, creating a tempest of terrifying power around it. Apollo's face tightened. This was his first encounter with Mewtwo, having only heard Sakaki's claims of its strength. Initially dismissive, especially upon learning of Mewtwo's psychic typing, he now realized his ignorance regarding true power. With a thunderous roar, Mewtwo unleashed a colossal wave of psychic force, crashing against the remaining Pokémon like a cataclysm. The advanced weaponry in the sky erupted in flames, and 3 of the 4 Banette collapsed to the ground, defeated. In the aftermath of the explosion, the world cleared momentarily. Apollo swallowed hard. Just last year, the existence of dark and steel types had been confirmed through research. Though the general public remained largely unaware, Team Rocket had a keen understanding. Dark types were immune to psychic attacks. How could this Mewtwo, a psychic type, have felled 3 dark-type Banette? However, Apollo quickly regained his composure, noting that Mewtwo was beginning to tremble. Such overwhelming strength always exacted a toll, and it was approaching its limit. Banette, Dark Pulse. Apollo bellowed. Beedrill, Pin Missile. Sakaki's voice rang out simultaneously. Among the various types, bug types were often underestimated due to their general frailty, with few possessing significant strength and a narrow offensive range. Yet, bug types were uniquely capable of countering both psychic and dark types. Upon receiving their commands, the Banette and Beedrill attacked simultaneously, unleashing an aggressive burst of purple-black energy from Banette and a swarm of needles from Beedrill, all aimed at Mewtwo. Gengar. Leafew called sharply, and Gengar floated beside him, resonating with his ghostly energy. A formidable force surged through Gengar, elevating it to elite status as it launched a massive Shadow Ball to intercept Beedrill's barrage. Mewtwo raised its hand, deflecting the dark pulse aside, then turned to Leafew and declared, "I do not require your assistance." "Then let us escape," Leafew exclaimed, unleashing his ghostly energy to lift Ash and the others, directing them back towards Pallet Town. Team Rocket had come prepared, deploying equipment specifically designed to counter Mewtwo. Prolonging the conflict would lead to disaster. Returning to Pallet Town was the wisest course. Although Professor Oak had retired, his main Pokémon had yet to be released. Seeing Mewtwo in need, Leafew attempted to channel more energy to aid it. Yet, before he could take flight, Sakaki's vessel intercepted him. Leafew, you may leave. But taking Mewtwo with you is impossible. Forgive me, but I have no habit of abandoning my companions, Leafew replied resolutely. Stubborn fool. Sakaki shook his head and pressed the final attack button, unleashing a torrent of powerful new weaponry that rained down upon Mewtwo. In unison, Mewtwo and Gengar utilized their ultimate defense, enveloping Leafew and his companions in a protective green barrier. The two forces clashed violently, resulting in a cataclysmic energy storm that obscured the view with dust and debris. Once the haze settled, the landscape around Leafew had been utterly devastated, resembling the aftermath of a cataclysmic earthquake. Both Mewtwo and Gengar bore expressions of exhaustion. Team Rocket's assault had proven stronger than anticipated, specifically tailored to counter psychic abilities, rendering Mewtwo's power significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Sakaki remained impassive, the relentless barrage echoing thunderously. Mewtwo, Gengar, hold on, Leafew urged. If we can endure just a little longer, it will be the end of Team Rocket. The commotion is so great that as long as Professor Oak and Sheba aren't foolish, they will come. The local authorities will surely intervene. If we can extend our time, we can turn the tide. Without hesitation, Gengar resonated with Leafew, burning every ounce of its strength to resist. Mewtwo was also operating beyond its limits. If it meant living for Sakaki, it would rather perish. Ash, Misty, Brock, Shawshwad, and Elite AI watched the scene unfold, filled with worry and guilt, feeling utterly powerless amid such a conflict. The battle raged on, with Leafew, Mewtwo, and Gengar steadfastly holding their ground, the green barrier wavering as if it might shatter at any moment, yet they held firm. Sakaki's brow furrowed. Mewtwo's strength appeared slightly weaker than anticipated, unable to sustain itself after sustaining injuries, while Leafew's power exceeded his expectations. There was no time for hesitation any longer. Zangus, fire the Super R-Ray. Sakaki commanded. Chief, at this point, Mewtwo and the others are on their last legs. There is no need for the Super R-Ray. Using it could very well lead to their demise, Zangus cautioned. The Super R-Ray was Dr. Namba's latest attack innovation, requiring the ship's entire energy for a single shot, possessing immense destructive potential. However, if it killed Mewtwo, it would be meaningless. Mewtwo won't die. As for Leafew, I cannot concern myself with that. Mewtwo's potential is far greater than I imagined. Even if it means becoming enemies with the Sasaki and Kaijin families, so be it, Sakaki declared, supported by the current circumstances. Sakaki has come to a renewed understanding of Mewtwo, whose strength surpasses all expectations. Indeed, said Shinsho, as he decisively pressed the button. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared. Leader, the radar has detected a colossal and unknown Pokémon emerging from beneath the ground, approaching us rapidly. The energy sensor indicates it is a formidable Onix, Shinsho exclaimed. It must be Sheba. Ignore it and launch the attack, Sakaki commanded. Understood. Shinsho swiftly initiated the assault. In an instant, the airship trembled as an overwhelmingly powerful energy beam erupted from within, obliterating everything in its path. The expressions of Yu and his companions changed drastically. There was no way to withstand it. Dragonite, hold the line. At this critical moment, a commanding voice resonated. Almost immediately, a fleeting shadow appeared before them. A gigantic Dragonite confronted the R-type beam, emanating a vibrant green wave of energy. Chapter 85. The demise of Sakaki. The power of the R-Ray was more formidable than anticipated. Dragonite's defense was ruthlessly shattered. The beam struck Dragonite with tremendous force, eliciting a painful roar, yet it stood resiliently amidst its distress. Decades ago, alongside Professor Oak, they traversed the lands. Despite having entered a semi-retired state due to a prolonged absence from training, the foundation remained intact. Although the defense was breached, the dragon itself was unharmed. Professor Oak. Yayo and Ash exclaimed in delight, "Are you all right?" Professor Oak, gazing at Yayo and the others, replied, "Fortunately, we made it just in time. No harm done. We still have a chance," Yayo assured. "You're ruining my plans, Oak." Sakaki glared at Professor Oak with fiery eyes. "With me here, you shall not harm Yayo or Ash," Professor Oak stated resolutely. "You alone are insufficient," Sakaki retorted, aware that Dragonite had sustained significant damage from the previous attack. And Professor Oak's prolonged absence from battle meant that both his Pokémon and his own strength had diminished. This is not cultivation. One cannot simply claim to maintain their peak prowess without practice. All must decline. But what if I join in? A rugged voice interjected as a colossal Onix, several times larger than the norm, emerged from the earth, its rider, a muscular middle-aged man, fixing his gaze on Sakaki. Hiba, Sakaki gritted his teeth. The arrival of these two individuals escalated the challenge exponentially. It is I, Hiba announced, leaping down from the massive onyx and releasing a powerful Machoke from its Pokeball. Sakaki's expression darkened. With both Professor Oak and Hiba present, the difficulty of capturing Mewtwo intensified. However, having finally wounded Mewtwo and even offending the Johto and Sasaki families, he could not afford to relinquish this opportunity. Now, with Oak's Dragonite injured, Hiba was the only remaining combatant. Sakaki narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. Attack. Banette. Shadow Ball. Apollo responded immediately, unleashing a beam imbued with destructive power from Banette's mouth. The remaining members of Team Rocket swiftly followed suit, launching an onslaught against Mewtwo. Dragonite. Use Hurricane. Machoke. Use Aura Sphere. Simultaneously, Professor Oak and Hiba issued their battle commands. With a fierce roar, Professor Oak's Dragonite summoned a violent hurricane that surged forth to counter the Shadow Ball. Hiba's Machoke gathered its 4 arms to conjure 2 Aura Spheres, directing them towards Team Rocket's mechanical assaults. Beedrill, Shadow Ball. Sakaki commanded coldly, launching a barrage of various offensive weapons that erupted with force. Despite the presence of Dragonite and Machoke as fresh reinforcements, the pressure remained overwhelming. Professor Oak had arrived hastily, lacking a diverse array of Pokémon, while Hiba, having trained in the deep mountains to tame the colossal Onyx, had brought only Machoke along. Yayo, take your Dragonite and Mewtwo and leave, Professor Oak urged, releasing Yayo's Dragonite. Understood, Yayo responded, lifting Mewtwo without hesitation and swiftly mounting Dragonite, soaring into the distance. Remaining here would serve no significant purpose. He needed reinforcements, whether from his family or by calling upon Giratina once more. You shall not escape, Sakaki shouted, attempting to intercept them. Hurricane. Yet, before he could pursue, he was thwarted by Dragonite's Hurricane. Sakaki seethed. Dragonite was the fastest, capable of circumnavigating the globe in just 16 hours. If he could not catch up, they would return to the Johto family, making all efforts futile. Block Oak and Hiba, Sakaki commanded, leaving a group behind as he piloted a small combat aircraft, swiftly chasing after Yayo. This aircraft, the fastest developed by Team Rocket, was initially meant for escape, but was now hastily repurposed for pursuit. That Dragonite's speed would not surpass the aircraft, and with Mewtwo nearly devoid of combat capability, capturing Mewtwo was within reach. On Dragonite's back, Yayo sensed the pursuit behind him. Catching a glimpse of Sakaki in his peripheral vision, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Perhaps it was a year of misfortune. After a decade of smooth sailing, he had faced 3 life-threatening encounters this year alone. The first was a near-fatal chase by the Galactic team, the second just recently when he narrowly escaped Mewtwo's wrath. And now, this was the third. He had always adhered to the principle of avenging wrongs without delay. The Galactic team had been eradicated, and Mewtwo had temporarily reconciled with him. However, Team Rocket, if not dealt with now, would persist indefinitely. Initially, Yayo had planned to strategize after today. Yet he underestimated Sakaki's obsession with Mewtwo, who had come personally to pursue him. Thus, he would not hold back. Dragonite, dive, Yayo commanded. Dragonite promptly lowered its head, creating a massive splash as it plunged into a vast lake. Entering the water, attempting to obscure my vision? A clever tactic, befitting the Johto family's training, but alas. The aircraft of Team Rocket is versatile across land, sea, and air. Sakaki smirked coldly. Dragonite, though a rare Pokémon capable of thriving in all 3 domains, lacked a water type but could navigate underwater more comfortably than most water-type Pokémon. If anyone else were tracking, they might lose sight of the target. But against the technological prowess of Team Rocket, it was trivial. Pressing a button, the aircraft transformed into a submarine and plunged into the depths. Noticing Sakaki truly followed, Yayo smiled slyly. The water's surface began to shift, and the portal to the distortion world opened directly. Sakaki's expression changed dramatically. Although he did not comprehend the significance of this portal, it was evidently no good omen. He immediately attempted to halt the aircraft's operation. However, at such high speeds, stopping was not a mere whim. No matter how much Sakaki struggled, it proved futile, and he plummeted headfirst into the distortion world. Observing the inverted reality, which starkly contrasted the real world, Sakaki appeared bewildered. What is this place? Where is Mewtwo? Underwater, Yayo beamed with delight at this success. Sakaki was trapped, and he wouldn't survive. Patting Dragonite, they emerged anew, opting not to enter the distortion world. Sakaki could remain there for now. In the distortion world, aside from Giratina, no other life forms existed. The doctor who had previously researched the distortion world had been cast out by Yayo. Thus, there was no sustenance within. Sakiki's entrapment would only lead to starvation. With such relentless pursuit, Yayo, ever the meticulous strategist, ensured his demise would be as agonizing as possible. The eminent leader of Kanto, reduced to starving, was a rather amusing prospect.